Yi Chuding thought that her disguised face had been exposed and could no longer be used, so she decided to make the most of it. After leaving the brothel, she walked while buying snacks.
Pastry, candied fruits, grillé nu, sauce de beef, bégarès chicken, roasted duck.
At each shop, she bought as much as she could and, when no one was watching, stored it away. She kept buying until it was completely dark. Feeling that the piled items were messy, she decided to go to a carpenter's shop to order some cabinets for better organization. Make some shelves of different sizes. The smaller ones will hold ready-made dishes bought from restaurants, and the larger ones will store goods from the market. Also, I need boxes for eggs and meat. She went to the nearest carpentry shop to discuss the designs. Shopkeeper, I need 200 cabinets that are half a zhang high, 200 boxes that are 1 zhang high, 100 boxes that are 2 zhang high, 100 large shelves, and 200 small shelves. The shopkeeper was surprised by the large order, but also very pleased. Sir, these items can be ready in 10 days, but since my shop is small, I will need a deposit. Yi Chuding calculated the total price to be around 150 taels. She handed over a deposit of 100 taels. The rest can be paid when I collect the goods. The shopkeeper was thrilled by her generosity. All right, as you wish, sir. Sir, since you ordered so much, there won't be enough space in the warehouse. How about I deliver the goods every 3 days? No need. I will come to collect the goods every 3 days after curfew. The shopkeeper looked confused. But after curfew, the shop will be closed. Shopkeeper, these items are for an official and have a special purpose. It's not convenient for outsiders to know. Please leave a back door open. Someone will come to take them after curfew. The shopkeeper understood. Seeing that the shopkeeper treated her like an official, she didn't explain further. She patted the shopkeeper's shoulder, saying, "Keep it quiet and don't say anything, or else." The shopkeeper, frightened by her gesture, shrank back. He thought he had stumbled upon a fortune, but now he feared for his life. He quickly assured her, "Rest assured, sir. I will instruct all the workers to keep quiet and just focus on their work." When Yi Chuding left the carpentry shop, it was completely dark. She found a secluded spot to change back into her women's clothing. On her way back to the residence, she bought a few roasted sweet potatoes and some candied hawthorns. At the alley entrance, while biting into a candied hawthorn, she encountered Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou saw Yi Chuding as well. The young girl held a paper bag in one hand and several skewers of candied hawthorns in the other, with her cherry lips covered in bright red syrup. The dim alley couldn't hide her beauty. He quickly approached and asked, "Why is Missy out alone?" Yi Chuding gave a slight bow. "I have seen the Prince of Chun. My maid is at home recovering, so I came out by myself. I was helped by Prince Xie outside the poetry building." Qi Yanzhou was surprised that Yi Chuding noticed him. "I just happened to see an injustice. Miss Yi, your talent is remarkable and your broad-mindedness is admirable." Yi Chuding smiled calmly. "I apologize if I have embarrassed you, my lord. I am just an ordinary person seeking fame." Qi Yanzhou admired Yi Chuding, who was very different from other women. "Miss Yi, you are right. Only by standing at the highest point can one avoid being manipulated." Yi Chuding found the formalities tiring. Looking at Qi Yanzhou in his official attire, she got straight to the point. "My lord, you are here on official business, right? I won't disturb you." "Miss Yi, I am here to see you," he replied. This made Yi Chuding cautious, but she wasn't overly worried. Even if Qi Yanzhou had suspicions, he wouldn't think she was the ghost thief. "What does the lord want with me?" she asked. Qi Yanzhou realized that a few words wouldn't suffice and said, "I wonder if Missy has time. I would like to invite you to dinner." Yi Chuding didn't want to go. She still had to give Jun'er acupuncture. "My lord, the emperor intends to arrange a marriage for us, which you have declined. You wish to choose a noble lady as your princess. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to have dinner together now, would it?" Qi Yanzhou felt his ears slightly redden at her mention of the marriage arrangement. "Miss Yi, I decline the marriage because I know you have no interest in me, not because I think you are unworthy." Yi Chuding nodded at his serious explanation. "I truly do not wish to marry you. Being your wife would mean getting involved in power struggles and competing with many women for your favor.
That sounds exhausting.
At that moment, she had no idea that a shocking event was coming. One day, she would storm into the prince's residence to demand marriage. Qi Yanzhou understood that Yi Chutang was a free spirit who disliked constraints, so he wasn't surprised by her words. I should have considered the dinner invitation better. I came to tell you that the ghost thief may be connected to you. Yi Chutang asked, "Why do you think that, my lord? When the grain from your family's village was stolen, you nearly got burned. On the night of the theft at Ningqiuan, you were schemed against by Lady Yi, and on the day of the theft at Shishou Palace, defended you. Today, the ghost thief appeared at Ingchun courtyard, causing Su Kong to break his leg and gaining a bad reputation, and he just happened to offend you at the poetry house."
Ye Chantang admitted Jiangsu's keen observation.
It does seem connected. But what about the theft at Li's granary? It could be the ghost thief, trying to confuse the situation. After saying this, Qi Yanzhou looked into Yi Chutang's eyes and asked, "Do you know the ghost thief?" "I do," she replied. Qi Yanzhou was surprised by her admission. "But you won't be able to catch her unless..." "Unless what?" Yi Chutang smiled. "Unless the prince also becomes a ghost." Qi Yanzhou. "I never believe in ghosts. Ghosts wouldn't go to a brothel in broad daylight. I didn't believe in ghosts either, but no one can empty a courtyard in the time it takes to burn 2 incense sticks, so I started to believe." She was like a ghost from a post-apocalyptic world. Qi Yanzhou knew very well that there was no one who could sneak into the palace and quietly empty the joyful longevity palace. But he preferred to believe it was a skilled practitioner rather than a ghost. "Miss Yi, did you say you know the ghost thief?" Yi Chutang took a bite of a candied hawthorn and spoke nonsense. "I can't say I know him well. I made a wish for it to lose everything, and half of it came true. She lost her possessions, but she was still alive, so it could only be counted as half." Qi Yanzhou didn't believe Yi Chutang's words, but he knew he wouldn't get any more information. "Miss Yi, I apologize for the interruption. Please take care, Your Highness." Yi Chutang knew Qi Yanzhou would keep an eye on her in the future, but she didn't mind and turned back to the minister's residence. As soon as she entered, butler Chen rushed to her. "Miss, Madam is in severe pain, and the doctor is helpless. The master asks you to check on her in the Lioli courtyard." Yi Chutang knew that Kong Ru was suffering from a severe internal ailment. She also knew that she had been in pain for several hours. Let her be. She won't die. Seeing Yi Chutang indifferent to Kong Ru's life or death, the butler immediately knelt before her. "Miss, Madam has coughed up blood several times. It looks very serious." Yi Chutang looked down at butler Chen. "So, you mean I should choose Kong Ru over Jun'er, right?" The butler knew that the young master was the master's favorite, so he dared not stop Yi Chutang and quickly stepped aside. "Forgive me, miss, I overstepped. 20 slaps."
"Yes."
As Yi Chutang listened to the sound of butler Chen's slaps, she enjoyed her candied hawthorn and returned to Ningqiu courtyard. Jinji was practicing stances in the yard. She didn't know how long she had been standing. Her clothes were soaked. Jun'er and Shuang'er were in the kitchen preparing dinner. Luo was with Yi Anjuan in the main room, practicing writing. When Jinji saw Yi Chutang return, she felt relieved and happily ran over. "Miss, did you bring me something tasty?" Her legs had gone numb, and she almost stumbled. Yi Chutang supported Jinji with her arm and gave her a sweet potato and a candied hawthorn. "In the future, practice dances for half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the afternoon. Your body is weak. You need to rest more." Jinji took a bite of a candied hawthorn, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Gigi, be good and listen." Lu'er poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yi and Jun. "Young master, the young lady has been out for a long time. She must be thirsty. Hurry and take this to her." Jun'er, holding the slightly cool tea, walked with his short legs to Yi Chutang. "Big sister, please have some tea." His sweet voice was a bit breathless, making him look adorably pitiful. Yi Chutang left her unfinished candied hawthorn and gave the rest to Lu'er. "Everyone gets a share except for Shuang'er." After saying this, she patted Jun'er's head and drank the tea in one go. Jun'er is so good. Since you are weak, eat less roasted sweet potato, but you can finish the candied hawthorn.
Lea timely handed Jun'er a stick of candied hawthorn.
Jun'er took it and looked happily at Yi Chu Tang. Thank you, big sister. Go ahead and eat. Big sister will go to the kitchen for a bit. As Yi Chu Tang reached the kitchen door, Shuang'er limped over and knelt down. Her pale, weary face was tear-streaked, looking very pitiful. Young lady, I know I was wrong. Please take back your order, and don't make me clean the toilet. She had bathed several times, but couldn't wash away the disgusting smell that made her nauseous. If she had to clean the toilet for 2 more days, she would be done for. Yi Chu Tang looked coldly at Shuang'er, a mocking smile on her lips. How many times have you knelt before me saying you were wrong? Shuang'er met Yi Chu Tang's piercing gaze, clenching her fists in frustration. Her hands were blistered from scrubbing toilets, causing her body to tremble in pain. Is it wrong for me to want to be the mistress? The eldest young master's reputation was already tarnished. If she offered herself, she could become a favored concubine. Yi Chu Tang chuckled lightly. A concubine is just a plaything. Do you think you deserve to be the mistress? Shuang'er retorted. The lady was once a concubine. As long as she could become a favored concubine, she would have a chance to become the main wife and the lady of the house. Yi Chu Tang wondered where Shuang'er got her confidence, comparing herself to Kong Ru from a noble family. Have you forgotten that your contract is in my hands? As long as I don't let you go, how can you marry? Shuang'er thought of Kong Ru's method and pressed her lips together. I have my own ways. Yi Chu Tang bent down and pinched Shuang'er's cheek, forcing her to look up. Do you know why you can still be alive after betraying me again and again? Shuang'er's cheek hurt from the pinch, and her eyes filled with tears. Young lady. Kindness. Yi Chu Tang laughed lightly, as if she had heard the biggest joke. Kindness? You don't really think that if you kneel and shed a few tears, I'll go easy on you, do you? Foolish. The last 2 words made Shuang'er's heart race, as if something had slipped out of control. What do you mean, miss? It means I'm keeping you around to pass messages to Kong Ru and to betray her. Shuang'er thought Yi Chu Tang had gone mad. It would be more beneficial for her to please the lady. Why would she betray her? Yi Chu Tang saw through Shuang'er's thoughts and squeezed her cheek harder. Because I can decide your life or death. Shuang'er cried out in pain, tears streaming down her face. Realizing the situation, she quickly said, I haven't passed any messages to the lady. You're mistaken. Really? Should I take you to Lioli courtyard to confront Kong Ru? With her cheek being squeezed, Shuang'er struggled to speak. I haven't betrayed. The lady, I'm not afraid. Of confrontation. Yi Chu Tang released Shuang'er and slapped her face. The sharp sound echoed, and Shuang'er's face burned with pain, her ears ringing. A cold voice whispered in her ear, barely audible. Kong Ru is currently suffering from poison, in excruciating pain. Only I can save her. Do you think she will protect you or herself? These words felt like an invisible hand gripping Shuang'er's throat tightly. Yi Chu Tang kicked Shuang'er, who was still injured, and blood stained her light-colored clothes. Tell me, what did you say to Kong Ru to make her trust you again? Shuang'er knew that whether she told the truth or not, there would be no good outcome. If she remained silent, she would die now. If she spoke, she could buy a few more days. As long as she was alive, there was a chance for a turnaround. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and decided to speak the truth. I told the lady that I wanted to become the young master's concubine, and that the young master's bad reputation was because you threatened the master with the young master's life, forcing him to give up on the young master. Yi Chu Tang smiled and said, Kong Ru will find out about this easily. Your telling her doesn't mean much, so what else did you say? Under the mounting pressure, Shuang'er lowered her head, afraid to meet her gaze. She couldn't tell the truth, biting her lip tightly until she tasted blood. Shuang'er, my patience is limited. Yi Chu Tang's words hit Shuang'er like a heavy hammer, making it hard for her to breathe. The overwhelming pressure forced her to speak the truth. I also said that you can't cure the young master at all, and that you forced the master to give up on the young master to take revenge on the late lady. After speaking, she was so scared that she bowed her head and apologized to Yi Chutang. Miss, I was blinded by wealth and made a mistake. I beg you to spare me this time for my honesty. She was truly scared, her head repeatedly, causing blood to flow. Yi Chutang grabbed Shuang'er's shoulders, looking at her blood-stained face, and clicked her tongue. Kong Ru believed your words and allowed you to be Yi Anji's concubine, but she must have conditions. What does she want you to do to me? Blood filled Shuang'er's eyes, making everything look red. Yi Chutang, with a cold expression, appeared to her like a terrifying figure from Madam wants me to keep an eye on you and report your movements. But now, she was overwhelmed with endless chores and couldn't watch Yi Chutang at all. Yi Chutang knew Shuang'er wouldn't lie. It seemed Kong Ru hadn't thought of a way to deal with her yet and was waiting for an opportunity. She told Shuang'er, get up and continue your work. Report any news from Kong Ru to me immediately. Yes, I understand. Don't think about escaping. I can ensure you won't wake up before your fake death. Just as Shuang'er was about to rise, Yi Chutang's words frightened her back to her knees. How could the miss know that Madam wanted her to fake her death to escape her contract? I don't understand what you're saying. Your act is too obvious. After saying this, Yi Chutang walked over to Sana, looking at the pork soup simmering in the pot, and said, go call Hongxiu to eat. Yes, Mississippi. As Sana left the kitchen, she deliberately stepped on Shuang'er's bloodied hand. Yi Chutang noticed her little action and smiled. Then, while Shuang'er was in pain, she added some spirit water to the pot. Besides Shuang'er, who was seeking glory, and Lure, who had already eaten in the big kitchen, the 5 of them sat around the table. After resting for 2 to 3 days, Hongxiu felt much better. Her tongue had healed, and her appetite increased. The soup was especially delicious, and they drank it all. After the meal, Yi Chutang gave Jun'er acupuncture treatment. Lure went to the kitchen to prepare medicine. After the acupuncture, Yi Chutang stood up to go to the Liuli courtyard. Hongxiu caught up, speaking with a swollen tongue. Miss, I feel much better and shouldn't stay in your room anymore. I want to sleep in the East Ear room. The East Ear room was a large dormitory that could accommodate 5 or 6 maids. Yi Chutang called Sana, arrange a bed for Hongxiu in the East Ear room. After saying this, she left. When she arrived at the Liuli courtyard, Kong Ru had already fainted from pain. Yi Jingchuan paced at the gate, eagerly waiting. When he saw Yi Chutang, he quickly approached her. Chuer, why did you come so late? Do you want me to leave if you think I'm too fast? Yi Jingchuan paused and quickly changed his words. You can come whenever you want. As long as Kong Ru is in pain for a while, it's fine as long as she doesn't die. He asked again, how is Jun'er? He has taken medicine and poison for 5 years. His health is completely ruined. It will take at least 1.5 years for him to get better. Sure, you worry too much. Jun'er is a good child. Unfortunately, he didn't have a good mother and father. After Yi Chutang finished speaking, she entered Kong Ru's room. A strong smell of blood hit her, making her frown. Kong Ru's 2 personal maids immediately knelt before Yi Chutang, bowing their heads to the ground. Please, miss, save the lady. Yi Chutang walked to the bed and looked at the pale Kong Ru, taking out silver needles to pierce 2 acupoints. Kong Ru slowly opened her eyes, her murky gaze filled with pain. As her vision focused, she recognized Yi Chutang. Save me. Her voice was dry and hoarse, trembling from the pain in her stomach. Yi Chutang coldly stared at Kong Ru and asked, why did my mother give birth early? Before Kong Ru could speak, Chun Tao and Xiuhua jumped in. Madame Ting tripped and fell. Yi Chutang kicked the 2 away, sending them crashing against the wall, unconscious. Yi Jingchuan was startled and quietly stepped back. Kong Ru was frightened by Yi Chutang's ruthlessness, curling up her trembling body from the pain. Yi Chutang pinched Kong Ru's chin, forcing her to meet her gaze. What are you afraid of? You caused my brother's death. Has he come to you in dreams to seek revenge? This remark brought Kong Ru back to the moment she plotted for Tang wanting to fall and give birth prematurely. She knelt in the delivery room, outwardly praying for Tang Wanning and her child to be safe, while secretly hoping for a tragic outcome. In the end, Tang Wanning gave birth to her first son before losing consciousness. Fortunately, the baby had been trapped inside for too long and was somewhat suffocated, not crying immediately. Being born too early, he was only the size of a palm, covered in blood, and his body appeared bruised. He looked quite terrifying. The midwife, already bribed, under her instruction, told everyone that Tang Wanning had given birth to a stillborn. She smothered the baby and handed him over to Yi Jingchuan, pretending to be heartbroken. Yi Jingchuan hated Tang Wanning for causing the death of his first son and considered the stillborn unlucky, so he ordered Steward Chen to throw the baby into the river, erasing his existence. That night, she had a nightmare about a ghostly baby demanding a life, waking up several times. This continued for several days. She was too scared to sleep and became extremely thin and worn out. Luckily, she was good at pretending, so everyone thought she was just sad for Tang Wanning. As time passed, the nightmares no longer affected her. She poisoned Tang Wanning, ending her life early and taking her place as the main lady. Kong Ru recalled the past briefly and met Yi Chu Tang's gaze calmly. I have never harmed anyone, so I don't have nightmares. Yi Chu Tang tightened her grip on Kong Ru's chin, smiling eerily, like a creature from I have a drug that makes people tell the truth. After saying this, she blocked Yi Jingchuan's view, took out a syringe from her space, and injected the clear liquid into Kong Ru. She returned the empty syringe to her space and released Kong Ru's chin. Kong Ru fell onto the bed, her eyes losing focus rapidly, and her tense body relaxed. Tell me, how did you make my mother fall and give birth early? Kong Ru's pale lips moved. I pretended to befriend Tang Wanning to gain her trust, bribed her maid, and used a small stone to make her slip and give birth early. The maid picked up the stone, and no one suspected anything. It was winter, and there was frost on the ground, so slips were common and no one doubted it. Yi Jingchuan only knew that Tang Wanning's death was caused by Kong Ru, but he didn't realize she was also responsible for the early birth. He strode to the bedside, glaring at Kong Ru with gritted teeth. Wanning's early birth wasn't an accident. Kong Ru, now devoid of self-awareness, answered expressionlessly. No, it was my plan. Yi Jingchuan was furious and wanted to strangle her. Back then, he had fallen out of love with Tang Wanning because she wouldn't let him marry a secondary wife. But he was very much looking forward to his legitimate son. When he learned that the baby was stillborn, he felt frustrated and angry. He often blamed Tang Wanning, accusing her of being careless and causing the death of his legitimate son. And now, the truth was revealed. Yi Chu Tang ignored the hypocritical Yi Jingchuan and asked Kong Ru, was my brother stillborn? When Yi Jingchuan heard Yi Chu Tang's question, his heart skipped a beat, and he turned to look at her. Jun'er, what do you mean by that? Yi Chu Tang ignored him and recalled the details about the original lady's childbirth that Jin Ji had told her. Back then, Tang Wanning had accidentally fallen and given birth early. Yu was worried about her and the baby, so she immediately left the house to find Dr. Xue. Jin Ji stayed close by, watching over her. Tang Wanning was in critical condition due to severe bleeding during childbirth. Jin Ji had to leave temporarily to find a century-old ginseng in the storeroom to save her life, while waiting for Dr. Xue to arrive. By the time she found the ginseng, the eldest son had already been born, and Tang Wanning had fainted from exhaustion. The midwife said the baby had been trapped for too long and was stillborn. Jin Ji confirmed that the little prince was indeed purple all over, without breath or pulse. Yi Chu Tang, upon hearing this, raised a question. Aunt Jean, you didn't see my brother being born. How can you be sure he wasn't smothered after birth? This led to her earlier question. At that moment, Kong Ru did not respond immediately as she had before. This was her deepest secret, and she instinctively did not want to reveal it. Yi Chu Tang noticed that Kong Ru was struggling against the effects of the truth serum, realizing her suspicions were correct. She took out a silver needle and pricked it into Kong Ru's pressure point. Tell me, was my brother born stillborn? Kong Ru convulsed in pain, her muddled thoughts completely unraveling. No, I smothered him. The eldest son could only be born from my body. Yi Chu Tang suppressed her rising anger and asked again. Did you cause my mother's death? Yes, I put slow-acting poison in her food, making her feel depressed until she withered away. The amount of poison Kong Ru used was so small that it couldn't be detected. Everyone believed that Tang Wanning had suffered due to complications from childbirth, that the loss of her son had hit her hard, and that caring for her sickly daughter had caused her to pass away at a young age. In truth, if it weren't for Kong Ru, she could have stayed with her daughter for another 3 to 5 years. Yi Chu Tang looked at Kong Ru, whose lips were turning purple from the poison, her gaze icy. Your remaining days will be spent in. After saying this, she turned to Yi Jingchuan, cold and distant. Now that you know Kong Ru killed my mother and my brother, and that she has repeatedly tried to harm me, do you still want to give my mother's dowry to Yinling? Yi Jingchuan was taken aback. Chu heir, Ling heir is marrying Lord Da. The dowry cannot be too meager. Yi Chu Tang laughed mockingly. Her dowry is your and Kong Ru's responsibility, not my mother's. But now everyone knows your mother was kind and treated all equally. If you take back Ling heir's dowry, people will surely criticize you behind your back. Then let the truth be known to all. I believe everyone will understand me. Family matters should not be aired in public. Although Yi Jingchuan was also heartbroken over the death of the eldest son and wished to kill Kong Ru in anger. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Her eyes bulged, and she felt darkness closing in as her body temperature quickly dropped. The sensation of dying was like being dragged into a cold, hopeless abyss. Just when she thought she would die, Yi Chu Tang suddenly let go of her. Kong Ru gasped for air, the oxygen stinging her lungs, causing her to cough up blood again. After finally catching her breath, Yi Chu Tang covered her mouth and nose once more. After several near-death experiences, the weak Kong Ru fainted.
Splash.
A bucket of cold water was thrown on her face, waking her up. She had been tortured to the point where she had no strength left to resist. Chuer, are you crazy? Yi Chu Tang tossed the bucket aside and chuckled softly. It's hard to breathe when someone covers your mouth and nose, right? My brother felt the same way before he died. These words made Kong Ru's hair stand on end, her nerves tense. She stammered, your brother suffocated in your mother's.
Slap.
Yi Chu Tang interrupted her with a sharp slap. Forgot? I told you I have a drug that makes people tell the truth. So I know you suffocated my brother and poisoned my mother. Kong Ru's face was swollen, her speech unclear. I didn't do it, it wasn't me. It's fine if you don't admit it. It won't affect what I have to do. After saying this, Yi Chu Tang took out a pill from her space and forced it into Kong Ru's mouth. Welcome to. The pill Yi Chu Tang gave Kong Ru was not an antidote for the poison. It was a poison that countered the first one. This poison could temporarily suppress the effects of the previous poison but would not ease the symptoms. The effects kicked in quickly, doubling the pain. It felt like a stick was stirring in her stomach, and her head was being hammered. She rolled off the bed onto the floor, suffering immensely. Yi Chu Tang ignored her and returned to Ning Chuyuan. Shuang'er, who was waiting in the yard, rushed over. Miss, you're back. I'll help you bathe. I can do it myself, you go rest. Noticing Yi Chu Tang's fatigue, Shuang'er quickly said, I'm feeling much better. I can handle this. All right, you can help. Soon, the bathtub was filled with water and sprinkled with flower petals. Yi Chu Tang took off her hairpin and said, Shuang'er, go rest. I'll finish up. Your servant takes her leave. Before resting, she brought in a bucket of cold water for Yi Chu Tang to rinse the tub afterward. Once Shuang'er left, Yi Chu Tang undressed and soaked in the tub. As the warm water enveloped her body, she sighed in comfort. Taking a bath really helps me relax. Jean Ji wanted to help Yi Chu Tang wash, but she refused. Aunt Jean, you should rest early. I can wring my hair myself. The dry towel in the room is much better than the cotton cloth from ancient times. Jean Ji stood behind the screen and did not leave. Miss, what happened in the Lioli courtyard? You look unhappy. Hearing this, Yi Chu Tang leaned on the edge of the tub and looked at the blurry figure of Jean Ji behind the screen, hesitating whether to tell the truth. Aunt Jean, I'm here. If you want to say something, just go ahead. I've seen a lot in my life. After hearing this, Yi Chutang decided to tell Jinji the truth. I'll tell you after my bath. Okay, I'll wait. After Yi Chutang finished her bath and came out of the clean room, she saw Jinji making clothes. Aunt Jean, it's too dark to sew at night. It can hurt your eyes.
Don't worry, Mississippi.
My eyes are fine. She wanted to make clothes for the young lady, but during the day she had to pretend to be crazy, so she could only work slowly at night. Yi Chutang stepped forward and took the fabric from Jinji's hands. Aunt Jean, this fabric isn't very good. Once you're feeling better, I'll buy some high-quality fabric for you. Jinji knew the young lady said this because she didn't want her to work too hard. She put down her needle and thread and asked, Miss, what do you want to tell me? Yi Chutang got straight to the point. Aunt Jean, my brother wasn't stillborn. He was smothered by Kong Ru. My mother didn't just run out of strength. She was poisoned by Kong Ru. As soon as Jinji heard this, tears streamed down her face. She covered her mouth with one hand and pounded her chest with the other, crying heart-wrenchingly. Oh no, it was all her fault. If she hadn't left for just a moment, the young master wouldn't have died. If she had been more careful, the young lady wouldn't have been poisoned and would still be alive. It felt like her heart was being pulled by many hands, causing her body to spasm in pain, wishing she could just die. Yi Chutang held Jinji, who was crying so hard she could barely breathe, and gently patted her back. Aunt Jean, don't blame yourself. Kong Ru intended to harm others. You couldn't have stopped it. We will take revenge for my brother and mother together. Miss, it's my fault for not knowing the truth all these years. I thought. It's not your fault. Kong Ru's schemes are too deep. My mother was too kind and couldn't compete with her. But I am not a good person. She can't outsmart me. Jinji gently pushed Yi Chutang away and shook her head. No, miss, you are the best person in the world. Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved the young master. If it were her, she would have taken her anger out on the innocent young master. Yi Chutang looked at Jinji, whose eyes were swollen from crying and whose lips were bitten. Aunt Jean, cheer up. It's time to hunt. I will make Kong Ru lose everything, be abandoned by everyone, and end up in a terrible fate. She wouldn't spare anyone from the Yi family except Qi Yanzhou. Hearing this, Jinji's spirits lifted, and she became determined. What does the young lady want me to do? First, take care of your health. If you don't, you won't be able to help me.
Go get some rest.
I understand. After Jinji went to sleep in the outer room, Yi Chutang dried her hair, lay down on the bed, and entered her space. She checked her merit points. Today, she had killed 4 people and injured 2, gaining a total of 34 points. Indeed, they all deserved it. She went to the resting area and looked at the ice leech and cold cicada on the dressing table. They need some care. After saying this, she took the 2 items and exited the space. After lighting a calming incense, Yi Chutang planned to leave the courtyard underground. She suddenly remembered that she might be watched by Qi Yanzhou's people, so she pried up the floorboards and left the room directly. Her first stop was the palace's ice cellar. The cold cicada loved the cold, so it was best to keep it in the ice cellar. Yi Chutang originally planned to visit the market in the morning to stock up on vegetables. But since she was at the palace, she couldn't miss the Imperial kitchen. It was already past the middle of the high hour, and the Imperial kitchen was still brightly lit, with the cooks busily preparing food. Some were preparing meals for the next morning, some were making nourishing dishes for the nobles, and others were preparing late-night snacks for the palace guards. Groups of people gathered to gossip. On the princess's birthday, the emperor will send the royal chefs. I hope I get chosen. Who wouldn't want to be chosen? There's at least 20 taels of reward. I heard the prince is throwing a big birthday banquet for the princess to help the Omping princess find a husband. Isn't the emperor also urging the Chun prince to choose a princess? They're a perfect match. Nonsense. The princess is not worthy of the Qin prince at all. After listening to a few exchanges, Yi Chutang went to the storage room of the Imperial kitchen. The storage room was large and divided into several sections: grain and oil, dry goods, fruits and vegetables, seafood, snacks, poultry, raw meat, cooked food, and seasonings. Each section was further categorized and neatly arranged. Except for the fruits and vegetables and raw meat sections, which were almost empty due to daily deliveries, the other areas were mostly full. Yi Chudang smiled. Tonight will be a great harvest. With that, she collected everything from the storage room into her space, without changing anything. Although the seafood from the aquatic area and the live poultry from the farm will die once inside, they are still fresh when taken out for use. Yi Chutang glanced around the empty kitchen with satisfaction, preparing to leave. Suddenly, she heard a young apprentice complaining at the storeroom door. What kind of longevity method exists in this world? Master Zhang is clearly deceiving the emperor. I have practiced medicine for over 10 years, and this is the first time I've heard that making elixirs requires bird's nest. Dr. Kong, be careful with your words. If this gets out. Before the chef could finish, he opened the storeroom door. He looked at the empty room in panic and shouted, "Help! The storeroom has been robbed." Before the chef opened the storeroom door, Yi Chutang had already slipped away to the Ziyun Pavilion in the southeast corner of the palace. This was where Master Zhang lived. He was brought in by Da to guide the emperor in seeking immortality and alchemy. Thanks to Qi Yanzhou's layout of the palace, Yi Chutang was very familiar with the Ziyun Pavilion structure. As she was about to emerge from the medicinal field to the south, she was overwhelmed by a strong smell of blood and the stench of decaying bodies, causing her to delve deeper underground. Her fingertips touched the damp soil, sensing the entire underground of the Ziyun Pavilion. The medicinal field was nourished by blood and rotten flesh, and there were many children's bones in the lotus pond. The entire Ziyun Pavilion was a massive soul-locking formation. However, the person who set up the formation was only a novice in Taoist practices, and the formation was flawed. This meant that Master Zhang was a deceitful murderer. Yi Chutang peeked out from under a locust tree in the northwest corner. The tree was planted next to the alchemy room. The alchemy room was brightly lit and stifling hot. The scent of herbs mixed with the smell of blood wafted out, making her feel nauseous. Yi Chutang looked through the door. 2 apprentices were sitting in front of the furnace, tending to the fire, while 4 others were grinding medicinal materials. Among the ordinary herbs, there were also the white bones of infants. The group chatted while they worked. Is Master Zhang harmonizing yin and yang again? I really envy that. Envy? Those women are not simple. You probably can't handle it. That's true. They actually use baby bones to make powder for their faces to maintain their beauty. That's nothing. I've even seen them eat little hearts.
Ye Chantang's fists clenched.
Beasts. She used her earth-based powers to flip the large furnace. The furnace toppled over, crushing the 2 apprentices tending the fire. The burning wood fell out, igniting the dry alchemy room. Run. The apprentice grinding herbs had just started to speak when Yi Chutang silenced him. The remaining 3 were terrified. Before they could call for help, their throats were cut. The merit value increased by 289. This number shocked Yi Chutang. She didn't expect that the 6 young apprentices could bear so much sin. The northern Qin kingdom must perish. After saying this, she vanished into the ground and went to the ascending tower where Master Zhang was. The ascending tower has 19 floors. The first 18 floors are decorated with terrifying images of designed to resemble itself. The 19th floor depicts the paradise of ascension to immortality. It symbolizes that if one climbs through the 18 layers they can purify their soul and gain eternal life. Master Zhang was not at the top floor seeking wisdom. Instead, he was indulging on the first floor. He had chosen 18 stunning women to bear the sins for the emperor while secretly enjoying their company. Yi Chutang pushed open a corner of the floor on the first level and lit the strongest incense. In less than half a stick of incense, Master Zhang and the 18 women were all knocked unconscious. Yi Chutang emerged from beneath the floor and transferred the sins of the 18 layers onto the 18 women. The horrors depicted in each layer matched the tragic fates of the women. As for Master Zhang, he was left without heirs, hanging at the top of the 19th floor. When the palace guards and the Imperial Forest Army came to investigate, they found 4 glowing blue characters floating above the ascending tower. Demonic path destroys kingdom. These words were written by Yi Chutang using alcohol on transparent gauze, igniting it to form the message. In the dim light of night, only the burning words were visible, not the gauze itself. Then, she used her earth-based powers to create a small earthquake. In the chaos, she removed the nearly burnt-out gauze and vanished into the ground, sneaking into the Imperial study to steal the royal seal. Afterward, she returned to the Ministry of Personnel. Yi Chutang did not kill Master Zhang for 2 reasons. First, because he had a close relationship with the emperor, which affected the fate of the kingdom. Second, even if she killed him, there would still be Master Li and Master Wang. She couldn't control the fate of the kingdom, but she could do her best. The next day, before dawn, the Imperial kitchen was completely ransacked, and news of Master Zhang being a demon and the return of the 18 layers of had spread throughout the capital. Due to the theft of the royal seal, the emperor unusually held an early court session. He looked at Qi Yanzhou, his face dark with anger. Prince Chen, why has there been no news from your investigation into the ghost thief? After stealing from the Longevity Palace, the Imperial kitchen and the royal seal, was the next step to steal his head? Qi Yanzhou bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, the ghost thief appears and disappears without a trace. I am just a mere mortal and truly powerless. The emperor slammed his palm on the armrest of the dragon throne, his eyes blazing with fury. What do you mean by that, Prince Chen? Your Majesty, it is impossible for a person to steal so many things from the palace in such a short time. I suspect. Qi Yanzhou paused intentionally, and the emperor angrily commanded, continue. I suspect it was done by a powerful person who has a grudge against Master Zhang. The emperor turned to Da, what do you think? Da recalled the secret letter he received last night, glanced at Qi Yanzhou, and agreed with him. I believe what the prince said makes sense. As soon as he said this, the officials were stunned. Did the emperor mean to use Da's words to punish the prince? Why was Da suddenly speaking in favor of him? They were unsure whether to refute or agree, lowering their heads in silence. The emperor coldly questioned, makes sense? Da nodded, Your Majesty, my birthday palace was emptied in just a quarter of an hour during the day, and the kitchen storage was cleared in the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. This is indeed beyond human capability. The implication was that since the ghost thief was not human, they could not be tracked down. If the prince were punished because of this, the people would surely think the emperor was targeting him. Qi Yanzhou said, Your Majesty, I did not catch the ghost thief, and I admit my failure. I am willing to accept a punishment of 6 months' salary. This gave the emperor a way out. That is reasonable. After saying this, the emperor looked at the officials. My dear ministers, what do you have to say about the demonic path destroying the nation? Qi Yanzhou had long wanted to eliminate the troublemaker Master Zhang, and now that the opportunity was before him, he would not let it slip away. Your Majesty, with you in charge of the Northern Star Kingdom, it will surely prosper. The talk of destruction is merely a rumor, but the matter of the 18 hells has spread. Only by eliminating Master Zhang can we calm the people's hearts. The Crown Prince shared Qi Yanzhou's view on Master Zhang. Father, the people see demonic path destroying the nation as a warning from heaven. If we do not eliminate Master Zhang, we cannot give the people an explanation. The second prince, who was close to Master Zhang, wanted to protect him. Father, Master Zhang could never commit such an act. He must have been falsely accused by enemies. If he wanted to harm you, why would he work so hard to refine elixirs for you and seek immortality? As the 2 favored princes spoke, the ministers immediately expressed their opinions and began to argue. Some supported the crown prince, while others sided with the second prince. The 2 factions argued fiercely, each refusing to back down. The emperor asked, what is your opinion? The emperor was concerned not just about the words demonic path destroying the nation. He cared more about dying in the 18 layers of where 18 maidens would bear his sins. The maidens represent desire, showing that Master Zhang had been deceiving him all along. and Master Zhang was brought in by the Duke of Da. The Duke sensed the Emperor's coldness from his words. However, he was not afraid of the Emperor's anger and casually bowed in greeting. The Emperor knows best about Master Zhang's abilities. I believe he was set up by his enemies, which led him to associate with the maidens. It seems someone wants to disrupt the Emperor's path to enlightenment and block his journey to immortality. He certainly knew that Master Zhang was a man of pleasure, indulging with the maidens every night. But what did it matter? He had control over the palace, and the Emperor was merely a figurehead. The Emperor thought about how his health had improved day by day since he began his practices, feeling invigorated even after spending nights with multiple women. Moreover, the country was thriving and there had been no major issues in governance, so he believed it. The ghost thief is audacious, harming our master and jeopardizing our fortune, truly a grave crime. Issue an imperial decree. Whoever captures the ghost thief will be rewarded with 10,000 gold. Qi Yanzhou felt a sinking feeling as he saw how easily the Duke had manipulated the Emperor. Still, he pressed on. Your Majesty, regardless of the truth, the people firmly believe in the miracles. If Master Zhang is not dealt with, any future incident will lead the people to think of demonic paths destroying the nation. He spoke delicately, but the Emperor sensed the threat. If Master Zhang was not punished, any disasters would be blamed on him. Master Zhang is a practitioner. If he is wrongfully accused and I do not seek justice for him but take his life, that is not the action of a wise ruler. Does the Prince of Qin want me to be a foolish king? With that heavy accusation, Qi Yanzhou was left speechless. I am foolish. Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor set aside his displeasure and said, Prince of Qin, you continue to investigate the ghost thief. I will assign the second prince to thoroughly look into Master Zhang's matter. Upon hearing this, everyone understood that the Emperor intended to protect Master Zhang. Officials from the second prince's faction immediately praised, Your Majesty is wise. The Emperor turned to the Minister of Works, Gu Yuanshan, Minister Gu, immediately select a site to rebuild the Xian Pavilion. The alchemy room was burned, and the ascending tower was destroyed, which was inauspicious and needed to be rebuilt. Gu Yuanshan stepped forward to accept the order. I will obey. Afterward, he looked at Yi Jingchuan. I wonder if Minister Yi can allocate funds from the Ministry of Works? In recent years, the Emperor, obsessed with seeking longevity, had continuously built temples, prayed for blessings, and purchased alchemy materials, gradually depleting the treasury. If it weren't for the recent tax increases and confiscating some officials' and merchants' properties, they might have already been unable to pay salaries. But the Emperor did not know this, as the had always painted a rosy picture. Yi Jingchuan now felt a headache whenever someone asked the Ministry of Revenue for money. However, he understood the importance of Xiang to the Emperor and dared not speak against it. Your Majesty, the Ministry of Revenue can only provide 10,000 taels of silver to the Ministry of Works. Gu Yuanshan replied, Is Minister Yi joking? This amount is not enough to buy the wood needed to build Xiang. The wood for building Xiang was the expensive golden silk Nanmu. The Emperor looked displeased at Yi Jingchuan. Are you dissatisfied with my plan to rebuild Xiang? Yi Jingchuan immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have no such intention, it's just. He was about to mention the empty treasury and that they had to wait until after the autumn harvest to replenish it with tax revenue when he was interrupted by the Your Majesty, do not be angry. Minister Yi is considering your position. The rumors of demonic forces destroying the country are rampant, and it is indeed not the right time to spend heavily on rebuilding Xiang, as it could harm your reputation and lose the people's trust. The Emperor disliked the term people's trust the most. He was the ruler of the nation. Why should he care about what the commoners thought? I seek immortality and wisdom for the sake of all people. If your Majesty is truly devoted to the people, they will naturally appreciate you. Once the second prince clears Master Zhang's name, Xiang will not only be rebuilt, but will be even better. Yi Jingchuan felt darkness before his eyes. Even if they emptied the treasury, they could not build a Xiang. But delaying for a while was good. Once he became a noble, he would no longer be the Minister of Revenue. Although the emperor looked down on the common people, he understood the principle that water can carry a boat and also capsize it. I give you 5 days to resolve the rumors. The second prince, whose surname was Zhao, was named Chang'an. Yes, father. The emperor did not rest well last night. After dealing with urgent matters, he dismissed the court. After the civil and military officials submitted their memorials they left the Golden Yuan Hall and returned to their residences. Officials gathered in small groups, discussing the ghost thief. What does the ghost thief want? Not only stealing, but also killing. He clearly has a grudge against Master Zhang. If the emperor protects the national teacher, will it anger him? What if it does? The emperor is a true dragon of the heavens. Whether he is a ghost or a god, he must hold back. I hope they can catch the ghost thief soon, otherwise, the next one to be robbed might be us. On the road to Qian Palace, listening to the discussions of the officials, a sense of powerlessness arose in his heart. These people clearly knew that Master Zhang was a disaster for the country and deserved to die, yet they did not dare to speak a word. Not even a thief.
Ning Tuyuan.
Achoo. Yi Chutang was just about to leave when she sneezed. Danner asked with concern, Miss, are you feeling unwell? Should we call a doctor? Yi Chutang smiled and gently ruffled Danner's hair. Thinking of someone can make you sneeze. It means someone is missing me. Miss, please be careful with your words. If someone hears you, they might think you. Yi Chutang interrupted. Think I'm lovesick? Danner blushed and replied, Miss, please don't say such things in the future. All right, I won't come back for lunch. As Yi Chutang was leaving the minister's residence, she was stopped by Yi Yanzhou. His injuries were still visible, and he walked with a limp. Stop. Quickly give my mother the antidote. His eyes showed no desire, only anger. The Wenba Academy was not far from the Liuli courtyard. All night, his mother had been in pain, making it impossible for him to sleep. Seeing Yi Yanzhou looking irritated and yawning repeatedly, Yi Chutang knew he wasn't really concerned about Kongru. She took out a black pill from her space and put it in Yi Yanzhou's mouth. You just took Duanchang-san. In 3 days, you'll be in as much pain as Kongru. Yi Yanzhou widened his eyes in disbelief. Are you crazy? He immediately tried to gag himself. Yi Chutang quickly broke his wrist and knocked him to the ground. Remember, all your suffering is because of your mother. Once Yi Anling gets married, if you can kill Kongru, I'll give you the antidote. By the way, keep the poisoning quiet. Don't ruin my reputation, or you won't get the antidote. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Yanzhou, who was pale with fear, and smirked. Did Kongru not say that the legitimate firstborn must come from her? She was curious about Kongru's expression when she learned that her firstborn would have to kill her to survive. There's only one antidote left. Who will live, you or Kongru? After throwing this life-and-death question at Yi Yanzhou, she left the minister's residence and headed to the poetry house. Striking while the iron is hot, she aimed to rise to the top of the literary circle, where her words would carry weight. From now on, anyone who wanted to harm her would have to consider the consequences of offending all the scholars and writers. On the way, Yi Chutang heard the people discussing demonic paths destroying nations and the 18 layers of. When the 18 layers of descend upon the world, the demonic path will surely be torn apart. Immortality is just a myth. Now that miracles are happening, the emperor will surely awaken. I can't see that. Just as the questioning voice appeared, someone ran over from the palace, shouting, The morning court has started. I heard a rumor that the emperor not only did not execute Master Zhang, but also had the second prince clear his name. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Did you hear wrong? The heavens have given a warning. How could the emperor protect a sorcerer? Yes, this is about the nation's survival. Even if the emperor is foolish, he can't. The shouting man pointed toward the city gate. The Imperial edict has been posted. The ghost thief not only stole from the royal kitchen but also framed Master Zhang as a sorcerer. Whoever catches him will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold? Is that true? Of course it's true. The Imperial edict is right there at the city gate. Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang felt a bit regretful. She had been busy for a quarter of an hour last night, thinking she could use the Emperor's hand to deal with the sorcerer, but it turned out to be in vain. But that's okay. Since the Emperor has money, she would visit the treasury tonight. Arriving at the poetry hall, the attendant respectfully welcomed Yi Chutang inside. "Miss Yi, our dean would like to see you. I wonder if you are available?" The dean of Huading Academy is not someone everyone can meet. His initiative to see Yi Chutang confirms her talent and his desire to befriend her. This is a shortcut to fame, and Yi Chutang naturally would not refuse. "Of course I'm available, but I would like to try today's topic first. Miss Yi, please." Today's topic at the poetry hall was special. Write a line of poetry related to people's livelihoods. Yi Chutang picked up her brush and wrote, "The rich feast rots behind red gates, while frozen bones lie on the road." She originally wanted to write a poem satirizing the manipulation of Emperor Qin by Zhao Gao, but felt it was too direct and might bring her trouble, so she abandoned that idea. The attendant did not hand Yi Chutang's poem to the teacher, but held it and led her to the 5th floor of the poetry hall. The 5th floor was mainly about musical instruments. As soon as they reached the top, Yi Chutang heard music resembling flowing water and high mountains. Curiously, she asked, "Can the instruments on the 5th floor be played?" The attendant explained, "Only those who have repaired ancient scores are qualified to play. Today, the dean is performing." "What kind of person is your dean?" "A great scholar of our time, with excellent knowledge and character, who enjoys making friends through literature." While speaking, the attendant had already brought Yi Chutang to the music room. The door to the music room was closed, and many music enthusiasts stood outside, occasionally commenting. Just as the attendant was about to knock, Yi Chutang stopped him. "There's no rush. Let's wait for Dean's song to finish playing." As soon as she finished speaking, the music stopped. A pleasant male voice came from the music room. "Miss Yi, please come in." The attendant opened the door. A young man sitting directly across from the entrance stood up and greeted Yi Chutang with a respectful bow. "Song Jinyu greets Miss Yi. The dean of Huading Academy is the eldest son of the esteemed Song family, named Jian. Courtesy, named Jinyu." Yi Chutang bowed. "I am Yi Chutang, honored to meet Dean Song." "Miss Yi, there's no need for formalities. Please come in." Yi Chutang confidently entered the music room. After the attendant handed her poem to Song Jian, he turned and closed the door. The scholars outside discreetly moved away from the music room. A maid took away the guqin from the table, while a servant placed a cushion on the floor. Yi Chutang and Song Jian sat facing each other. "Did Dean Song need something from me?" Song Jian poured a cup of tea for Yi Chutang, saying, "You really resemble someone." Yi Chutang took the teacup. "Has Dean Song met my mother?" Song Jian shook his head. "No, but I have heard of your mother's good deeds."
Who do I resemble then?
"My younger brother, Song Jingning. If you met him, you would see the similarities in your features." It wasn't just the resemblance in appearance, but also in spirit and personality. Yi Chutang had naturally heard of Song Jingning's great reputation. The genius of the Song family, he wrote poetry at 3, debated scholars at 7, became famous at 10, and traveled to teach at 12, never returning home since. Yesterday, whether she was writing poetry, solving puzzles, or painting, she was compared to the extraordinary Song Jingning. She laughed and said, "There are countless people in the world, and many share similar features. Dean Song, you wouldn't be trying to matchmake for your brother, would you?" Considering their ages, both were 17. In ancient times, where marriage happened early, they were seen as older singles in need of pairing. Seeing that Yi Chutang misunderstood, Song Jian quickly explained, "If I caused Miss Yi to misunderstand, that is my fault." After saying this, he drank his tea in one gulp as an apology. Yi Chutang felt relieved that it wasn't a matchmaking attempt. She asked directly, "What does Dean Song wish to discuss with me?" "Miss Yi, your talent is remarkable, your knowledge is vast, and you have a clear and open mind. I would like to seek your guidance." And after that, Song Jian was quite surprised by Yi Chutang's sharpness. He replied honestly, "I would like to invite Miss Yi to be a female teacher at Huading Academy." The Song family had always wanted to establish a girls' school but had not found a talented and willing female teacher. Yi Chutang curiously asked, "Why does Director Song think I would agree?" Song Ziyan recited the poem Yi Chutang had just written. Miss Yi can write such poetry, which shows she cares about the world and wants to change the situation in Beichen. Director Song doesn't think that by educating a few scholars, they can uproot the decay in Beichen and revive the country. Does he? Of course not, but if everyone does a little, it can gather like water forming streams, streams joining into rivers, and rivers flowing into the sea. One day, the sea can overturn boats. Song Ziyan spoke gently, but Yi Chutang understood. If one day, the Beichen Empire were to collapse, the Song family would be willing to be the catalyst to overturn this hopeless situation. Director Song, do you think too highly of me? She just wanted to live her life well, not to be a savior. P.S. The female lead has a growth arc, and her great love will slowly reveal itself after her exile. Song Jian noticed that Yi Chutang did not want to be a female teacher. Miss Yi, do you have any concerns? Although society imposes many restrictions on women, and appearing in public can lead to criticism, he did not think Yi Chutang was the type to be bound by rules. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the poetry house. Yi Chutang took a sip of fine Biluakan tea and smiled brightly. Compared to teaching, I prefer freedom. In short, you're lazy. Song Ziyan chuckled at Yi Chutang's response. Miss Yi is truly insightful. Seeing clearly, letting go, and achieving freedom. She was absolutely right. That's only natural. Life is short, so one should enjoy it as much as possible. Song Ziyan's smile faded as he looked seriously into Yi Chutang's eyes. Miss Yi, in this world, no one can truly be carefree. You came to the poetry house to make a name for yourself, to rise higher and break free from constraints. I can help you. The condition is to become a female teacher at Huading Academy. Miss Yi, no matter how high you stand, you are still under the emperor's rule. In this world, no one can escape. The Song family had been established for hundreds of years and had witnessed 3 dynasties, understanding what needed to be done when the country declined and the people suffered. Only when the seas are calm and the ruler is wise can there be freedom. Yi Chutang set down her teacup and looked seriously at Song Jian. Director Song, everyone has their own way of living. How do you know that your freedom is the same as mine? Helping others is fine, but being a savior? Forget it. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Yi Chutang, Song Ziyan changed the subject. Song was too abrupt. I shouldn't have forced Miss Yi to make a choice. After saying this, he stood up and walked to an ancient zither. This is a zither recently acquired by the poetry house. I would like to try its sound if Miss Yi doesn't mind. Although Yi Chutang was not skilled in music, she had learned a bit. Song Jian had his own intentions, and so did she. Staying in this room longer would benefit her reputation. It is an honor for me to hear Director Song play. Song Ziyan placed the zither on the table, and a maid stepped forward to light incense, while a servant brought clean water for him to wash his hands. Once the preparations were complete, he tested the sound of the zither and began to play. It was a piece Yi Chutang had never heard before. It started quietly and peacefully, then became lively and cheerful, shifting to a sorrowful tone, followed by a powerful and grand finale. When Song Ziyan's hand pressed on the strings, silencing the lingering notes, applause and praise erupted from outside the zither room. He looked at Yi Chutang and asked, "What do you think, Miss Yi?" Yi Chutang honestly replied, "The zither is exquisite, and Director Song's skill is remarkable. The emotions in the music are rich, and you play very well." She could sense his love for the world. This zither. Yi Chutang realized Song Jian wanted to discuss its origins to persuade her further. She quickly interrupted, "This zither is wonderful. May I give it a try?" Song Jian turned the zither towards her and said, "Please, Miss Yi." Yesterday, Yi Chutang had made a stunning impression, but she had not touched on ancient texts or vocal music. No one doubted her literary skills, but they speculated whether singing was her weakness. So today, she wanted to surprise everyone. Yi Chutang washed her hands, tested the feel of the zither, and played a lively piece called Yangchun by Xue. Song Ziyan responded with a couplet, pure and clean, snow and bamboo shine, all things know spring, with gentle breezes. Miss Yi seems to suggest that winter will eventually give way to spring, and all things will revive. Yi Chudang did not answer but politely asked Director Song, may I play a piece on the pipa as well? Although Song Ziyan did not fully grasp her intentions, he agreed. Zigawei, go fetch the best pipa. Yes, sir. When the servant returned with the pipa, Yi Chudang said, don't close the door. Open the windows so everyone can listen. Sherman Maifu is a great piece, perfect for these scholars to appreciate. Song Ziyan sensed that the pipa piece Yi Chudang was about to play was not simple. He asked, do you want to perform on the high platform on the 5th floor, Missy? The poetry house had an open interior, adorned with countless poems, calligraphy, and artworks from both ancient and modern times. To make it easier for the attendants to hang things, each floor has a small suspended platform secured by 4 iron chains, with sturdy supports underneath.
Yechan tank nodet, okay.
After testing the sound of the pipa, she took it and went up to the high platform on the 5th floor. A maid brought over a comfortable chair. Song Ziyan had a servant notify everyone to open the windows of the poetry tower. Yi Chudang wanted to make a name for herself, so he would help her. In turn, she would help the poetry tower rise to new heights. Once seated, Yi Chudang plucked the strings of the pipa, and a fierce atmosphere emerged. With formation set and horn sounding, the clash of soldiers began, with swords flashing and life and death struggles unfolding. Listeners felt as if they were there, their blood boiling and hearts racing. Passing by the poetry tower, Qi Yanzhou stopped when he heard the music. He asked the doorman, who was playing the pipa. The young lady Yi, the doorman replied. Since Qi Yanzhou stopped being he hadn't attended any literary gatherings. Today, he broke that rule. After writing a poem about people's lives, he entered the poetry tower. As he stepped inside, the tune suddenly shifted from a battle theme. One side faced defeat, evoking deep sorrow. Many listeners were moved to tears. Song Ziyan watched Yi Chudang play passionately, feeling his heart stirred by her emotional performance. How could there be such a woman in the world, surpassing countless men? Just when he thought it was a mournful song, the tune suddenly rose, becoming passionate and grand. This was the celebration of the victorious side. Listeners shifted from sadness to joy, as if they had won a battle, cheering loudly. After finishing, Yi Chudang stood up and returned the pipa to Song Ziyan. After the servant took the pipa, Song Ziyan deeply bowed to Yi Chudang. What piece did you just play, Miss Yi? It was truly stunning. 10 sides ambushed, but I didn't compose it. I just learned a bit by chance. Miss Yi is too modest. In the entire North Star Kingdom, I doubt anyone can play better than you. This piece has its own rhythm and full emotions. As long as you don't make mistakes, it can have this effect. Afterward, Yi Chudang asked, does Director Song understand the meaning behind the 2 pieces I played? Song Ziyan nodded. Spring coming after winter is a beautiful thing, but it often requires great sacrifice. The flow of history cannot be stopped. He was willing to go with it, and those who didn't want to get involved were not wrong. Yi Chudang smiled and said, Director Song has great ambitions. I wish you success, but I am just a small woman and don't want to get too involved. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, the young servant knocked on the open door. Director, Miss Yi, Prince Chun has arrived. Since Qi Yanzhou stopped being Song Ziyan had no more interactions with him, so he was surprised by his sudden visit. He glanced at Yi Chudang before stepping outside to greet him. Greetings, Prince Chun. Qi Yanzhou raised his hand slightly. Mr. Song, there is no need for such formalities. I came for Miss Ye's pipa performance. Please, Prince Chun. After Qi Yanzhou entered the music room, Song Ziyan dismissed the maid and the young servant. He personally served tea and prepared to leave. Qi Yanzhou stopped him, saying, Mr. Song, you should stay. In broad daylight, he worried about being alone with Yi Chudang, as it might affect her reputation. He looked at Yi Chudang and asked, Miss Yi, do you sell the sheet music for the pipa piece you just played? I really liked it. I don't sell it, but I can give it to you. However, I can only play it, not write the sheet music, so you will need to hire a musician. She had looked at the score for this fictional dynasty yesterday and could barely understand a third of it, so she couldn't write it. Song Zian looked at Yi Chutang in surprise. He didn't expect her to play so well and yet not be able to compose music. Miss Yi, I can help write the music by ear. Qi Yanzhou declined. No need, Mr. Song. I will do it myself. He had also been a talented young man in his youth. Yi Chutang played ambush from 10 sides again at a slower pace. The sense of urgency diminished significantly, and it sounded quite charming. When she finished playing, Qi Yanzhou also completed his writing. He took out a jade pendant with a dragon pattern from his waist and handed it to Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, consider this a favor for me. If you ever need anything, take this jade pendant to the Prince Chen's residence, and I will surely help. Yi Chutang knew that this jade pendant represented Qi Yanzhou and was very valuable. She dared not accept it. Your Highness, there's no need to be so polite. Ambush from 10 sides was taught to me by someone else, so it doesn't count as a favor. Song Zian watched the two of them, one wanting to give and the other refusing, in shock. Does Prince Chen trust Miss Yi so much? He openly offered a jade pendant that signifies his status. Does Miss Yi not know the value of this jade pendant? How could she refuse it so directly? Seeing that Yi Chutang insisted, Qi Yanzhou put the pendant back at his waist. I am very grateful to receive Miss Yi's sheet music. If you need help, even without a token, the Prince Chen's residence will always welcome you. He said this using his internal energy, and people within a mile of the poetry building heard him. Yi Chutang knew that Qi Yanzhou was supporting her and helping her gain recognition. She accepted this favor and smiled, saying, I hope that day will not come. After speaking, she returned the pipa to Song Zian. If you two have no other matters, I will take my leave. After leaving the music room, Yi Chutang was surrounded by a group of people from Xianlu, seeking her advice. Noticing that Qi Yanzhou had not left, she guessed that he and Song Zian had something to discuss. She led the group away from the music room as the noisy voices faded into the distance. Qi Yanzhou looked at Song Zian and said plainly, Song brother, since the Song family's rule is to stay out of politics, you should not interfere in state affairs. Song Zian did not expect his actions to be discovered despite being so discreet. Your Highness, the Song family is certainly willing to be bystanders, but in today's world, how can we remain uninvolved? On the way back to the capital, Your Highness should have seen not a prosperous era, but the suffering of the people, right? Qi Yanzhou understood the people's hardships and the emperor's incompetence. However, the North Star Kingdom could not afford internal strife. Otherwise, external enemies would take advantage, and the people would suffer even more. Song brother, I have said all I can. Song Zian stood up to block Qi Yanzhou from leaving. He lowered his voice and said, Your Highness is well loved by the people. Have you considered? Before he could finish, Qi Yanzhou interrupted him. The Qi family is loyal to the country. Song Zian watched his departing figure, his expression unreadable. Prince Chen, you will change your mind. Yi Chutang spent the morning at the poetry building, helping scholars with their questions. Then she heard some news. Prince Chen proposed to eliminate rumors about slaying demons, angering the emperor, and was punished with a 6-month salary cut. She found it hard to understand. With Prince Chen's prestige and the 500,000 Qi family soldiers stationed across the land, he could easily change the regime. Yet, he chose to remain foolishly loyal and endure humiliation. Yi Chutang did not understand but respected his choice. After lunch, she left for Wanbao Pavilion. Today was the delivery date for custom jewelry, and 2 craftsmen had just completed a set. The hairpin was hollow, capable of hiding a deadly poison, and could be turned into a lethal weapon with a simple mechanism. The bracelet had a hidden compartment that could store 8 types of medicine, useful for both saving lives and causing harm, distinguished by its patterns. The pendant was a small but powerful rain needle, highly lethal. The modified sleeve arrows could hold more arrowheads and allow for single or multiple shots. Yi Chutang tested the effectiveness of the items, and they met her expectations. You did well. Keep it up. Make as many as you can, and I will add 20 won to your daily wages. The two craftsmen looked pleased. Miss Yi, we will never slack off. Their payment is calculated by the piece, so the more they do, the more they earn. Naturally, they won't be lazy. Yi Chutang asked, can we make it gold over iron? The cost of labor and materials is not an issue. With her status, wearing iron outside is not suitable. Yes, but it will take some time. That's fine. Just make 3 sets of everything except the sleeve sword.
Understood, monsieur.
After leaving Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Chutang changed her clothes in a secluded area, disguising herself as a rough, chubby man. She went to several nearby restaurants and ordered many signature dishes. She instructed the restaurant staff to deliver them to the back door of the second prince's residence at different times and warned them to be discreet. She would enjoy the rewards, while the second prince would be left in suspicion, achieving 2 goals at once. Yi Chutang then went to the grain shop, using the same method to have the shopkeeper send grain to the back door of the crown prince's residence. After finishing her tasks, she headed to Yingchun courtyard. Su Kong had already been taken home, but he would only be able to sit in a wheelchair from now on, and his reputation and future were ruined. If it weren't for the demonic path destroying the nation incident, Yi Amling would surely be the topic of discussion today. It was still early, and there were hardly any customers at Yingchun courtyard. The madam personally attended to her, saying this guest. Just as she started speaking, her collar was pulled open, revealing a glimpse of skin. Too old, not interesting, Yi Chutang said disdainfully, and turned to leave. The madam was about to get angry when she noticed a folded note stuck in her clothing. She quickly adjusted her collar, returned to her room, closed the door, and opened the note. Tell Prince Chun that the herbs from Ziyun Pavilion are nourished by blood and fed by decaying corpses, and the lotus pond is filled with the bones of children. Yi Chutang didn't want her efforts from last night to be in vain, so she planned to use Qi Yanzhou's hand to continue targeting Master Zhang. After reading the note, the madam realized that the rough, chubby man was the ghost thief. What amazing disguise skills! Such keen insight. Saying this, she immediately went to the secret room in the wine cellar. Not only did she pass on the note left by Yi Chutang, but she also added a line. Master, the ghost thief, has already discovered that Yingchun courtyard is your hidden property. When Qi Yanzhou received the message from the madam, it was already 15 minutes later. He was preparing to go to the royal palace's Ziyun Pavilion with his subordinates to check if the ghost thief had left any clues. After reading the message, his expression darkened. It wasn't that he was angry about the hidden property being discovered by the ghost thief, but rather that he was furious at the emperor for becoming so reckless in pursuit of immortality. His fists clenched tightly, the note in his hand turning to dust. Zhang Tianshir's fate is sealed. Qi Yanzhou raised his hand and let go of his fingers, allowing the white powder to scatter in the wind. He looked at his 4 trusted subordinates and said, 2 of you come with me to the palace, and the other 2 handle a task. After giving instructions, he added, Go, be discreet, and don't get caught. Yes, sir. Although Qi Yanzhou was a prince, he acted as the deputy minister of justice when on duty. He entered the palace with 2 subordinates, heading straight for Ziyun Pavilion. No one dared to approach Ziyun Pavilion due to the incident involving the 18 layers of. The seriously injured Zhang Tianshi was sent by the emperor to Jingnan Palace, the closest to the Imperial Medical Institute, for temporary residence. The second prince, Zhao Qing'an's men were busy covering up the scene to protect Zhang Tianshi. Upon seeing Qi Yanzhou, they casually greeted him with Prince Jin. They didn't take him seriously at all. Qi Yanzhou remained calm and looked towards the medicinal fields in the southern direction. I heard that Zhang Tianshi personally tended to those fields to create better elixirs for the emperor. The emperor rewarded him with many valuable items for his efforts. He believed that very few people knew about the unethical practices of nourishing the fields with blood and decaying corpses. Even the emperor was unaware. After speaking, he took his subordinates to the Tung Tian Tower to gather clues. Although the second prince's men were greedy and eager to learn about cultivating herbs, they also knew that Prince Chun and the second prince were at odds. So, any sudden remark from them was likely a trick. When Qi Yanzhou came out of the Tungtian Tower, he saw that the medicinal fields were intact. He wasn't surprised and told his subordinates check the fields. I'm worried that the ghost thief might target them. If the herbs are compromised, they can't be used to refine elixirs for the emperor. Yes, sir. Just as his subordinates were about to head to the fields, they were stopped by the second prince's men. Your Highness, there are no signs of damage to the fields, so there's no need to investigate. Humph. As if he didn't know. The surface reason was to check for issues, but the real aim was to investigate the cultivation methods. Qi Yanzhou's expression turned cold, exuding an intimidating aura. With the abilities of the ghost thief, if he wanted to do something, would he leave clues? Are you trying to obstruct my investigation of the fields and harm the emperor? With that accusation, the second prince's men were frightened and knelt down. Your Highness, we mean no harm. It's just that the second prince instructed us that the fields are of utmost importance to Xian Pavilion, and if an investigation is needed, it must be conducted by us. Fine. Since the second prince is willing to take responsibility, I won't investigate. Having achieved his goal, Qi Yanzhou took his subordinates to the burned alchemy room. The second prince's men immediately stood up. A few people discussed and decided to check the medicinal herb field. On one hand, they wanted to see if there were any problems, and on the other hand, they were interested in the planting techniques of the herbs. When they arrived at the edge of the field, they looked at the lush, shiny leaves and bright flowers of the herbs, their brows slightly furrowed. Why do I smell something strange? It has a bit of a foul odor? Yes, but the herbal scent is stronger. It might be some herbs that are both smelly and foul. Enough talk, let's quickly see how these herbs are grown. They immediately crouched down and began to dig into the soil, which was soaked with herbal juice and blood.
Ugh.
What is that smell? It's making me feel sick. It might be a special method used by Master Zhang for the herbs. Let's dig up one of each herb. Before the second prince's trusted aide could finish, he was startled by a handful of maggots that were unearthed.
Ah.
In the alchemy room, Qi Yanzhou heard the scream and smirked.
Got it.
He lightly touched the ground and used his skills to reach the edge of the herb field, focusing on the wriggling maggots below. It smells like a decaying corpse. Saying this, he grabbed the second prince's aide by the arm and helped him dig deeper. They pulled out a piece of completely rotten flesh, releasing a terrible stench. The aide could feel the maggots squirming in his hand and fainted from disgust. Qi Yanzhou released his arm and broke a branch. He used his inner strength to clear away a small patch of herbs, revealing a decaying corpse beneath the soil. The dirt was dark brown and emitted a nauseating smell of blood mixed with a hint of herbal scent. Seeing this scene, the second prince's followers were stunned. Qi Yanzhou told his subordinate, "Go to the Dali temple and call for help. You, go summon the palace guards to remove the herbs." After that, he turned to the second prince's aide. "You've done a great service for the second prince. Hurry and inform him." He then went to see the emperor. The emperor was about to take a medicinal pill when Da entered and announced, "Your Majesty, Prince Chun requests an audience." "What does he want?" "I do not know, Your Majesty." Although there were spies everywhere in the palace, Qi Yanzhou arrived too quickly for them to gather information. The emperor did not want to see Qi Yanzhou at all. "I will not see him." Da had to speak to him because Qi Yanzhou held the key information. "Your Majesty, Prince Chun is coming from Xian Pavilion." The emperor valued Xian Pavilion greatly and reluctantly nodded. "Let him in." "Announce Prince Chun." Da's sharp voice reached Qi Yanzhou's ears, and he immediately entered the emperor's chamber. When he caught a glimpse of the emperor eating a special pill, he deliberately slowed his steps. After the emperor finished taking the pill and drinking tea, he hurried over. "Your Majesty, the second prince's men found countless decayed bodies beneath the medicinal fields. The herbs needed for Master Zhang's alchemy are nourished by these bodies and blood." As soon as he said this, the expression changed slightly, and the emperor immediately felt sick. He threw the precious pillbox to the ground. "Duh, Summon the Imperial physician. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, he fainted. He ignored the emperor and approached Qi Yanzhou. Prince, I have helped you twice. When will you return what you owe me? Although Qi Yanzhou only mentioned having a clue, he felt that his lifeline was in his hands. How else could he describe it so vividly? Qi Yanzhou took out a portrait from his pocket and handed it to This is the ghost thief. If you want anything, just ask him. He did not betray the ghost thief, knowing that this face was a fake. He accepted the portrait with a cold snort. Finding the ghost thief is your task, Prince. My patience is limited. Do not play with fire. After saying this, he left the emperor's chamber and personally went to the Imperial hospital. He also planned to go to Jiangnan Palace to silence Master Zhang. Qi Yanzhou knew what they was going to do and did not stop him. Master Zhang had no ability to contend with being silenced was his only outcome. He glanced at the unconscious emperor and called for the attendant waiting outside the chamber. Take good care of the emperor. The physician will be here soon. Although the emperor was foolish, he could not die just yet. Otherwise, the struggle among the princes would lead to chaos, and the people would suffer. When Qi Yanzhou returned to Xian Pavilion, the palace guards had already pulled up all the herbs. Beneath the herbs were the decayed bodies of children. Further down were bones stained black with blood and medicinal juice. Anyone who had seen this horrific scene would be sickened. Qi Yanzhou felt a surge of anger. He only knew that the emperor was using the blood of young boys and girls for alchemy, but he was unaware that Master Zhang had gone so far as to harm so many children. For the first time, he thought about overthrowing the emperor. Qi Yanzhou looked at the lotus pond. In early summer, the pond was rather quiet, with only a few lotus leaves poking through the water, swaying in the breeze. The brilliant sunset shone on the shimmering lake surface, vibrant and fiery. Yet it could not hide the cold darkness beneath the water. He ordered the palace guards, drain the lotus pond. The guards felt extremely nauseous and really did not want to be disgusted again. Your Highness, we are still on duty and cannot leave our posts for 2.
Ugh. Long.
The palace guards report directly to the emperor, and Qi Yanzhou does not have the authority to make changes. Go find Commander, who? Before he could finish his sentence, people from the Dali Temple arrived. More than 20 individuals could smell the stench of decay from a distance. Upon entering Xian Pavilion and seeing the horrific scene, they struggled to hold back their nausea. Qi Yanzhou kept the 2 people he had sent out earlier and instructed the others to drain the lotus pond. The 3 avoided the second prince's men and arrived at the entrance of the ascending tower. Minister, the rumors about Master Zhang using blood and decaying bodies to grow herbs and killing children to refine pills have spread throughout the capital. The second prince's efforts to clear Master Zhang's name have also caused quite a stir, and the crown prince has taken the opportunity to fan the flames. The people have begun to resist the emperor's pursuit of immortality, led by students writing petitions. Those who lost their children have gone to the Jingzhou prefecture demanding answers. After hearing his subordinates report, Qi Yanzhou realized that the Song family was behind the scenes. His brows furrowed with concern that Song Xian's actions might bring trouble to the Song family. You all stay here and watch. I will return to the Dali Temple. Yes, Minister. Just as Qi Yanzhou was about to leave, Do arrived with the Imperial Guard. Your Highness, the Emperor's decree states that the case against Master Zhang for deceiving the Emperor will be handled by this office. I accept the order. Qi Yanzhou knew well that the Emperor and Do would try to minimize the negative impact caused by Master Zhang. Unfortunately, they would not succeed. This time, he intended to force the Emperor to issue a self-accusatory edict. He called his men who were draining the lotus pond to come ashore. Return to the Dali Temple. Yes, Minister. Each person who came ashore held a child's skull, placing it before the Imperial Guard. The skull was very white, with hollow, dark eye sockets and nose, giving a feeling of being dragged into an abyss when stared at. Do immediately averted his gaze and asked Qi Yanzhou. The children's remains from the lotus pond were just retrieved. How did this information spread so quickly? I have been inside the palace and do not know. After Qi Yanzhou finished speaking, he led his subordinates from the Dali temple away. De watched his retreating figure with a cold gaze. He felt there was some connection between Qi Yanzhou and the ghost thief. Noticing the hostile gaze, Qi Yanzhou paid it no mind. By the time he left the palace, night had completely fallen. The news of Master Zhang's suicide out of fear of punishment also spread from the palace. That cursed sorcerer is finally dead. I curse him to descend to the 18 layers of and never be reborn. The ghost thief is a good person. If it weren't for him, that evil sorcerer would have harmed many more children. The second prince actually wants to help the sorcerer escape blame. His heart deserves punishment. Seeking immortality? After causing so many deaths, he won't live long. He will only have a short life. I hope the people's petition will wake the emperor up. Yi Chutang walked through the streets, listening to the people's discussions, shaking her head. The people are too naive. The selfish emperor cares only for himself. He doesn't care about the lives of the people, so why would he care about the lives of those children? Right now, he's probably trying hard to distance himself from the situation, portraying himself as a victim. However, with Master Zhang dead, the people have learned of his evil deeds, which is a small relief. Yi Chutang returned to the Ministry of Rites in a good mood. As soon as she entered, Yanji knelt before her, crying heavily. Big sister, if you give me the antidote, I will serve you like a loyal servant for the rest of my life. He had been anxious all day, feeling faint and thinking he might die.
Ye chantan kiket ye anshieve.
If you want the antidote, there's only one way. After Yi Anling's wedding, you must kill Kong Ru. I'm not joking. With that, she stepped on Yi Anji's chest and left. Back in Ningqiuan, Jun'er and Luer were cooking dinner. Jinji and Hongxiu were playing with Jun'er.
Ye Chutang waved. Yuna, come here.
Big sister will check your pulse. Jun'er's face didn't look good, but he smiled happily. Big sister, today I practiced dances with Aunt Jean. Practicing is indeed a good way to strengthen your body, but you're too weak to practice for too long. After saying this, Yi Chutang checked Jun'er's pulse. Your pulse is stronger than before. You're recovering well. Big sister's medical skills are great. With such sweet words, I'll reward you with a bowl of corn porridge tonight. Yi Chutang said, and went to the kitchen. Jun'er and Lud approached and greeted her, Mississippi. Has anything happened in the house today? Jun'er replied, the lady called many doctors to the house, but they couldn't cure her stomach and headache. The master has entrusted the second young lady's wedding arrangements to the old lady. The second young lady visited the Kong family today and returned with 2 large boxes of wedding gifts, looking very happy. Yi Chutang glanced towards the courtyard and asked, Jun'er must know what I did to his mother, right? What was his reaction? She was willing to help, but only if it didn't cause her trouble. Luer immediately knelt down. Miss, please understand. The young master has been mistreated by the lady since he was little. He feels only fear towards her, not affection. The second young lady and the eldest young master watched the little young master's situation with indifference, and the little young master felt the same way. Although the little young master was only 5 years old, he was very perceptive and understood who was good and who was bad. Though the lady gave him life, she never treated him as a person, only as a tool for gaining favor. Sometimes, she even doubted whether the little young master was truly her biological child. Miss, you are the one who saved the little young master from a terrible situation. He will be grateful to you for life. Danner also said, Miss, I have been observing the little young master, and he showed no reaction to the lady's incident. Yi Chutang knew Danner wouldn't lie to her, so she nodded. That's good to hear. You all can cook. I will go rest in my room for a bit. Call me when it's ready. Back in her room, Yi Chutang did not rest, but instead went to the royal hot spring villa. Ice leeches thrive in warm environments, so keeping them in the hot spring was ideal. She placed the ice leeches in a fine mesh stainless steel cage and secured it at the spring's outlet. After finishing her task and leaving, she overheard some gossip related to herself. The royal hot spring villa is lively only in winter. Usually, it is only the palace guards who watch over it. Every month, palace maids and eunuchs come to clean. The villa is large, with over 20 hot spring courtyards, taking several days to clean, so the maids and eunuchs often stay for a few nights. Yi Chudang happened to encounter them. 4 palace maids chatted and laughed while carrying cleaning tools toward the largest hot spring pool. Did you hear? There will be a good show at the birthday banquet of the Princess Ivan. Could it be that the Prince Ivan plans to scheme against the Prince of Chun and make him the husband of the Princess Onping? Not that, guess again. It can't be that the Prince Ivan is planning a rebellion on that day, right? Don't talk nonsense. Even if the prince had bad intentions, he wouldn't have the courage to act on them. What is it then? Stop keeping us in suspense, and just tell us. One young maid spoke mysteriously. It's related to the legitimate daughter of Minister Yi. Yi Chudang stayed after hearing this. She hid behind a rockery in the southwest corner, listening closely. Is it the young lady Yi, who grew up in the countryside but has remarkable talent, able to sell a piece of calligraphy for 10 taels of gold? Yes, that's her. Do you want to know what will happen to her on the birthday of the Princess Ivan? Of course we do. Hurry up and tell us. The young maid extended her hand. This information is hard to come by. If you want to know, you need to pay. You money grubber. I knew you would want silver. Here, take it. 3 palace maids held out their hands, filled with silver coins. Can we talk now? Listen carefully. The emperor wants Prince Yin to scheme against Prince Chun, making him have a close relationship with Miss Yi, so they can arrange a marriage for her.
Ye Chan Tank.
Why does the emperor insist on pairing her with Prince Chun? Her unreliable father also encourages her to marry Prince Chun. These 2 old fools must have a hidden agenda. One curious maid asked,
Why?
Naturally, it's because Prince Chun repeatedly rejected the emperor's marriage proposal, angering him. The emperor wants to show him who's in charge. The emperor wanted to arrange a marriage between Prince Chun and the eldest daughter of the Minister of Revenue, but Prince Chun refused. So, he plans to make Prince Chun beg for a marriage proposal. This reason sounds reasonable, but Yi Chudang doesn't believe a word of it. Although the emperor is foolish, he isn't so shallow as to force her and Prince Chun together without a deeper purpose. Yi Chudang realized she had been thinking for a while, and since the maids didn't know the truth, she quietly returned to her room. Not long after, Jun'er knocked on the door. Miss, dinner is ready. Okay. Yi Chudang took out a bag of sweet corn kernels from her space, discarded the plastic packaging, wrapped it in a piece of coarse cloth, and left the room. She told the others waiting to eat, "You all go to the kitchen and sit for a bit. I'll make a sweet soup." Jun'er immediately replied, "I'll help you add firewood."
All right.
While Jun'er was adding wood to the stove, Yi Chudang replaced the well water with spring water. She also prepared the cornstarch and beat the eggs. Once the spring water boiled, she added the corn kernels. Then she added sugar and seasonings, thickened it with cornstarch, and finally swirled in the beaten eggs before serving. All done, let's eat. Jun'er picked up the corn soup and was surprised to see the fresh corn kernels inside. Miss, didn't we just plant the corn? Where did you get these fresh corn kernels? Yi Chudang casually replied, "I saw them on the street and bought this little bit for 5 taels of silver." Jun'er was so shocked she couldn't speak. If lucky, one could indeed buy out-of-season vegetables at such a high price. Yi Chudang urged, "Everyone is waiting to eat. Let's go to the kitchen." Jun'er snapped back to reality. Yes, Mississippi. The sweet corn soup made with spring water was served at the table, and Jun'er was immediately drawn to it. "Jun'er, this is specially made for you. Have a couple more bowls." Jun'er looked at Yi Chudang with tears in his eyes. His voice choked. "Thank you, big sister." Yi Chudang smiled and playfully tapped his nose. "You're crying over a meal. Aren't you embarrassed?" Jun'er quickly held back his tears, saying, "Jun'er is happy. Jun'er won't cry. Good boy, let's eat." After dinner, Yi Chudang asked, "Has Shuang'er not come back all day?" Danner, who was cleaning the table, shook her head. "No, she's badly hurt and works slowly. She might still be cleaning the chamber pot." She didn't feel sorry for Shuang'er at all. She brought this on herself. "Then, let's not worry about her." After saying this, Yi Chudang took Jun'er for a walk to help with digestion. She intentionally walked toward the Lioli courtyard. The closer they got, the clearer Kong Ru's hoarse cries became. Jun'er was too scared to move forward. He remembered the pain he felt when he was forced to take medicine. It hurt so much, but he didn't have the strength to cry out. Yi Chutang squatted down in front of Jun'er, looking at him seriously. If you think your sister did something wrong, she will go treat your mother. She is not my mother. Yi Chutang didn't take this seriously, thinking Jun'er was just trying to distance himself from Kong Ru after being tormented for too long. Your sister is a good person. Everything she does is right. Jun'er firmly said this, holding back his fear, and took Yi Chutang's hand, step by step walking toward the Lioli courtyard. He wanted to prove to his sister that he was brave and that he didn't care if their mother was in pain. Once Yi Chutang was sure Jun'er didn't care about Kong Ru's well-being, she led him back. It's too noisy and bothersome. Back at Ningqiu courtyard, she gave Jun'er acupuncture treatment. Since Jun'er was feeling much better, she inserted the needles a bit deeper for more effect. Jun'er trembled in pain, covered in cold sweat, but gritted his teeth and remained silent, not asking why. Lur felt heartbroken but didn't think Yi Chutang was doing it on purpose. After the acupuncture, Jun'er collapsed on the bed, breathing heavily. Yi Chutang put away the needles and reminded him, drink the medicine while it's hot. After saying this, she went to her room to bathe and rest. In the middle of the night, Yi Chutang quietly went to the treasury. The treasury was built next to the palace, large in size, with high walls and heavily guarded, with sentries every few steps. Inside, there were not only gold and silver treasures but also essential supplies. Grain, cloth, and metal were stored to prepare for possible disasters and wars. Yi Chutang didn't rush into the treasury, but first used her earth-based powers to sense the situation inside. To her surprise, there were many guards, even in the storage rooms. It seems the foolish emperor is scared of being robbed and is taking precautions. Breaking in directly was not an option, and she didn't have time to come up with a clever plan, so she had to give up. Yi Chutang certainly wouldn't return empty-handed. She smiled widely, showing her teeth. If I can't steal from the national treasury, I can still steal from the emperor's private vault. The emperor's private vault is located in a side hall of his sleeping quarters. It has 2 levels. The upper level contains regular items, usually given as rewards to the concubines and officials. The hidden chamber below is filled with treasures left by past emperors. Yi Chutang peeked out from the bushes to observe the situation around the sleeping quarters. Many concubines stood outside, looking worriedly inside. The royal physician and palace servants were kneeling on the ground, while the palace guards stood by, ready for anything. Like the national treasury, the private vault in the side hall was also guarded inside and out. The emperor's weak voice could be heard cursing from within. Find Dr. Xue within 3 days, or I will take your life. Get out, all of you useless doctors. Where is Da? I want to see him. Yi Chutang had no interest in listening to the emperor's furious rants and slipped away to the underground vault. However, she was blocked by a heavy iron plate. Using her abilities, she discovered that the vault was surrounded by iron, making it nearly indestructible. But that didn't deter Yi Chutang, who possessed earth-based powers. She estimated the entrance's location based on the layout of the side hall and formed hard sand wheels with her powers, spinning them rapidly to cut through the thick iron below. After a while, she created a circular opening just big enough for her to pass through. The iron was a foot thick, and even someone with ill intentions wouldn't be able to get in. Once inside the emperor's vault, Yi Chutang was almost blinded by a large luminous pearl. The pearl itself did not emit light, but there were mechanisms in the vault that allowed sunlight to shine on it, keeping it glowing every night. The vault was roughly the size of a basketball court, with 2/3 of the space filled with items. There were thumb-sized pearls, blood corals taller than a person, a clear green guanyin statue, and a complete set of jade tea sets, along with many other priceless items that Yi Chutang had never seen before. She felt like Lu Laolao visiting the Grand View Garden, dazzled by the sights. After exploring, she collected everything into her space and left. Before departing, she left a message in red paint. The ghost thief was here. along with a cheeky, smiling face. The next day, before dawn, Yi Jingchuan got up to attend the morning court. He knew that today's meeting would be filled with tension and conflict, and he really didn't want to go. If the emperor was unhappy, he would take it out on the officials, and he would be the first target. But if he didn't attend, the emperor would surely be displeased with him. After Aunt Lu helped Yi Jingchuan put on his formal attire, she kissed him on the cheek. "Sir, the lady is no longer suitable to raise Jun'er. I have no children of my own and would like to take him to the falling snow courtyard to care for him. What do you think?" She knew Yi Jingchuan wanted to marry a primary wife and take another concubine. When that happened, only the new bride would be happy, while the old would be forgotten. So, she wanted to secure her future while she was still favored. Yi Jingchuan immediately refused without hesitation. "Jun'er is my legitimate son, and I have high hopes for him. He must be raised by the primary wife." After saying this, he reassured her, "Xue, raising children is a tough job. You can just play the piano and dance every day." Aunt Lu had already guessed that Yi Jingchuan would not agree. So, she adjusted her approach and revealed her true intention. "You're right, sir. I only know how to play the piano and dance, not how to raise children. But I like Jun'er and want to be closer to him." The eldest son was already incapacitated, so the Yi family would surely be led by the youngest son in the future. She still had time to win favor with him. Yi Jingchuan knew Aunt Lu would not harm Jun'er, so he did not oppose her. "All right, you can visit Ningqiu courtyard more often. If Ruer dislikes it, be sensible and don't provoke her." Aunt Lu playfully replied, "The eldest lady doesn't even give the sir face, so I dare not provoke her." Mentioning this made Yi Jingchuan's expression darken. "Rest for a while. I need to go to the morning court." The area around the Ministry of Rites was filled with official families. As Yi Jingchuan rode into the palace, there were hardly any carriages on the street. "Chenzhong, hurry up." The sooner he entered the palace, the sooner he could learn some news. "Yes, sir, please hold on." The carriage moved quickly, and when Yi Jingchuan entered the palace, he coincidentally caught up with a large group. "I heard the people's petition was submitted to the emperor last night, and he was very angry after reading it. This matter has caused quite a stir. If the emperor doesn't give the people an explanation, there will surely be trouble. I wonder if, after this incident, the emperor will continue to seek immortality? Definitely not for now, but who knows what will happen in the future? Who is that ghost thief? How can he move freely in the palace? Regardless of who he is, revealing Zhang Tianzhi's true nature is a good thing." Yi Jingchuan followed the officials, listening to their discussions. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. "Minister Yi, you truly have a wonderful daughter." The speaker was Prime Minister Qin Yanzhou. Knowing his son Qin Muyun admired Yi Chudang, he came to gauge Yi Jingchuan's thoughts. Yi Jingchuan turned around, looking at Qin Yanzhou with confusion. They had different political views and were never on good terms. This old man suddenly mentioned his daughter. Could it be that he wants to form a connection? "I didn't expect my daughter to gain fame in the literary world. What does the Prime Minister mean by mentioning Jun'er?" As soon as he said this, the officials stopped discussing serious matters and turned their attention to gossip. Qin Yanzhou smiled and said, "I just think it's a pity for Miss Yi to be a woman. If she were a man, she would surely have a place in the court." Qi Yanzhou suddenly spoke up, "There's nothing to regret. Miss Yi stands at a high position in the literary world because of her talent, which is even more admirable." Once he spoke, the topic shifted to him. "Does this mean you regret refusing the emperor's marriage proposal? If I were in your position, I would regret it too. Who wouldn't want a wife with both talent and beauty? Didn't the emperor allow you to choose a noble lady? Why not just choose Miss Yi directly?" The officials stopped heading toward the Golden Hall, and all focused on Qi Yanzhou, waiting for his response. Yi Jingchuan looked eagerly, wishing he could answer for Qi Yanzhou. This prince was clever, and he wasn't sure how to navigate the relationship between Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chudang. Qi Yanzhou shot a warning glance at the officials. "I only admire Miss Yi. There are no other intentions." Qin Yanzhou seized the opportunity to ask, "Minister Yi, your daughter is not young anymore. Do you have any plans to arrange a marriage for her? Qin Zheng's words were too straightforward. Anyone could tell he wanted to connect with Yi Jingchuan. However, since Yi Chutang was not only talented but also sold her calligraphy for 10 gold, who wouldn't want such a daughter-in-law? Thus, officials with eligible sons began to propose. Old Yi, if you want to marry off your daughter, you must consider my son first. My son is more suitable. He is the same age as Miss Yi and has already started his career. Starting a career means nothing. My son had a pleasant conversation with Miss Yi today. This reached Qi Yanzhou's ears as an attempt to tarnish Yi Chutang's reputation. He shot a cold glance. Lord Su, if I'm not mistaken, your son is too foolish to seek advice from Miss Yi, isn't he? This was the truth, and Lord Su felt embarrassed, clearing his throat to ease the awkwardness. I didn't express myself clearly, and was abrupt with Miss Yi. Qin Zheng admired Yi Chutang and didn't want her to be treated like an object to be fought over. Stop arguing. Let's first hear what Minister Yi has to say. Yi Jingchuan certainly wanted Yi Chutang to marry Qi Yanzhou. But these two people are not under his control. He also doesn't want to offend any officials because of Yi Chutang. Although marriage is usually decided by the parents, Jun'er has suffered a lot. I will not interfere with her marriage. She can choose her own partner. This answer surprised everyone. To put it bluntly, isn't this favoritism? However, no one dared to criticize Yi Chutang. After all, she has both fame and wealth. Whichever family she marries into will be fortunate. So, the lucky man who marries Miss Yi will likely be a scholar who often visits the poetry house.
Who says that?
As long as Miss Yi attends various banquets, our son still has a chance. Someone asked Yi Jingchuan, Minister Yi, will Miss Yi attend the birthday banquet of Princessin? Yi Jingchuan nodded, of course. After saying this, he walked toward the Golden Lawn Hall. It's almost time for the morning court. Everyone hurry up. Upon hearing this, the officials quickly adjusted their robes and headed to the Golden Lawn Hall. Qin Zheng quickly walked to Qi Yanzhou's side and whispered, it seems the prince cares a lot about Miss Yi. The officials nearby immediately leaned in to listen. Qi Yanzhou knew Qin Zheng was testing him. He said with a serious face, if you had read the poems Miss Yi wrote or heard her play music, you wouldn't say that. A woman who excels in every way deserves my respect. Seeing that Qi Yanzhou was upset, Qin Zheng quickly apologized. Your Highness, please don't be angry. I was narrow-minded. Then he added eagerly, since you are familiar with Jun'er, you should know his feelings for Miss Yi. You and Miss Yi have more connections. Could you help introduce them? Qi Yanzhou turned to look at Qin Zheng. Is this Huai Xian's idea? No, that kid thinks he is not worthy of Miss Yi and is sulking at home. If it weren't for his son genuinely liking Yi Chutang, he wouldn't have spoken to Yi Jingchuan about marriage. What a surprise! A good bamboo shoot from a grove of bad ones. Please tell Qin Qingxiang that if he likes her, he should pursue her himself. After Qi Yanzhou said this, he quickly entered the Golden Lawn Hall. The officials knew that today's morning court would be intense, and the Golden Lawn Hall was silent. When the time for the morning court arrived, neither the emperor nor the appeared. No came to announce that the morning court was cancelled. The officials waited for nearly half an hour before the emperor and the finally arrived. Since the emperor learned that the medicine he took was made from materials grown from corpses, he couldn't stop vomiting. After finally falling asleep, he would be startled awake by nightmares. In just one night, he looked haggard, with deep-set eyes. Sitting on the throne, he hoarsely asked, what do you all think about the bloodletter of the people? The officials understood that the emperor was trying to shift the blame onto Zhang Tianshi. However, even if the emperor was truly deceived and a victim, he still bore some responsibility. Hundreds of lives were at stake, and the people would not let this matter be brushed aside. But if they spoke the truth, it would surely anger the emperor. So, except for Qi Yanzhou, everyone else bowed their heads like quails. The emperor was already in a bad mood, and seeing the officials like this made him even angrier. He glanced at Qi Yanzhou, then fixed his gaze on the ever-flattering Yi Jingchuan. Minister Yi, what's your opinion? Yi Jingchuan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he was being set up. Your Majesty, regarding the blood letter of the people, the 3 censors have more authority to speak on this matter. The censors were taken aback. Yi Jingchuan, you scoundrel! Minister Yi, the emperor asked you to speak. Why are you dragging us into this? Are you intentionally avoiding the question to defy the emperor? Seeing that the censors had brought up defying the emperor, Yi Jingchuan had no choice but to stand firm. Your Majesty, I believe the people are forcing you because they don't know the truth. If the truth is made public, they will understand that it is because of your dedication to the Tao that the Northern Star Kingdom enjoys good fortune. He felt guilty saying this, but as long as it pleased the emperor, he would say anything. It was the censor's job to oppose the emperor. He would not join in. The emperor knew Yi Jingchuan was flattering him, but it lightened his mood a bit. Censors, you should also share your thoughts. The censor's duty was to supervise the officials, advise the emperor, and speak frankly. They exchanged glances and decided to speak the truth. After all, Prince Chun had contacted them privately and assured them of their safety. Your Majesty, Zhang Tianzhi's crimes are heinous. His death does not atone for his sins. Although you were unaware, your support of the Tao allowed Zhang Tianzhi to take advantage. Your Majesty, you bear some responsibility. Please reconsider your pursuit of the Tao and reflect on this matter. The emperor was furious upon hearing this. Outrageous. Qi Yanzhou immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, while Zhang Tianzhi is the main culprit, it is a fact that hundreds of children died because of you. Please issue a self-punishing edict to give the people an explanation. The words self-punishing edict shocked everyone. They thought Prince Chun had lost his mind. The emperor's face darkened, and he nearly ordered Qi Yanzhou's execution on the spot. Prince Chun, do you know what you're saying? The self-criticism edict is something an emperor issues only after making an unforgivable mistake. He has done nothing wrong in cultivating for the people and for longevity. Qi Yanzhou faced the emperor's anger directly. I ask your Majesty to issue a self-criticism edict. How dare you, Prince Chun? Do you think your achievements intimidate me, that I won't take action against you? Your Majesty, water can support a boat, but it can also capsize it. The emperor could not hear this, and shouted angrily, Guards, drag Prince Chun away and give him 30 lashes. Though he could not kill Prince Chun, he could make him suffer. The Imperial guards outside the hall rushed in immediately. Prime Minister Qin was anxious and sweating, just about to plead for Qi Yanzhou when urgent news came from outside. Report. Urgent news from Suzhou. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's eyes lit up with determination. When Qin Zheng heard the urgent news, he realized it was Qi Yanzhou's plan, and he felt relieved. Da immediately stopped the Imperial guards who were about to seize Qi Yanzhou. Wait a moment. Then he turned to the emperor, whose face was dark. Your Majesty, let's hear the urgent news first. Punishing Prince Chun can wait. The emperor could see that the urgent news was indeed Qi Yanzhou's doing. He was so angry that it hurt his chest, but he had to relent. The people were already unhappy with him. If he wrongly punished Qi Yanzhou, he would surely be labeled a foolish ruler. Everyone, step back. Bring forth the urgent news and read it. The Imperial guards quickly left the Golden Hall, and they presented the urgent news to Da. Da opened the document and read, In Jiangnan, heavy rain has lasted for over half a month, causing severe flooding. More than 20 cities are submerged, with thousands of people dead or injured and many displaced. Countless acres of farmland have been destroyed. I request Your Majesty to allocate grain and funds for disaster relief, as reported by the governor of Suzhou, Guanhong. As soon as he finished speaking, the officials began to discuss among themselves. Jiangnan is a grain-producing region. Just after spring planting, it has suffered a flood. This year's yield will surely be greatly reduced. More than 20 cities are flooded. The funds and grain needed for disaster relief are not a small amount. Money is a minor issue. We fear the death toll will be too high. Once the weather clears, there could be an outbreak. With so many people displaced, if not handled properly, it could lead to serious trouble. Qin Zheng took the opportunity to say, if the people know how severe the flooding in Jiangnan is, They will surely think that Master Zhang's actions have angered the heavens, and rumors linking this to the emperor will only grow. The censors agreed. There are stories of 18 layers of and demonic paths destroying nations, and with the incident of Master Zhang harming children for alchemy, whenever something bad happens, the people will think it is heaven punishing the emperor for trusting sorcery. Your Majesty, to calm the people's anger and reassure them, please issue a self-penalizing edict. The three censors knelt down to plead. Some officials, who had a bit of conscience and were already dissatisfied with the emperor, also knelt. Please, Your Majesty, issue a self-penalizing edict. Seeing the emperor trembling with anger, Da added fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, please issue a self-penalizing edict. As soon as these words were spoken, more than half of the officials in the court knelt down. Please, Your Majesty, issue a self-penalizing edict. The cries echoed loudly throughout the palace. The emperor was so furious that he spat blood, his vision darkened, and he fainted. The court fell into chaos. Some were worried about the emperor's health, while others were concerned that the flooding in Jiangnan had not yet been resolved. Da quickly said, "The morning court session ends here. The self-penalizing edict and the Jiangnan flooding matter will be decided once the emperor awakens." After speaking, he had the palace servants take the emperor back to his chambers and called for the imperial physician. As the officials left the court to go home, it was just dawn. The streets were still quiet, with only breakfast shops open and the shopkeepers occasionally calling out. Qi Yanzhou went to a tea house for breakfast. Before long, news of the flooding in Jiangnan spread. Yi Chutang went to bed early last night and woke up early today. After drinking some spring water, she went to the backyard to practice martial arts. An hour later, as the sky began to brighten, the maids finally got up. Jun'er and Lur went to the big kitchen to fetch ingredients for breakfast. Upon returning, Jun'er brought Yi Chutang news about the flooding in Jiangnan and the emperor's intention to issue a self-penalizing edict. Yi Chutang knew the emperor would never issue such an edict voluntarily. Curiously, she asked, "Who is forcing him?" "I'm not sure, but the master must know." Yi Chutang wiped the sweat from her forehead. "Boil some water while cooking. I will bathe later." Hongxiu came out from the left-ear room. "Miss, I'm here to boil water for you." "All right, call me when it's ready." After saying that, Yi Chutang sat down on the ground in the corridor, focused her energy, and practiced breathing. Once Hongxiu finished boiling the water, she went to bathe. After bathing, she found some writing materials and copied 3 famous poems. After breakfast, Yi Chutang called for Steward Chen and handed him the poems she had written. "This is the calligraphy the second prince requested. Send it over immediately. Each piece is worth 10 taels of gold." With so much happening lately, she almost forgot about this opportunity to gain some benefits. Steward Chen took the 3 sheets of paper, looking troubled. "Miss, the second prince is of noble birth. If you send a servant to find him, he surely won't meet them. It would be beneath his dignity. Whether he comes or not doesn't matter, as long as he pays. That's enough. If he refuses, let the servants make a scene until everyone knows." This calligraphy was requested by the second prince. He can't lose face, can he? Butler Chen. If the person really did that, they might not come back alive. However, the master had instructed not to provoke the young lady lately. Whatever she says goes. "I understand, sir." After Butler Chen left, Hongxiu knelt before Yi Chutang. Her tongue had healed well. Although she still spoke a bit unclearly, it was much clearer now. "Miss, I will never forget your life-saving grace. Now that my injury is almost healed, I would like to go to the countryside. Is that all right?" As long as she stayed in the minister's residence, she would often remember the torment she suffered from the eldest young master. She couldn't sleep well at night, and was often awakened by nightmares. She wanted to leave and return only after she had completely let go of the past. Yi Chutang noticed the dark circles under Hongxiu's eyes and nodded. "I will arrange for a carriage to take you to the countryside shortly. Part of the village was burned down, so you will have to make do with what is available for now. I will send someone to repair it later." She had originally planned to wait until Hong Xiu's tongue was fully healed before sending her away. Hong Xiu gratefully bowed her head to Yi Chudang. "Miss, I have saved some money over the years for the repairs. I can handle it myself." Yi Chudang didn't insist and helped her up. "All right, is there anyone from the Wenba Academy who wants to go with you? I asked before, and Xiu'er and Xinghua want to come with me." Many maids had suffered under Yi Anji's cruelty, and those who didn't want to leave believed he had changed, thinking it was better to stay in the minister's residence than go to the countryside. "Go inform them to pack their things. We will leave in half an hour." "Yes, Mississippi." While Hong Xiu went to Wenba Academy, Yi Chutang went to find Butler Chen. She asked him to prepare a carriage to take Hong Xiu and the others to the countryside. After giving her instructions, she planned to head to the Liuli courtyard but ran into Yi Jingchuan, who had just returned home. After the morning court session, Yi Jingchuan had invited several familiar officials for tea to discuss the flooding in Jiangnan. The affected area was vast this time, requiring 3,000 stone of grain and 200,000 taels of silver. In recent years, the Beiqin kingdom had good weather and sufficient grain. However, due to the emperor's extravagance, there was little silver left in the treasury, less than 5 million taels in total. The salaries of officials and soldiers added up to over 100,000 taels a month, barely enough to last until the autumn harvest. Any additional expenses made him anxious. Yi Chutang looked at the irritated Yi Jingchuan and asked, "Dad, I heard the emperor is going to issue a self-criticism decree." "Who did it? Why are you asking about this, Chen Wang?" "Just curious." "Stay indoors and don't hang out with a bunch of men. It makes people talk." Yi Chudang scoffed. "If they have the guts, let them come to the Ministry of Personnel and laugh in front of me. I promise they'll leave in tears."
Ye Vingchuan.
There was no way to communicate.
Churyu.
Yi Chutang didn't want to hear Yi Jingchuan lecture her, and quickly interrupted. "Everyone claims to be virtuous, yet they gossip behind others' backs. They are just shameless. Dad, if anyone laughs at me again, just use this to retort." After saying that, she patted Yi Jingchuan's shoulder and headed toward the Liuli courtyard. Yi Jingchuan suddenly remembered something and called out to Yi Chudang. "Chuer, wait a moment." Yi Chudang stopped and turned to ask, "What's up?" "You're quite famous now, and many suitors want to connect with the Ministry of Personnel. What do you think?" "I want to bring all who wish to marry me into the Ministry of Personnel as my concubines."
Ye Vingchuan.
"Speak properly." Yi Chutang forced a smile. "Dad started this nonsense. Just a friendly warning, don't meddle in matchmaking. The consequences could be serious." Hearing this made Yi Jingchuan anxious, and he quickly reassured her. "Don't worry, I promised you I wouldn't interfere with your marriage." Yi Chutang recalled the gossip she heard at the Royal Hot Spring Villa and smiled broadly. "I trust Dad won't do anything foolish." After saying that, she turned and left. In the Liuli courtyard, Kong Ru was still in pain, her voice hoarse and unable to make any sound. The maidservants saw Yi Chutang enter the room and not only didn't dare to stop her, but also stepped back on their own. Yi Chutang walked over to the messy bed. In less than 2 days, Kong Ru had lost so much weight, she looked over a decade older. She tightly held her stomach, curled up, her features twisted in pain. "Is the pain unbearable?" Hearing Yi Chutang's voice, Kong Ru's dazed eyes focused. She was in so much pain she couldn't eat, had been hungry for 2 days, and felt weak. Even turning her neck was difficult. Yi Chutang looked at Kong Ru, who seemed to be moving in slow motion, and roughly turned her head. "Does it hurt?" "Don't worry, it will get worse for you." Kong Ru hated Yi Chutang, but didn't dare show it, her eyes filled with pleading. "Chu, I was wrong, please." Yi Chutang tightly gripped Kong Ru's neck, cutting off her unfinished words. "Don't worry, you won't die just yet. Where is the servant's contract in the mansion?" Kong Ru felt a wave of suffocating fear wash over her. Her pale face turned white, and her stiff body trembled violently. She struggled to say a few words. "It's in the bottom drawer of the wardrobe." Yi Chutang released Kong Ru and took out a locked wooden box from the wardrobe. She didn't ask for the key. Instead, she smashed the lock open. Inside the box were not only the servant contracts but also some land deeds and property contracts. She only took the contracts for Xiao'er and Xinghua, then shoved the box back into the wardrobe. Before leaving, Yi Chutang gave Kongru a few acupuncture needles and fed her a pill. During the day, you will seem normal, but at night, the pain will double. If Kongru continued to suffer, she would surely die within 2 days. She couldn't let her die so easily. Kongru felt the pain vanish, as if she had come back to life. She didn't care what would happen at night. She just wanted a moment of relief from the pain. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to contact her father and plan her revenge. In Yi Chutang's eyes, Kongru was already dead, and she didn't pay attention to the hidden hatred in her. Back at Ningqiyuan, she handed the 3 contracts to Hongxiu. The estate is large enough to grow vegetables and raise poultry. There are embroidery jobs in town that can support you. If you need help, go find Aunt Wang in the village. Hongxiu did not take the contracts, but knelt and bowed 3 times. Miss, I will forever remember your kindness. If you ever need me, I will be there without hesitation. Her life was saved by the young lady, and she would always belong to her. Yi Chutang took back the contracts. All right, let's go. The carriage is waiting outside. I will pray for your safety and success every day, Miss, Hongxiu said before getting up and leaving. After she left, Yi Chutang went out again to the poetry pavilion. At the entrance, she ran into Qin Muyun. Miss Yi, can I talk to you for a moment? After his father returned home from court, he told him that he had subtly mentioned a marriage proposal to Minister Yi. He was both anxious and angry. His father also said, Jun'er, Minister Yi said he wouldn't interfere with Miss Ye's marriage. The Prince of Qin asked me to tell you that if you truly like Miss Yi, you should boldly pursue her and not let yourself regret it. So, he came to the poetry pavilion to wait for Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang looked at Qin Muyun, whose cheeks were flushed and dared not look directly at her, and saw through his thoughts. She raised her chin towards the poetry building and said, If you want to talk to me, come inside first. After speaking, she glanced at the title hanging outside the building and answered it. Qin Muyun quickly followed Yi Chutang's lead and answered as well. The Qin family was known for its scholars, and none of the descendants lacked talent. Especially as the eldest son, he had been taught by his grandfather, who was a great scholar, and passing exams was easy for him. However, he played the role of a dandy, so no one knew his true abilities. The servant handed Qin Muyun's answer to the teacher. Soon, he received the teacher's instruction and smiled at Qin Muyun, saying, Young Master Qin, please come in. Qin Muyun nodded and entered the poetry building. As soon as he entered, he saw Yi Chutang surrounded by a group of young men who were seeking her advice. The stunning girl was calm and confident, radiating a charm that captivated him. He did not want to interrupt and quietly waited to the side, stealing glances at her from time to time. The more he looked, the more he felt unworthy of such an extraordinary woman. After chatting for a while, Yi Chutang said, Everyone, let's discuss this later. I have an appointment with young Master Qin. After that, she turned to Qin Muyun and asked, Shall we go to a private room? Compared to her ease, Qin Muyun felt a bit anxious. Sure, I'll follow your lead, Miss Yi. Although Yi Chutang reserved a private room, she did not close the door to avoid unnecessary rumors about being alone together. In a soft voice, she asked directly, Young Master Qin, do you like me? Qin Muyun was pouring tea for Yi Chutang when he heard this and almost dropped the teapot. His face turned bright red, and he quickly pressed his trembling right hand with his left, finishing pouring the tea. Then he set down the teapot and sat up straight. However, he was so nervous that he didn't know where to place his hands and feet, appearing restless.
Y.
Miss Yi, you noticed? Yi Chutang looked at the anxious Qin Muyun and smiled, saying, Young Master Qin, there's no need to be nervous. Marriage is a normal thing. After that, she picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Qin Muyun. Thank you. Qin Muyun raised the teacup and drank it quickly. Ouch, it's hot. Before Yi Chutang could finish her warning, Qin Muyun burned himself and spilled the tea all over the floor. He felt so foolish that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Miss Yi, I apologize for my clumsiness. I'm not usually like this. Yi Chutang looked towards the corner where there were still some ice cubes in the ice basin. She broke off a small piece, put it in a cup, and handed it to Qin Muyun. Hold it in your mouth. It can help ease the pain from the burn. Qin Muyun obediently held the ice in his mouth. The burning sensation in his mouth lessened a lot, but it made speaking difficult. I know I am not worthy of Miss Yi, but I heard that she can choose her own partner. I still want to shamelessly ask, what kind of man does Miss Yi admire? With the ice in his mouth, he spoke very slowly and unclear. After patiently listening, Yi Chutang took a sip of hot tea. For me, marriage means spending a lifetime with someone I love. I only accept a man who belongs to me both in body and spirit, and it must be for a lifetime. This last statement meant that, aside from poor families who struggled to marry, very few men could meet such a standard. The feudal society allowed men to have multiple partners, and only a fool would give that up. Qin Muyun spat out the ice and said eagerly, "Our family has rules. No women before marriage. I can also promise to love only one person in my life and never betray her." He did not see having multiple wives as a blessing. Instead, he viewed it as a burden. If he could be with the one he loved, he would be overjoyed and would never let her down. Yi Chutang thought that someone like Qin Muyun, a charming young man, would have many admirers, but she was surprised to find he was quite innocent. Although you meet the objective conditions, you are not my type. What type does Miss Yi like? A great hero like Prince Chun, who is open-minded and cares for the country and its people. She said this casually. Yi Chutang had never thought of setting a standard for her partner. If she met someone she liked, that was enough. Hearing her words, Qin Muyun's expression dimmed. Even though he had talent and skills, he felt he could only be a carefree young man, and not a hero. Miss Yi, I apologize for the interruption. Yi Chutang looked at the downcast Qin Muyun. Qin Gongzi, wait a moment, I still have more to say. Just as Qin Muyun was about to leave, he sat back down, sitting straight like a child being lectured. Please continue, Miss Yi. People tend to associate with those like themselves. The fact that you can be friends with Prince Jin shows you are not a carefree young man. You must have your own ideals and ambitions. You shouldn't be confined to this place, living a dull life. Home is important, but the outside world is vast. You should go see it. At that moment, Yi Chutang did not realize that her words would leave a lasting impact on Qin Muyun. Qin Muyun looked at Yi Chutang, feeling a mix of emotions. Thank you for your advice, Miss Yi. I will think it over.
Goodbye.
After saying this, he stood up and left. Yi Chutang returned to the crowd after dealing with the peach blossoms and continued her lively discussion. Qin Muyun exited the poetry building and looked back. Such a woman deserves someone better. At noon, the emperor issued a self-punishing decree. The royal edict was displayed at the city gate, alongside the notice for capturing the ghost thief. Countless citizens stopped to watch, blocking the entrance completely. The emperor says he will no longer seek immortality. This is truly a joy. I didn't expect the emperor to admit his mistakes. The people's blood letters really worked. Didn't we hear about the severe flooding in Jiangnan causing thousands of deaths? If he doesn't admit his mistakes, the country could be in danger. Shh, don't say that too loudly. Be careful not to end up in prison. With so many deaths in Jiangnan, could there be an outbreak? Should we stock up on medicine? I almost forgot. My wife reminded me to buy some medicine. As news of a possible outbreak spread, citizens rushed to buy pestilence-preventing powder. At that moment, the shopkeepers in the capital's pharmacies suddenly realized. So that's it. The young men who previously bought up all the medicine must have already heard about the flooding in Jiangnan from the court. If Yi Chutang knew what the shopkeepers were thinking, she would surely reply, "You think too much. I'd just like to stock up." The formula for the pestilence-preventing powder consists of common herbs, so it isn't expensive, and wealthier citizens bought more. Although the pharmacies had restocked, the rush made it insufficient. The manager of Xinglin Hall, having experienced a plague before, immediately proposed a purchase limit. We cannot allow a situation where sick people have no medicine while healthy ones hoard it. If the plague spreads, no one can remain unaffected. Xinglin Hall is a trendsetter among the capital's pharmacies, and others quickly followed suit. The buying frenzy came to a halt. Yi Chutang walked down the street and, upon hearing this, went to Xinglin Hall. Although there were limits on purchasing the pestilence-preventing powder, many people still came to buy medicine. Yi Chutang couldn't get in, so she called for a young apprentice. She had bought medicine at Xinglin Hall before, and the apprentice recognized her. "Miss Yi, are you here to buy the pestilence-preventing powder too?" "No, I have a few prescriptions, and would like the manager to take a look." After saying this, she handed the written prescriptions to the apprentice. The apprentice glanced at the busy manager, hesitated for a moment, but still took the prescriptions. "Miss Yi, the manager is quite busy right now, and may not have time to look at them. You can wait until he is free." Yi Chutang interrupted the apprentice, her tone serious. "Please make sure he sees them." The young pharmacist considered Yi Chutang's current fame and nodded. "All right, Miss Yi, please wait a moment." He squeezed through the crowd with the prescription and whispered a few words to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper glanced at Yi Chutang outside the shop and opened the prescription. The words pest prevention medicine caught his eye. He didn't take it seriously because there was no such thing as a medicine to prevent plagues in this world. However, after reading the prescription, he suddenly shouted excitedly, "Quick, invite Miss Yi in." When the young pharmacist went to fetch Yi Chutang, the shopkeeper looked at the remaining prescriptions and became even more excited. This. Miss Ye's medical skills are comparable to the legendary Hua Tuo. Upon hearing this, the townspeople were curious. "Shopkeeper, isn't Miss Yi a literary genius? How can she be compared to Hua Tuo?" They had only heard that the eldest daughter of the Yi family was exceptionally talented, even making the director of Huading Academy, Song, feel inferior. They had never heard of her medical skills. The shopkeeper waved the prescriptions in his hand and proudly said, "Miss Ye's literary talent is great, but her medical skills are even better. Even if the prescriptions were brought by Miss Yi, she might not have written them herself, right? Even if she did write them, she might not have prescribed them herself, right?" Some men, filled with hostility towards outstanding women, voiced their doubts. Yi Chutang didn't care. Protected by the young pharmacist, she entered the apothecary. "Shopkeeper, remember their faces. If they ever need my prescriptions to save their lives, do not sell them any medicine." The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. "The prescriptions belong to Miss Yi. You have the final say." The townspeople were even more curious and asked, "Shopkeeper, what exactly is the prescription you have?" "A remedy that can save the world." The shopkeeper of Xinglin Hall is named Lin. His ancestors were famous barefoot doctors, and after saving some money, he opened an apothecary while also offering consultations. He has been running it for 100 years, making it the largest apothecary in the capital. Although the shopkeeper rarely sees patients himself, no one doubts his medical skills. Because the difficult cases that the resident doctors cannot handle are ultimately referred to him. When he claims that Yi Chutang's prescriptions can save the world, no one questions it. Thus, the two men who previously doubted Yi Chutang panicked and immediately apologized to her. "Miss Yi, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please forgive me. I was just curious about why Miss Yi could write prescriptions. I meant no offense." Yi Chutang slightly raised her pink lips. "I'm sorry, but I do not engage in contradictory matters." After saying this, she looked at the shopkeeper. "Can we talk?" The shopkeeper nodded vigorously. Of course, Miss Yi. Please come in." He led Yi Chutang into the inner hall and poured her a cup of tea. "Miss Yi, how do you know so much about epidemics and write such good prescriptions?" This girl was only 17, and the Beichen kingdom hadn't had an epidemic in 20 years. After taking a sip of the cool tea, Yi Chutang spoke casually. "As a healer, I want to save more people, so I've studied various diseases since I was young. Epidemics, smallpox, chickenpox, and cholera were deadly diseases in ancient times. But for people in the 23rd century, they were either easily preventable with vaccines or as simple to treat as a cold." The reason she presented her prescriptions was both to gain fame and to earn merit points. The shopkeeper asked curiously, "Miss Yi, Did you learn this by yourself, or do you have a master? I had some luck in acquiring medical knowledge and learned out of interest. The shopkeeper felt disheartened after hearing this. He had also studied epidemics and had ancestral medical skills, yet he had no leads. Miss Yi is truly talented, not only with words but also in medicine. Yi Chutang was not interested in the shopkeeper's flattery and got straight to the point. Shopkeeper, you understand medicine. You should see the value of these prescriptions. Of course, the shopkeeper knew how rare these formulas were. Although they had not been tested yet, just based on the ingredients, he knew they would be effective. How much do you plan to sell these prescriptions for, Miss Yi? I don't want money. The shopkeeper thought he misheard.
What?
What? Did Miss Yi not mean to ask for money? Yi Chutang emphasized, I don't want money. I want fame. Being recognized as a star of literature would earn her respect from the elite, while being seen as a living bodhisattva would win her the support of the common people. With both approaches, she could rise above the rules. The shopkeeper understood her intention. Once she gained fame, the benefits would follow. At such a young age, she was already so forward-thinking. She would surely become an extraordinary person in the future. Give me a day, and I will make sure everyone in the capital knows that Miss Yi has a good prescription for treating epidemics. Xinglin Hall, as the largest pharmacy in the capital, had countless people coming in daily for medicine and consultations. Spreading the news would be easy. Yi Chutang finished her tea in one gulp. Shopkeeper, I'll give you 10 days to stock up on ingredients. After 10 days, I will publicly share the prescriptions. Since the shopkeeper was helping her gain fame, she naturally needed to give him something in return. The shopkeeper refilled Yi Chutang's cup with tea. Miss Yi, just give me 5 days. Although the epidemic hasn't occurred yet, it's better to spread the prescriptions quickly just in case. Money must be earned, and people must be saved. All right, it's settled. You can get back to your work, shopkeeper. After leaving the hospital, Yi Chutang went to the Dali Temple to find Qi Yanzhou. She wanted to get the prescription for preventing and treating the plague sent to Jiangnan. Miss Yi, the young master has returned to the prince's residence. When is the prince expected back at the Dali Temple? The young master didn't say. If Miss Yi has urgent business, I can take you to the prince's residence. Yi Chutang, thinking about the urgency of the prescription, agreed. Okay, thank you. In ancient times, women faced many restrictions, so it was better for her to have someone guide her to the prince's residence. The Dali Temple is not far from the prince's residence. It took nearly 2 tea times to walk there. Qi Yanzhou's subordinate informed the gatekeeper of Yi Chutang's identity. The gatekeeper immediately said respectfully, Miss Yi, the prince has instructed that if you come to the residence, there is no need to announce your arrival. Please come in. Upon hearing this, the subordinate took his leave. Yi Chutang guessed that Qi Yanzhou had given this order because of the score for ambush from 10 sides. Please lead the way. The gatekeeper directly took Yi Chutang to the inner courtyard of the prince's residence. Although the prince's residence was large, it did not appear extravagant. The layout was spacious and dignified, clearly a military family home. Upon reaching the entrance to the back garden, the gatekeeper called for a maid. This is Miss Yi, a distinguished guest of the prince. The maid, seeing the stunningly beautiful Yi Chutang, mistakenly thought she was one of the young ladies in the pavilion. She bowed and said, Miss Yi, please follow me. Thank you. Yi Chutang didn't think much of it and followed the maid to the pavilion by the lotus pond. The pavilion was surrounded by light green curtains, and delicate voices floated out. Your Highness, you flatter me. I only have a little skill and don't deserve to be called a daughter of a great father. A woman in a red outfit swiftly passed in front of Yi Chutang. She felt something was off. Just as she was about to ask, another sweet voice came from the pavilion. I'm not like Miss Rowe. I know nothing about martial arts, just a little music. I'm even worse. The only thing I'm good at is needlework. I've heard the prince enjoys playing chess, so I've practiced for 2 years and made some progress. The slightly proud voice reached Yi Chutang's ears, confirming her suspicion. The women in the pavilion were invited by the Empress Dowager to be considered as candidates for the prince's consort. The maid mistakenly thought she was one of them and brought her along. Yi Chutang had just started to speak when a male voice echoed. The prince has arrived. The women in the pavilion immediately fell silent. The maid in the pavilion pulled back the curtain and said, "My lord, please." Qi Yanzhou came from the inner courtyard to the pavilion, and he happened to face Yi Chutang, who was coming from the outer courtyard. However, due to the curtain, he did not see her. Yi Chutang stared at Qi Yanzhou's figure, curious about which noble lady he would choose. When the maid saw the prince arrive, she immediately invited Yi Chutang into the pavilion. Just as she opened her mouth, Yi Chutang pressed her delicate finger to her lips, silently saying "Sure." The maid was mesmerized by her stunning beauty and nodded obediently. Inside the pavilion, Qi Yanzhou sent someone outside and looked over. Two blurry figures in light yellow dresses were standing very close together. He felt something was off and quickly walked over. As Qi Yanzhou lifted the curtain, the dowager consort Chen grabbed his arm. "Jun'er, are you looking for the maid outside the pavilion?" Hearing it was about a maid, Qi Yanzhou withdrew his hand. "It's nothing," the dowager consort Chen said. "If it's nothing, then sit down." Qi Yanzhou turned to look at the 6 young ladies sitting around the table but remained standing. "Mother, what do you mean by this?" She hurriedly called him back and made him bathe and change clothes, just for him to choose a wife. The dowager consort Chen smiled and stood up to introduce the noble ladies of the capital to Qi Yanzhou. "Jun'er, this is General Luo's second daughter, Luo Ro, and this is the eldest daughter of the Minister of Rights, Su Qingyin, and this one is..." Qi Yanzhou interrupted her. "Mother, I have my own ideas about marriage. Apologies, ladies, but I have official business to attend to. I must take my leave." After saying this, he broke free from the dowager consort Chen's grip and left the pavilion the way he came. The dowager consort Chen did not expect her son to disregard her like this. She quickly told the young ladies, "Please eat something first. I will be right back." With that, she hurried after Qi Yanzhou. Outside the pavilion, the maid removed her finger from her lips. She immediately regained her composure and gestured for Yi Chutang to go ahead. "Miss Yi, please." Yi Chutang smiled and explained, "You misunderstood. I am not here to participate." After saying this, she also hurried after Qi Yanzhou. The maid was about to call out to Yi Chutang, but remembered the doorman said she was a distinguished guest of the prince, so she let it go. Yi Chutang had not taken 2 steps when she heard the young ladies in the pavilion discussing her. What kind of person is she, hiding outside and eavesdropping? How could the dowager consort invite someone of such low character? Yi Chutang? Could she be the famous Yi Chutang from the capital? The prince publicly rejected the marriage proposal. How can Yi Chutang show her face now? Yi Chutang rolled her eyes. "I'll deal with you clowns who gossip behind my back later." She chased after them to the rockery, but stopped when she heard the angry voice of the Empress Dowager Chen. "Jun'er, you cannot defy the emperor's orders. Whether you like it or not, you must marry one of the noble ladies your mother has chosen for you." "Mother, I have my own ideas about marriage," Jun'er replied. "If you had your own ideas, you wouldn't still be unmarried at 20. Forget about that witch doctor from Miaozheng. You must choose a woman to marry within half a month." The royal family had always wanted to deal with the Qin Wangfu, and they couldn't let him have a reason to disobey the emperor. Qi Yanzhou didn't want to explain that he only mentioned the witch doctor to appease the emperor. "Mother, I have a way to decline the marriage." "Don't worry." Seeing her son's firm attitude, the Empress Dowager softened her tone. "Jun'er, the lives of many depend on you. If you really have a way to refuse the selection, please share it with me." Qi Yanzhou replied seriously, "I am gravely ill and cannot marry. I doubt any noble lady would want to marry me." The Empress Dowager was taken aback. She knew about his illness but was confused by the last part. Yi Chutang thought, to avoid marriage and keep his love for the witch doctor, the prince is really going all out. Such unwavering love makes me want to ship them. The Empress Dowager didn't believe her strong son was just pretending. Her gaze dropped, landing on a certain spot, and her lips trembled. "Son, is it true that you cannot marry?" Qi Yanzhou nodded firmly. "Yes, and I don't want to bring misfortune to any girl. If the emperor knows about this, he won't force me to marry." Hearing this, the Empress Dowager hugged Qi Yanzhou tightly, tears streaming down her face. My poor son. She knew his illness was serious and feared he didn't have much time left. She had hoped to use the emperor's pressure to secure a future for him, but now… Qi Yanzhou quickly pushed her away. Mother, please don't worry about my marriage anymore. The Empress Dowager wiped her tears. All right, whatever you say, Zhou'er. As long as her son was happy, that was enough for her. With that, she turned and walked back to the pavilion. Yi Chutang pretended to just arrive and walked over. The Empress Dowager was startled to see a stranger.
Who are you?
How did you get into the inner courtyard? Qi Yanzhou rushed to his mother's side, surprised to see Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, what brings you here? Yi Chutang bowed respectfully. I greet Prince Chun and the Empress Dowager. Hearing her son's address and seeing the beautiful Yi Chutang, the Empress Dowager immediately recognized her. You are the renowned eldest daughter of the Yi family? Yes. Seeing that Yi Chutang was not pretentious at all, the Empress Dowager smiled and said, You are the only woman admired by Zhou. Truly remarkable. Yi Chutang was the first outsider not stopped from entering the inner courtyard. Yi Chutang replied, You flatter me, Empress Dowager. You two continue your conversation. I will take my leave. As the Empress Dowager walked away, she looked back, more and more pleased. Qi Yanzhou stepped aside to block his mother's curious gaze. Miss Yi, this way, please. He knew Yi Chutang had a purpose for visiting, so he led her to the study in the library. Once inside the library, Yi Chutang sensed the presence of many skilled individuals. Pretending not to notice, she calmly followed Prince Chun into the study. Qi Yanzhou called out, Nan Shao, bring the tea. A man dressed in black, with a dagger at his waist, entered the study carrying a teapot and poured 2 cups of tea. His footsteps were nearly silent. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow, impressive. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, Not as skilled as Miss Yi. What brings you to see me? Yi Chutang looked at the desk where Qi Yanzhou worked, to grind ink. Nan Shao was taken aback. This Miss Yi is quite the boldness to instruct the prince. Grinding ink is a small matter. Let me handle it. As soon as he finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou said, No need, I will do it. He walked to the desk, added a few drops of water to the inkstone, and began grinding the ink. Once the ink became thick, he looked at Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, the ink is ready. Yi Chutang stood up, approached the desk, and wrote down the prescription for preventing and treating the plague, along with the instructions. Prince, please send these prescriptions to Jiangnan and give them to a trustworthy person for emergencies. Although Qi Yanzhou was not an expert in medicine, he had learned a bit from his own long illness. After reading the prescription, he handed it to Nan Shao. Have Shi Zhe make the trip personally. He was unsure of the prescription's effectiveness, but he was willing to trust Yi Chutang. Nan Zhao's hand holding the prescription froze. Prince, Shi Zhe cannot go. Jiangnan is over 2,000 miles from the capital, and a round trip would take at least 10 days. Given the prince's current health, he needed someone skilled in medicine by his side. Qi Yanzhou glanced at Yi Chutang and said, With Miss Yi here, I will be fine. Have Shiza set off immediately, and prepare some herbs for treating the plague along the way. Nan Shao understood the seriousness of the plague. If it truly broke out and was not controlled, the casualties would be in the thousands. Yes, Your Highness. If a plague occurs in Jiangnan, let Shiza stay to help, and inform everyone that these prescriptions come from Miss Yi. I will convey this to Shiza as instructed. After Nan Shao left, Qi Yanzhou prepared to bow gratefully to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang quickly stepped back, saying, Your Highness, there is no need for that. I am a healer. Saving lives is my duty. After saying this, she prepared to take her leave. Qi Yanzhou's gaze fell on Yi Chutang as he asked, Miss Yi, were you outside the pavilion earlier? Yi Chutang awkwardly rubbed her nose with her finger. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. It just wasn't a suitable occasion for me to be present. Qi Yanzhou cleared his throat awkwardly. It was my mother's decision. I never intended to casually choose a noble lady for marriage. He didn't want Yi Chutang to misunderstand that he disrespected women by gathering them together to pick and choose.
Yi Chutang coughed lightly.
I also heard the conversation between you and the Empress Dowager behind the rockery. After saying this, she gave a thumbs up. Your Highness, your loyalty to the shaman is admirable. You two will surely overcome obstacles to be together. Qi Yanzhou quickly explained, I and the shaman are not. Before he could finish, Yi Chutang made a gesture to seal her lips with her finger. Don't worry, Your Highness. I didn't see or hear anything today, and I won't tell a soul.
Goodbye.
With that, she quickly left. Qi Yanzhou's unfinished explanation stuck in his throat, making him feel uncomfortable. He wanted to chase after her to clarify, but found the idea somewhat ridiculous. He lowered his foot. Yi Chutang, unaware of Qi Yanzhou's thoughts, returned the way she came. As she passed the garden pavilion, she lifted the curtain and walked inside. The Empress Dowager was seeing off guests. Seeing Yi Chutang suddenly enter, she smiled and said, Miss Yi, have you finished your conversation with Zhou so soon? Yi Chutang was taken aback. What did the Empress Dowager mean by saying this in front of the noble ladies? Was she using her as a shield? To the Empress Dowager, it was just a few words, so of course it was quick. After saying this, she glanced at the noble ladies and directly confronted them. You say I was eavesdropping, but I'm not here to choose a bride, so there's no need for me to join in. You say my character is poor, but what about you insulting people behind their backs? Is that a noble act? Yes, I am Yi Chutang, well known in the capital. If you don't agree, let's have a challenge. If the prince refuses to marry me, does that mean I can't come to the Qinhuangfu? Then why do you all, who don't even have the right to be married off, have the face to come here? The noble ladies were stunned into silence, shocked at Yi Chutang. They wanted to retort but were afraid of being labeled as rude. After all, this is the Qinhuangfu, not their own home. The Dowager Princess had already experienced Yi Chutang's straightforwardness and was not surprised by her desire for revenge. Seeing the noble ladies who were angry but silent, she quickly tried to ease the tension. Miss Yi, they didn't mean any harm. Please give me a little grace, will you? Yi Chutang looked at the noble lady's attire and immediately had an idea. Dowager Princess, I apologize if my words were too harsh. Just talking isn't enough. If you want to impress someone, you need real skill. Ladies, since we don't see eye to eye, why don't we have a contest? The Dowager Princess. How did it suddenly turn into a contest? Qi Yanzhou's voice suddenly came from outside the pavilion. Miss Yi is very talented. I doubt anyone here can match her. Isn't that a bit unfair? When he said this, the noble ladies thought the prince disapproved of Yi Chutang and sided with them. They were delighted and quickly agreed. The prince is right. Our talents are quite ordinary.
Ye Chantang interrupted Luoro.
Your Highness, I meant for them to show their strengths against me. How is that unfair? Qi Yanzhou smiled slightly, a softness in his expression he didn't even notice. Then it seems Miss Yi is not being unfair. Yi Chutang realized Qi Yanzhou was supporting her, likely as a favor for returning his prescription. His people traveled far to deliver the prescription, and if a plague broke out, he would surely gain a good reputation. She seized the opportunity to ask the noble ladies, Don't you look down on me? Are you brave enough to compete? Luo Ro wanted to show off in front of Qi Yanzhou. Of course I'm brave, but I worry Miss Yi might think I'm bullying you since I only know how to use weapons. How coincidental, I also know a little bit of martial arts. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's smile deepened. With Yi Chutang's skills, 10 Luo Rouse wouldn't be her match. The Dowager Princess, unaware of the truth, thought Yi Chutang was just being modest. She worried Yi Chutang might be at a disadvantage and spoke up to warn her. Miss Yi, the Luo family is a family of martial generals. Miss Ro has trained in martial arts since she was young. Yi Chutang smiled and said if the skills are good, it will be even more interesting to spar. Seeing that the Empress Dowager could not communicate with Yi Chutang, she turned to Luo Ro. Since this is a friendly match, let's keep it light. Luo Ro nodded, of course. She wasn't foolish and wouldn't bully others in front of the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. The pavilion is too small. Miss Yi, please step outside. Wait a moment. Luo Ro thought Yi Chutang was backing out and smirked. Are you ready to give up, Miss Yi? Yi Chutang took out a piece of warm jade from her space and placed it on the stone table in the middle of the pavilion. Just sparring is boring. Let's add some stakes. For out of the 6 noble ladies had attended Yi Chutang's homecoming banquet. They all knew that with just a poem, Yi Chutang had not only embarrassed Princess Onfing but also earned a fortune from the stakes. Now, as the situation repeated, they all looked uneasy. Today, they were wearing their most precious outfits, which they usually wouldn't dare to wear.
Yeah.
The daughter of the Minister of Rights was about to refuse when Luo Ro spoke at the same time. Sure. She had attended the minister's homecoming banquet and knew that Yi Chutang's suggestion was not made with good intentions. But she was confident in her skills. Luo Ro was dressed in a fitted outfit and wore no jewelry. She took off the icy purple jade pendant from her neck and placed it on the stone table. This action infuriated the other 5 noble ladies. Luo Ro believed in her abilities and thought she had a chance, ignoring their feelings completely. It was too much. They even secretly hoped Yi Chutang would win. If they were to lose face, they would lose money together. Luo Ro paid no attention to the displeased expressions of the other noble ladies. Their relationship was just a facade of friendly competition. There was no need to pretend to be close. Now, she could show off in front of the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince while also winning some stakes. What's not to like? Miss Yi, please go ahead. The 2 moved to the walkway outside the pavilion. Luo Ro glanced at Qi Yanzhou standing not far away, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks, and her light voice became sweet. Miss Yi, don't worry, I will keep it light and won't hurt you. Yi Chutang smiled mischievously, her lips curling up. I'll say the same to you. Let's begin. The maids lifted the gauze curtains and tied them to the pillars of the pavilion. This allowed the Empress Dowager and the 5 noble ladies inside the pavilion to watch the match between Yi Chutang and Luo Ro. Qi Yanzhou also walked around the pavilion and stood at the entrance of the walkway. Luo Ro felt a bit nervous, her body tense. To showcase her martial skills, she placed her left hand behind her back and looked disdainfully at the stunning Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, I'll only use one hand. Yi Chutang looked at the boastful Luo Ro and chuckled softly. Aren't you the daughter of a general, Miss Ro? Don't you know that underestimating your opponent is a big mistake? Luo Ro, tired of talking, made her move.
Miss Yi, watch out.
She aimed directly for Yi Chutang's throat, hoping to defeat her in one swift move. Yi Chutang stood still until Luo Ro's fingertip touched her neck. The 5 noble ladies watching rolled their eyes in disbelief. They thought Yi Chutang would at least have some skills to hold her own against Luo Ro. But this was it? The Empress Dowager knew the throat was a vulnerable spot. A heavy could be fatal. She was quite alarmed. Just as she was about to call for a stop, she saw Yi Chutang step back with her right foot and tilt her head back, dodging Luo Ro's hand. After Luo Ro's failed attack, she transformed her palm into claws and tried to grab Yi Chutang's neck. Yi Chutang lifted her left foot and swept it against Luo Ro's waist. Luo Ro was hesitant to block with her left hand, fearing that Qi Yanzhou would think she was being inconsistent. She could only pull back her right hand. Yi Chutang seized this opportunity. She grabbed Luo Ro's wrist, using her struggle to propel herself into the air, kicking her. When she landed, she steadied herself by bending Luo Ro's arm behind her back. She had successfully defeated her in one move. Everyone, except Qi Yanzhou, was stunned. The Empress Dowager blinked in disbelief. Did she just win? The 5 noble ladies also found it hard to believe. Wasn't it said that the second daughter of the Luo family was among the best fighters in the capital? Luo Ro stared blankly at the ground, completely dazed. It wasn't until the pain in her knees spread that she realized what had just happened. She glared at Yi Chutang, wishing she could tear her apart. Feigning weakness and tricking her into using only one hand. How despicable. Yi Chutang smiled at the furious Luo Ro and asked, not satisfied? Then let's have another match with a wager. Fighting was exhausting, and she preferred to have some reward for her efforts. Luo Ro felt she had been careless and outsmarted, which led to her loss. If they fought again, she was sure she could win against Yi Chutang. Fine, but I don't have anything to wager. If I lose, I'll go home and get 1,000 taels of silver for you. Compared to jewelry, Yi Chutang preferred cash that could be used directly.
Deal.
You've been injured. Do you want to take a break? Luo Ro immediately got up and rubbed her knee. No need, this little injury is nothing. I've fought bandits with my father and nearly lost my life. This conversation was telling Qi Yanzhou that she understands the difficulties and dangers of leading troops, making her the best choice for a princess. Yi Chutang noticed this and glanced at Qi Yanzhou. Seeing him deep in thought, she turned her gaze away. Luo Ro noticed Qi Yanzhou's lack of response to her words and felt a bit down. But she quickly encouraged herself. As long as she defeats Yi Chutang, the crown prince will surely change his mind about her. Miss Yi, this time, I won't let you win. Qi Yanzhou thought to himself, even if you give it your all, you'll only manage to exchange a few moves with Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang smiled and said, I never asked Miss Luo to let me win. With that, she took the initiative but held back. It wasn't out of pity for Luo Ro, but because she didn't want to reveal all her cards. Luo Ro's skills were not bad, and now fueled by determination, she was both offensive and defensive. They exchanged blows for over 100 moves, but eventually, Luo Ro started to lose ground. In the end, Yi Chutang had her in a hold and won. Yi Chutang released Luo Ro, saying, Thank you for the match. Luo Ro's face turned pale, and she bit her lip, soon tasting blood. She had given it her all, and still lost. I will send 1,000 taels to the Ministry of Revenue later, she said before quickly leaving. Yi Chutang turned to the remaining 5 noble ladies and asked, who will go next? No one wanted to lose their valuable belongings for nothing. But with the crown princess and the crown prince silent, they had no choice but to use their own possessions as stakes and reluctantly compete with Yi Chutang. The outcome was predictable, they all lost. Whether it was chess, needlework, or anything else, Yi Chutang won every time, and it was clear she would. The crown princess looked at Yi Chutang with increasing admiration, wishing she could keep her at the crown prince's residence and push her son to marry her, completely forgetting that her son was not capable of such a relationship. As the noble ladies left in defeat, she immediately tried to keep Yi Chutang. Miss Yi, dinner is almost ready. Why not stay and eat before you go? The crown princess's intentions were clear, and both Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou understood. Yi Chutang gathered her winnings and politely declined. Your Highness, I'm sorry, but I've been out all day and need to return to the Ministry of Revenue. Qi Yanzhou quickly added, Miss Yi, let me you. No need, I know the way, Yi Chutang replied, and then she quickly left the crown prince's residence. The crown princess grabbed her son, who was trying to leave. Jun'er, come talk to your mother. Qi Yanzhou knew what she wanted to say and replied directly, Mother, there is no possibility between me and Miss Yi. The Empress Dowager looked him over and was quite pleased. You are handsome and of high status. Why wouldn't Miss Yi be interested in you? Qi Yanzhou curiously looked at the Empress Dowager. Why don't you think it's me who isn't interested in her? Haha, you are my son. Can I see that you have feelings for Miss Yi? Qi Yanzhou chuckled. Mother, have you been choosing noble ladies for too long? Has your judgment gone bad? He only admired Yi Chutang and had no other thoughts. Seeing her son still not understanding, the Empress Dowager poked his chest with her finger. Come on, pay attention. Qi Yanzhou ignored the Empress Dowager's advice, stood up, and left for the Dali Temple. Just as he exited the prince's residence, his personal attendant, Shuang'er, arrived. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace. Qi Yanzhou thought the Emperor wanted to discuss the disaster relief in Jiangnan. However, Shuang'er did not take him to the Hall of Governance, but to the Emperor's sleeping quarters. Why has the Emperor summoned me? Shuang'er, thinking that once the prince entered the sleeping quarters, he would understand the situation, was happy to help. He replied, Your Highness, the Emperor's secret treasury has been robbed by a ghost thief. Qi Yanzhou knew there were 2 secret treasuries of the Emperor. One was the public one. Though it contained valuable items, they were not rare treasures and were mainly used for rewards. The other was the hidden one. Everything inside was a rare gem, mainly for royal inheritance. It was said that the secret treasury was as secure as a fortress, accessible only to the emperor. Qi Yanzhou looked at Shuang'er skeptically. Is the news reliable? We are almost at the emperor's sleeping quarters. Your Highness will know the truth as soon as you see. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou realized Shuang'er was not lying. He quickened his pace and soon arrived at the sleeping quarters. Outside, there were not only palace guards but also many Imperial forest troops, at least 200 in total. Inside the sleeping quarters, it was even more crowded, with palace guards shoulder to shoulder, and even the dragon guards were present. Qi Yanzhou understood that the emperor feared the ghost thief might take his life as well. Shuang'er stood at the entrance and called out loudly, "Prince Chun requests an audience." His voice came from within the quarters. "Announce him." Qi Yanzhou entered the sleeping quarters and found only the emperor Endo inside, a stark contrast to the tense situation outside. But he knew clearly that this was not a case of being tight on the outside and loose on the inside. The royal guards must be hiding in the shadows, protecting the emperor securely. The emperor lay on the dragon couch, looking very displeased. When he saw Qi Yanzhou approaching, he grabbed the jade pillow and threw it forcefully.
Fool.
Qi Yanzhou did not dodge the throw. Instead, he caught the jade pillow. "Your Majesty, please calm down. This jade pillow was left by the late emperor and should not be thrown." After saying this, he handed the pillow to Da. The emperor was already angry, and seeing Qi Yanzhou dare to oppose him made his face turn even darker. "Have you found any clues about the ghost thief after all these days?" Qi Yanzhou knelt on one knee. "I am incompetent. Please, Your Majesty, seek someone more capable." The emperor knew very well that no one could find more than Qi Yanzhou. Take Prince Chun to my underground treasury to take a look." "Yes, Your Majesty." As Da led Qi Yanzhou to the treasury, he explained the background of how the emperor discovered the theft. Not long ago, the emperor had summoned ministers to discuss disaster relief in Jiangnan. Food was manageable. They could distribute relief grain from the granaries. However, the relief funds were a significant amount, and Yi Jingchuan suggested that the emperor provide the money. This was because the national treasury was empty and to win the people's support. The emperor thought that 200,000 taels of silver was not too much, so he agreed. He had many valuable items in his private treasury, but only a little over 200,000 taels of silver. If he took out 200,000 taels, there wouldn't be much left for rewards in the future. So, the emperor took some jewels from the treasury and gave them to Yi Jingchuan to exchange for silver. After Yi Jingchuan left, he went to check the underground treasury. To his shock, he found that the treasury, which should have been filled with priceless treasures, had been completely ransacked. All that was left was a message from the ghost thief and a mocking smiley face. After hearing this, Yi Jingchuan asked, "Is this just like before, with no clues and things disappearing?" "This time is different. Prince Chun will understand after seeing it." As they spoke, the two had already entered the side hall. There were guards inside and outside, numbering over 100. Da led Qi Yanzhou to the entrance of the underground treasury. The entrance was obvious, a heavy iron door. Da explained, "This door can only be opened with a password and a key. One is stored in the emperor's mind, and the other is kept close to the emperor." The emperor only gave Da the password and key after discovering the treasury was empty. 3 passwords and 3 keys opened the mechanism of the iron door. With the sound of chains moving, the iron door was opened. The downward passage was lit by torches, bright as day. Da reminded, "Prince Chun, follow my steps." This implied that there were traps on the stairs. The two quickly arrived at the underground treasury. It was completely empty. About 2 steps from the stairway, a circular cut had been made in a 1-foot-thick iron plate. Inside the cut, iron pieces were arranged to form a smiley face. On the wall, in a pungent red dye, it was written, "The ghost thief was here." Qi Yanzhou said, "The ghost thief is provoking the emperor." Da nodded, "That's why the emperor is worried that the ghost thief might attack him. He has arranged enough guards inside and outside the palace to protect him around the clock." After saying this, he stared closely at Qi Yanzhou. Prince Qian is well informed. Have you noticed the ghost thief's intentions? He still felt there was some connection between Qi Yanzhou and the ghost thief. In fact, he suspected that the ghost thief was brought by him.
Qi Yanzhou komli met de cash? No.
Even if he realized the ghost thief was targeting the emperor, he wouldn't say it. I don't mind telling Prince Chen one more thing. On the night Master Zhang had his incident, the ghost thief also stole the Imperial seal. Didn't the emperor issue 2 Imperial edicts? How could the seal be stolen? Qi Yanzhou hadn't examined the Imperial edicts at the city gate, so he didn't know the seal was a replica. The common people had never seen the engraving beneath the seal, so they couldn't tell the real from the fake. It's fake. The emperor had a craftsman make a copy. At first glance, the seal looked the same, but it couldn't stand up to close scrutiny. Qi Yanzhou frowned slightly. What does the ghost thief want with the seal? De smiled. That's what Prince Chen needs to investigate. I don't know. Also, the emperor said that since we can't find any clues about the ghost thief, we shouldn't waste time. Prince Chen should find a way to lure him out. Doesn't the ghost thief like money? Then use wealth as bait. Qi Yanzhou sensed that Da was suspicious of him. No, it should be said that the emperor was suspicious of him. I will do my utmost to relieve the emperor's worries. Da nodded in satisfaction. Take your time, Prince Chen. I need to attend to the emperor now. After he left, Qi Yanzhou stared at the smiley face on the ground, feeling it was more than just a mockery. Why not just paint the smiley face on the wall? Why go through the trouble of cutting such thick iron to display it? Could there be a secret beneath the smiley face? Qi Yanzhou lifted the heavy 2-point arc to check the soil underneath. After a careful look, there was nothing unusual. The round opening was only wide enough for a slender woman to pass through. He thought the ghost thief was a man and didn't think much of it. When he reached the iron wall where the writing was, he noticed the die was unfamiliar and had a strong, unpleasant smell. The handwriting was messy, and each seemed to mock him. What did the ghost thief want? Having even stolen the Imperial seal, did he intend to overthrow the kingdom? Qi Yanzhou couldn't figure it out, so he left the underground treasury and went to the emperor's chamber. Your Majesty, I need Da's help to capture the ghost thief. The emperor, pressured to issue a self-criticism decree and exhausted from the theft of the treasury, looked several years older. He weakly lifted his eyelids. Granted. How long will it take? 3 days should be enough, but I can't guarantee if the ghost thief will take the bait. After the birthday banquet for Princess N, I want to see your plan. I obey your command. In the following 2 days, Yi Chutang's life was very routine. She practiced martial arts in the morning, went to the poetry hall in the afternoon, and returned home to teach Jun'er and Jinji the basics. Lure and Jun'er also joined in. After dinner, she treated Jun'er with acupuncture, then meditated, bathed, and rested. During this time, she visited the carpenter's shop to collect a batch of finished shelves. News of her preventive and treatment methods for the plague had spread throughout the capital. Since the information came from Xinglin Hall, it was highly credible and the people believed it without doubt. The name Yi Chutang echoed throughout the capital and was slowly spreading beyond. Once the prescription was made public, her fame would soar, and she would be known far and wide. Late at night, after everyone had gone to bed, Yi Chutang visited the royal hot spring villa. The servants who came to clean had already left, and no one noticed that the hot spring water had turned cold. The mist hovering over the surface of the pool was not steam but cold air. Yi Chutang had previously tied a transparent thread to a small iron cage, allowing her to lift it without getting into the water. The ice leech inside had grown at least 3 times its size, dark, smooth, and plump. This is enough to suppress the fire poison, she thought as she placed the ice leech into her space and returned to Ningqiuan to rest. The cicada would need to be kept in the ice cellar for a few more days. The next day was Princess Anne's birthday banquet. At dawn, Yi Jingchuan sent someone with a beautiful outfit made of shimmering silk and a set of headwear gifted by the emperor. Miss, the master instructed you to dress up and leave with him at the hour of the snake. While practicing martial arts, Yi Chutang casually replied, understood. Is Yi Anling going? The second young lady is about to get married, so it's not suitable for her to be in public. Yi Chutang casually asked and continued practicing martial arts. As the sun's golden rays fell into the courtyard and the temperature gradually rose, she stopped to rest. Jun'er and Lur were in the kitchen preparing breakfast, and the hot water was already boiled. Once her blood, which was boiling from intense exercise, cooled down, she could take a bath. Jun'er was sitting at the stone table doing his morning lessons, reciting the ancient poem Lur taught him last night. At that moment, Shuang'er, who hadn't appeared for several days, returned. She not only lacked the unpleasant odor of cleaning toilets, but also had a hint of perfume. Yi Chutang immediately noticed that she had transformed from a girl into a woman. Without guessing, it was clear she had been with Yi Yanzhou. Although Yi Yanzhou had lost favor, he was still the legitimate eldest son and could order servants to help Shuang'er clean toilets. "Did you sleep with that scoundrel Yi Yanzhou?" As soon as Yi Chutang spoke, Shuang'er was so frightened that she knelt down. She knew denying it was useless. A quick check would reveal the truth. So, she shifted all the blame onto Yi Yanzhou. "Please see clearly, Mississippi. The eldest son is in charge, and I am just a servant." "So, Yi Yanzhou forced you?" Shuang'er worried that Yi Chutang would seek revenge on Yi Yanzhou, leading to her being rejected. She bit her lip. "To be chosen by the eldest son is also an honor for me." She was tired of the daily toil of cleaning toilets. Rather than live a miserable life, she thought it better to take a chance and become pregnant with Yi Yanzhou's child. However, she didn't expect Yi Chutang to discover it so quickly. Thinking of Yi Chutang's threatening words, Shuang'er trembled slightly with fear. She bowed her head to the ground. "Miss, I have not betrayed you. Whatever you ask me to do, I will obey." Yi Chutang looked at the anxious Shuang'er and smirked mockingly. "What has Kong Ru been up to lately?" Shuang'er shook her head. "The lady hasn't called for me recently. She had endless toilets to clean every day, feeling exhausted and dirty, leaving her no time to keep an eye on others." Yi Chutang used her foot to lift Shuang'er's chin. "So, it seems you are of no use to me anymore." Shuang'er's face changed dramatically with fear, and she dared not hide anything from Yi Chutang. "Last night, the eldest son said the young lady's time is almost up. He not only wants revenge, but will also retrieve my contract." She wasn't sure if this was true, or just a man's way to a woman. "Almost up? What does that mean?" "I don't know," the eldest master didn't say. Yi Yanzhou was very tight-lipped, and even in moments of passion, she couldn't get any information out of him. Yi Chutang withdrew her foot, disdainfully rubbing her shoe on the ground. "Go away." She knew that Kong Ru could not wait to take action against her. Most likely, it would happen tomorrow. So, she decided to create an opportunity for Kong Ru and the Kong family, inviting them into a trap. Yi Chutang, needing to attend a banquet, finished her breakfast before taking a bath. After her bath, her maid helped her get ready. The young girl styled her hair elegantly, adorned with a jeweled hairpiece that was both luxurious and charming. She wore a light pink dress with a layer of white sheer fabric, looking lively and gentle. A jade pendant hung from her waist, jingling softly, like a bell, as she walked. The maid sincerely praised her, saying, "Miss, you look beautiful." "Today's performance will be wonderful too," Yi Chutang replied. The maid thought the prince's residence had invited a theater troupe. She smiled and said, "If you enjoy watching plays, you can go to the biggest theater in the capital." "Great, I'll take you all with me then," Yi Chutang said. Just then, Steward Chun came to urge them. "Miss, it's time to go to the banquet." "I'll be right there," Yi Chutang replied. As she stepped out of the main house, she walked gracefully, the sound of her bells enchanting everyone around her. Steward Chun knew about the plans of Yi Jingchuan and the emperor. He thought that even if Prince John was indifferent, he would not be able to resist such a beauty. When Yi Jingchuan saw Yi Chutang dressed up in the carriage, he thought the same. Most high-ranking officials lived in the west of the city. The minister's residence and the prince's residence were only 2 streets apart. In less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the carriage stopped at the prince's gate. Chun Zhong lifted the curtain and said, "Sir, miss, we have arrived." Yi Jingchuan got out of the carriage first and reached out to help Yi Chutang. However, she jumped down directly, almost knocking off her hairpiece. Seeing her like this, Yi Jingchuan felt a headache coming on. He lowered his voice and reminded her, "Jun'er, you are a young lady from a noble family. You must pay attention to your manners." Yi Chutang smiled brightly at him. "Father, I still stand by my words. If others don't provoke me, I won't cause trouble." Yi Jingchuan felt a bit guilty under her gaze and, while taking the gifts, avoided her eyes. "Remember, the prince's residence is not a place for you to act recklessly. As long as no one in the prince's residence provokes me, I will not cause any trouble today," Yi Chutang said as she and Yi Jingchuan arrived at the prince's gate. The steward of the prince's residence called out loudly, "Minister Yi has arrived. Miss Yi has arrived." Yi Jingchuan handed the gifts to the steward and entered the prince's residence. A servant led the father and daughter inside. "Minister, Miss Yi, this way please." The prince's residence was a courtyard with 4 sections. Entering through the main gate, the first thing that catches the eye is the stunning relief wall. In the center of the courtyard stands a large jar, with lotus leaves gracefully floating and koi fish playing in the water. Walking to the right, passing through the covered walkway, leads to the garden. The female guests are temporarily arranged at the stage at the back of the garden. The male guests enter the front courtyard from the flower hall, heading to the main hall. Prince En and Princess En greet the guests at the entrance of the flower hall. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Yi Jingchuan introduces his sister, Yi Chutang. "This is my younger sister, Yi Chutang." Yi Chutang bows respectfully. "Greetings to Prince En and Princess En. I wish the princess eternal youth and good health." Princess En looks at Yi Chutang, who is so beautiful she could outshine all the flowers, and her smile becomes a bit stiff. "Stand up, your words are very sweet." She looks just like her mother, with a captivating beauty that could enchant any man. Prince En gazes at Yi Chutang, who resembles Tang Wanqing, and finds it hard to look away. "Miss Yi, you really look like your mother." Yi Chutang meets Prince En's intense gaze and turns her eyes away in distaste. "My father says the same." The forced smile on Princess En's face nearly falters. She calls for a maid. "Take Miss Yi to the theater for tea and flowers." "Yes, Princess." After the maid leads Yi Chutang away, Yi Jingchuan's expression also darkens. "Your Highness, can we talk for a moment?" Years ago, when Tang Wanqing first appeared in the capital, her stunning beauty attracted countless noble suitors. Not only Prince En, but even the Emperor had taken an interest. However, Yi Jingchuan wants to discuss not Tang Wanqing but the Emperor's plans with Prince En. Prince En nods. "Minister Yi, please follow me." He then calls for his son. "Qingshu, please entertain the guests. Your father will be back shortly." "Yes, father." Seeing that Princess En's expression is not good, Zhao Qingshu asks with concern, "Mother, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired from standing too long." "You are the guest of honor today. You must take care of yourself. Please rest and let Anping welcome the female guests." Princess En, worried that her daughter might clash with Yi Chutang again, nods. "All right, you stay here to greet the guests. I will find Anping." At this moment, Princess Anping is in the theater. She is wearing a bright red dress, looking vibrant and beautiful. But as soon as Yi Chutang appears, she steals all the attention. Instead of being the center of attention, she is now surrounded by only a few close friends, while everyone else rushes to flatter Yi Chutang. Miss Yi is not only talented but also skilled in medicine. It's truly admirable. I didn't know much about Miss Yi before, and may have offended her. I hope she can forgive me. Miss Yi is skilled in everything and can do anything. She is a role model for all women in the world. Those who looked down on Yi Chutang before now regretted their lack of insight. It is easy to provide help in times of need, but difficult to add to someone's success. Saying a few good words is always a good idea. Yi Chutang is the kind of person who returns a smile when someone smiles at her. She responds to everyone's praise with a smile. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the angry expression on Princess Anping's face and immediately gave her a teasing smile. Princess Anping was furious and quickly approached. Before she could say anything to Yi Chutang, the princess consort of an arrived. Anping, your mother is a bit tired. Please go to the flower hall to welcome the guests. In Beichen, respecting elders is very important. Although Princess Anping is headstrong, she listens to her elders. Yes, mother. With the princess consort present, the atmosphere among the officials was harmonious. The older ones chatted casually, while the younger ones recited poetry and enjoyed tea. Yi Chutang munched on sunflower seeds while reciting poetry and listening to gossip. At this moment, Yi Jingchuan was taken to the study by Princeton. On the desk in the study was a small white jade bottle. Princeton picked up the bottle, holding it tightly in his hand, struggling internally. After meeting Yi Chutang, he no longer wanted to send her to her doom. Seeing Princeton silent with the bottle, Yi Jingchuan asked, "Your Highness, what did the emperor say?" Princeton snapped back to reality and reluctantly handed the white jade bottle to Yi Jingchuan. He was just a powerless, confined to the capital to show the emperor's benevolence. If he disobeyed the emperor's orders, the prince's residence would vanish in an instant. This is a secret poison given by the emperor. It is colorless and tasteless, similar to the effects of a muscle relaxant, but if the antidote is not taken within 7 days, it will cause death. Yi Jingchuan carefully took the bottle and asked, "Is the antidote with the emperor?" "Yes, after the task is completed, the emperor will find Lord Yi." "Understood. What about the shadow guards?" As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people wrapped tightly in clothing appeared beside Yi Jingchuan. Princeton glanced at them and said, "If the poison doesn't work, we will resort to force." Today, Prince N's residence had set a trap for Yi Chutang. Once she arrived, she would not be able to escape. Seeing that the emperor had made all the arrangements, Yi Jingchuan felt a bit more at ease. But now there was a problem at hand. With men and women seated separately, how could he poison Yi Chutang? "Prince N, can't you administer the poison?" Whether in food or drink, the people of Prince N's residence would have an easier time tampering with it. Prince N shook his head. "No, I am only helping Minister Yi fulfill the emperor's command and do not want to be involved in this matter. No matter the outcome with Yi Chutang, it must not implicate the Yin family." Yi Jingchuan frowned. "Let me think." He couldn't come up with a solution and brought up another topic. How does Princeton plan to get the crown prince and Jun'er to have physical contact? By falling into the water. Yi Jingchuan thought this method was unreliable. This plan might work for most young ladies, but it was uncertain for Yi Chutang, who grew up in the countryside. Jun'er grew up in the countryside, so she probably knows how to swim. Princeton looked at the 2 shadow guards and said, "Have them hide in the lotus pond beforehand and hold Missy back. How will Prince N ensure that the crown prince will jump in to save her?" "Naturally, we will create a situation where only the crown prince is by the lotus pond." Yi Jingchuan thought that if something happened to Yi Chutang, he, as her father, would have to show up. This would conveniently give him the chance to poison her. "All right, since Prince N has already made arrangements, I will not let you down. It doesn't matter if you disappoint me, just don't let the emperor down." After saying this, Prince N turned and left. "Minister Yi, we have been in the study for a long time. We should return to the front yard." Yi Jingchuan nodded and followed Prince N. As soon as they left the study, he thought of a question. "Prince N, what if the plan to fall into the water fails?" Prince N turned back, the corner of his lips curling into a confident smile. "Minister Yi, don't worry. Even if it fails, I have another plan." Yi Jingchuan was very curious about Prince N's other plan. However, on the way back to the main hall, with servants coming and going, he couldn't ask too many questions. When they reached the entrance of the flower hall, Yi Jingchuan greeted Zhao Qingshu. "I have seen the young master. Lord Yi is a guest today, no need for such formalities." After Zhao Qingshu said this, he called a servant to Yi Jingchuan to the main hall. As Yi Jingchuan left, he heard Prince N ask his son, "Have all the guests arrived?" "Everyone is here except for the crown prince and the second prince." This meant that the crown prince had already arrived. Prince N nodded. "You go in and entertain the guests. I will wait for the 2 princes." "Yes, father." After Zhao Qingshu left, Princess Anping fanned her flushed face with her hand. "Father, the ladies have arrived. I will return to the theater. Go ahead, but don't cause any trouble. Princess Onping pouted unhappily. I didn't cause any trouble. It was Yi Chutang who deliberately provoked me. You are the host, and she has offended you, so you must endure it. You cannot lose the dignity and face of the Nwangfu. Father, whether it's Tang Wanning or Yi Chutang, neither of them belongs to you. Please do not show favoritism. Princess Onping often hears her mother complain that her father almost fell out with the emperor over Tang Wanning, nearly causing her mother to suffer a terrible fate. That is why she harbors deep resentment towards Tang Wanning's daughter. Hearing his daughter's rebellious words, and Wang stared at her coldly, Siming, be careful with your words. Princess Onping, whose name is Zhao Siming, holds the title of Onping. Seeing that Wang was truly angry, she quickly tried to appease him. Father, Onping knows she was wrong. Please forgive me, and don't hold it against me. I didn't mean it. As she spoke, she tugged at Wang's sleeve, swaying it back and forth. This immediately softened Wang's heart. Onping, don't worry. Your father knows very well who the outsiders are, and who the family is. It's hot here, so go to the theater to cool off. Father, I will go. Go ahead. And Wang called for a servant. Go summon Prince Qin to the Lotus Pond, and tell him I have important matters to discuss with him. Yes, my lord. Not far away. Princess Onping's smile instantly vanished upon hearing this, and her expression turned cold. Her father knows she likes Prince Qin and that she will only marry him, yet he still plots against him, wanting him to marry Yi Chutang. What kind of father is this? Since no one is helping her, she will fight for her chance to marry Prince Qin herself. She plans to replace Yi Chutang and make her fall into the water. When Princess Onping arrived at the theater, she overheard Wang Fei saying, A few days ago, I received some rare blue-scaled koi, which I have kept in the lotus pond. Would anyone like to come and see them? As the birthday celebrant today, everyone would want to honor her, regardless of their interest in the blue koi. Since they are rare, I must take a look. As the saying goes, seeing koi brings good luck, so I will take this opportunity to share in the fortune. And Wang Fei looked at the silent Yi Chutang and smiled. Miss Yi, with your exceptional talent, I wonder if you could compose a poem for the koi? Yi Chutang thought to herself. Here it comes. She is approaching me with her schemes. She had already guessed Wang Fei's plan from the words lotus pond. Falling into the water and being rescued, skin-to-skin contact, wet and tempting, losing her reputation, and being forced into marriage. She directly gave Wang Fei a rude gesture. It is an honor for me that the princess thinks highly of me. Although the princess consort couldn't understand Yi Chutang's gestures, she felt quite uncomfortable, thinking they were meant to insult her. However, leading Yi Chutang to the lotus pond was the priority, so she didn't ask further. Let's go. The sunlight isn't too harsh right now, and it's a great time for the koi to swim happily. If we're lucky, we might even see them leap over the dragon gate. The ladies quickly followed the princess consort to the nearby lotus pond. Yi Chutang intentionally squeezed into the crowd to create an opportunity for the princess consort. Princess Onping immediately followed closely behind, keeping a sharp eye on Yi Chutang to avoid missing the chance to take her place. She had overheard her father and mother planning to set up Prince Qin with Yi Chutang on her birthday, hoping to get the emperor to arrange a marriage. She didn't understand the reasons and didn't want to know. She just wanted to turn the tables and make the emperor's marriage target herself and Qi Yanzhou. Yi Chutang sensed the intense gaze on her back and turned to look. She met Princess Onping's fierce stare. Raising an eyebrow, she smirked, her eyes filled with disdain and provocation. Princess Onping remained unfazed. For her, winning over Qi Yanzhou was the most important thing. Everything else could wait. Yi Chutang was a bit surprised by Princess Onping's reaction and decided to stay alert. Soon, the group arrived at the lotus pond. The princess consort had a maid bring fish food and tossed it into the water filled with lotus leaves. Quickly, the koi in the water rushed to eat.
Wow.
There really are blue koi. Their scales are so shiny and beautiful. I see them too. There are several. One even looks a bit purple. So elegant. As soon as this was said, the ladies crowded around the pond to catch a glimpse of the rare koi. The koi are leaping over the dragon gate. This is my first time seeing it. How amazing! Where? I don't see it. I only see the fish fighting for food. Over here, under the highest lotus leaf, the blue koi just jumped. Everyone squeezed into the best spot to see the koi leap over the dragon gate. Seeing that Yi Chutang was about to be pushed out of the crowd, the princess consort quickly said, "Everyone, please don't push. Be careful not to fall in. Make way for Miss Yi so she can enjoy this wonderful sight and compose a poem for the koi." Her words were like an imperial decree, and the ladies quickly parted. Yi Chutang looked at the narrow path that could barely fit one person and slowly walked toward the pond. She kept her eyes and ears open, wanting to know who the princess consort had arranged to target her. Princess Anping followed closely behind her. As Yi Chutang approached the lotus pond, suddenly a foot reached out to trip her. She was about to dodge and kick the culprit into the pond. However, Princess Anping grabbed her shoulder and switched places, falling in instead. Plop! Water splashed everywhere. Yi Chutang clearly saw Princess Anping submerged, wearing a triumphant smile. Before Princess Anping fell into the water, Qi Yanzhou had been brought to the lotus pond by Princein. The prince suggested taking out some silver to buy herbs for relieving dampness and treating colds to send to Jiangnan. The floods in Jiangnan were still ongoing, with no end in sight. Even without an outbreak of disease, the people would get sick from the continuous rain and urgently needed medicine. Qi Yanzhou knew well that Princein wasn't so kind-hearted, as he never cared about the people's livelihood. Buying herbs was just an excuse to bring him to the lotus pond. Hearing the distant cries of the ladies, Qi Yanzhou guessed Prince's scheme. He remained cautious about the situation with the ladies and agreed with the prince's idea. Princein cares so much for the disaster victims. I admire that. How about we each contribute 100,000 taels of silver to buy herbs for Jiangnan? Princein's heart raced, and his expression changed. Prince Chun, isn't that too much? The emperor is giving 200,000 taels for disaster relief. If we contribute the same, it might seem like we're trying to steal the emperor's credit. If the emperor misunderstands that we want to win the people's hearts, it would be troublesome. He was a leisurely prince without a fief, and his salary was not enough to cover his family's expenses. Although the Yin family had many businesses, there wasn't much left after expenses. Coming up with 100,000 taels would be a significant burden for him. Qi Yanzhou had already anticipated Prince's response and had prepared his reply. Princein is overthinking it. We only need to secretly send the herbs to Jiangnan without telling the people who sent them. Princein didn't want to be seen as a nameless benefactor. Just as he was about to object, Qi Yanzhou added, "Only by doing this can we avoid the emperor's misunderstanding. I believe Prince's intention to help the disaster victims is not for fame, but to share the emperor's worries and care for the people, right?" Flattered by the praise, Princein had no choice but to endure. "Prince Chun, is 100,000 taels really not too much?" "Not at all. While a regular prescription doesn't cost much, Jiangnan is wealthy with many people, and 200,000 taels of herbs will definitely not be enough." After saying this, Qi Yanzhou glanced toward the main hall. "I still need to ask Princein to gather the officials to help the disaster victims. They enjoy the benefits of the state, so they should be willing to generously donate money for the victims to buy medicine." Princein, isn't this pushing him forward and offending the officials? He definitely doesn't want to do that. Just as he was about to find an excuse to decline, on the other side of the lotus pond, Princess Anping fell into the water. Shouts immediately followed. "Help! Missy has fallen into the water. Please save her." This was planned by Princein, instructing someone to call for help when they heard the splash. But the person standing in the crowd had no idea that the one in the water was Princess Anping and simply shouted out Missy. Qi Yanzhou heard that Yi Chutang had fallen into the water and showed no reaction because he knew she could swim. With her skills, it was impossible for her to fall unless she did it on purpose. Princein thought the plan was working, and a brief look of joy crossed his eyes. He quickly changed the topic, looking anxious, and said, "How could Missy fall into the water?" The back garden is full of ladies and maids who can't swim, and the servants can't help. What should we do? Qi Yanzhou realized Prince and was hinting for him to save her. If Yi Chutang couldn't swim, he would jump into the lotus pond even if he knew it was a trap. But this trap was just a joke. He looked at the self-directed Prince N and reminded him, instead of panicking here, you should find someone quickly. If something happens to Missy in the palace, you won't be able to explain it to the people and the students. Prince N ignored this and said, Prince Chun, you are skilled and can swim. You must have a way to save Miss Yi. After saying that, he shouted towards the ladies. Don't panic, Prince Chun is coming. Qi Yanzhou couldn't help but laugh at Prince N's forced attempt to make him save someone. For Miss Ye's reputation, I won't save her. Prince N, you should think of another way. Prince Chun, what is reputation compared to a life? Prince N said, grabbing Qi Yanzhou's arm and pulling him toward the ladies. Qi Yanzhou did not resist. He also wanted to see how Yi Chutang would respond. If needed, he would help. The ladies had not yet recovered from the shock of Princess Anping falling into the water when they heard someone behind them shout that Miss Yi had fallen in. If it really was Yi Chutang, no one would suspect anything. But the person in the water and the one needing rescue were not the same. Isn't the one who fell in the water Princess Anping? Why are they saying it's Miss Yi? It seems the call for help came from someone behind. How strange. I can't even see who fell into the water. Why are you shouting? Hearing this, the Princess Oven felt a wave of darkness before her eyes.
Fool.
Getting the person wrong clearly suggests that Yi Chutang almost fell into the water on purpose. At that moment, the voice of Prince N called out, Don't panic, Prince Chun is coming. The Princess Oven felt a rush of fear. She worried that Prince Chun would follow the plan and jump into the lotus pond to save someone, ruining the Emperor's scheme. She quickly shouted, Everyone, don't panic. The person in the water is in Ping. She can swim. Prince N, hurrying over, paused at her words. Wasn't the one who fell Yi Chutang? How did it change to in Ping? While he was confused, he was accidentally bumped into the lotus pond by Qi Yanzhou.
Splash.
Prince N, who had always been pampered, couldn't swim and flailed around in fear, muddying the clear water. Help!
Gulp.
Help! Seeing Prince N sinking, Qi Yanzhou smiled. Someone, Prince N, has fallen into the water. Hearing this, the Princess Oven was speechless. Had the father and daughter lost their minds? Why were they both falling into the water? A servant who could swim immediately jumped in to save Prince, and seeing that Prince N was being rescued, the Princess Oven turned her attention to her daughter still struggling in the pond. And Ping, stop fooling around and come up. But En Ping ignored her, showing no intention of getting out. She floated and sank in the water, looking as if she might drown.
Help!
Prince Chun.
Save me.
Once those words were out, the Princess Oven understood everything. Her daughter must have learned about their scheme against Prince Chun and Yi Chutang and was deliberately trying to replace them. What a reckless girl. Her tone turned stern as she commanded, "En Ping, get to shore." Now everyone knew En Ping could swim, yet she was calling for Prince Chun to save her, bringing shame to the En family. The other ladies joined in to persuade her. "Princess, stop playing around. The water is dirty. Prince Chun won't jump in. Princess, come back to shore. You've swallowed a lot of water. This isn't a game. Doesn't anyone in the palace know how to swim? Just get a bamboo pole." Everyone was shouting and arguing. In truth, Princess En Ping also wanted to get out. But something was tangled around her ankle, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Her strength was fading, and her body was sinking uncontrollably. Water rushed in from all sides, filling her mouth and nose. The fear of drowning wrapped around her like an invisible net, tightening around her and making it hard to breathe. Yi Chutang noticed something was wrong with Princess En Ping. Although the pond was murky and covered by lotus leaves, she was sure someone was underwater. Yi Chutang couldn't see the person underwater, but she knew that person had grabbed Princess Anping's ankle and was pulling her down. Otherwise, even if Princess Anping was foolish, she wouldn't pretend to drown after everyone knew she could swim. The person underwater must have been sent by Prince and to deal with her, resulting in his foolish daughter getting into trouble. Yi Chutang acted as if she hadn't noticed anything and watched the scene unfold. However, from the corner of her eye, she focused on an official lady in a dark blue dress. Just now, this old woman had tried to trip her. Since the old woman didn't want that foot, she would help her out later. At that moment, Prince had already been rescued by a servant. After coughing up some dirty water, he realized his daughter hadn't been saved yet and immediately shouted to Princess and Madam, "Hurry and save Anping." He knew very well that the Emperor's shadow guards were hiding underwater and had mistakenly thought that Anping was Yi Chutang. Princess immediately realized her daughter was truly drowning. She panicked and shouted, "Someone, quickly find a bamboo pole to save the princess." The guards of the royal residence immediately took action and headed to the laundry room for a bamboo pole. But the laundry room was a bit far from the back garden, and even if the guards were skilled, it would take some time. The exhausted Princess Anping couldn't wait that long. Prince Qin reminded, "Princeton, if you don't let the servant go save Anping soon, she will drown." Princeton was reluctant to let a lowly servant touch his daughter. But he couldn't ask Qi Yanzhou for help either, or he wouldn't be able to explain to the emperor. He told the servant, "Quickly go find Qing Shu." A brother saving his sister. Even if they were close, no one would dare to say anything. "Yes, my lord." Just as the servant was about to leave, they heard a splash. A man jumped into the water and quickly swam toward Princess Anping. Prince Qin recognized him as Qin Jinglin, the second son of the Minister of Finance. He was not only married but also had several concubines and was a frequent visitor to brothels, living a carefree life with no achievements. This would be an interesting show. Prince also recognized the man swimming toward Princess Anping in the lotus pond. His face changed in fear. He wanted to stop Qin Jinglin from saving her, but was worried about his daughter drowning for too long. Before he could decide, he heard another splash. It was Song Ruishi's illegitimate son, Song Rang. Song Rang had some skills and swam faster than Qin Jinglin, quickly catching up. The underwater guardian finally saw someone come to rescue Yi Chutang and immediately released the rope that was wrapped around her ankle. It was understandable that they mistook her for someone else. First, the lotus leaves blocked their view. Then the water became murky, and Princess Anping was thrashing about, making the sounds of the water perfectly cover any noise from the shore. Song Rang grabbed the unconscious Princess Anping, tightly holding her slender waist as he swam toward the shore. As he passed by Qin Jinglin, he gave him a challenging glance. "Brother Qin, hurry to the shore. The water is cold." Qin Jinglin was furious, having lost the chance to become the prince's son-in-law. He was unwilling to let the opportunity slip away and quickly moved in to hold Princess Anping's face, kissing her pale lips. Everyone watching the scene in the lotus pond was shocked. How could these two incompetent men act like this toward Princess Anping? Were they out of their minds? But they were also curious about who would win in this competition for the princess's affection. Song Rang stared in disbelief at the smug Qin Jinglin, his features twisting in anger as he kicked him away. Through gritted teeth, he shouted, "How dare you do something so despicable to the princess? What nonsense are you talking about? I saw the princess faint and was worried for her safety. I had no choice but to help."
Ha!
"No one believes you."
People believe me.
"Shameless scoundrel. What do you mean? Do you want something to happen to the princess?" Song Rang ground his teeth. "Shut up. Stop talking nonsense." Qin Jinglin snorted. "Don't think I don't know. You're holding the princess so tightly to take advantage of her. That's ridiculous. I've already saved the princess, and you shamelessly. I will make you pay for what you've done." Princeton didn't expect the incident to escalate like this, and he was furious. He wished he could tear apart these shameless men who had disrespected his daughter. But saving his daughter was the priority. Quickly get Anping to safety. First, save her, then deal with these audacious scoundrels. Qin Jinglin, not wanting to offend the prince, immediately released Princess Anping's face. Song Rang swam to the edge of the pond with Princess Anping and pulled her out of the water, which she had inhaled too much of. He steeled himself and, before the doctor arrived, began to help her breathe while pressing on her chest. The princess's mother, unable to watch the scene, fainted. The official's wife beside her quickly supported her and pinched her to wake her up. "Princess, please wake up." When the princess's mother finally regained consciousness, Princess Onping coughed up several mouthfuls of water and woke up. She had been underwater for too long, her mind was unclear, and everything looked blurry.
"Brother Yan, is that you?"
As she spoke, she reached out to touch Song Rang's face. Seeing this, the princess consort quickly pushed away the lady who was supporting her and rushed to Princess Onping's side, holding her hand. "Onping, you've been drowning for too long, and you're confused. Your mother has sent someone to take you back to your room to rest." She looked at the maidservant standing outside and called out, "Come here, take the princess back to her room." As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou answered Princess Onping's question. "Onping, the one who saved you is not me." Princess Onping instinctively turned toward Qi Yanzhou's voice. Her vision gradually became clearer. What she saw was not the handsome Qi Yanzhou, but the awkward Song Rang and the eager Qin Jun'er. Both of them wore silly smiles and said, "Princess, it was me who saved you." They were wet, and their greedy expressions made Princess Onping feel nauseous. How could this happen? Didn't her father and mother plan for Brother Yan to save Yi Chudeng? But why did she end up in the water instead, and things did not go as expected? Princess Onping could not accept being close to any man other than Qi Yanzhou. She felt as if countless ants were crawling on her skin, making her extremely uncomfortable. In her anger, she spat out blood and fainted. The blood splattered all over Qin Jun'er and Song Rang, who were trying to gain favor. Startled, they immediately knelt before Prince En and insisted that the princess's fainting was not their fault. Prince En looked at the two cowards, suppressing his urge to lash out, and said, "You saved Onping, and I will thank you properly." He then called a servant, "Take these two young men to clean up and change their clothes." No matter how much he despised them, he couldn't show it openly, or it would seem like he was ungrateful. As the servant led Qin Jun'er and Song Rang away, the maid called by the princess consort finally squeezed through. The stronger maid quickly picked up the unconscious Princess Onping. "Your Highness, I will take the princess back to her room for treatment." The princess consort nodded and instructed another maid. "Onping has been underwater too long and has coughed up blood. Her condition is serious. Make sure the doctor examines her well." This implied that the maid should keep an eye on Princess Onping and prevent her from attending the birthday banquet. "Yes, I will obey." At that moment, the heir Zhao Qingshu hurried over. Also arriving were the crown prince, the second prince, as well as Yi Jingchuan and Qin Muyun. Their gazes immediately fell on Yi Chudeng. It wasn't intentional, it was just that even in a crowd, her beauty was hard to ignore. The second prince's eyes widened, and his heart, which had never raced for a woman, suddenly came alive. The crown prince was also impressed by the well-dressed Yi Chudeng, but the allure of beauty didn't affect him much, and he quickly looked away. Qin Muyun forced himself to divert his gaze, his heart pounding, but he tried to suppress it. When Yi Chudeng noticed the attention, she turned to play with her hair, avoiding all eyes. After a glance at her, Yi Jingchuan's gaze shifted to Prince En, silently asking why his plan had failed. Prince En couldn't answer in front of so many people and looked at his anxious son. "Qingshu, have the guests been settled? It would be rude to have the host absent from the main hall and let the butler entertain them." Zhao Qingshu nodded. "Father, don't worry. Everyone understands that something happened to Onping." After saying this, he glanced in the direction where Princess Onping had left, anxiously asking Mother, "How did my younger sister fall into the water?" The princess looked at Yi Chudeng. Onping fell into the water while trying to save Miss Yi. Fortunately, Onping had switched places with Yi Chudeng before falling. Although she had intended to use Yi Chudeng as a distraction, it could also be explained that she fell into the water to save her. As for the mistake in calling for help, they could just blame two others. Zhao Qingshu, unaware of his parents' plan for the day, frowned and asked, "Why did Miss Yi fall into the water?" His tone was icy, and he shot a sharp look at Yi Chutang, as if questioning whether she had plotted against his sister. After all, they had a history. The princess wanted to tarnish Yi Chutang's reputation but feared driving her away and failing the emperor's task. She sighed. It's my fault. I only wanted everyone to see the rare koi, not considering that it could be dangerous with so many people by the lotus pond. Thankfully, Anping was quick. Otherwise, it would have been Miss Yi who fell in. The implication was that Yi Chutang had been pushed into the pond while trying to join in the fun. If it weren't for Princess Anping, it would have been her facing unwanted attention from two men. After hearing the princess's words, someone immediately raised a question. The one who fell into the water was Princess Anping, but why did someone shout that Miss Yi fell in? She was deliberately trying to win favor in front of Yi Chutang, wanting to get closer to her. Building a good relationship with someone supported by scholars and the public would be very beneficial. The princess glanced at the wife of the Minister of Works, who was looking for trouble, and casually replied, perhaps that person only saw Miss Yi almost fall into the water, but didn't see that Anping saved her. But when the koi jumps over the dragon gate, the crowd outside can't see what's happening inside. Someone must want to harm Miss Yi, so please investigate this matter thoroughly, princess. Once these words were spoken, many ladies agreed. The intention to harm Miss Yi was too obvious. They were not foolish and could see it clearly. Miss Yi's talent has been praised by Director Song. If someone wants to deal with her, the students will not agree. Miss Yi has written remedies that can save the world. If something happens to her, the common people will not agree. The princess can swim and almost drowned. If Miss Yi falls into the pond, the consequences are unimaginable. The mastermind is too malicious. Please, Princein, expose this shameless person. The lady who was bribed by Prince and was so frightened that she took 2 steps back, her body stiff. Princein understood the situation and did not want to investigate. He glanced at Yi Jingchuan. Yi Jingchuan understood and walked in front of Yi Chutang, saying, Chutang, everyone is being serious. It's just a misunderstanding. Today is the birthday of the princess, so let's not make it unpleasant. Yi Chutang was amused by Yi Jingchuan's shamelessness. Father, do you know what your words just now imply? Yi Jingchuan felt a tightness in his scalp, knowing Yi Chutang was about to cause trouble. Chutang, don't be willful. Yi Chutang dismissed Yi Jingchuan's concern, talking to herself. This is called victim blaming. If you don't do anything wrong, others wouldn't treat you this way, right? Reflect on yourself and don't blame others for everything. One should be forgiving. Let me give an example of a couple. If one party is unfaithful, it's ridiculous to blame the hurt party for not holding on to their partner's heart, isn't it? Her words resonated with most of the ladies. It was clear that the husbands were unfaithful, favoring concubines over their wives, yet the in-laws blamed them for not being capable enough to keep their husbands' hearts and for not motivating them. Even the princess felt a complex mix of emotions after hearing this. Yi Chutang continued, Father, if you ask me to back down, you are not helping the princess. You are harming her, and that is unforgivable. Yi Jingchuan was so angry that his temples throbbed. What nonsense are you talking about? Father, you haven't realized the insidious nature of the mastermind. On the surface, she seems to be harming me, but in reality, she is harming the family. Stop talking nonsense. Qi Yanzhou stepped forward and analyzed the situation logically. Everyone can think about it. If Miss Yi dies in the family, what kind of situation would the family face? Everyone knows that Miss Yi and Princess Anping do not get along, so people will surely think that the royal residence is intentionally involved in murder. With Miss Yi's talent and kindness, scholars and commoners will seek justice for her. How can the Anwang residence maintain its reputation? Qin Mian clicked his tongue. The person behind this is too bold, even plotting against royal family members. Anwang. What is going on here? He only wanted Miss Yi to fall into the water to force Prince Chen to save her. How did it turn into a plot against royal family members? Anwang wished he could grab Princess Anping and give her a good talking to. If it weren't for this troublesome girl ruining the plan, he wouldn't be in such a passive position. He forced a smile and found an excuse to explain. Prince Chen, you exaggerate. Miss Yi is exceptionally talented and beautiful, which naturally invites jealousy. The person behind this may not be targeting the Anwang residents. This was a message to those he had bribed. If they were found out, they should respond this way. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, "Since Anwang does not wish to investigate further, let's pretend I said nothing." Then he looked at Yi Chutong. "Miss Yi is the victim. How do you plan to handle this?" Yi Jingchuan spoke before Yi Chutong could respond. "Since Chutong is fine, we won't pursue it further." Yi Chutong glanced at Yi Jingchuan with a mocking look. "Father, I thought you were different from Anwang and would protect your daughter. Instead, you choose to tolerate those who want to harm me, which makes me doubt if you are in cahoots with them." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yi Jingchuan and Anwang with suspicion. If they weren't working together, why wouldn't they investigate? Facing the skeptical gazes, Yi Jingchuan quickly explained, "Chudong, what I meant was to wait until after the birthday banquet of the Anwang princess to look into this matter." Qi Yanzhou immediately countered with a statement from the Ministry of Justice. "Minister Yi, that is incorrect. Only by investigating now can we easily find the culprit." Yi Chutong nodded in agreement. "If we don't find the murderer, they will surely escalate their actions and ruin the Anwang princess's birthday banquet." She then looked at Anwang. "Your Highness, do you think what I said is correct?" Anwang, unable to evade the issue, said, "Miss Yi is right. We must investigate." He asked, "Does Miss Yi have any suspects in mind?" Yi Chutong glanced at the official's wife, who wanted to trip her up. The official's wife lowered her head, feeling guilty, her hands clenched tightly in her sleeves, anxious. She kept telling herself, "Yi Chutang has no evidence. As long as I don't admit it, I'll be fine." Yi Chutang saw through the official lady's thoughts and smirked. She pointed directly at the official lady. "It was her who tried to trip me into the lotus pond." The official lady immediately denied it. "Miss Yi, you can't just say things because you think I'm easy to bully. You were standing behind me, and you stretched out your left foot." The official lady knelt before Prince Sin, feeling wronged and angry. "Your Highness, I didn't do it." Yi Chutang replied, "You were wearing brown pearl-embroidered shoes, and one pearl on your ankle should have fallen off and been replaced. That one is brighter than the others." Upon hearing this, the official lady became flustered. "Miss Yi, this only shows that you are observant. It doesn't prove I wanted to harm you." Yi Chutang firmly stated, "It does." Princess An thought that as long as Yi Chutang didn't catch Lady Lu in the act of tripping her, she would have to accept this loss. Curiously, she asked, "How will Miss Yi prove it was Lady Lu?" Lady Lu's skirt today is quite long, completely covering her feet. She wouldn't show her shoes while walking normally. Although Yi Chutang left some things unsaid, everyone understood. As long as they confirmed that the pearl on Lady Lu's left shoe was as Yi Chutang described, it would mean she was the one who tripped her. Lady Lu realized she was finished, collapsing to the ground, her face pale. "No need to investigate. I was the one who tripped Miss Yi, but I only wanted to embarrass her, not to harm her. Are you curious why I did this? Because I am Su Kang's aunt." Yi Chutang thought for a moment before recalling who Su Kang was. A reckless man who tried to kidnap her but ended up being outsmarted and injured. But she knew this was just an excuse from Lady Lu.
Who were you working with?
No one. I was surprised when I heard someone shout that Miss Yi fell into the water. Yi Chutang walked up to Lady Lu and kicked her into the lotus pond. "Now we're even." After saying that, she used her earth-based ability to crush Lady Lu's left foot with mud until it shattered. Lady Lu couldn't swim, and as she struggled, her left foot throbbed with pain. She screamed in agony and fainted. Princess An noticed that Lady Lu sank below the water and felt something was wrong. She immediately shouted, "Someone, save Lady Lu." Prince An, not wanting a death on his hands, quickly ordered a servant to jump in and rescue her. The unconscious Lady Lu was soon pulled ashore and taken to a room for treatment. The person who had been hiding and calling for help was also revealed by Yi Chutang through her voice. "Tell me, why did you shout that I fell into the water?" "Because I was jealous of you. Ever since you appeared in the capital, the men have only had eyes for you. When I realized Madame Lu's intentions, I quickly came up with a plan." With your fame and beauty, those men would rush to save you if they knew you fell into the water. As long as they got close to you and had physical contact, your reputation would be ruined. The woman said this with a self-deprecating laugh. Unfortunately, your luck was too good. You were saved by the kind princess, which not only ruined my plan, but also exposed me. The heavens really don't see clearly. Although her reasoning made some sense, it was full of flaws. Prince N did not want Yi Chutang to dig deeper. He quickly said, "The matter has been clarified. The rest can be left to Miss Yi." After saying this, he bowed to the crown prince. "I apologize for disturbing the crown prince and everyone else. It is my fault. Later, I will drink 3 cups as punishment." Princess N also said to the ladies, "I have invited the best theater troupe. The stage should be ready. Everyone, please return to the theater." As everyone was leaving the lotus pond, they suddenly heard a splash. It was Yi Chutang throwing the woman into the lotus pond. She squatted by the shore, watching the woman flail around helplessly, laughing with her eyes sparkling. "Now, it's your turn to lose your reputation." After saying this, she looked at the young servants of the royal residence. Whoever saves her can marry her and rise above their status. If no one saves her, the lotus pond will have another lost soul. Yi Chutang's punishment for the woman was simply returning the favor. No one could say she was wrong. Prince N had no choice but to send the steward's son to rescue her. After the woman was pulled ashore and realized it was a servant who saved her, she broke down in tears. All she received in return was the phrase, "You deserve it." Princess N called a maid, "Take Miss Fong to the room to change her clothes." Thus ended the farce caused by a scheme. Yi Jingchuan touched the white jade bottle in his pocket and said to Yi Chutang, "Chuar, come with me." No matter if he could successfully poison, he had to try. Yi Chutang noticed Yi Jingchuan's small action and asked, "Where are we going?" "To the pavilion. I have something to discuss." "Okay, let's go." The back garden of Prince N's residence was large, with 3 pavilions. Yi Jingchuan took Yi Chutang to the pavilion closest to the flower hall. "Someone bring a pot of tea." Yi Chutang instantly understood that the focus of Yi Jingchuan's invitation was on the tea. The maid quickly brought in the tea. "Minister Yi, Miss Yi, please enjoy." Yi Jingchuan picked up the tea and blew on it. "I have important matters to discuss with Chutang, so you all stay back." "Yes, the maid will take her leave." After the maid left, he took a sip of the fine tea. After soothing his throat, he scolded Yi Chutang, saying she shouldn't act willfully at the prince's residence, shouldn't be unreasonable, and shouldn't leave no room for others. Yi Chutang ignored him, focusing entirely on the tea. Yi Jingchuan knew she wasn't listening, but he kept talking. His hands were under the jade table, where he took out a white jade bottle and hid the powder under his fingernail. When Yi Chutang finished her tea and set the cup down, he knew the moment had come. He immediately stopped talking and poured her more tea. Taking the chance, he added the powder to her cup. Yi Chutang seemed lost in thought, but her attention was on the teacup. She noticed Yi Jingchuan dipping his pinky, which held the white powder, into the hot tea, his finger turning red, but he showed no sign of discomfort. Yi Jingchuan curled his burnt pinky and handed the tea to Yi Chutang. "Chutang, this is the prince's residence. You need to be more careful. If something happens, I can't protect you." Yi Chutang's finger traced the rim of the cup slowly. "Father, you don't need to worry too much. Even if something goes wrong, I can take care of it for you." Yi Jingchuan's gaze followed her finger as it moved around. Seeing she wasn't drinking, he grew anxious. "Chutang, don't think you can do whatever you want in the capital just because of your talent in writing and medicine." Yi Chutang noticed his anxiety and pretended to lift the cup, but didn't drink. "That's true, but why don't you just seize a throne for fun? Let the Yi family rule the world?" Just that random comment startled her father. Yi Jingchuan turned pale, looking around. After confirming the maid and servants were far enough away to not hear them, he sighed in relief. He slammed his hand on the jade table and whispered angrily, "Outrageous. Do you want the Yi family to be punished? Never speak such rebellious words again. Father, you're really pitiful. No wonder you've spent your life serving others." After saying that, Yi Chutong brought the cup to her lips. Yi Jingchuan's heart raced, too frustrated to scold her further. He scoffed inwardly. Rebellious daughter, once you drink this tea, I can secure a title. What does it matter if I serve? There are more who will serve me. Yi Chudang, under Yi Jingchuan's hopeful gaze, slightly raised her wrist and pressed down on the cup. Her lips touched the medicated tea. Yi Jingchuan thought it was settled. However, Yi Chutang put down the cup and said regretfully, "It's cold now."
Yi Jingchuan replied.
On a hot day, isn't cold tea better? Does father like cold tea? It's yours. Yi Chutang placed the teacup in front of Yi Jingchuan and raised an eyebrow.
Drink it.
Yi Jingchuan was so frustrated he felt like he might explode. You've already touched it with your lips. How can I drink it? After saying this, he poured out the lukewarm tea, planning to pour Yi Chutang a fresh cup of hot tea. But Yi Chutang, tired of the back and forth, stood up. Father, we're guests. It's not good to stay in the pavilion for too long. Let's go. Without waiting for Yi Jingchuan to respond, she left the pavilion. As she turned away, she lightly licked her lips that had touched the medicated tea. Just the taste of tea. No color, no flavor? This poison is quite special. She needed to find a chance to use Yi Jingchuan as a test subject to see its effects. Yi Jingchuan had no idea he was destined to be a test subject. He irritably ran his fingers through his hair, feeling as if Yi Chudang had played a trick on him. Since the poisoning failed, I can only hope for help from the Emperor's shadow guards. After mumbling this, he returned to the front courtyard through the flower hall. As soon as Yi Jingchuan stepped into the main hall, he was called out by Qi Yanzhou. Minister Yi comes from a humble background and surely empathizes with the people suffering, willing to generously contribute. Yi Jingchuan had no idea what everyone was discussing. Suddenly hearing this made him feel exposed and embarrassed. Princeton explained, the floods in Jiangnan are severe, leaving the people homeless and short on food and medicine. This prince and Prince Chen discussed it and hope all officials can contribute some money to secretly help the people through this difficult time. Secretly help? What does that mean? The credit for disaster relief can only go to the emperor. The implication was that officials not only had to spend money but also do good deeds without taking credit. Therefore, many officials were only willing to contribute a small amount, just to appease Prince N's call. After understanding this, Yi Jingchuan was also reluctant to contribute too much money. Both princes care for the country and the people, which is a blessing for the citizens. I am willing to contribute. Just as he was about to state an amount, Qi Yanzhou interrupted. This prince and each contributed 100,000 taels. Yi Jingchuan's eyes widened in shock, and the 100 taels he was about to mention got stuck in his throat. I can't afford that much silver. Qi Yanzhou smiled and said, any amount is appreciated. Minister Yi can decide. Seeing many officials signaling to Yi Jingchuan to say less, or else they would have to contribute more, Yi Jingchuan glanced at Prince N. He worried that if he offered too little, it would upset Prince Chen and harm their future plans. Prince N quietly extended a finger. Yi Jingchuan understood immediately and said to Qi Yanzhou, I am about to marry off my daughter, so funds are tight. I can offer at most 1,000 taels. This amount was significant, representing most of his salary for half a year. With someone starting, the other officials had to follow suit and raise their disaster relief contributions. Qi Yanzhou achieved his goal and felt pleased. Prince Sin, please have someone record the generous donations from the officials. Once we purchase the disaster relief supplies, we will publish the details for everyone to see, ensuring every penny goes to the victims. Although Prince N found it troublesome, he nodded, all right. As the steward of Prince N's residence recorded the officials' donations, Qi Yanzhou completed his task and sat down next to Qin Muyin in the corner of the main hall. Everyone was anxiously discussing how much silver to donate, and no one paid attention to them. Qin Muyin moved his chair closer to Qi Yanzhou. He lowered his voice and asked eagerly for praise. The two people I chose for Princess Onping are quite good, right? Indeed, Qin Zhenglin and Song Rang, who were not the best characters, had been secretly encouraged by him to boldly go and rescue Princess Onping, even crossing lines. Although he didn't know the specifics, Qi Yanzhou had warned that if anything happened at Prince N's residence today, they would face severe consequences. Qi Yanzhou quietly gave a thumbs up. Well done. The plum blossom painting by Huan that you liked will be sent to the Grand Tutor's residence tomorrow. I like this great gift. Qin Muyun said happily, and then curiously asked, what scheme is Prince N really planning? Why does Princess Anping want to save Miss Yi? Qi Yanzhou picked up his tea, and the rising steam blurred his eyes. After hesitating for a while, he decided to be honest. Prince N originally wanted to set up a situation where Miss Yi would fall into the water, forcing me, who happened to be by the lotus pond, to save her. Qin Muyun, feeling clever, was now completely confused. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, this is the Emperor's idea. Qin Muyun knew that the Emperor wanted to arrange a marriage between Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang, but Qi Yanzhou had refused. His brows furrowed slightly, and a shadow crossed his handsome face. Why does the Emperor insist on tying you and Miss Yi together? Qi Yanzhou swirled his teacup, the tea rippling like green waves. I thought the Emperor was going to take action against the Chen Wangfu. Seeing that he had been poisoned and still alive, had he finally lost patience? Qin Muyun understood immediately upon hearing this. The day you get married will be the day the Emperor takes down the Chen Wangfu, but why must it be Miss Yi? Qi Yanzhou set down his teacup. Because Yi Jingchuan is loyal to the Emperor. If it were someone else, they might leave themselves an escape route, as dealing with the Chen Wangfu would come at a high cost. The Yi family has no foundation in the capital and can only rely on the Emperor. But Miss Yi. Qin Muyun was about to say that Yi Chutang would never help the Yi family do wrong when he suddenly realized something, his expression changing dramatically. The Emperor wants to control Miss Yi. She is in danger. His excitement raised his voice, drawing the attention of those around them. Young Master Qin, who is in danger? Qin Muyun composed himself and smiled. There might be water ghosts in the lotus pond. It's dangerous. While chatting with Qi Yanzhou, he was also listening to the conversations around him. Officials were discussing disaster relief funds, while the children of officials were talking about the lotus pond. The news came from Qin Jinglin and Song Rang. While changing clothes in a side room, they heard Madame Lu scream as if she were being slaughtered. Then they learned from the doctor that Madame Lu's left foot had mysteriously turned to mush, and Princess Anping's ankle showed signs of being entangled. But the lotus pond was very deep. As long as a person didn't fall to the bottom, they couldn't get caught in the water plants. Everyone was discussing the matter, guessing wildly, and the more they talked, the more mysterious it became. But no one dared to mention the term water ghost, until Qin Muyun revealed the answer in everyone's hearts. In broad daylight, where would a ghost come from? Young Master Qin, don't speak nonsense. Prince N is a royal relative, protected by dragon energy. Small ghosts can't enter the palace. Madame Lu tripped Miss Yi with her left foot, and now her left foot is ruined. This is karma. Princess Anping's ankle was probably caught by the lotus roots in the pond. Qin Muyun couldn't be bothered with these insincere people. He knew very well that there were no water ghosts in the lotus pond, only skilled fighters. This person originally intended to deal with Yi Chutang, but the ones who fell into the water were not her. Princess Anping and Madame Lu were mistakenly harmed. This person could break bones, and was likely as skilled as Qi Yanzhou. Yi Chutang was in great danger. Thinking of this, Qin Muyun looked at the calm and silent Qi Yanzhou and leaned closer. We need to quickly inform Miss Yi. The Emperor is going to target her. Qi Yanzhou glanced at the anxious Qin Muyun. With her intelligence, she probably guessed it long ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so aggressive towards Prince N and Yi Jingchuan. That's true. If Prince N's first plan fails, he surely has a backup. I wonder what will happen next. When the enemy comes, we will fight. When the flood comes, we will build a dam. Qin Muyun lowered his voice even more. I'm worried that Prince N will use force. Miss Yi can't fight against so many. After saying this, he curiously asked Qi Yanzhou, Ziqian, Miss Yi is so wonderful. Why don't you want to marry her? Qi Yanzhou dipped his fingertip in tea and wrote on the table. She doesn't want to. As soon as Qin Muyun saw it, Qi Yanzhou wiped it away. He looked at Qi Yanzhou in shock. You also asked to marry Miss Yi? Qi Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. Also? Did you ask to marry her? Qin Muyin suddenly felt a slight pain in his tongue, as if it had been burned. He cleared his throat and awkwardly nodded. Yes, I was rejected by Miss Yi. She said she wants a lifelong partner, someone like you, a great hero who cares for the country and the people. Qi Yanzhou. It sounded like an excuse to him. Seeing Qi Yanzhou silent, Qin Muyin nudged his shoulder. Ziqian, when did you ask to marry Miss Yi? Why didn't you tell me? If I had known, I wouldn't have gone to express my feelings to her. He didn't want to let a woman come between their friendship. Qi Yanzhou explained, it wasn't really a proposal. I just explained to Miss Yi why I couldn't marry her, and she clearly said she wouldn't marry me. Qin Muyin. Why did you refuse? And why doesn't she want to marry? From Ziqian's words, it seemed he was willing to marry Miss Yi, and she liked his type. No matter how you looked at it, they were a perfect match. Moreover, if he had agreed to the emperor's marriage proposal back then, Miss Yi wouldn't be in danger today. Qi Yanzhou recalled Yi Chutong's words, a complex emotion appearing in his eyes. I refused because I didn't want to use royal power to force her into a choice. She rejected me because she dislikes power struggles and doesn't want to share a husband with other women. He had no interest in multiple wives. He only wanted to love one person. But his identity and status meant he couldn't control the number of women in his household. And the power struggles were unavoidable for the Chunwangfu. Qin Muyin sighed regretfully. Miss Yi is the kind of free-spirited woman who shouldn't be trapped in a household. Only someone like Song Jingning is truly suitable for her. After saying this, he nudged Qi Yanzhou's shoulder again, raising his eyebrows. So, you do like Miss Yi? Qi Yanzhou did not answer Qin Muyin and changed the subject. Huai Xian, Miss Yi and I are already in the game. You keep a close eye on Yi Jingchuan, Prince Sin, and the heir. Qin Muyin nodded, I will. He took out 3 copper coins from his pocket, took a few deep breaths, and read a fortune for Yi Chudang. It was very bad. Ziqian, something is going to happen to Miss Yi. Hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's heart tightened. Huai Xian read my fortune. Today, he was also a target of the emperor's schemes, tied to Yi Chutong's fate. Okay, wait a moment. Seeing Qin Muyun's serious expression, Qi Yanzhou patted his shoulder. Don't worry, the emperor won't kill me, unless he has no choice. What he wants is to uproot the Chunwangfu. Qin Muyin nodded and cast the fortune. Very bad, and there may be danger. After saying this, he advised, Ziqian, you should leave Prince An's residence quickly. Qi Yanzhou shook his head. I can't leave Miss Yi to face this alone. You both should go. Huai Xian, tell me first, is there a way to change this fortune? Qin Muyin pursed his lips, looking gloomy. Although there is no solution for now, fortunes can change. Let's delay for a bit. There may be a chance. We're already in the game. We can't escape our fate. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's determination, Qin Muyin stopped persuading him. All right, if we can't win, we will run. Qi Yanzhou chuckled. Don't worry, I've never lost a race against death. Just then, Prince An announced that lunch was ready and invited everyone to the front yard to eat. The birthday banquet of Princess An was grand, with too many male guests, leaving only the outer courtyard to accommodate them. Under the blazing sun, the air was hot. The outer courtyard was filled with large oil paper umbrellas for shade, under which 2 adjacent dining tables were set. Ice basins were placed beside the tables, giving off a cool breeze, which helped reduce the heat. Guests took their seats according to their ranks. To the east of the outer courtyard was the flower hall. The number of female guests was only half that of the males, and they were arranged to dine in the flower hall. A screen was placed at the entrance connecting the flower hall and the outer courtyard to separate the men and women. Yi Chutang entered the flower hall first and chose a corner to sit down. Seeing this, Princess An said nothing. Once all the guests were seated, maids entered in order to serve dishes, snacks, and tea. After the meal, Princess An went to the male guest's side to thank everyone for attending. She exchanged polite words for nearly the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Princeton raised his glass. I apologize for the previous lack of hospitality that disturbed everyone's enjoyment. I will drink 3 cups as punishment. After he finished his self-punishment, the Princess of N smiled and said, I cannot hold my liquor well, but I will join everyone for a drink. The male guests immediately raised their glasses. Cheers to the Princess of N, wishing her long life and happiness. After the princess drank, she showed her empty glass. Let us all enjoy ourselves, drink freely, and appreciate the music and dance. The musicians and dancers arrived at the main hall entrance, starting the performance, and the lunch banquet officially began. The princess returned to the flower hall to host the female guests. Ladies, today's drink is a non-intoxicating peach blossom brew, so feel free to drink. I raise a glass to you all. All the women raised their glasses and drank with the princess. After learning that Yi Jingchuan had a colorless and tasteless poison, Yi Chutang decided not to touch any food from the prince's residence. While drinking, she discreetly used her sleeve to pour the drink into a trash bin in her space. The princess noticed and signaled to the maid standing beside her. The maid understood and immediately refilled Yi Chutang's glass. Yi Chutang sensed the maid's intention and quickly moved away. The peach blossom drink spilled on the ground, splashing droplets on her embroidered shoes. After the maid's mistake, she immediately knelt down. I deserve punishment, Miss Yi. Please forgive me. Yi Chutang knew the maid did it on purpose and smirked mockingly. You can't even pour a drink properly. Do you not want your hands anymore? The princess quickly signaled to her personal matron. The matron understood and approached the trembling maid, kicking her to the ground. How dare you offend a noble? You are not welcome in the residence. Take her away, disable her hands, and expel her from the estate. The maid immediately bowed her head to Yi Chutang, pleading for mercy. Miss Yi, please show mercy and spare me this time. Without my hands, I cannot survive. Yi Chutang coldly looked at the maid, unmoved. As the guards of the residence were about to take the maid away, someone spoke up for her. Miss Yi, this maid just spilled a little drink. Is such a harsh punishment really necessary? Others quickly agreed. Yeah, a slap or a beating would suffice. Taking away her hands is too much. Miss Yi, please say something. This is a matter of life and death. Yi Chutang spoke up, but not to plead for the maid. She smiled and said, if you think the princess is too strict and doesn't value lives, why not just tell her directly? What do you mean by encouraging me to speak? If they wanted to take the moral high ground and criticize her, they shouldn't be surprised if she retaliated. The few who spoke up for the maid were left speechless. Princess, please forgive us. That's not what we meant.
Ye Chantang Sedon.
Weren't you just instructing the princess on how to handle things? Surely you don't think my power is greater than the princess's, allowing me to take charge at the prince's residence and decide the fate of the maid, right? Miss Yi, you misunderstood us. That's not what we meant. Then what do you mean? Please explain. The 3 of them fell silent. They regretted it. Why should they care about the maid's life or death? They shouldn't have interfered and made things awkward. The princess didn't expect Yi Chutang to be so quick-witted, turning the situation in her favor with just a few words. Seeing the 3 ladies cornered, she quickly tried to smooth things over. The maid has offended Miss Yi. If Miss Yi is willing to forgive her, I will not punish her severely. Yi Chutang stopped the guard, saying, let her go. The guard immediately released the maid and left the flower hall. The maid crawled to Yi Chutang's feet and bowed her head. Miss Yi, you are so kind. I am deeply grateful. Get up, continue serving, and don't make any more mistakes, or I can't protect you. Yes. The maid stood up, quickly tidied herself, and poured wine for Yi Chutang. The princess called for musicians to play, and the banquet continued. The music filled the hall with life again. The maid dared not act carelessly and served Yi Chutang with great caution. Although Yi Chutang appeared to be enjoying the feast, she didn't eat a single bite. All the food and drink disappeared into her space. Halfway through the lunch, the princess noticed that Yi Chutang seemed a bit tipsy and knew she couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, she wouldn't complete the task assigned by the emperor. She signaled to the maid again. As Yi Chutang rubbed her temples, the maid quietly moved the bird's nest soup closer to the edge of the table. Yi Chutang, pretending to be drunk, noticed the maid's little action. When she lowered her hand, she deliberately knocked over the soup, spilling it on her skirt. The maid immediately knelt down, saying, "Miss Yi, please spare me." Yi Chutang waved her hand. "It was my own carelessness. It has nothing to do with you." She knew very well that whether she took the bait or not, the emperor's plan would proceed. Instead of being passive, she preferred to take the initiative. Seeing the plan finally succeed, the princess let out a sigh of relief. "Someone, take Miss Yi to the guest room to change her clothes." Yi Chutang stood up, saying, "I apologize for the trouble, princess." With that, she followed the maid to the guest room. To get to the guest room, they had to pass through the outer courtyard. When Yi Jingchuan saw Yi Chutang, he realized that the prince's scheme had succeeded halfway. He immediately raised his glass to Qi Yanzhou, who was sitting across from him. "Prince Chun, I toast you with this drink." He thought to himself, "I wonder when the other half of the prince's plan will succeed?" Qi Yanzhou also noticed Yi Chutang being taken to the guest room. He tightened his grip on the wine glass, his eyes slightly lowered to hide the worry beneath them. "Let's drink together, Lord Yi." Using his left hand as a cover, he used his inner strength to evaporate the wine. A servant nearby quickly refilled Qi Yanzhou's glass. As he hesitated about whether to trick the servant into spilling wine on himself, the stumbling prince approached with a wine glass in hand. Prince An's cheeks were flushed, his eyes hazy, and he walked unsteadily, appearing somewhat tipsy. Prince Chun risked his life to reclaim the southern border. Hiccup, "I toast you a glass." Qi Yanzhou was well aware of Prince An's drinking capacity. Although Prince An had drunk quite a bit, he was only slightly tipsy, fully aware of his surroundings. He raised his glass. "In your position, you must manage your duties. The emperor trusts me, and I will not let him down. Drink." Hiccup. Prince An gulped down the wine in one go. Qi Yanzhou continued to use his inner strength to evaporate the alcohol. Prince An plopped down beside Qi Yanzhou, nudging him closer. "Prince Chun, move over." Hiccup. "I want to discuss the details of the disaster relief funds with you." Qi Yanzhou knew Prince and was stalling for time. Once he dealt with Yi Chutang, it would be his turn. But he did not dare to act recklessly, fearing it would raise Prince An's suspicions and worsen Yi Chutang's situation. "Please, Prince An, go ahead." After saying this, he quietly signaled to Qin Muyun. Qin Muyun understood, and once Prince An and Qi Yanzhou started talking, said to the servant, "I've had too much to drink and need to use the restroom. Please follow me, young Master Qin." The Prince An's residence had 4 restrooms, 2 in the inner courtyard and 2 in the outer courtyard. The outer courtyard restrooms were located in the back garden and guest courtyard. The servant had already been instructed that during the banquet, without the permission of the princes and princesses, no one was allowed in the guest courtyard. Seeing the servant leading him to the back garden, Qin Muyun pointed to the guest courtyard and asked, "Isn't it closer over there?" "Young Master Qin, due to the east wind today, the guest courtyard's restroom is out of use." In ancient times, restrooms were prepared based on wind direction to avoid unpleasant odors. The guest courtyard was to the east of the outer courtyard to prevent any smells from drifting over, so the restroom there could not be used. Qin Muyun had no counterargument and could only follow the servant to the back garden. Then he accidentally spilled on himself, using that as an excuse to go to the guest courtyard to change clothes. At this time, Yi Chutang had already entered the guest courtyard. In the middle of the yard stood a tall apricot tree, lush with leaves and heavy with green fruit. The branches shaded the bright sun, making the guest courtyard appear somewhat dim. Moreover, it was unusually quiet. Miss Fong was embarrassed to the point of hiding at her grandmother's house, and she stayed silent about it. Madame Lu's left foot was injured, so it was impossible for her not to make a sound. Yi Chutang was on high alert and took out a small bomb from her space, holding it tightly. If she faced an insurmountable danger, she would use the bomb and then hide in her space for safety. As long as she eliminated the threat, no one would know her secret, and she could later blame it on the ghost thief. This gave her the confidence to jump into the trap willingly. The maid led Yi Chutang to the door of the inner room. "Miss Yi, please wait here while I get you some clothes." "There's no rush. First, please pour me a cup of tea. There is cool tea in the room. Would you like it hot or cold?" "Just cool, and open all the windows." Yi Chutang wasn't interested in the tea. She wanted to check if there were any poisonous gases in the room. "Understood." The maid calmly opened the door and went to the round table to pour the tea. After pouring, she opened the windows, making the room brighter. Once she finished her tasks, she left to get the clothes. Yi Chutang didn't enter the room. Instead, she leaned against the apricot tree in the courtyard. Using her earth-based powers, she sensed a mechanism under the floor of the room and crushed it with earth. A loud bang echoed from inside. A cage, as thick as a wrist, fell from the beams and landed on the floor behind the screen, right where she would have changed clothes. Yi Chutang knew this was just the first step of Prince N's plan, and there was more to come. Suddenly, a sharp sound filled the air as a man in black rushed out from the room, sword in hand, aiming directly at Yi Chutang. With deadly intent, the sword tip came straight for her face. Yi Chutang quickly raised her right hand, changing her angle, and shot out poison darts from her sleeves. The man was skilled and managed to dodge some of the darts while deflecting the rest with his sword. He didn't slow down, using his lightness skill to close in on Yi Chutang rapidly. Yi Chutang stood her ground, a smirk on her painted lips. Unbeknownst to her, the bomb had turned into a silenced gun, and she aimed it at the man's chest, pulling the trigger repeatedly. The man was hit multiple times, staring in disbelief at Yi Chutang. In his final moments, he used all his strength to throw his sword. As he fell, he saw Yi Chutang, who should have been hit in the shoulder, suddenly teleporting a foot away, unharmed. The sword, charged with his energy, pierced through the thick tree trunk. At the same time, a hidden arrow shot from the room, embedding itself in the base of the tree. If Yi Chutang hadn't teleported, she would have been injured in her shoulder and leg as well. The shadow guard hiding in the side room saw Yi Chutang easily defeat his companion and avoid his hidden arrow, and his expression turned serious. He initially thought it was an overreaction for the emperor to send them to capture a young woman, but now he faced a tough opponent. Yi Chutang looked towards the side room and said in a deep voice, "Come out. Let's finish this quickly." As long as she was on the ground, she felt invincible and wouldn't rush into the room to lose her advantage. The Emperor's shadow guard was wary of the hidden weapons Yi Chutang had tucked in her sleeve. However, if he failed to complete the Emperor's task, he would also face death. He took out several poison darts and aimed for key points on Yi Chutang's body, using his inner strength to throw them. At the same time, he moved with great agility, constantly changing positions and launching other hidden weapons at her.
"Come out."
Before he finished speaking, a skilled fighter arranged by Prince and attacked Yi Chutang. She instantly dodged the darts. Grabbing a charm hanging from her waist, which was supposed to be a bell but had been replaced with miniature needles after entering Prince N's residence, she prepared to counterattack. The shadow guard, still stunned by Yi Chutang's incredible agility, quickly sensed danger. He immediately retreated and shouted, "Everyone get back." As he spoke, the needles were already in motion. Except for Yi Chutang's position, the fine, silver-like needles shot out. The courtyard was small, and as 10 or so people backed away, they struggled to avoid the needles, resulting in 2 fighters getting accidentally injured by the deadly darts. After retreating a few steps, they collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Before Yi Chutang could catch her breath, she sensed a strong killing intent above her. There was a skilled fighter in the apricot tree. Her body tensed instantly, and she disappeared from her spot, reappearing behind the tree. The 5-clawed hook struck the ground with great force, sending grass and dirt flying and creating a 3-inch deep pit. The shadow guard in the tree watched in shock as Yi Chutang vanished, and the hook missed its target. He was so startled that he nearly fell from the tree. What incredible agility! She could actually teleport. The shadow guard was surprised for just a moment before regaining his composure. He pulled the iron chain, trying to retrieve the hook, but it wouldn't budge. It felt as if someone was holding onto it, pulling back against him. Using his inner strength, he tried again, but instead of retrieving the hook, he was yanked from the tree by a powerful force. He quickly let go of the chain to avoid hitting the ground face first. Just as Yi Chutang was about to counterattack, Qin Muyun barged into the courtyard, cursing loudly. "Quick, bring me some clothes. I'm suffocating here. What kind of drink was that? It smells awful." Qin Muyun shook the hem of his soaked garment and, ignoring the servant's attempts to stop him, rushed into the guest courtyard. As soon as he stepped into the yard, he saw Yi Chutang under the apricot tree. Remembering the rude things he had just said, embarrassment spread across his slightly tipsy face, and he forced a smile that looked worse than crying.
Yeah.
"Watch out." Just as Qin Muyun greeted Yi Chutang, a flying knife shot toward his face. Yi Chutang kicked the dirt at her feet, hitting the knife and deflecting it. The knife missed its target and struck the wall made of mud bricks. She shouted, "Run!" Her voice was loud, but it couldn't compete with the sounds of music from outside, and no one heard her. Qin Muyun then noticed many masked men in the guest courtyard, their strong killing intent making the air feel thin. His expression changed dramatically as he quickly pulled out a bone whistle from his pocket. Just as he was about to it, he hesitated. The ominous prediction from Qi Yanzhou suggested that coming here could lead to his death. In that moment of hesitation, a shadow leaped down from the top of the apricot tree, sword aimed at Qin Muyun's throat. Everyone in the guest courtyard, except for Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou, had to die. Sensing the danger, Qin Muyun quickly took out the poison from his sleeve and threw it at the figure in black with his internal energy. Though his skills were not as good as Qi Yanzhou's, he was still quite capable. The black poison rushed toward the shadow. The shadow guards sensed the danger, held their breath, and dodged the sword. However, the sword did not miss entirely and struck the servant's head instead. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Muyun ran toward Yi Chutang and called for help with his internal energy. Just as he opened his mouth, another poisoned flying knife was thrown at him with speed and precision. He quickly pivoted on his toes and moved to the side to avoid it. The continuous flying knives made it difficult for him to escape. Struggling to protect himself, he couldn't gather his internal energy to call for help. After dodging the poison, the sword-wielding shadow guard continued to attack Qin Muyun fiercely. Seeing that Qin Muyun was at a disadvantage, Yi Chutang kicked the dirt again. The dirt, controlled by her earth-based ability, transformed into sharp blades and struck the shadow guard, temporarily relieving Qin Muyun's crisis.
Go.
Qin Muyun thought he could help Yi Chutang, but soon realized he was just slowing her down. He nodded, dodging the flying knives while moving toward the exit.
Bang!
But the door to the guest courtyard was shut by the prince's men. About 10 people split into two groups, each targeting Qin Muyun and Yi Chutang. To ensure everything goes smoothly, the emperor sent 4 skilled shadow guards to the prince's residence. The prince, knowing that Yi Jingchuan and Yi Chutang were father and daughter, decided to hold back and only arranged for 2 shadow guards to meet him. One had already died, leaving 3. One shadow guard stood in the apricot tree, observing everything and occasionally trying to attack Yi Chutang. The other 2 focused entirely on dealing with her. There were originally 8 skilled fighters arranged by the prince, but after losing 2, only 6 remained. They knew Yi Chutang was tough to handle, so they aimed to distract her by attacking Qin Muyun. Qin Muyun struggled to fend off 2 attackers. Facing 4, he could only defend himself and quickly got injured. Yi Chutang wanted to help him, but the shadow guards were highly skilled and worked well together. Since she couldn't silence Qin Muyun, she couldn't use her earth powers freely, leaving her unable to assist him. Standing under the apricot tree, she found it challenging but managed to hold her ground, even causing one of the prince's men to be injured. After being wounded, Qin Muyun fought hard to survive, but ultimately, he was outnumbered. The prince's men saw he was at his limit and attacked with lethal moves. The shadow guards intentionally left openings, giving Yi Chutang a chance to save him. However, if she intervened, it would give the shadow guards an opportunity to strike. Torn between saving him and her own safety, she chose to help. Yi Chutang used her earth powers to bring a claw-like weapon to her feet. She hooked the iron chain with her toes, grabbed it, and swung it to push the shadow guards away. Then she dashed toward Qin Muyun. Seeing Yi Chutang risk herself to save him, Qin Muyun's expression changed. "Yi aunt," he began, wanting to tell her to escape quickly, but he was too injured and fainted after spitting out blood. The prince's men continued their deadly, aiming for Qin Muyun's heart and neck. When Yi Chutang saw him collapse, she quickly activated her earth powers. The four attackers trying to kill Qin Muyun seemed to be on a violently shaking horse, unable to stand or attack. The cobblestones were overturned, and the earth seemed to come alive, wrapping around their feet. As Yi Chutang began to drag them underground, she suddenly felt a tightness in her back.
Danger!
The shadow guards were highly skilled, and the shaking ground had little effect on them. Their focus was entirely on Yi Chutang, thinking they had encountered a minor disturbance, unaware that the prince's men were acting strangely. Seeing their chance, they all attacked at once, feeling confident of victory. After confirming Qin Muyun's location, Yi Chutang took out a bomb from her space. Just as she was about to detonate it to eliminate witnesses and destroy evidence, Qi Yanzhou kicked open the door to the guest courtyard. He had been timing how long it took for Qin Muyun to return to the outer courtyard. When a cup of tea had passed without any sign of him, he suspected something was wrong. Ignoring Prince An's objections, he rushed to the guest courtyard. As he kicked open the courtyard door, a large apricot tree fell toward him. The moment Yi Chutang saw Qi Yanzhou, she realized she couldn't use the bomb anymore. Taking advantage of Qi Yanzhou's momentary distraction, she quickly used her earth abilities to topple the apricot tree, blocking his view. At the same time, those who had been shot were buried underground. The four people who wanted to kill Qin Muyun were trapped in the mud, unable to move, and Yi Chutang easily shot them with her hidden arrows. Just as Qi Yanzhou dodged the falling apricot tree, he saw Yi Chutang in danger. "Miss Yi, be careful," he shouted. Then, he used his lightness skill to its fullest and quickly reached her side. After blocking a combined attack from the shadow guards, he took the 5-claw hook from her hand and used his internal energy to strike back. His strength forced the shadow guards to retreat temporarily. "Miss Yi, you should take Huai Xian and leave," he urged. The emperor was after him, and Yi Chutang shouldn't have to face this danger. Just after he spoke, he coughed up blood, his face turning pale. The shadow guards were nearly equal in skill, and their combined attack had severely injured him. After using his internal energy, he couldn't suppress the metallic taste in his throat. After spitting blood, he pushed Yi Chutang away. "Go quickly." Yi Chutang sensed many people approaching the guest courtyard and shook her head. "Prince An's men are coming. I can't escape, and you can't handle them alone." Saying this, she placed a detoxification pill in Qi Yanzhou's mouth and took one herself. Then, she swiftly moved to Qin Muyun's side and pried open his mouth. After Qin Muyun swallowed the detoxification pill, Yi Chutang returned to Qi Yanzhou. She looked at the 3 shadow guards, filled with killing intent. "I want them dead.
Help me."
The 3 guards saw her draw her weapon and knew they had to die. The bumps beneath Qi Yanzhou made it hard for him to stand steady. As his internal energy waned, the power of the 5-claw hook also diminished. He looked at the equally fierce shadow guards and asked Yi Chutang, "How do you want me to help, Miss Yi?" Yi Chutang took out several medicine bottles from her space and whispered, "It's simple. Use your internal energy to push the poison and kill them." Qi Yanzhou felt it was a bit difficult, as the 3 were alive, capable of dodging and highly skilled. However, he believed that Yi Chutang wouldn't act without reason, so he agreed, all right. The martial skills of these 3 were too high. They were a major threat, and to survive, they had to be eliminated first. Otherwise, when the people from Prince An arrived, they would be attacked from both sides. Yi Chutang handed Qi Yanzhou a small brown vial. "Our first target is the one on the far left. Crush the vial and wait for my signal to throw it along with the poison powder." Qi Yanzhou nodded and crushed the vial with a snap. He wrapped the poison powder and glass shards with his internal energy, mixing them well to enhance their lethality. Yi Chutang seized the moment and suddenly stopped her earth-based ability. The ground, which had been shaking, became calm.
Throw.
At Yi Chutong's command, Qi Yanzhou used 7/10 of his internal energy to throw the poison powder at the left shadow guard. He didn't use all his energy because too much would cause the powder to explode midair. The sudden calmness of the ground nearly made the shadow guard fall, as he was used to the shaking. By the time he steadied himself, the poison powder was already at his face. He couldn't use his sword to block it and had to swipe it away with his arm infused with internal energy. The two forces collided. The shadow guard's energy was weaker than Qi Yanzhou's, causing the poison powder to explode on his arm, doubling its impact. Countless poison glass shards pierced his body, and the toxin spread quickly, causing him to collapse and die in no time. This unexpected poisoning was successful as anticipated. Yi Chutang knew the remaining two would be very cautious, making it harder to poison them. No worries, she had her earth-based ability. Noticing that Prince An's people were about to reach the outer courtyard, Yi Chutang expanded the area of disturbance, making it more intense than before. Qi Yanzhou struggled to stay upright while the two shadow guards swayed unsteadily. They finally realized something was off and thought about escaping. But every time they found a foothold to leap away, the ground would suddenly give way, making it impossible to gain any strength. It was truly frustrating. So, they had the same idea, using each other as stepping stones. Qi Yanzhou noticed their intent to escape and said, "Miss Yi, if they try to flee, I might not be able to stop them." Yi Chutang replied confidently, "Don't worry. They each have their own motives. They won't escape." As soon as she finished speaking, the two shadow guards attacked each other simultaneously. In the end, no one could escape. Qi Yanzhou seized the opportunity and used a vial of poison powder to eliminate both shadow guards. He felt no joy, as a great danger was approaching.
Monsieur.
As soon as he spoke, he felt a burning heat in his chest, as if flames were consuming him, and his blood felt like it was boiling. Realizing that the poison was about to take effect, his face changed dramatically. It was the Prince of An who had deliberately gotten close to him. He didn't eat anything, yet he still fell for the prince's trap. "Miss Yi, I fear that today I might." Yi Chutang pressed her finger against Qi Yanzhou's burning lips, saying, "With me here, you won't die." After that, she noticed his hair turning red from the poison's effect. Taking advantage of his moment of weakness, she struck the back of his neck, knocking him out. She withdrew her powers, grabbed Qi Yanzhou with one hand, and held onto Qin Muyun with the other. Before leaving, she blew up the guest house and escaped underground to the Prince of Chen's residence. Yi Chutang brought the two of them out from the courtyard of the study. She quickly used silver needles to seal Qi Yanzhou's heart meridian and then checked his pulse. The poison was fierce, but it wasn't as dangerous as the last time. She sensed the location of the ice cellar in the royal residence and took Qi Yanzhou there, placing him at the entrance. The cold was just right to suppress the poison without freezing his skin. Before leaving, Yi Chutang pricked Qi Yanzhou's sleeping acupoint to ensure he wouldn't wake up until the poison was under control. Afterward, she returned to the study, bandaged the injured Qin Muyun, and sent him back to the Grand Tutor's residence. Once she finished, she didn't go back to the Prince of Chen's residence, but instead headed to the back door of the second prince's villa. The dishes Yi Chutang had ordered from various restaurants had already arrived, neatly arranged and almost blocking the back door. She made sure no one was around, stored the food in her space, and placed it on the recently made shelves. "I still came a bit late. The food is already a little cold, which affects the taste," she muttered. Then, she disguised herself as a man and went to the Prince of An's residence, the source of the trouble. At that moment, the Prince of An's residence was particularly lively. The large guest house had been flattened, and guests had come to watch and discuss. Yi Chutang appeared openly in the crowd, and no one noticed her. What happened? How did the guest house suddenly turn into ruins? "I heard it was an earthquake, but it doesn't look like it. The apricot tree is shattered, and there are bloody remains. The Prince of An is in big trouble. Miss Yi, young Master Qin, and the Prince of Chen all came to the guest house one after another. I wonder if they're still alive? I hope they are safe." The prince oven was sweating profusely, too anxious to care about the guests' discussions, directing guards and servants to search through the ruins. We need to find them alive or dead. We will dig 3 feet into the ground if we have to. Although the emperor wanted to kill Prince Qin, he first aimed to ruin his reputation and completely destroy the Qin family. If Prince Qin died in the guest house, not only would the emperor not forgive him, but the people would also not spare him. He watched as Qi Yanzhou frantically searched through the ruins, his nails broken and hands covered in blood, and quickly ordered the guards to stop him. "Don't worry, Minister Qin. I will definitely find young Master Qin," he assured. Qi Yanzhou shouted angrily, "I want him alive. If my son is dead, the Grand Tutor's residence and the Wang's residence will be sworn enemies." His rage contrasted sharply with Yi Jingchuan's calm demeanor. This showed the difference between caring and not caring. Prince An rubbed his temples in frustration and urged the guards, "Hurry and find someone alive." He needed to know what had happened in the guest house. Yi Chutang watched the commotion for a while before preparing to leave to handle important matters. At that moment, Princess An hurried over. "Everyone, I apologize for the inadequate hospitality today. Please bear with me. I have prepared a small gift as a token of my sincerity, and I will come to apologize in person another day." As soon as she finished speaking, Qi Yanzhou shouted, "With such a big incident today, no one is allowed to leave until we investigate thoroughly." He knew the destruction of the guest house had nothing to do with the officials and their families. However, keeping them there could put pressure on Prince An and speed up the investigation. Yi Jingchuan said, "Minister Qin, why take your anger out on others?" Before he could finish, Qi Yanzhou interrupted him with a cold laugh. "Minister Yi, are you pleased that Miss Yi is missing? You seem quite happy about it." Yi Jingchuan reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, immediately getting defensive. "What nonsense are you talking about? I care about Chutong's safety too. I just don't want to blame innocent people. Is seeking the truth blaming others? Have you read so many books that you've lost your mind? Or do you know who did this and want to let them escape in the chaos?" With this provocation, Yi Jingchuan angrily changed his stance. "Investigate, investigate, investigate. No one leaves until we get to the bottom of this." Prince An, not wanting to be enemies with the Qin family, said, "It's hot outside. Please, everyone go to the main hall and garden to rest. I will inform you as soon as we have results." Princess An and the heir quickly urged the guests to leave the guest house, leaving only Qi Yanzhou and Yi Jingchuan behind. Yi Chutang was the first to leave, slipping away to the back courtyard. The servants and guards of the Wang residence were almost all digging through the ruins of the guest house, while the maids attended to the guests in the main hall and back courtyard. Aside from Princess Anping's room, the rest of the back courtyard was nearly empty. After familiarizing herself with the layout of the back courtyard, Yi Chutang first went to the main courtyard where Prince An stayed. The main courtyard was a crucial area of the residence and the only place in the back courtyard with guards. She crawled out from under the wooden floor of the bedroom, putting everything into her space. Before leaving, she poured gasoline and lit it. The daylight was too bright, and it wasn't until black smoke began to rise from the bedroom that the guards noticed the fire. By this time, Yi Chutang had already cleared out all the books and letters from the study. She also found the secret room and emptied everything inside. As she left the study, she heard the guards shouting, "The bedroom is flooding. Hurry and inform the prince and princess." The burning match ignited the gasoline-scented study. Yi Chutang then went to the storeroom across from the study. She didn't know when Prince An would arrive, but she knew that the prince's residence would become ruins today. The main house was just behind the front yard, and guests chatting in the corridor noticed thick smoke rising and quickly found Zhao Qingshu. "Young master, is there a flood in the back courtyard of the palace?" Just as Zhao Qingshu was about to check, a guard from the main courtyard ran over, covered in dirt. "Young master, don't say anything. I'll go check the back courtyard first." When Zhao Qingshu arrived at the back courtyard, Yi Chutang had already emptied the storeroom and set it on fire. Thick smoke filled the large main courtyard, wood crackled as it burned, and the heat was intense. How could there be a flood? The guard recalled the scene when he pushed open the bedroom door, his lips trembling. Young master, it was the ghost thief. The prince's bedroom is empty. And the study has been cleared out too. Zhao Qingshu immediately looked toward the storeroom, his expression darkening. Go check. The storeroom was locked, but the guard was skilled and kicked the door open. Flames and thick smoke rushed out, singeing the guard's hair. Zhao Qingshu took a deep breath and ordered, quickly call for help to put out the fire. However, before the main courtyard's fire was extinguished, several smaller courtyards caught fire one after another. Yi Chutang left the flower courtyard where Princess Anping lived for last. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she heard angry shouts. What is my father doing? Why didn't Brother Yin jump in to save me? I want to make those two scoundrels pay dearly. You cowardly fools, I won't let you off either. Smash. A cup was thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. Get out and kneel for 2 hours. 2 personal maids came out of Princess Anping's room, reluctantly kneeling in the shade of the courtyard. Yi Chutang took the opportunity to slip into Princess Anping's room. The princess was very angry, tightly closing her eyes, not wanting to see anyone. Suddenly, she felt a shadow fall over her, and a chill ran down her neck. She quickly opened her eyes. A strange man stood in front of her, a sharp knife pressed against her throat. Princess Anping was so scared that she wanted to scream for help, but the knife grazed her neck. Yi Chutang said in a deep voice, Don't move, don't shout, or I might harm you. Princess Anping trembled in fear, crying and begging for mercy. Sir, I will obey you. Please don't hurt me. Call me Ghost Thief. Upon hearing Ghost Thief, Princess Anping thought of the terrifying stories about the 18 layers of at the Tangshan Tower, where 18 young women had met tragic ends. She hoped she wouldn't be the next. Shaking violently, her face turned pale, and she stammered, You. Before she could finish, she fainted. Yi Chutang sighed, so cowardly. After putting away the knife, he tossed Princess Anping onto the floor and emptied her room. Then he slapped her face to wake her up. I have a few questions. If you answer truthfully, I will let you go. Princess Anping looked at her empty room, trembling even more. Okay, I will tell you the truth. Why does the emperor want Prince Chun to marry Yi Chutang? Princess Anping thought the ghost thief would ask where the valuables were hidden, but his question surprised her. After a moment, she quickly shook her head. I don't know. I only know that the emperor wanted my father to scheme against Prince Chun and Yi Chutang so they could be married after getting close. Yi Chutang smirked coldly. Those who are worthless do not deserve to live. Princess Anping cried in fear. I really don't know. I'm not lying. If I am, may I suffer. Don't you like money? I can tell you where the prince's money is hidden. She quickly revealed all the places in the Anwang mansion where money could be found. After listening, Yi Chutang smiled slightly. You're quite good at hiding things. There were 2 places he hadn't discovered. He kicked Princess Anping to the door, and her head hit the door, knocking her out. The 2 maids in the yard heard the noise but ignored it. Just then, the young master, Zhao Qingshu, hurried over. Why are you kneeling in the yard? Where is the princess? When he saw that the fire was in his sister's courtyard, he rushed to the only area that hadn't burned, the blooming courtyard. The maids quickly replied, We angered the princess and are being punished here. She is resting in her room. Though Zhao Qingshu was Princess Anping's brother, he didn't dare to barge into her room. Quickly go check if the princess is okay. Yes, my lord. The maid stood up and hurried to the bedroom, pushing the door. But it wouldn't open. My lord, the door won't budge. It seems to be locked from the inside. Zhao Qingshu realized something might have happened to his sister and rushed forward, kicking the door open. The princess, who was blocking the door, was knocked aside and rolled into the newly ignited gasoline. Zhao Qingshu was startled and immediately rescued the princess from the blue flames. Though her entire body wasn't burned, her face was severely scorched. He wanted to find a blanket to put out the fire on his sister, but the room was empty. He had no choice but to take off his outer garment and wrap it around her head to extinguish the flames. The princess's hair was mostly burned away, and her face had large burn marks. Zhao Qingshu shouted to the maid behind him, Quick, go fetch the doctor. After the maid left, he hurriedly carried his sister out of the burning room. They reached a tree where the maid was kneeling. He asked in a deep voice, "You were guarding outside and didn't hear anything?" The maid dared not admit she had heard anything and remained silent. "Reply, my lord. I didn't hear anything. Did you see anyone come in or out?"
No.
Zhao Qingshu looked at the smoke rising from the room, his anger reaching its peak. "Ghost thief." As soon as he spoke, the princess woke up from her shock. "Please spare me. I don't want to die. I'll give you all my money." Zhao Qingshu recognized she had encountered the ghost thief and gently said, "Anping, it's your brother. Don't be afraid." The familiar voice calmed the princess's fears. The terror in her eyes faded, and her awareness returned. She hugged Zhao Qingshu tightly, crying, "Brother, it hurts." As she spoke, her burn hurt, causing her to wince. "My face, it hurts so much." Zhao Qingshu grabbed her hand to keep her from touching her face. "Don't worry, the doctor will be here soon." "Anping, first tell me, have you seen the ghost thief?" The princess trembled again, her eyes filled with fear. "Yes," he said, "if I didn't obey, he would harm me." "Brother, you don't know how ugly he is. His smile is terrifying." In truth, the man disguised as Yi Chutang was not ugly, just an ordinary face. Of course, compared to Qi Yanzhou, he was far less attractive. Zhao Qingshu asked again, "Is he human or ghost? What does he look like? What else did he say?" The Princess Anping was so scared at that moment that she didn't dare to look directly at the ghost thief, so she couldn't remember the details. She tried hard to recall and instinctively scratched her head. However, she ended up scratching off a bunch of burnt hair, leaving her face covered in black ash. In disbelief, she looked at the black powder in her palm. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. After leaving the Huafeng courtyard, Yi Chutang followed the location provided by Princess Anping and quickly went to the stable in the northwest corner. Behind the stable, there was a warehouse for storing hay, and beneath it was a secret room. Inside the secret room were some yellow and white items along with a lot of food. The presence of these two items easily suggested one word: rebellion. Yi Chutang immediately used her special ability to sense the area and discovered many weapons buried beneath her feet. Not surprising at all, she thought. It seemed that everyone close to the throne had a rebellious heart. She pretended not to notice the weapons, leaving behind a ticking time bomb, and only took the gold, silver, and food. Then she went to the wine cellar in the big kitchen. Today was the birthday banquet of the Princess of N, and the kitchen should have been the busiest place, but it was empty at that moment. Not only were the people from the Nwangfu gone, but even the Imperial chefs had been called away to put out a fire. This was convenient for Yi Chutang. The kitchen had plenty of dishes, all of high quality, which she collected into her space. She didn't even spare the seasonings, bowls, and large pots. After clearing out the kitchen, she went to the storeroom for dry goods. She packed up the goods and the cabinets. Below the storeroom was a wine cellar. When Yi Chutang opened the cellar door, she was greeted by the enticing aroma of wine. The Prince of Unloved wine, and the cellar was filled with many aged fine wines. For the banquet, he had also bought a lot of famous wines from the capital. The cellar was nearly full. Yi Chutang unreservedly collected all the wine into her space, leaving even the empty jars behind. In the southern corner of the wine cellar, there was a hidden space. Inside were 2 large boxes of gold, silver, and jewels that the former emperor had awarded the Prince of N when he established his residence. The boxes were sealed behind a wall of mud bricks. He intended to give these rewards as a dowry for his daughter, which is why Princess Anping knew about them. Yi Chutang directly used her earth-based ability to move the 2 boxes out and happily stored them in her space. With that, she had emptied the Nwangfu. Before leaving, she set fire to the kitchen and woodshed. Yi Chutang returned to the ice cellar of the Nwangfu. Qi Yanzhou was still unconscious, but his reddish hair had returned to normal. The fire poison was suppressed. After giving him a pill to heal internal injuries, she sent him to the study. Before leaving, Yi Chutang created a bit of noise to attract the attention of the people from the Nwangfu. She quickly returned to her room in Ningqiuan and checked her merit points. She was so surprised that she almost jumped up. She had used her earth abilities many times today, and they were quite draining. Yi Chutang thought her merit points would be low, but instead, she found she had gained nearly 100,000 more. If it weren't for Qi Yanzhou getting injured while trying to save her, even though she didn't need saving, he wouldn't have nearly faced death from poison. Helping Qi Yanzhou was her way of repaying a favor, and she didn't expect to earn so much from it. I can't imagine how many merit points I would gain if I cured his fire poison. She was determined to secure this big opportunity. After mumbling to herself, Yi Chutang lay down on her bed to rest. Perhaps due to the intense activity, she quickly fell asleep. At that moment, the entire Nwangfu was nearly engulfed in flames. The Nwang was unsure whether to search for people in the guest house or to put out the fires in the various courtyards. Fortunately, among the guests attending the banquet was a commander from the military who immediately dispatched a battalion to help. The military personnel went to extinguish the fire while the Nwangfu staff searched the ruins for people. Officials from the Jingzhou prefecture and the Dali temple were also dispatched to investigate the disappearance of Qi Yanzhou and the others, as well as the fire at the Wangfu. Each official was questioned individually, and all were cleared of suspicion. The guest house was thoroughly searched, but only severed limbs and bloodstains were found. None of the remains belonged to Qi Yanzhou, Qin Muyun, or Yi Chutang. The three had vanished without a trace. Some speculated, the guest house turning into ruins is not something that can be done by human hands. It must be the work of a ghost thief. What would a ghost thief want with the three of them? Surely it can't be just for their looks? There were flying knives, swords, and 5-clawed hooks found in the ruins, indicating a fierce battle took place. Why would a ghost thief come to the Nwangfu? What really happened in the guest house? The Nwang felt a headache coming on as he looked at the pale-faced Qin Zheng. Qin Chancellor, can the guests leave now? With no reason to keep them, Qin Zheng nodded. Everyone can go. The guests felt that today's Nwangfu was quite eerie and quickly took their leave. What if the ghost thief returned and turned them into severed limbs too? Yi Jingchuan did not leave. Although he appeared indifferent to Yi Chutang's disappearance, he did not want anything to happen to her. Her life was tied to that of Kong Ru and her 2 sons. His path to becoming a marquis depended on her. Wang, I would like to speak with you privately. Prince An knew what Yi Jingchuan wanted to discuss and said, Please wait a moment, Minister Yi. He then looked at Qin Zheng, who seemed lost. Minister Qin, why don't you go back first? If I find any news about your son, I will inform you immediately. Qin Zheng came back to his senses, looking at his hands stained with dried blood, feeling immense pain. But he knew staying would be useless. The guest house had been searched thoroughly, and if they couldn't find him, they just couldn't. Suppressing his heartache, he coldly glared at Prince An. If anything happens to Jun'er, I won't let this go with the prince's residence. With that, he stormed out. Prince An watched Qin Zheng leave and said irritably, if it weren't for his son insisting on changing clothes at the guest house, this wouldn't have happened. Now, he blames me for it. What bad luck. Yi Jingchuan was not concerned about Qin Muyun's fate. He pulled Prince into a private area and asked, Prince An, what exactly happened? Prince An had no idea what had occurred at the guest house. He replied, I arranged for 8 skilled fighters, plus 4 of the Emperor's shadow guards, to capture Yi Chutang, so it should have been foolproof. But then a ghost thief appeared and killed both my men and the Emperor's, and the number of severed limbs doesn't add up. Even if someone was blown to pieces, there should still be more remains. Yi Jingchuan casually remarked, the ghost thief is elusive and ruthless. It's normal for the remains to be inconsistent. Right now, I just want to know how you got involved with the ghost thief and what we should do next. The Dali Temple and the Jingzhou Prefecture have already taken the case. Let them investigate. I don't even know who the ghost thief is, so how could I have provoked him? Then he remembered something. By the way, the ghost thief asked An Ping a strange question. Yi Jingchuan inquired, what question? He asked An Ping why the emperor insisted on marrying Qi Yanzhou to your daughter. Why does the ghost thief want to know this? Could he be working for Prince Jin? As soon as he said this, Princeton felt enlightened. Whether he is or not, it must be so. With the Emperor's shadow guards killed, he had no way to explain, and Qi Yanzhou was the perfect scapegoat. Yi Jingchuan had no objections and asked what he planned to do about the unfinished task from the Emperor and the missing people. We can blame it on the ghost thief. If even the palace's skilled fighters can't catch him, what can I do? Minister Yi, the residence has been destroyed, and I have many matters to handle, so I won't keep you any longer. Yi Jingchuan was feeling very confused and wanted to go home to be alone, so he left immediately. Princeton thought about how the ghost thief always stole everything and quickly went to the stable. He looked at the empty secret room and almost fainted. Losing the items was not the main concern. He was more worried about what the Emperor might think and whether it would raise suspicion against him. He stepped on the solid ground and said with relief, "Fortunately, I hid the weapons underground. Otherwise, if the three-piece set was complete, the fate of the Prince's residence would be in the hands of the ghost thief." After hesitating for a while, Princeton decided not to move the weapons. After leaving the stable, he had the steward prepare a carriage to the palace. His plan against Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chutang had failed, and his shadow guards were all wiped out, so he needed to give the Emperor an explanation. In the palace, the Emperor had already learned about the situation at the Prince's residence. He was filled with hatred for the ghost thief, but also terrified. He feared that the ghost thief might kill him to seize the throne. Because of this, he was less concerned about the crisis brought by Qi Yanzhou. Until Princeton said that the ghost thief was connected to Qi Yanzhou. "Princeton, are you sure? Your Majesty, although I have no evidence, my suspicions are not baseless." Princeton explained how he had interrogated the ghost thief about the marriage proposal. "Your Majesty, the ghost thief, stealing money and food, is preparing for war. If he learns that you plan to deal with the Qin Prince's residence, the consequences would be unimaginable." The Emperor thought about how the ghost thief had single-handedly destroyed the entire Prince's residence in broad daylight and became restless. Someone who could move freely in the palace could take his life at any moment. "Princeton, the plan to lure the ghost thief into action is up to you. If the mission fails again, I will not show mercy, regardless of our brotherly bond." "Yes, I will obey," Princeton said respectfully, but inwardly he rolled his eyes. A coward afraid of death. If his father had chosen him as emperor back then, the Beiqin kingdom would not be declining. The emperor then gave another order: keep a close watch on the Qin prince's residence, the grand tutor's residence, and the minister's residence. If there is any news about the Qin prince and his companions, report it to me immediately. "Yes, your majesty." After agreeing, Princeton said, "Your majesty, the prince's residence has been burned down. I wish to rebuild it, but all the money has been stolen." The emperor could guess how much money it would take to rebuild the prince's residence. He had a trusted take 2 silver notes from the treasury and handed them to Princeton. "My private treasury has also been robbed, so I can only give you this much. Thank you for your kindness." After expressing his gratitude, Princeton left the palace with a meager 2,000 taels of silver. On his way back, he grumbled and complained. Suddenly, the carriage got stuck in a narrow, deserted alley. The coachman looked shocked. "This road has always been smooth. How did the cobblestones suddenly?" As soon as he said this, Princeton felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. He immediately remembered the time he brought the guards to the guest house, when the floor seemed to come alive, moving wildly and blocking his way. Realizing that the ghost thief had come, he shouted, "Run!" The coachman sensed something was wrong in Princeton's tone and cracked the whip hard. The horse let out a painful neigh and galloped, but could not move the carriage.
"Go!"
The horse, feeling the pain, ran even harder, but the carriage remained stuck. The coachman felt a sharp pain in his back. Just as he was about to reach back to check, he closed his eyes and fell from the carriage. The curtain of the carriage was suddenly lifted, and Yi Chutang, disguised, entered. Princeton recognized him immediately from his daughter's description of the ghost thief. You. Yi Chutang pressed a sharp dagger against Princeton's trembling lips. "Shh, don't make a sound. I just have one question. Why does the emperor insist on marrying Yi Chutang to Qi Yanzhou? Answer correctly, and I'll let you go. Answer wrong, and you'll face the consequences. Without hesitation, Princeton chose to save his life over loyalty to the emperor. The emperor wants to frame him for treason during the wedding, intending to destroy the Qi family. Yi Chutang had already suspected this marriage arrangement. It was just as she thought. Her untrustworthy father planned to sabotage her dowry and blame Prince Chen for treason. The sharp blade grazed Prince An's lips and landed on his neck. Yi Chutang asked, "What about the skilled fighters from the prince's residence? What are their intentions?" Prince An's lip was cut, and blood flowed. He felt as if a large hand was squeezing his throat, making it hard to breathe. Not daring to hide anything, he immediately revealed the day's plans. After speaking, he wished he could strangle his daughter. If she hadn't interfered, the marriage plan would have succeeded long ago, and none of this would have happened. Yi Chutang noticed what Princeton was thinking and smirked. Did he really think 3 fools could outsmart a genius? A fool is still a fool, no matter how many there are. After learning what she wanted to know, she knocked Princeton unconscious, stripped him of his clothes, and carved 4 words on his body. "Come and find me." Then she took away 2,000 taels of silver and the jade hairpin from his head. Yi Chutang hung the bear prince and by the carriage next to the royal residence and gently patted the horse's rear. The horse started moving slowly, instinctively heading towards the Prince Anne's residence. Thus, it paraded the Prince Anne through the busy market. "Is this Princeton?"
How?
"Quick, close your eyes. Don't look, it's really inappropriate. Who carved these words? They're so ugly, ha. Is Princeton a broken sleeve? Oh, at such a young age, it must be true. What about the heir and the princess?" Prince Anne was awakened by pain. Although he wasn't heavy, he was tall and used to a life of luxury. His wrist had been suspended for too long and had dislocated. The sudden sharp pain made him scream, and he opened his eyes. What he saw were the pointing fingers of the crowd. Upon hearing what they were saying, he looked down in horror, nearly fainting. "Someone, quickly get me down." His lip had split open, and blood stained his fair skin. Seeing Princeton awake, the crowd immediately fell silent, either lowering their heads or turning away, no longer daring to laugh at him. A bold person, hoping to improve his own fortune, stepped forward to rescue Princeton. He held a knife, intending to cut the rope that held Princeton up. However, the angle was wrong, and the blade's gleam startled the horse. The horse bolted forward, and Princeton was tossed around, hitting his head against the carriage, quickly losing consciousness. When the story of Prince Anne's embarrassment spread through the capital, he was sent back to the royal residence by the guards. The fire at the residence had been extinguished, but everything was charred. The air was filled with the acrid smell of smoke, and everyone, whether servants or masters, looked disheveled. Zhao Qingshu glanced at Prince Anne, who was being treated by the royal physician, and said to the princess Anne, "Mother, the residence is uninhabitable. Let's stay at another house for a while." Since something had happened at the residence, it was better to avoid any further embarrassment. The princess Anne looked exhausted, no longer resembling a noblewoman of the capital. She nodded. "You make the arrangements." Zhao Qingshu cleared his throat. "Mother, if we go to another house, we need to prepare some things." The princess Anne thought of how the residence had been stripped bare and felt a pang in her chest. "Let's first go to the shop and collect some silver for emergencies." "Mother, that's not appropriate. To make your birthday banquet grand, we already took silver from the shop a few days ago. The remaining silver must be used for operations." Hearing this, the princess Anne took off a gold hairpin from her head. He said to the concubines and the daughters, "Each of you take out a piece of jewelry for emergencies." Soon, Zhao Qingshu collected about 10 hairpins. He never imagined that the Prince Anne's residence would fall to the point of relying on selling the women's jewelry to survive. "Mother, I want to sell some shops and land." The Prince Anne's residence needs to be rebuilt, which requires a lot of money. Although the land and property deeds were stolen, they can be replaced at the government office. The princess Anne looked tired and said, Just do what you think is best. When Zhao Qingshu arranged for a carriage to take his father, mother, and sister to another residence, someone from the Dali Temple arrived. Young Master, Prince Chun, Young Master Qin, and Missy have been found. Where were they found?
How are they?
It was fine if Qin Muyun was dead, but the key was Qi Yanzhou and Yi Chudang. If these two died, the Prince An's residence would face great trouble. They were all found at home. Miss Yi was unconscious. Young Master Qin was seriously injured, and Prince Chen also suffered internal injuries. Zhao Qingshu anxiously asked, "What happened in the guest house?" Prince Chen and Young Master Qin are too injured to be questioned. When Miss Yi wakes up, she says someone tried to kill her as soon as she entered the guest house. Yi Chutang described the iron cage, the clothing of the shadow guards, and the weapons they used. Everything matched what was found in the ruins, proving she wasn't lying. Young Master, Miss Yi said she almost died and wants to report to the Emperor, seeking justice from the Prince An's residence. Zhao Qingshu felt a headache coming on. After sending off the people from the Dali Temple, he pulled the Princess An aside. "Mother, if you want to protect the Prince An's residence, you must tell me the truth about what happened in the guest house." He had already noticed some severed limbs belonged to his father. Seeing she couldn't hide it any longer, the Princess An told the truth. Zhao Qingshu was shocked to learn that dealing with Yi Chutang and Qi Yanzhou was the Emperor's intention, which made his headache worse. If Yi Chutang reported to the Emperor, the Prince An's residence would take the blame. "Mother, you handle the arrangements for the other residents. I need to go to the Ministry of Personnel." He needed to stop Yi Chutang before she reported to the Emperor. The Princess An nodded. "Qingshu, Minister Yi is also involved. You should discuss it with him first." After Zhao Qingshu quickly tidied himself up, he headed to the Ministry of Personnel. In Ningqiyuan, Yi Jingchuan looked at the stubborn Yi Chutang, spitting words in frustration. "Chutang, even if the prince is bold, he wouldn't dare to kill you in front of so many guests. It must be a misunderstanding. You don't need to report to the Emperor and make a fool of yourself." Yi Chutang was eating chilled grapes soaked in well water and chuckled lightly. "Dad, do you want to know why you work so hard for the Emperor but are still just a minister?" As soon as Yi Jingchuan heard this, he knew Yi Chutang had something negative to say. He replied irritably, "Do you think it's easy to be a second-rank official? Many officials spend their whole lives as fifth-rank officers. Those who succeed often have family or influential friends to help them, have made great contributions, or, like me, have achieved significant accomplishments." He added with a hint of pride, "In less than 10 years, I became the Minister of Revenue in the capital, a rare achievement in the entire Beichen Kingdom." Yi Chutang looked at the self-satisfied Yi Jingchuan and mocked, "What's there to be proud of by sacrificing to the Tang family, who helped you? If it weren't for the support of the original mother, this man wouldn't even have had the money to come to the capital for the exams." Even if he had succeeded on his own, without money, a poor scholar cannot survive in the official world. In the end, he repaid kindness with harm, not only causing the death of the original mother and brother, but also ruining the Tang family. What a scoundrel! Yi Jingchuan was hit where it hurt, raising his voice. "If the Tang family is corrupt, it would have been someone else, if not me. You know better than anyone whether you feel guilty." After mocking him, Yi Chutang returned to the main topic. "You became a minister in less than 10 years because you took shortcuts. The next 10 years, you made no progress because you are truly foolish."
Yi Jingchuan.
Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. "If I wanted to kill someone, I would choose a situation where no one thinks it's possible. For example, if I wanted to kill you, I would choose now." As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp dagger cut across Yi Jingchuan's neck. Yi Jingchuan didn't even see how Yi Chutang made her move. In a flash, his neck was cut. A sharp pain hit him, and he stared wide-eyed in terror, his heart nearly jumping out of his throat. He touched his neck, and his hand was covered in blood. "What are you doing?" Yi Chutang wiped the bloody dagger clean on Yi Jingchuan's luxurious clothes. "Dad, why are you panicking? It's just a minor injury. It will heal quickly. I just wanted to show you that killing can often come unexpectedly." After saying this, She smiled and patted Yi Jingchuan on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Even if I hate you, I wouldn't kill my father. I would just make sure you suffer. Yi Jingchuan covered his bleeding neck, gritting his teeth and saying, You're crazy. Thank you for the compliment. If there's nothing else, you should leave quickly and not delay me from eating grapes. How did you come back? Yi Chutang peeled a grape and put it in her mouth. I already told you when the people from the Dali temple came to ask. I don't know. When the crown prince was about to be killed by the assassin, I was knocked out, and when I woke up, I was in my bedroom. Yi Jingchuan stared into Yi Chutang's eyes and questioned her. Why did the ghost thief save you? Do you know that getting involved with him could bring trouble to the minister's residence? Yi Chutang picked up a dagger from the table and played with it. The cold light reflected in Yi Jingchuan's eyes, almost blinding him. I'm about to lose my life. I don't have time to worry about the minister's residence. As for why the ghost thief saved me, you can ask him. Seeing he couldn't get any answers, Yi Jingchuan rubbed his eyes and stood up to leave. Jun'er, hold off on reporting to the court for now. Wait for the Dali temple. Before he could finish, Butler Chen rushed into Ning Chiyuan. Sir, the heir of Prince An has arrived and needs to see you urgently. Yi Jingchuan guessed Zhao Qingshu was here about the court report. Please have the heir wait in the main hall. I will be there shortly. Yes, sir. After Butler Chen left, Yi Jingchuan continued his unfinished sentence. Jun'er, Prince An is the emperor's brother. Reporting to the court could embarrass the emperor. Don't do anything foolish that harms yourself and others. Linger is about to get married. You need to be more careful. With that, he left. Yi Chutang dismissed his words and continued eating grapes. At that moment, Jun'er, who had been hiding by the door, ran over with a handkerchief in his hand. Big sister, Jun'er will help you clean the dagger. Yi Chutang handed Jun'er a grape and curiously asked, I almost harmed father just now. Aren't you afraid? I'm not afraid. I know that whatever my big sister does, there is a reason. Why do you trust me so much? From the first time he met her, he felt her kindness. Later, he became her little fan. Jun'er held out the peeled grape to Yi Chutang's lips, his big eyes shining brightly. Because my big sister saved me. She saved not only his life, but also his hopeless existence. He really likes his big sister and wants to treat her well for life. From birth until now, she is the first person who truly cares for him without any ulterior motives. Father's care was only superficial. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken 5 years to realize that Jun'er's weakness wasn't natural, but caused by others. He also wouldn't have failed to notice that Jun'er isn't his biological son. Yi Chutang didn't know what Jun'er was thinking. After eating the grapes he peeled for her, she handed him a dagger. This is for you. When you feel better, I'll teach you martial arts. Jun'er will listen to you.
Go study.
I hope you can be skilled in both literature and martial arts in the future, able to protect yourself, help others, and have a good sense of right and wrong. Jun'er tightly held the dagger and promised, Sister, I will work hard. But don't forget, your health comes first. Everything else is secondary. Sister comes first. Everything else is secondary. After saying this, Jun'er hugged the dagger and returned to the main room to let Lur teach him to read. Yi Chutang looked at the setting sun and smiled. The sky in Beichen will always clear up. Dana, who had just returned from the kitchen with vegetables, heard this and looked at the sunset in confusion. Wasn't the sky quite clear today? Though puzzled, she didn't ask and went to cook. Yi Chutang withdrew her gaze and prepared to practice martial arts. At that moment, Butler Chen came again. Miss, the master requests your presence in the main hall. Lord An's heir wishes to see you. I don't want to see him. Miss, the heir has a noble status. You cannot refuse.
Ye Chantang skuffet, öyle.
What can he do? If he wants to see me, it will cost 5,000 taels for a meeting. If he can't afford it, he can leave. Butler Chen was already used to Yi Chutang's boldness. Miss, you must not speak carelessly. Disrespecting the royal authority can lead to punishment. Royal authority? Are you saying Zhao Qingshu is the emperor's son? I've heard that Lord and has his own preferences. It's understandable for a brother to care for his siblings. Butler Chen was nearly frightened by Yi Chutang's words. That's not what I meant. Before he could finish, he hurriedly left. Not long after, Butler Chen visited again. Miss, here is the 5,000 taels you requested. Please accept it. This banknote was given by Yi Jingchuan. Yi Chutang accepted the banknote and went to the main hall. When Zhao Qingshu saw her enter, he immediately offered an apology. I apologize for the poor hospitality. I didn't mean to startle you, Miss Yi. Yi Chutang clicked her tongue. The Nwangfu's hospitality is not just poor. They wanted my life. Miss Yi, please forgive me. It was a misunderstanding. Those assassins were not from the Nwangfu. If they weren't from the Nwangfu, how could they have such a large cage to capture me? There were not just 1 or 2 assassins hiding in the guest house, but more than 10. Zhao Qingshu was quite displeased with Yi Chutang's aggressive attitude. But since he needed something from her, he could only suppress his anger and explain. Miss Yi, there are many guests today, and most of the guards are in the front yard and garden, which is why the guest area was neglected, allowing bad people to take advantage. I apologize to you on behalf of myself. After saying this, he bowed deeply. Yi Chutang waited for Zhao Qingshu to stand up straight before extending her hand to him. Since you are here to apologize, where is the gift? Zhao Qingshu. Miss Yi, please forgive me. I was in a hurry when I left and forgot to prepare a gift. I will bring it to you another day. Yi Chutang retracted her hand and said with a meaningful "Oh, you are lacking sincerity. I don't want the gift anymore. I have already reported this matter." Seeing that Yi Chutang was unyielding, Zhao Qingshu's expression darkened. Miss Yi, do you really want to make this so final? Are you not pretending anymore? You really can't keep your cool. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qingshu was furious, and Yi Jingchuan rubbed his forehead in frustration. Chewer, don't be rude to the heir. After saying this, Yi Jingchuan pulled Yi Chuting down to sit and poured her a cup of tea. The heir is here to resolve the issue, so let's talk nicely. Yi Chutang's gaze fell on the steaming cup of tea. Without guessing, she knew there was something wrong with it. She pushed the cup towards Yi Jingchuan. Father, if you drink this cup of tea, I will have a good chat with the heir. Upon hearing Yi Chutang's words, Yi Jingchuan immediately looked at her. Did she sense something? Chewer, there is tea in my cup. You should drink it yourself. Yi Chuting smiled and said, since you are unwilling to help the heir have a good conversation, then I won't stay. As she stood up to leave, Yi Jingchuan steeled himself and drank the tea in his cup. His heart raced, and his hand holding the cup trembled. But thinking that the emperor had the antidote, he quickly calmed down. Chewer, I have already drunk it. Please sit down. After that, he took a clean cup and poured Yi Chutang another cup of hot tea.
Here we go again.
Yi Chutang almost rolled her eyes. After sitting down, she asked, what does the heir want to discuss? Zhao Qingshu looked at the stunning Yi Chutang and asked, I heard that Miss Yi was saved by the ghost thief and spent 1 or 2 hours alone with him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang knew Zhao Qingshu was trying to tarnish her reputation. You know the times so well. What is your relationship with the ghost thief? Zhao Qingshu slammed his hand on the table. Miss Yi, don't speak nonsense. I have nothing to do with the ghost thief. The young master is just making guesses based on when Miss Yi was found. Young master, you are really foolish. Yi Chutang shook her head in disdain. Anyone can tell that the time of being found is not the same as the time of being returned. How could you not know that? Or, do you want to slander me by saying I had something to do with the ghost thief, deliberately stretching out the timeline to ruin my reputation? Zhao Qingshu's thoughts were exposed, and he stopped pretending. Whether the ghost thief did anything to Miss Yi or not, you were alone together. Plus, Miss Yi is exceptionally beautiful. Any man would like her. No one will believe you were saved by the ghost thief and remained innocent. So, are you saying that Prince Chun and young Master Qin are not innocent either? After all, they are also considered handsome among men. The ghost thief is a man. And so what? Prince and can be open about it. Why can't the ghost thief? Zhao Qingshu. My father is not like that. Yi Chutang countered with Zhao Qingshu's words. It doesn't matter whether he is or not. Rumors are flying everywhere and everyone believes Princeton is like that.
You.
You are unreasonable. Don't be angry, young master. I haven't finished yet. As she spoke, Yi Chutang handed her cup of tea to Zhao Qingshu. This fine green tea can help calm you down. Then she added, I only believe one thing. If rumors arise about Prince Chun and the ghost thief having an affair, it must be the young master's doing.
She was challenging him.
If he had the ability, let him bite back. Zhao Qingshu angrily knocked the teacup to the ground, his chest heaving. Yi Jingchuan quickly intervened. Chutang, the young master is here to apologize and resolve the issue. Don't make it more complicated. Young master, Chutang is just a country girl and speaks without thinking. Don't take her words to heart. Let's focus on the matter at hand. Zhao Qingshu took a few deep breaths and calmed down. Miss Yi, although my words may sound harsh, the truth is that society is very harsh on women. It is a fact that you were rescued by the ghost thief, and unfavorable rumors will definitely spread. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow, her eyes mocking. Does the young master have a way to resolve the rumors? Zhao Qingshu shook his head. No. So it will be difficult for Miss Yi to marry in the future. No wealthy family would want a daughter-in-law with a damaged reputation. Otherwise, she would become a laughingstock in the entire capital. Yi Chutang immediately understood the implication behind his words. Are you saying the young master wants to marry me? Miss Yi, the incident at the Prince N's residence has damaged your reputation, which is the fault of the palace. This young master is willing to marry Miss Yi as his wife to silence the gossip. Zhao Qingshu certainly would not marry Yi Chutang. This woman was promised to the crown prince by the emperor, and he dared not take her. He said this to keep Yi Chutang calm and prevent her from reporting to the emperor, and also to get closer to her for future plans. Yi Jingchuan immediately played along. It is fortunate for Miss Chutang that the young master is so responsible. This marriage. Yi Chutang knew they were acting and quickly interjected, I agree, but I have two conditions. Zhao Qingshu was not surprised. He thought that since Yi Chutang was older and grew up in the countryside, she could never marry someone of a higher status than him. Naturally, she was delighted to accept when he expressed his willingness to marry her. He felt relieved, wearing a smug expression. Please, Miss Yi, go ahead. First, announce it to the world immediately. Second, we must marry within 3 days. Yi Chutang knew that Zhao Qingshu could not fulfill either condition. Miss Yi, marriage is a serious matter. It cannot be rushed. If you can't do it, then forget it. I have my mother's dowry, and I don't have to marry into a poor household like Prince Anne's. Yi Jingchuan grabbed Yi Chutang's arm and advised, Chutang, Dad, does your neck still hurt? The threatening words made Yi Jingchuan let go in fear. After Yi Chutang left, Zhao Qingshu immediately confronted Yi Jingchuan. Minister Yi has truly raised a wonderful daughter. Young master, we are in the same boat now. Blaming each other is pointless. We should think about how to handle this situation. While they discussed, Yi Chutang returned to Ningqiuan. After talking so much, she drank 3 cups of water to quench her thirst. Her father's money was indeed easy to earn. After finishing her water, she went to her room and wrote a note with her left hand. The handwriting was crooked, just like the words carved on Prince N, ugly and hard to look at. Once the ink dried, she folded the note neatly. Dan, I have to step out for a bit. Don't wait for me for dinner. You all can eat without me. After saying this, Yi Chutang lightly touched the roof with her toes and climbed over the wall, leaving the minister's residence to head to the crown prince's residence. On her way to the crown prince's residence, Yi Chutang bought some pastries. You can't visit someone empty-handed. When she arrived at the crown prince's residence, she happened to run into someone from the Dali temple coming out. One of them was the subordinate who had previously brought Yi Chutang to see Qi Yanzhou. He greeted her, Hello, Miss Yi. Yi Chutang nodded and asked, How is Prince Chun? Is he seriously injured? We haven't seen the prince. The steward said he needs to rest and asked us to come back tomorrow. As the man finished speaking, he realized he had misspoken and quickly added, Miss Yi, you arrived just in time. Your medical skills are excellent, and you can surely help the prince recover sooner. We have official matters to attend to, so we will leave first. After the officials from the Dali Temple left, the doorman immediately approached Yi Chutang. "Miss Yi, please come in." The doorman led Yi Chutang to Qi Yanzhou's courtyard. The Dowager Princess and the old prince were there, and the court physician was discussing Qi Yanzhou's condition with them. The prince is not yet woken up because the fire poison has flared up again, and he has serious internal injuries. He needs to rest well. Hearing that their son's fire poison had flared up again, both were extremely worried.
Dr. Jiang will Jun'er.
Not wake up? Although they had known this day would come, they still found it hard to accept. Dr. Jiang knew very well that Qi Yanzhou's condition was critical. If the fire poison could not be resolved, he would not live much longer. But it was not time to lose hope yet. He quickly reassured the Dowager Princess and the old prince. "Please don't worry, Your Highness. The fire poison has been suppressed. His pulse is weak but not absent. He will wake up soon." The Dowager Princess placed her hand on her heart and sighed in relief. "That's good to hear." Just then, she saw Yi Chutang approaching with pastries, and her face lit up with joy. "Miss Yi, you're here. Jun'er is inside. Please go in." As she spoke, she took the pastries from Yi Chutang's hands. Yi Chutang thought, is the Dowager Princess being a bit too enthusiastic? After greeting the Dowager Princess and the old prince, she explained, the prince was injured while saving a young girl. "My medical skills are decent, so I came to check on him. Just take a look, the more the better." Yi Chutang was unsure how to respond. The old prince tugged at the Dowager Princess's sleeve and whispered, "If she looks, won't she find out about Jun'er's fire poison?" The Dowager Princess trusted her son's judgment. Since he allowed Yi Chutang to come and go freely in the Qin prince's residence, it meant she was trustworthy. She gently nudged Yi Chutang. "Miss Yi, please go in. With you treating Jun'er, he will surely wake up soon." Although Jun'er was not fortunate enough to marry, it was still good for him to spend more time with the one he loves. "I will do my best," Yi Chutang replied, and entered Qi Yanzhou's room. The Dowager Princess called out from the courtyard, "Miss Yi, you must stay for a meal this time." After saying this, she exchanged a glance with Dr. Jiang and quickly left with the old prince. Yi Chutang looked out the window into the yard and saw that the three people had already disappeared. But she knew there was more than just Qi Yanzhou in the room. "Come out, you can see better standing by the bed." Nan Xiao didn't expect Yi Chutang to notice him so quickly. He stepped out from behind the screen and bowed to Yi Chutang. "Greetings, Miss Yi." Yi Chutang nodded and sat down by the bed to check Qi Yanzhou's pulse. After checking, she gave him acupuncture. When the last silver needle was placed, Qi Yanzhou opened his eyes. Nan Xiao looked at Yi Chutang in surprise, not expecting her medical skills to be so good. He wondered if she had discovered that the prince was poisoned, and if she could cure it. He no longer underestimated Yi Chutang, feeling a bit less cautious as he stepped back behind the screen. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, recalling what happened before he was knocked out. "Miss Yi, are you okay?" Yi Chutang pressed down on Qi Yanzhou, who was trying to get up. "Don't move. The needles will shift." Qi Yanzhou lay back obediently, examining Yi Chutang from head to toe. Seeing that she didn't look injured, he sighed in relief. "Miss Yi, why did you knock me out? Is Huaixian okay? How did we leave the prince's residence?" Yi Chutang answered, avoiding the main point. "I traded valuable items from Ning Chuyuan with the ghost thief to save all three of us." Qi Yanzhou did not believe Yi Chutang's words. He asked in confusion, "The ghost thief knows medicine? Can he suppress poison?" "I'm not sure if he knows medicine, but before I fainted, I told him to keep you in the ice cellar for a while. I didn't expect you to be so familiar with the ghost thief." Yi Chutang met Qi Yanzhou's gaze calmly and said, "It's just a matter of mutual benefit and good luck. Fortunately, we ran into the ghost thief while he was robbing the prince's residence. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." Qi Yanzhou felt it was too coincidental. But since Yi Chutang didn't want to say more, he wouldn't ask, opting for a discreet investigation instead. Seeing Qi Yanzhou's disbelief, Yi Chutang added, "The ghost thief leveled the guest house, and during the chaos at the prince's residence, he emptied the entire estate and set it on fire. Qi Yanzhou looked incredulous. The ghost thief emptied the entire residence? Yes, the prince's residence was burned to the point of being uninhabitable, and the prince was stripped bare by the ghost thief and paraded through the streets, becoming a laughingstock in the city. Qi Yanzhou's mouth twitched, and he asked Miss Yi, "Do you know why you were attacked?" Yi Chutang had been waiting for this question. She took out the note she had written earlier and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. "I didn't know before, but now I do." Qi Yanzhou unfolded the note, finding the handwriting ugly, but the content did not surprise him. After all, he had his suspicions. The note read, "The Dog Emperor wants to use the marriage of the Crown Prince to frame him for treason and destroy the Crown Prince's residence." "Miss Yi, where did this note come from?" Yi Chutang did not answer Qi Yanzhou right away. Instead, she removed the silver needles from him. Once she had put away the needles, she spoke. "I found the note at my bedside when I woke up in my room. It must have been left by the ghost thief. What does the Crown Prince plan to do?" Since the Emperor had thoughts of destroying the Crown Prince's residence, he wouldn't give up easily. Qi Yanzhou sat up and used his internal energy to turn the note into powder. The royal family had wanted to eliminate the Crown Prince's residence for a long time, but they had always acted secretly. For example, they had poisoned him. Now, with this aggressive approach, it seemed they were truly desperate. Of course, how could they not be desperate? He should have died in the southern border, allowing the Qi family to bear the accusation of colluding with the enemy. Instead, he not only survived but also reclaimed the southern border and gained control of 200,000 troops. When the good news reached the court, the emperor panicked and immediately summoned him back to the capital under the pretense of arranging a marriage, while also sending assassins after him. If he were killed, the false evidence of colluding with the enemy would still be pinned on him. But he was fortunate enough to return to the capital safely. Thus, there was a marriage decree, forcing him to give up his military power and live a mundane life in the Dali Temple. Yet even so, the emperor still wanted to eradicate the Qi family completely. Thinking of this, Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang. "Miss Yi, don't worry. The Crown Prince's residence will never implicate you. Thank you for informing me." Yi Chutang curiously asked, "The Dog Emperor is incompetent and makes the people suffer, yet he wants to kill your entire family. Why don't you just confirm his frame-up and take the Zhao family's throne?" In her view, Qi Yanzhou cared for the people, was skilled in both literature and martial arts, and would surely make a good emperor. Qi Yanzhou met Yi Chutang's serious gaze and chuckled softly. Because the common people are innocent. Moreover, he had no desire to become emperor. Yi Chutang disagreed with Qi Yanzhou's narrow view. But without breaking, there can be no establishment. It's better for the people to suffer for a moment than for a lifetime. Qi Yanzhou understood this principle, but it did not apply to the current situation in Beichen. "Miss Yi, if there is chaos in Beichen, external enemies will take the opportunity to invade, and the people will face the destruction of their country and homes." Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang immediately understood Qi Yanzhou's foolish loyalty. 1,000-mile dam can be destroyed by an ant-hole. The prince can act in secret, and one day he'll be able to overturn this kingdom without a fight. Qi Yanzhou's eyelids drooped, hiding the darkness in his eyes. "I'll talk about it once I can survive." When this matter was mentioned, Yi Chutang said, "Why did the prince's fire poisons suddenly flare up?" She was very confident in the pills she had made. If she said Qi Yanzhou would be fine for a month, then he would be fine for a month. Since entering the prince's residence, Qi Yanzhou had been very careful, avoiding any food and trying not to interact with others. The only person he had close contact with was Prince N. After Miss Yi went to the guest house, Prince N deliberately invited me to drink. He had a strange fragrance on him. The scent was faint, and he tried to hold his breath. But since he spent too much time with Prince N, he still inhaled a few breaths. Yi Chutang said, "It should be a drug that triggers the fire poison." Her tone became serious. "Prince, your fire poison has flared up again. The time left for the Miao doctors is shorter now, at most only 5 months." Each time the fire poison flared up, his body weakened a bit more. If it flared up again, the time would be even less. Although Qi Yanzhou had long since accepted life and death, he wanted to live more. All right, I understand. Yi Chudang had said everything she needed to, and she stood up to leave. Miss Yi, I will come to help you with the poison on the night of Yi Anling's wedding. All right, I will be waiting for you, Miss Yi. After Qi Yanzhou spoke, he glanced out at the darkening sky. Nan Xiao, see Miss Yi off. Nan Xiao immediately walked out from behind the screen. Prince, the Grand Dowager has prepared a meal for Miss Yi. Qi Yanzhou's face showed embarrassment, and he quickly corrected himself. Take Miss Yi to the main hall. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of Grand Dowager Chen came from inside. Hurry up, it's getting late, and Miss Yi must be hungry. The maidservants carrying trays entered one after another into the main hall. Soon, the round table was filled with delicious dishes that looked and smelled wonderful. Grand Dowager Chen entered the bedroom. Seeing her son awake, she was overjoyed. I told you Miss Yi has great medical skills and could wake Zhou up. After that, she asked Qi Yanzhou, can you get out of bed? If so, join Miss Yi for a meal. Although Qi Yanzhou's internal injuries were somewhat serious, they did not affect his daily life. I can. He lifted the blanket, got out of bed, and put on his outer robe. Miss Yi, please. Just as Yi Chudang was about to refuse, she was pulled by the familiar Grand Dowager Chen and brought to sit at the table. It's simple food, I hope Miss Yi won't mind. It's very generous. It looks delicious. Chuntai Fei knew that this was just polite talk from Yi Chudang. She smiled and said, if you like eating, feel free to come often. Don't be shy. After saying this, she left with her maids. Qi Yanzhou, worried that Yi Chudang might feel uncomfortable, sat down 2 chairs away. Miss Yi, please make yourself at home. Since Yi Chudang stayed, she decided not to be overly polite. All right, let's eat together. She didn't hold back, eating whatever she wanted until she was full. Qi Yanzhou wasn't feeling well and had no appetite, but he noticed Yi Chudang enjoying her meal, finishing a bowl of rice. Yi Chudang stood up. Thank you for your hospitality, Your Highness. I'll take my leave now, no need to see me off. Qi Yanzhou still walked her to the gate of the courtyard. He said, Miss Yi, the ghost thief saved us, and the Emperor will surely have suspicions. You don't need to worry, I will handle this matter. Yi Chudang smiled back, I'm not worried. I still have to report to the Princevan. After saying this, she and Qi Yanzhou exchanged a few words. Your Highness, please don't make any mistakes. Don't worry, Miss Yi. Be careful on your way. After leaving the Chunwangfu, Yi Chudang bought some pastries and headed to the Grand Tutor's residence. She had treated Grand Tutor Qin before, so the doorman recognized her. Miss Yi, please come in. Once inside, Yi Chudang said, I'm here to see young Master Qin. The doorman led her to the main hall and had a maid serve her the best tea. Miss Yi, please wait a moment. I will inform him right away. Before long, Qin Zheng came in person. He quickly walked up to Yi Chudang and bowed to her. Miss Yi, you saved my father before, and today you saved Jun'er. Please allow me to bow to you. Yi Chudang immediately stepped back. It was just a small effort. There's no need for such a bow from the Prime Minister. Qin Zheng looked at the sensible Yi Chudang and felt regret that his son didn't catch her eye. Miss Yi, this way please. Thank you, Prime Minister. Qin Muyun knew Yi Chudang was there to see him and sat up despite his injuries. He winced in pain, but didn't forget to ask his attendant. How do I look? Should I tidy up a bit? You look best like this, weak and pitiful. Miss Yi will surely feel sorry for you. Qin Muyun. Nonsense. Miss Yi would just think he was too weak. Just as he was about to ask the attendant to help him tidy up, Qin Zheng brought Yi Chudang in. Miss Yi, you and Jun'er chat. I'll wait for you in the main hall. I have something to discuss with you later. Yi Chudang couldn't guess what Qin Zheng wanted to talk about, so she nodded. All right, see you in a bit. Qin Zheng looked at his pale-faced son and said, Jun'er, be sure to thank Miss Yi properly. Father, I understand. As Qin Zheng left, he took the servant with him. Yi Chudang felt quite speechless. Did people in ancient times not care about the rules regarding men and women being alone together? She had already rejected Qin Muyun, So, why was the Prime Minister acting this way? Noticing Yi Chutong's thoughts, Qin Mu-yun kept the servant behind. Guanyin, prepare some tea for Miss Yi. The servant, realizing he was asked to stay, quickly replied, yes, young master. Yi Chutang placed some pastries on the low table by the bed. How is young Master Qin's health? Qin Mu-yun did not answer directly but asked, Miss Yi, are you hurt? I truly apologize for involving you. He had intended to save someone but ended up needing to be saved himself. I'm fine. After saying this, Yi Chutang checked his pulse. Once she confirmed he was not in danger, she asked, is your servant reliable? Guanyin, hearing this, politely stepped out of the room. It wasn't that he wasn't trusted by Qin Mu-yun, but he needed to keep watch outside in case someone was listening. Qin Mu-yun replied, Guanyin is trustworthy. Please, Miss Yi, go ahead. Yi Chutang recounted the statement she had given to Qi Yanzhou, word for word. If people from the Dali Temple come to ask questions, young Master Qin can say this. Seeing she didn't want to discuss the ghost thief, Qin Mu-yun didn't press further. Rest assured, Miss Yi, I will repeat it exactly. You should rest now. I will take my leave. Wait a moment. Qin Mu-yun called the servant back in. Guanyin, go to the box and bring all the silver notes for Miss Yi. Just as Guanyin was about to agree, Yi Chutang declined. There's no need to be so polite.
I know you went to the guest house because you were worried about me.
It's not your fault that your skills are not as good. Qin Mu-yun looked embarrassed. It is a fact that Miss Yi saved me. Please accept it. Seeing his insistence, Yi Chutang decided not to refuse. All right, the disaster victims in Jiangnan will surely thank young Master Qin for his generosity. She preferred to take money from villains, while the money from good people would be used for charity to accumulate merit. Qin Mu-yun acted like a for the sake of his family, who cared for him deeply. They not only gave him money but also provided him with many shops and fertile land. Over the years, he had saved up quite a bit, nearly 200,000 taels, in a thick stack of silver notes. After accepting them, Yi Chutang went to the main hall. Qin Mu-yun watched her disappear through the door, his expression darkening. If anyone in this world deserves her, it must be Ziqian. Her abilities and open-mindedness made him feel ashamed. Guanyin looked at the sorrowful Qin Mu-yun and comforted him, saying, You are also a great person. You will meet the right one in the future. If you have met the best person, you won't be moved by anyone else. Yi Chutang, who was leaving, did not know that someone's heart was broken because of her. When she arrived at the main hall, she directly asked, What does Prime Minister Qin want to discuss with me? Qin Zheng handed Yi Chutang a small wooden box. Please accept this, Miss Yi. If it's money, Lord Qin can just donate it as disaster relief for Jiangnan. Qin Zheng opened the lid of the box. It's not money. It's a bridal gift. Yi Chutang looked at the fine jewelry inside with a puzzled expression. What does Prime Minister Qin mean by this? Not only was she not engaged, but even if she were to marry, there was no need for the Qin family to provide her with a bridal gift, right? My wife once received kindness from your mother. This is her small token of appreciation. Is that true? I don't accept gifts without merit. Qin Zheng spoke seriously. I never lie. Years ago, my wife was seriously ill and needed a rare medicine that was hard to find. It was your mother who helped us locate it. After saying this, he directly handed the small box to Yi Chutang. My wife intended to thank your mother in person once she recovered, but before she could, your mother passed away. Yi Chutang placed the box on the table, her tone icy. My mother did not pass away. She was poisoned and killed by Kong Ru, with Yi Jingchuan's consent. She looked at Qin Zheng's widened eyes and continued, If Prime Minister Qin wants to repay my mother's life-saving grace, then deal with Yi Jingchuan severely. After saying this, she quickly left the Grand Tutor's residence. Qin Zheng came to his senses and spoke to the empty courtyard. Miss Yi, don't worry. My wife will make sure Yi Jingchuan pays for this. These words faintly reached Yi Chutang's ears as she happily returned to the minister's residence. After treating Jun'er's injury, she took a bath and rested. Lying in bed, Yi Chutang finally had time to enter her space and organize the day's gains. Though the value of the wealth from the Wang family was not much, there were many items. Due to time constraints, she was ejected from the space twice before she could manage to sort everything out. She looked at the mountain of clothes and bedding and quickly left the city. She gave them to beggars living in dilapidated temples and houses. The next day, Yi Chu-tang got up before dawn. She was not waking up early to practice but to go to court with Yi Jingchuan. Sun-er had been getting up early to practice the basics lately. Hearing the commotion, she immediately got up. "Miss, why are you up so early today?" She was up more than half an hour earlier than usual. After speaking, she realized that Yi Chu-tang was not wearing her training clothes, but a delicate dress. "Miss, are you leaving so early?" Yi Chu-tang nodded. "Yes, I'm going to the palace with my father for the morning court. You all can have breakfast without waiting for me." Before Daner could respond, Yi Chu-tang quickly left Ningqiuan. Yi Jingchuan was already dressed in his official robes and had arrived at the entrance of the Ministry of Rites to get into the carriage. "Let's go." He had just spoken a word when the carriage door curtain was lifted, and Yi Chu-tang jumped in. Yi Jingchuan's brow twitched, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. "Chuer, what are you doing here? I told you yesterday that I want to go to the Golden Luan Hall to file a complaint." "That's nonsense. You can't just go to the Golden Luan Hall whenever you want." Yi Chu-tang leaned against the carriage wall and yawned sleepily. "Of course not, but father will surely help me. Otherwise, I'll have to bang the drum for petitions." Once the drum sounds, the incident where she and Qi Yanzhou were attacked at the Duke of An's residence would have to be publicly reviewed, and even the emperor, who was behind the scenes, could be exposed. Yi Jingchuan was so angry that his temples throbbed. Sure, the drum for petitions is not easy. Throughout history, very few have been able to withstand that kind of scrutiny. "I'm tough, so I'll be fine. If the Duke of An dares to harm me, he must bear the consequences." "The Dali Temple hasn't even made a decision yet. What are you talking about?" "The Duke of An is the Emperor's brother. Would the Dali Temple dare to convict him?" "I don't care. I want to file a complaint." Seeing that Yi Chu-tang wouldn't listen, Yi Jingchuan coldly said, "If you're not afraid of death, go ahead and bang the drum." After saying that, he instructed the driver to head to the palace. Yi Chu-tang knew that Yi Jingchuan was just putting on a brave front and wouldn't actually let her bang the drum. The carriage swayed and soon arrived at the palace gates. The drum for petitions was meant to ensure that grievances reached the emperor, so it was placed at the palace entrance, guarded by the Imperial Guard. Without waiting for the carriage to stop, Yi Chu-tang jumped out and hurried toward the drum. Seeing that she was serious, Yi Jingchuan immediately stepped forward to stop her. "Sure, although I can't take you to the Golden Luan Hall, I can mention this to the emperor. You should wait in the carriage for news."
All right.
Yi Chu-tang waited for nearly 2 hours. The reason it took so long was that the Duke of An, in an attempt to redeem himself, turned the anonymous donation of disaster relief funds into a donation in the name of the emperor. Such a way to gain fame and public support without spending money was something the emperor was naturally happy about. He subtly encouraged the officials to donate more and had them register the donations on the spot. There is a feeling that those who donate less will be treated unfairly. Yi Jingchuan is the emperor's flatterer and was the first to generously contribute 20,000 taels of silver. The emperor was very pleased and granted Yi Jingchuan a seat. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Jingchuan mentioned that Yi Chu-tang wanted to file a complaint and make a scene. The emperor was furious. "Bring her in." The emperor initially thought that the marriage plan would be simple, and it wouldn't be hard to use poison to force Yi Chu-tang to obey. However, he lost 4 shadow guards and accomplished nothing. Instead, Yi Jingchuan, the fool, was poisoned. He wanted to meet Yi Chu-tang not only to teach her a lesson but also to poison her. How dare she threaten the emperor with a complaint? De Gonggong, prepare some tea and snacks to reward Miss Yi later. De Gonggong understood the emperor's hint. "I will obey." Yi Jingchuan had already guessed that the emperor would take action against Yi Chu-tang, and hearing this made him happy. Hope for a title. He pretended to explain for Yi Chu-tang. "Your Majesty, my sister, and the princess have some misunderstandings. Yesterday, at the Prince N's residence, She was attacked and thought it was intentional, which caused some embarrassment. Princeton knew that if this escalated, it would worsen his situation. He added, it was the Prince N's residence that did not host her properly, leading to Miss Ye's misunderstanding. Please do not blame her, Your Majesty. The Emperor naturally would not dispose of a useful piece, but she would still receive a lesson. Otherwise, if she set a precedent, everyone would come to complain and make a scene. Just then, a sharp voice came from outside the hall. Miss Yi is here to see you. The Emperor looked at de Gonggong. The state affairs are not yet finished. Let Miss Yi wait outside the hall. De Gonggong complied and went out of the hall. Miss Yi, the Emperor is still handling state matters. Please wait a moment. It was already noon, and the sun was high, making it very hot. Yi Chutang walked over from the palace gate, already sweating. She knew the Emperor was deliberately trying to intimidate her by making her stand in the sun. I am always ready to answer the Emperor's call. After saying this, she walked to the eaves of the hall and sat down. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow at de Gonggong's incredulous expression. The Emperor didn't say I had to stand in the sun as punishment, did he? She was the victim. Even if the Emperor had that intention, he wouldn't say it outright. De Gonggong looked at Yi Chutang, who had no regard for her appearance, and immediately recalled her bad habits of not bathing or changing clothes and picking at her feet, turning his gaze away in disgust. The Emperor is kind. Miss Yi is overthinking. After saying this, he entered the Golden Hall and quietly informed the Emperor about Yi Chutang hiding in the shade. The Emperor was surprised by Yi Chutang's cleverness and instinctively remarked, she is as cunning as her mother. Years ago, Tang Wanqing's beauty was unmatched in the capital, and her family was the wealthiest in Jiangnan, attracting countless admirers. Not only did Prince An wish to take her as a concubine, but the Emperor also considered making her a consort. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and valuable vase? In the end, her heart belonged only to Yi Jingchuan. She rejected all advances and cleverly used her support for the people to gain their trust, making it impossible for anyone to force her. The Emperor felt that Yi Chutang was following the same path as her mother, but she was a bit more capable. In less than a month, she had made it so that even he, the Emperor, could not act against her. Since he couldn't intimidate her, there was no need to waste time. The Emperor said to de Gonggong, summon her for an audience. De Gonggong flicked his white whisk and announced, summon Yi Chutang. Upon hearing this, Yi Chutang stood up, adjusted her clothes, and confidently walked into the Golden Hall. She was the first official woman to enter the Golden Hall since the Emperor took the throne. Your servant greets Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. She did not kneel but performed a deep bow, showing respect. The Emperor sat on the dragon throne, looking down at Yi Chutang. Stand up, raise your head. Yi Chutang straightened up and looked at the Emperor. The Emperor was momentarily captivated by her stunning beauty, his gaze deepening. A talented beauty who could write, fight, and even heal, he found it hard to let her go. I heard from Minister Yi that you wish to report a grievance? Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Chutang noticed the Emperor's hidden desire and felt a wave of discomfort. She recounted the strange occurrences since entering Prince An's residence, including the assassination attempt. Your Majesty, it's not that I am suspicious of Prince An wanting to harm me, but since I entered his residence, there have been continuous incidents, especially the large iron cage in the guest courtyard and the presence of over a dozen top assassins. How does Prince An explain that? Without waiting for Prince An to defend himself, she added, I can even draw the faces of those assassins. Once we have their portraits, identifying them won't be difficult. She said this for the Emperor's ears. Although those 4 shadow guards rarely appeared in public, they must have been seen by someone. Once the portraits were out, the Emperor would be implicated in the assassination. He was a man who cared deeply about his reputation and would never allow such a thing to happen. So, the blame for the Dog Emperor falls on Prince An. The Emperor's heart skipped a beat, but he did not respond to Yi Chutang. Instead, he recalled what Prince An had said when he entered the palace yesterday. Yi Chutang, you claim that Prince An wants to kill you. So, I ask you, how did you escape from so many skilled fighters? Yi Chutang knew the emperor suspected a connection between the ghost thief and her. She met the emperor's oppressive gaze calmly. I do not know. At that time, I, Prince Chun, and young Master Qin were attacked and in great danger when the ground suddenly shook, as if a dragon was turning over. Then I fainted, and when I woke up, I was in my own room. Later, I learned from an officer of the Dali Temple that the ghost thief emptied the entire Prince N's residence and even set it on fire. After hearing this, the emperor's imposing presence bore down on Yi Chutang. So, you were saved by the ghost thief. Why would he save you? Are you two working together? Yi Chutang ignored the pressure and remained composed. I do not know the ghost thief, nor do I understand why he saved me. I suspect he thought Prince N and Master Zhang were the same kind of people, so he saved the person they wanted to kill and emptied Prince N's residence. Yi Jingchuan did not want to associate the Ministry of Justice with a ghost thief and provoke the emperor's displeasure. He quickly said, Your Majesty, the ghost thief first stole from my daughter's Ning Qiuan. She cannot be working with him. Her rescue was purely an accident. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Perhaps it's a case of the thief calling out to catch the thief, which would avoid suspicion. Yi Chutang immediately focused on the official who spoke. So, does this gentleman mean that the ghost thief, Lord De, Your Majesty, and Prince N are all in cahoots? The official was frightened and quickly stepped forward, kneeling before the emperor. Your Majesty, I absolutely did not mean that.
Ye Chantang similet, her espirite.
Then are you targeting me? Miss Yi, you are overthinking it. I was merely discussing the matter and presenting a hypothesis. Oh, then I have a hypothesis too. The ghost thief is your person because he did not steal from your residence. The official immediately countered, There are many officials who are not robbed.
Ye Chantang similket mockingly.
I could say the same to you, so please do not speak carelessly and slander others. Tonight, there was more to gain. How delightful. The official was left speechless by her retort. Missy is right. I was hasty in my judgment. The emperor looked at the quick-witted and unflinching Yi Chutang and believed she was not connected to the ghost thief. The ghost thief appeared only after Qi Yanzhou returned to the capital, and it is likely one of his people. Realizing this, his desire to destroy the Qi family grew even stronger. The emperor suppressed his anger and looked at Prince N. Ever since Miss Yi entered your residence, there have been constant troubles. How do you explain this? Prince N knew the emperor wanted him to take the blame, but he did not want to give in so easily. He turned to Yi Chutang and said, Miss Yi, I am unaware of the cage and the assassins. Since you have seen everyone, please draw a portrait. I would like to recognize them. Yi Jingchuan immediately understood Prince N's intention. He looked at the emperor and said, Your Majesty, my sister's matters with Prince N have nothing to do with the adults. Shall we dismiss the court for now? Although the emperor was foolish, he was not entirely without sense. No matter whose portrait Yi Chutang drew, it should not be seen by others. He said in a deep voice, All officials, listen up. Before the hour of you today, send the disaster relief funds to the Ministry of Revenue. We obey. Dismissed. Qin Zheng's heart sank, and he immediately looked at Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang noticed someone was watching her and followed the gaze. Seeing Qin Zheng looking at her with concern, she offered a reassuring smile. The officials filed out one by one. Soon, only Yi Chutang, Yi Jingchuan, the emperor, and Prince N remained in the Golden Lawn Hall. The emperor said, Let's move to the Hall of Governance. Since Yi Chutang had walked into the trap willingly, he would not hold back. Yi Chutang knew these three men were plotting something, but she was not worried at all. Upon arriving at the Hall of Governance, the emperor ordered a young to prepare paper and ink. Yi Chutang said, Your Majesty, I would like to use charcoal pencils to draw. The emperor narrowed his eyes. I've heard your charcoal drawings are lifelike. Approved. The Imperial study had all kinds of writing tools, and soon the young brought the charcoal pencils. As Yi Chutang began to draw, the emperor said to the young lady cannot go hungry. Bring some pastries and tea, and have the kitchen prepare a meal. Yes, Your Majesty. De immediately instructed his attendant, Shuang'er, to take care of it. Before long, the poisoned tea and pastries were brought to Yi Chudang. Miss Yi, these are a gift from the emperor. You must accept them. Yi Chudang glanced at the exquisite pastries, but continued her work. I thank your majesty for your kindness. I will eat after I finish the drawing. Without a doubt, the pastries and tea must have been laced with colorless and tasteless poison. Shuang'er looked at the emperor, received his command, and stepped aside. After a cup of tea, Yi Chudang tossed aside the charcoal pencil. Immediately, a young brought a basin of water for her to wash her hands. De personally presented the portrait to the emperor. The emperor looked at the shadow guard's lifelike face, astonished. He had previously thought that Yi Chudang's painting skills were exaggerated, but they were even better than the rumors suggested. If this painting spread, someone would surely recognize it as a shadow guard. Prince En and Yi Jingchuan were also amazed by Yi Chudang's talent. Yi Chudang cleaned the charcoal from her fingers and dried them with a cloth. Seeing this, Shuang'er immediately brought tea and snacks to her. She picked up the teacup and pretended to drink it all. In reality, the tea was hidden away. Everyone's eyes were on Yi Chudang's face. Once they confirmed she had drunk the tea, their smiles couldn't be hidden. Yi Chudang pretended not to notice and asked, "Has Princeton seen the person in the painting?" Princeton thought Yi Chudang was poisoned and wouldn't admit it. "I have not seen this person, but since something happened to Miss Yi, the royal residence bears some responsibility. I am willing to offer her some compensation. Since Princeton does not admit it, I can only draw portraits of all 12 assassins and submit them to the Dali Temple for investigation." Princeton looked at the emperor and nodded after receiving a hint. "Fine, the Dali Temple is thorough and will surely clear my name." Yi Jingchuan knew the effects of the poison would take time to kick in. To buy time, he spoke for Yi Chudang. "Your Highness, Jun'er was frightened at Prince An's residence. How do you plan to compensate her?" Princeton understood that whatever compensation he offered would be useless once Yi Chudang was poisoned. So he pretended to be generous. "The royal residence has been emptied. All I can offer Miss Yi are a tea house and an inn, plus 100 acres of good land. How does that sound?" Yi Jingchuan turned to Yi Chudang and asked, "Jun'er, what do you think?" "Not enough. I nearly died, so you need to add another 100 taels of gold." Princeton agreed immediately. "All right, Miss Yi, please continue with the portraits." Just as Yi Chudang was about to grab the charcoal pencil, she felt dizzy. She quickly checked her pulse. Moments later, her expression changed drastically, and she knocked over the teacup she had just drunk from. "The tea is poisoned." After saying this, she tried to run. De swiftly blocked the door. "Miss Yi, you cannot leave without the emperor's permission." He then tried to grab Yi Chudang. After a brief struggle, she was easily captured by Da. She glared angrily at the smug emperor and shouted, "Did you set me up?" Unexpectedly, she found herself acting. The Oscars owe her a little golden statue. Why act? Because she wanted to be an undercover agent and learn all the plans of the deceitful emperor. The emperor smiled with great satisfaction. If he had a tail, it would surely be pointing up in the air. "I let you escape from the prince's residence before, but this time I won't let you get away." How does the taste of the broken tendon powder feel? The initial effects of the broken tendon powder are similar to the soft tendon powder. It leaves one feeling weak and unable to use their inner strength, making them vulnerable. Without the antidote, the pain will worsen day by day, leading to death from broken meridians after 7 days. Yesterday, Yi Chudang forced Yi Jingchuan to drink that cup of poisoned tea to understand the effects of the poison. She hurried back from the Grand Tutor's residence to wait for the palace to send the antidote, hoping to study it a bit. This morning, before getting out of bed, she entered her space to research the antidote and learned about the effects of the broken tendon powder. That's why she could act so convincingly. Yi Chudang glared at the emperor in anger. "Foolish ruler, the Northern Star Kingdom will eventually be ruined by you." Yi Jingchuan, frightened, raised his hand to strike Yi Chudang's face. "You insolent girl, don't speak nonsense." Just as Yi Chudang was about to bite him, the emperor intervened. "Minister Yi, stop. It would be a pity to ruin such a beautiful face." Yi Jingchuan immediately withdrew his hand. The emperor waved his hand. De Gonggong, bring her here. De Gonggong supported the nearly collapsing Yi Chutang and brought her before the emperor. The emperor lifted Yi Chutang's chin.
Spit.
Yi Chutang spat on the emperor's face. The emperor had never faced such humiliation. His face darkened with anger, his chest heaving. A young rushed forward to help the emperor wipe his face, trembling with fear. The emperor's gaze turned cold. Yi Chutang, if you anger me again, I will make your life worse than death. Let me die then. I'm not afraid. You say that only because you haven't experienced the effects of the poison yet. With that, the emperor ordered Yi Jingchuan to feed Yi Chutang pastries. The poison would accumulate and eventually take effect. Once this girl experiences the pain of a life worse than death, she won't be so defiant anymore. The pastries Yi Jingchuan fed to Yi Chutang all went into her space. On the third one, Yi Chutang pretended to suffer from the poison. Her face turned pale, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her clothes quickly became damp. Her body trembled uncontrollably, as if thousands of poisonous ants were biting her. It hurts, help me. The emperor looked at the pleading Yi Chutang and laughed heartily, shaking with amusement. Is this how you surrender? Weren't you so capable and fearless? Yi Chutang cried out, it hurts so much, I'm sorry. Please give me the antidote. The emperor glanced at the released Yi Chutang and fed her a black pill. Miss Yi, as long as you behave, you will get the antidote. Otherwise, you will suffer greatly. You know how painful it can be. Yi Chutang lay on the ground like a puddle of mud. Hearing this, her body trembled even more from fear. I will listen. Please don't hurt me. Weakly saying this, she looked at the emperor. Why are you going to such lengths to deal with me? At that moment, she looked like a fragile beauty, evoking sympathy. The emperor's desires were stirred, and he wanted to cherish her deeply. He held Yi Chutang's beautiful face, his intentions growing stronger. Help me with something, and I will grant you a position as a consort, a life of luxury. Upon hearing this, both Yi Jingchuan and Princeton were shocked. After the surprise, they felt it was only natural. The emperor was known for his desires and had previously liked Tang Wanning. Wanting her daughter made sense. Yi Jingchuan's smile nearly reached his ears. Sure, it's a blessing that the emperor has taken notice of you. Quickly express your gratitude. With this, his marquee position was secured. Even if Yi Chutang held back her disgust, she couldn't bring herself to suggest sharing a bed. The emperor had many women, some taken by force. He knew exactly how to tame such women. No matter how fierce a woman was, after a few encounters with him, she would become as gentle as a kitten. Thinking of this, he looked at the secretly take her to my chamber. Yi Chutang was still to be used against Qi Yanzhou. For now, no one could know she was the emperor's woman. Yes, your servant obeys. They took Yi Chutang away. The emperor turned to Prince N and Yi Jingchuan. You stay here to dine. I will join you shortly. Yi Jingchuan eagerly said, Your Majesty, enjoy yourself. I am in no hurry to leave the palace. The emperor patted Yi Jingchuan's shoulder with satisfaction. You are truly considerate. With that, he hurried to his chamber. Yi Chutang was placed on the bright yellow dragon bed. Worried that she might pose a threat to the emperor after taking the antidote, fed her some softening powder. Make the emperor happy, and you will not only save your life, but also live well. Yi Chutang remained silent, her face showing determination. She couldn't appear too flattering, otherwise, it would seem insincere. The emperor soon arrived. They said, Your Majesty, I have given Miss Yi the softening powder. You need not worry about her being a threat. You can enjoy yourself. The emperor waved his hand. Everyone keep quiet and leave. The official led the eunuchs and palace maids away. The door to the sleeping chamber was closed. The light dimmed significantly. The emperor looked at Yi Chutang, who lay on the dragon bed, and felt a rush of heat in his stomach. Ever since he stopped taking the pills made by Master Zhang, he had been feeling weak. He couldn't even perform as he used to. To hide his condition, he had been secretly taking pills to please his concubines. Unexpectedly, Today, without the pills, he felt an urge.
Haha.
It turned out it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but he was tired of those concubines and had lost the desire to please them. Yi Chutang glanced at the emperor, who was taking off his clothes, and turned away in disgust. My beauty, let me take good care of you. I promise to make you so comfortable that you won't want to get out of bed. After saying this, the emperor lowered the bed curtains and lunged at Yi Chutang. She didn't expect the emperor to be so unpleasant and almost felt sick. Her foot accidentally kicked the emperor's knee. He lost his balance and fell face first onto the dragon bed with a thud. Taking advantage of the moment, Yi Chutang quickly pulled out silver needles from her space and swiftly pricked him 3 times in the lower back before pulling them out. Suddenly, a part of the emperor's body went limp. Rubbing his sore forehead, he was stunned by the strange sensation. How could this be? Just moments ago, he felt strong. Ignoring the pain, the emperor quickly got up to remove his pants. Seeing the softness, he couldn't accept it and immediately took another pill. But it had no effect. How could this happen? What went wrong? Yi Chutang rested her head on her hand, enjoying the sight of the emperor questioning himself through the gap in the bed curtains. She had plenty of experience dealing with men like him. What she just did was just a warm-up. Soon, she would make the emperor unable to perform for the rest of his life. The emperor, not believing he couldn't perform, took another pill. He didn't realize that his ability to please women was not due to his skills, but because the pills contained a high dose of aphrodisiacs. While the pills allowed him to perform temporarily, they were also draining his strength. His current ability was no different from that of a man in his 50s or 60s. Thus, with just 3 needles, Yi Chutang revealed the emperor's true condition. Additionally, she had sealed a vital point on his body, preventing the energy from reaching his core, leaving him unable to perform. The emperor felt hot and thirsty, wanting to hold a woman to cool down, but he found himself powerless. He was going crazy. Yi Chutang softly called out, Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? I know a bit about medicine. Would you like me to take a look? Her words struck the emperor like a loud slap, leaving him embarrassed and angry. Enough! Your Majesty, you must take care of your health and not avoid seeking help. The emperor quickly adjusted his clothes and returned to his throne, gripping Yi Chutang's chin tightly, his cold eyes filled with stormy anger. Are you mocking me? Yi Chutang ignored the pain in her chin and calmly faced the emperor's fury. Your Majesty, your hands are so hot, and your face is so red. If you don't get treated soon, you might have trouble in the future. You won't scare me. The emperor's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly released Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang, do you know the consequences of deceiving the emperor? Yi Chutang pretended to faint, collapsing weakly onto the bed. Your Majesty, your health is your own concern. Whether I deceive you or not, you know better than anyone. Her words pierced the emperor's dignity like a knife, leaving him feeling exposed and ashamed. He immediately turned away from Yi Chutang to avoid her gaze.
Come.
He started to speak but was interrupted by Yi Chutang. Your Majesty, if you call for the royal physician, within an hour, the news of your condition will spread throughout the palace and become gossip among the people. The marks from the silver needles were still fresh. He couldn't let the physician come. The emperor clenched his fists, breathing heavily, wishing he could faint. It was already embarrassing enough. He couldn't bear the thought of a woman knowing his private troubles. But if he called for the physician, there was indeed a risk of it getting out. As he hesitated, Yi Chutang quickly injected him with a sedative in the back of his neck. Before the emperor could react, he collapsed to the ground. Yi Chutang stood up, rubbed her sore chin, and kicked the emperor twice in annoyance. Acting is so tiring. Then she crouched down, took out a pill from her space, and fed it to the emperor. Once the medicine took effect, she treated his condition with needles. With this double approach, even if Hua Tuo were alive, the emperor would have to accept his fate. After finishing her work, Yi Chutang took out a steaming box of beef stir-fried noodles and enjoyed her meal. Once she was done, she visited the ice cellar. There were many palace servants in the ice cellar, cleaning up the water from the melting ice. This ice water is increasing day by day. Could there be a problem with the ice cellar? But the ice blocks around it look fine. It can't be melting from the inside, right? We should send someone to check. If there is a real problem, we won't be able to escape responsibility. Yi Chuding knew it was due to raising the cicadas. She avoided the palace servants, felt the size of the cicadas, and decided to keep them for 2 more days. As for the servants checking the ice cellar, she was not worried at all. The cicadas had a protective color, blending almost completely with the ice, so as long as there was ice, they would not be discovered. Yi Chuding returned to her chamber and lifted the loose clothing of the emperor. The marks from the silver needles on his lower back had already disappeared. She used concealer to cover the needle marks on the back of the emperor's neck, then lay down on the dragon bed. Someone, the emperor has fainted from anger. Her voice was soft and weak. The shadow guards rushed into the chamber, one looking at Yi Chuding and the other checking the emperor's condition. Seeing him burning with heat and breathing rapidly, they quickly summoned the royal physician. Before the physician arrived, the emperor woke up. He felt unwell from taking too many pills, as if he might explode, but he couldn't relieve it. The shadow guard helped the emperor to the dragon bed. "Your Majesty, the physician will be here soon." Upon hearing this, the emperor immediately looked at Yi Chuding, his presence commanding without anger. "What happened to me just now?" If Yi Chuding hadn't appeared weak and helpless, he would have suspected she had done something. Yi Chuding made up an excuse. "Your Majesty suddenly fainted, possibly from anger, or maybe." The emperor's heart raced as she trailed off. "Maybe what?" "Maybe it's a reversal of blood flow, which could be harmful to your health." Just as she finished speaking, the head of the royal physician rushed in with a medicine box. The emperor did not want his condition to become widely known. "Everyone leave, except for the physician." As the shadow guards left, they took Yi Chuding out of the chamber and settled her in a side hall. She lay on the favored concubine's couch, looking through the half-open window at the opposite side hall, which was also the emperor's private treasury. After the underground treasury was robbed, the guards were even stricter. Seeing no opportunity to act, she turned her gaze away. After lying there for about 15 minutes, the shadow guards brought her back to the chamber. The aphrodisiac in the emperor's body had worn off, but his face looked extremely unpleasant. The physician was trembling on the ground. The emperor cast a cold glance at Yi Chuding and asked in a deep voice, "Can you take my pulse now?" "I can, but it may not be accurate." The emperor summoned it to come in and help Yi Chuding detoxify from the soft muscle powder. "I want to see how good the medical skills are of someone who can write a remedy for the plague." With that, he extended his hand as if granting a favor, allowing Yi Chuding to take his pulse. Yi Chuding placed her delicate fingers on the emperor's pulse and quickly provided a diagnosis. "The emperor has taken too much medicine, his energy and blood are depleted, and he has a problem with impotence." This was similar to the diagnosis from the imperial physician. The emperor's face darkened further. "How can it be treated?" Yi Chuding would not directly say it was incurable. She replied gently, "Your Majesty has indulged too much. Your body is too weak. You need to first replenish your yang energy. How long will it take to heal?" "It's uncertain. We should first replenish the yang energy for a month, and then assess the situation." After saying this, Yi Chuding flattered him again. "Your Majesty is truly a dragon among men, blessed with great fortune. You will surely regain your strength." The imperial physician silently gave Yi Chuding a thumbs up in his mind. Her use of delay tactics and flattery was excellent. Unlike him, who had been too direct earlier and almost faced severe consequences. The emperor, feeling pleased, allowed Yi Chuding to write a prescription, which he gave to the physician. After sending the physician away, he dressed and took Yi Chuding back to the Hall of Governance. Yi Jingchuan and Prince An thought they would have to wait until noon to see the emperor. But it only took 15 minutes. The two exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting a knowing look. The emperor had never been so embarrassed before. Suppressing his discomfort, he got straight to the point. "Yi Chuding, if you want to live, let Prince Qin marry you." Yi Chuding had been playing her role for this moment.
"Why?"
Once you are chosen as Prince Chen's consort, I will tell you the reason. I am already poisoned. Do you still fear I will betray you? Or do you see me merely as a never intending for me to survive? If that is the case, why should I obey and suffer? Seeing Yi Chutang defy him again, the emperor's expression darkened. You have no choice. Yi Chutang pulled a hairpin from her hair and pressed it against her neck. I can choose to suffer less and die sooner. She applied slight pressure, and the pain pierced her skin, blood staining her light-colored collar. The emperor, having worked hard to control Yi Chutang, certainly would not let this, who had yet to fulfill her purpose, be wasted. He instructed to give Yi Chutang a life-saving token. I promise you, once the matter is resolved, I will grant you the title of consort and a life of honor. I will not go back on my word. Yi Chutang placed the bloodied pin back in her hair and accepted the life-saving token. Although she could not extract the emperor's specific plans for dealing with Qi Yanzhou, it was not a total loss. With this token, she could even take down Prince An. Thank you for your grace. To prevent anyone from doubting the authenticity of the life-saving token, please announce to the world that Prince An owes my life, and you are repaying it on his behalf. She did not want to be accused of stealing it when she needed to use it one day. I agree. The emperor finished speaking and reminded, there are only a few days left until the deadline set by Prince Chen. You need to hurry. I understand, Your Majesty. Yi Chutang then looked at Prince An. Don't forget the compensation you promised me, my lord. Prince An. The generous compensation was only meant to keep Yi Chutang calm. He couldn't take it seriously. Your Majesty. Yi Chutang immediately interrupted Prince An. My lord, although we are currently in the same situation, this relationship should not be known to Prince Chen. The mistakes made by the An residents almost cost me my life, so you must provide the compensation. Otherwise, the people will not forgive you. She would not accept empty promises. What was said must be fulfilled. Yi Chutang's words made sense, but Prince An was unwilling to give. Miss Yi, you should know the current situation of the An residents. Since we are in the same boat, there is no need to be serious about the compensation. Just a show for the people will suffice. The implication was that Yi Chutang had to acknowledge she received compensation, yet she would gain nothing. She curled her lips into a mocking smile. As long as Prince An is not afraid of me exposing the truth in front of the people, then you can give no compensation at all. Seeing Yi Chutang was unyielding, Prince An wanted to seek the emperor's support. Yi Chutang spoke before he could. Your Majesty, you showed your sincerity by offering a pardon, yet Prince An wants to benefit without contributing? Prince An wanted to say that the marriage proposal was the emperor's idea and had nothing to do with him. He already bore the blame and felt wronged. Why should he provide compensation? But he didn't dare to say that. The emperor didn't want to get caught up in such trivial matters over compensation. Prince An, give her the compensation that is due. It will also serve as an explanation to the people. Prince An was unhappy but agreed. Yes. I am tired. You may leave now. As soon as the emperor finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. Lady Yi, before tomorrow's morning court, please tally the disaster relief funds, set aside some for purchasing medicine and rain gear, and send the rest to Jiangnan. I will follow your command. Yi Chutang left the palace, feeling much lighter. Dad, take me to Prince Chen's residence. He saved me yesterday, and I can use this chance to get closer to him. Yi Jingchuan had official matters to attend to and couldn't take her himself, so he gave her the carriage. Sure, with your talent and beauty, it won't be hard to win over Prince Chen. Just put in the effort. I will, after all, I want to live. All right, you may go. Your Highness, please take me to the Ministry of Revenue. The prince nodded reluctantly. The two got into the carriage and left. Yi Chutang also boarded the carriage. First, go to Xinglin Hall, then to the residence of Prince Chen. Chun Zhong cracked the whip. Yes, Mississippi. Not long after leaving the palace, the carriage entered a bustling market filled with people. The townsfolk were discussing the birthday banquet of the princess yesterday. Yi Chutang found it increasingly interesting. The prince is so cruel to want to harm Miss Yi just to avenge Princess Onfing. He's not just after Miss Yi, he's also targeting Prince Chun and young Master Qin. I heard Miss Yi was so angry that she went to report to the emperor. I wonder what the outcome will be. The prince's residents must have done many bad things to end up in such trouble. The ghost thief must be sent by heaven to restore order, saving the good and punishing the bad. Hearing these discussions, Yi Chutang quickly guessed that Qi Yanzhou was behind it all. Soon, the carriage stopped at Xinglin Hall. Manager Lin had already announced the prescriptions for preventing and treating the plague. All the pharmacies were crowded with people. Xinglin Hall was even busier. When the pharmacy boy saw Yi Chutang, he immediately approached her and led her through a side door into the shop. "Miss Yi, please wait a moment. I'll call the manager." Yi Chutang stopped him. "No need. I'm here to buy medicine." Saying this, she handed the pharmacy boy a prescription for treating internal injuries that she had prepared earlier. "Please get me 10 sets of medicine." "Okay, just a moment." Before long, the manager personally brought 10 bags of medicine from the back courtyard where they dry the herbs. "Miss Yi, I have discussed with all the pharmacies to sell the plague prevention and treatment medicine at cost price. While not everyone could afford it, most people could manage. This way, no one could accuse Yi Chutang of deliberately creating panic to profit from the pharmacies." Yi Chutang regarded Manager Lin with newfound respect. "A healer should have a kind heart. You're doing a great job, Manager Lin. How much do I owe you for these medicines?" Flattered by the compliment, Manager Lin smiled widely. "Miss Yi, you are so kind. These medicines are not worth much, so you don't need to pay." Yi Chutang knew the prices of the herbs and, after estimating, gave Manager Lin 50 taels of silver. "Take it, business is business." The medicine for treating internal injuries contained 3 expensive herbs. Seeing that he could not refuse, Manager Lin accepted the payment. As Yi Chutang left Xinglin Hall, she asked the manager for a water bucket. The coachman, Chen Zhong, looked at the bucket in confusion as he drove towards Prince Chen's residence. Qi Yanzhou was feeling better today and was currently strolling under the covered walkway in the back garden. He walked leisurely, but his brow was tightly furrowed and his eyes showed clear worry. Suddenly, the butler hurried over. "Your Highness, Miss Yi has arrived in the main hall." Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's frown relaxed and his anxious heart settled. "Please bring Miss Yi to the study." Miss Yi must have a reason for coming to see him. The butler respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Highness." The study was relatively close. He deliberately slowed his pace and met Yi Chutang at the entrance of the academy. Only after confirming she was unharmed did he feel completely at ease. "Miss Yi, please." As he spoke, he reached for the water bucket in her hand. Though puzzled, he didn't ask any questions. Yi Chutang dodged Qi Yanzhou's hand, saying, "Your Highness is injured and shouldn't lift heavy objects." The ordinary water in the bucket had been replaced by spring water. "A bucket of water is not heavy for me." After saying this, Qi Yanzhou firmly took the bucket and pushed open the door to the academy. Yi Chutang followed him to the study with a medicine bag. She handed the medicine bag to Qi Yanzhou. "Your Highness, this is medicine for internal injuries. Boiling it with the water from the bucket will be very effective. 1 dose can be boiled twice, to be taken morning and evening, reducing 2 bowls of water to half a bowl." "Thank you, Miss Yi." After expressing his gratitude, Qi Yanzhou got to the main topic. "Miss Yi, your visit to the Fu must be for more than just delivering medicine, right?" Yi Chutang nodded and briefly explained what happened after entering the palace. Of course, she omitted the help from her space. When Qi Yanzhou heard that the emperor had poisoned Yi Chutang with a debilitating drug, he held his breath. Upon learning she was unharmed and had cleverly deceived the emperor with her medical skills, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, when he heard the emperor wanted to take her as a concubine, anger surged within him, and his hands instinctively clenched. "Miss Yi, you shouldn't meet the emperor alone. It's too dangerous."
Yi Chutang similait nonchalantly.
"Nothing ventured, nothing gained. It's a pity I couldn't learn the emperor's specific plans against the Fu. Miss Yi, please don't take any more risks. The emperor has wanted to destroy the Fu for a long time. I can handle it. I was just meddling. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou immediately grew anxious. That's not what I meant. I just don't want you to be in danger because of me. Yi Chudang thought Qi Yanzhou didn't want to owe her a favor. You don't need to worry, Chen Wang. I'm doing this for myself, not for you. She didn't want to get involved in power struggles. But what could she do? The emperor had chosen her as and she couldn't escape. Yi Chudang thought about the discussions on the street and said, Your Highness, you don't need to feel indebted to me. We are benefiting each other. Saying this felt a bit shameless. After all, besides wanting to break the deadlock, she also wanted the significant merit points from Qi Yanzhou. Qi Yanzhou looked guilty. I have caused trouble for Miss Yi. If Yi Chudang hadn't been chosen by the emperor as against him, she wouldn't be in such danger. Yi Chudang smiled. I didn't expect the thoughtful Prince Chen to be so sentimental at times. Then she added, Your Highness, weren't you also concerned for my safety when you spread rumors about the prince's residence and the petition to the emperor, putting pressure on them so they wouldn't dare to harm me? Qi Yanzhou indeed had this plan. But he suddenly realized that these external pressures had limited effects and could not guarantee Yi Chitang's safety. If it weren't for her medical skills and ability to disguise herself, she would have been in trouble today. I know Miss Yi is capable, but the palace is beyond my reach, and I can't help you much. So you must prioritize your own safety. If you lose your life, you lose everything. The emperor was wary of him, and since he rarely stayed in the capital, he couldn't place anyone close to the emperor. Yi Chudang felt that Qi Yanzhou's concern for her was a bit excessive. She said seriously, Your Highness, don't worry. I value my life. I won't take risks without absolute certainty. After saying this, she didn't want to continue this meaningless topic and changed the subject. Your Highness, do you have charcoal pencils in your study? Qi Yanzhou nodded and found 2 charcoal pencils for Yi Chudang. Yi Chudang spent nearly half an hour drawing the known assassins' portraits. Your Highness, please copy these with a brush. Let young Master Qin choose a few to replicate, and then hand them to the Ministry of Justice to investigate their identities. She never considered hiding the fact that the emperor had sent shadow guards to the prince's residence to target her. But she couldn't be the undercover agent to investigate the mastermind. It was more suitable to hand it over to Qi Yanzhou and Qin Muyun. Qi Yanzhou looked at the lifelike portraits and nodded. Miss Yi, don't worry. Even if I can't expose the emperor, I will make the prince face a big setback. I look forward to good news. After Yi Chudang said this, she added, Your Highness, to keep the emperor off guard, I will be visiting the Chen prince's residence frequently. I will always be ready. If you need my cooperation, just let me know. All right, I will stay for lunch. After understanding Yi Chitang's preferences, Qi Yanzhou had the kitchen prepare a lavish meal. After lunch, Yi Chudang left the Prince of Chen's residence. She did not return to the minister's residence, but instead went to the bustling poetry house. Scholars and students were discussing the outcome of Yi Chitang's petition to the emperor. I have reliable news that Miss Yi is evidence of being plotted against by the Prince of Yin, so her petition should succeed. But what if she succeeds? The Prince of Yin is the emperor's brother, so he will naturally protect him. Not necessarily. The common people and scholars are watching closely. Even if the emperor wants to favor him, he won't dare to go too far. That's true. The royal family values their reputation and can't just lie openly. Indeed, Miss Ye's remedy for the plague has been made public, and the people see her as a living saint. After listening for a while outside the poetry house, Yi Chudang went inside. She was now a well-known figure there, and everyone recognized her. Upon her arrival, the crowd immediately gathered around her, eager to ask about the outcome of her petition. Yi Chudang found a seat in the main hall and ordered a pot of cool tea. After clearing her throat, she said, Please sit down, and I will explain everything. As soon as she spoke, the curious scholars and students surrounded her, asking for details. Miss Yi, did the emperor deliberately side with the Prince of Yin and make things difficult for you? Yi Chudang took out her royal pardon. The emperor knew I was in danger at the Prince of Yin's residence and almost got killed. To make up for it, he granted me a royal pardon. Everyone had never seen a royal pardon before and stared at it in awe, eager to touch it. Someone asked, "The emperor seems quite reasonable. He just let the assassination attempt go without punishing the prince even?" Yi Chutang put away the royal pardon. The Supreme Court has not yet concluded the case, and there is currently no evidence pointing to the prince even. However, the prince's residence was negligent, and he offered 2 shops, 100 acres of good land, and 100 taels of gold as compensation. If it is later discovered that the prince was behind the assassination, the emperor will certainly support me. That seems fair, but the prince even needs to compensate not only Miss Yi but also the prince of Chun and young Master Qin. As this news spread from the poetry house, the emperor's granting of the royal pardon to Yi Chutang was also announced. After finishing her account of the petition, Yi Chutang sparked everyone's curiosity by sharing all the schemes the prince even had against her. She spoke passionately, and the scholars and students listened with indignation. Once she achieved her goal, she went upstairs to play chess. Then she heard some news. "I heard that Song Jingning is about to return to the capital." Yes, the Song family thinks that Song Gongzi is old enough and wants to arrange a marriage for him. Which girl? It seems the Song family has taken a liking to Miss Yi. They are indeed a perfect match, talented and beautiful. I wonder who has better talent and knowledge, Song Gongzi or Miss Yi. Yi Chutang didn't expect to hear gossip about herself while solving a chess problem. She wasn't interested in men and didn't think much of Song Jingning. After finishing the chess game, she left the poetry house and returned to the minister's residence. As soon as she arrived at Ningqiuan, Shuang'er was crying and kneeling in front of her. "Miss, the eldest young master has been poisoned and is suffering terribly. Please save him." Yi Chutang ignored Shuang'er and asked, "Has there been any news from Liuli Courtyard recently?" After being scolded by Yi Chutang several times, Shuang'er, although still having other thoughts, became obedient. When she was with Yi Yanzhou, she would gather information and keep an eye on Liuli Courtyard's movements. The madam is in unbearable pain every night and now looks like a ghost. Yi Chutang looked at Shuang'er mockingly. "Useless information won't get you the antidote." Shuang'er added, "Yesterday, after the prince and's heir visited, the madam met with someone from the Kong family, but I don't know what they discussed." Yi Chutang took out an antidote for the poison and handed it to Shuang'er. "Don't try to be clever. I have no patience for you. I understand my mistake and won't do it again." After saying this, Shuang'er happily took the antidote and left. Yi Chutang woke up early today and had been busy all morning, so she was very tired and went back to her room to rest. She slept until it was almost dark. When she woke up, she felt a bit dazed. 2 hours. I really can sleep a lot. After mumbling this, she didn't think much of it and got up to go outside.
Jun'er was preparing dinner.
Seeing Yi Chutang come out, she quickly picked up a wooden box from the stone table. "Miss, this is from the prince and's residence." Yi Chutang opened the box and took a look. There was a land deed, a contract, and 100 taels of gold. "The prince and is quite efficient. Please take it to my room." "Yes, Mississippi." After placing the box, Jun'er and Lure started cooking dinner. Yi Chutang practiced martial arts while Jinji and Jun'er stood by in a horse stance. After dinner, Jun'er cleaned the dishes while Lure prepared medicine and sewed clothes for Jun'er. Yi Chutang went to the backyard to rinse her mouth. When she returned, she saw Lure had embroidered the words peace and joy on the front of the clothes with gold thread. She asked, "Is Jun'er's birthday coming soon?" Lure was surprised by Yi Chutang's sharpness and nodded. "Miss, the day after tomorrow is the young master's birthday." "I understand." After saying this, Yi Chutang took Jun'er for a walk in the back garden to help with digestion. She asked, "Jun'er, your birthday is coming soon. Is there anything you want or would like to eat?" Jun'er held Yi Chutang's hand, looked up and cautiously asked, "Elder sister, can I go outside the house?" He had never left the house due to health reasons since he was born. Occasionally, he heard the servants talk about the lively streets and beautiful sights outside the city, which made him long for it. Yi Chutang gently touched Jun'er's thin face and smiled. "Of course you can." Jun'er's eyes lit up with joy. "Thank you, elder sister. When is your birthday?" "In winter, it's still a while away." Jun'er thought this was good, as it gave him enough time to prepare for his birthday gift. After their walk, they headed to Ningqiu courtyard. Aunt Lu approached them. "Greetings, Miss and young master." Yi Chudang had no connection with her and nodded indifferently. "Do you have something to discuss, Aunt Lu?" Aunt Lu took a food box from a maid and handed it to Yi Chudang. "This is the lotus leaf pastry I just made. It's fragrant and refreshing. Please try it, Miss and young master." Yi Chudang did not reach out to take it and asked directly, "What is your intention, Aunt Lu?"
Aunt Liu looked at Yuna and smiled tensely.
"I have no ulterior motive. I just feel sorry for Jun'er and want to be kind to him. Jun'er was more unfortunate before. Why didn't you show him kindness then?" At that time, the lady was taking care of Jun'er, so I had no chance to help. The miss will eventually marry, but I will not leave the Shang's mansion and will not have my own children. Yi Chuding realized that Aunt Lu wanted to use her current kindness to secure Jun'er's care for her later years. While it sounded mutually beneficial, Jun'er was a legitimate son and could not be entrusted to a concubine from a dancing background. It wasn't that she looked down on Aunt Lu, but the social hierarchy in ancient times was strict. "Aunt Lu, my father will soon marry a primary wife, so you don't need to worry about Jun'er being uncared for." After saying this, she took Jun'er and left. Aunt Lu watched them go and pleaded, "Miss, you misunderstood. I know I have no right to raise the young master. I just want to be close to him. Isn't it good to have someone care for him?" Seeing that they were not stopping, she anxiously blurted out, "Miss, whether the young master accepts my kindness should be his decision." Yi Chuding found it amusing and stopped in her tracks. "Aunt Lu, let me give you a piece of advice. When there is an imbalance in status, if you want to receive something in return, sincerity is the key." After saying this, she looked down at Jun'er. "It is Auntie's duty to care for her legitimate son, so even if you accept it, there is no need to repay her." Although Jun'er was only 5 years old, he understood things very well. "Don't worry, big sister, I understand." He turned and walked to Aunt Lu, taking the food box from her. "Annie, I would like to have plum jelly and apricot soup. Please prepare them for me tomorrow and send them to Ningqiu courtyard." There was no need to be polite to those with bad intentions. Of course, if Aunt Lu could serve his big sister faithfully for 10 years, he would ensure her a comfortable life in her later years. Jun'er returned to Yi Chutang's side, proudly handing her the food box. "Big sister, Aunt Lu is not only good at dancing, but her cooking is also quite nice." Yi Chutang took the food box and glanced at Aunt Lu, who looked uncomfortable. "From now on, all the pastries and sweet soups will be entrusted to Annie." With that, she took Jun'er and headed back to Ningqiu courtyard. Aunt Lu was furious at being treated like a servant and nearly tore her handkerchief in frustration. The maid comforted her, saying, "Auntie, don't take the young lady's words to heart. She won't stay at the minister's residence forever. She'll have to marry one day. Just bear with it for now." "That's true. Let her be a bit arrogant for a few more days. Let's go." Yi Chudang and Jun'er returned to Ningqiu courtyard and shared the crispy lotus leaf pastries with everyone. They were delicious and fragrant. After eating, Jun'er took his medicine, and Yi Chutang performed acupuncture on him. As Jun'er's health improved, the depth of the needles increased, causing more pain. He was sweating profusely, gripping his clothes tightly, and remained silent. Yi Chutang wiped the sweat from his forehead and comforted him. "Just a few more days, and it won't be so hard." Jun'er released his bitten lip and managed a weak smile. "I'm not in pain." As long as he could get better, he could endure anything. After finishing the acupuncture treatment, Yi Chutang went back to her room to bathe and rest. In the middle of the night, she got up and stored all the valuable items in her room, then slipped away to the woodshed. She also collected the dowry she had taken from Kong Ru earlier. Next, she went to Chun He's house, where he had accused her of crying thief. Yi Chudang had learned in the afternoon at the poetry building that Chun He was not a good person. So, she felt no guilt as she emptied his residence. After thoroughly searching the Chun household, she decided to stop by the carpenter's shop to collect her goods. The shop was not far from the Chun residence, and Yi Chuding thought it unnecessary to use her powers to travel, so she jumped over the courtyard wall. However, As soon as her feet hit the ground, a sharp sword was pointed at her neck. Yi Chutang didn't notice anyone hiding outside the wall because there was no intent to harm from the other side. She felt a moment of panic, but quickly calmed down. Even if someone wanted to hurt her, she could escape before anything happened. Yi Chutang tilted her head slightly to see who was holding the sword. A familiar voice came from behind her. "Ghost thief, we meet again." It was Qi Yanzhou. He had always suspected a deep connection between the ghost thief and Yi Chutang, believing it was more than just a simple partnership. The people the ghost thief had stolen from were linked to Yi Chutang, and the timing matched perfectly. Today, Yi Chutang had told him that the ghost thief would go to Ningqiuan tonight to collect a reward. Meanwhile, the official from the ancestral hall had offended Yi Chutang today. Connecting these two events, he felt compelled to come to the Chun residence. To his surprise, he actually encountered the ghost thief. "Remove your mask and turn around." Yi Chutang was not disguised as a man tonight, but she had wrapped herself up tightly. After hearing Qi Yanzhou's words, she performed an act of disappearing on the spot. Although it was late at night, the moonlight was bright, allowing those skilled in martial arts to see clearly. Qi Yanzhou watched in shock as the ghost thief vanished before his eyes. How is this possible? He reached out into the emptiness, but grasped nothing. It seemed like he had imagined holding the sword to the ghost thief's neck. But he was sure the ghost thief had just been right in front of him. Could the ghost thief really be a ghost? Qi Yanzhou searched around but found nothing. Suddenly, he thought of something and, despite his serious injuries, used all his strength to rush to the minister's residence. At that moment, Yi Chutang had already returned to Ningqiuan and was lying on her bed. The locations for entering and exiting her space didn't need to match, as long as they were within a 10-meter radius. After disappearing from Qi Yanzhou's sight, she appeared in the courtyard of the Qin residence and quickly returned underground. In the past, during the apocalypse, Yi Chutang often used herself as bait to lure and kill zombies and mutated beasts. She never expected that in ancient times, she would use this tactic against the war god prince. Qi Yanzhou could guess that the ghost thief would go to the Chun residence, indicating he was certain her connection with the ghost thief was unusual. He even suspected that she and the ghost thief were the same person. After the ghost thief disappeared, Qi Yanzhou would undoubtedly come to Ningqiuan to find her for confirmation. Yi Chutang closed her eyes, and her senses heightened. She could hear the wind, the chirping of insects, and the sound of footsteps on the tiles. A smile appeared on her lips. Sure enough, Qi Yanzhou was coming to find her. Qi Yanzhou knew that Yi Chutang was skilled in martial arts, so instead of entering through the main house's roof, he jumped into the courtyard from the roof of the side room. His lightness skill was impressive, and he made almost no sound on the ground. The window connecting the inner chamber to the outer courtyard was pushed open. He crouched and jumped inside. The main house had 2 lanterns hanging outside, and the dim light barely illuminated the room. As Qi Yanzhou got closer to the bed, he felt increasingly nervous and held his breath. He lifted the bed curtain and saw Yi Chutang lying on the bed, sleeping in a relaxed position. Her small face was charmingly rosy in her sleep. Her clothing was slightly open, revealing a small patch of her fair neck. Perhaps feeling hot, she had pushed the blanket to the wall. Her toes rested on the dark blanket, round and delicate. Qi Yanzhou did not notice anything unusual about Yi Chutang. However, he felt embarrassed for peeking at a sleeping woman, causing his cheeks to flush and his ears to feel hot. Just as he was about to leave, a flash of gold caught his eye. Instinctively, he dodged and realized it was Yi Chutang waking up and pulling a golden hairpin from under her pillow, throwing it at him. "Miss Yi, it's me." He didn't want to fight her, so he quickly identified himself. If he hadn't confessed so fast, her silver needle would have already been thrown. She lifted the bed curtain and looked at him warily. "Why did the prince break into my room in the middle of the night?" Qi Yanzhou countered with a question. How did Miss Yi know someone entered? He suspected she was pretending to be asleep. Yi Chutang suddenly placed her hand on Qi Yanzhou's chest and raised an eyebrow. "Why is your body so hot?" The implication was clear. It was hard not to notice such a large source of heat standing next to her. Also, there's light coming from outside. The unspoken message was that he was blocking the light, revealing his presence. Qi Yanzhou's heart raced at her touch. He nervously took a step back, avoiding her hand. Miss Yi, the ghost thief, stole from the Chun residence tonight. Yi Chutang withdrew her hand and wiped it on the bed. You guessed correctly, it was me who sent him to steal. Chun, he is not a good person, so it's fine to steal from him. There was no need to lie to someone smart. It would be easy to see through. Why would the ghost thief listen to you? Why steal so many things? Is he human or a ghost? You should ask the ghost thief those 3 questions. I can't answer them. After saying that, Yi Chutang added, the only thing I can tell you is that compared to the pests of Bachin country, the ghost thief is a good person. Instead of being obsessed with catching ghost thieves, the prince should spend more energy punishing corrupt officials. It's late, Your Highness. Please go back and don't come looking for me at midnight. It's not appropriate. Qi Yanzhou, hearing this, blurted out, Miss Yi, have you forgotten that you once rushed into my arms in the middle of the night when I was suffering from poison? As soon as he said it, he regretted it. Yi Chutang was taken aback. Why did it sound like he was complaining? It felt as if she was the one taking advantage without taking responsibility. Thinking about it, she realized that after spending the night with Qi Yanzhou, she hadn't asked about his feelings. She had made all the decisions herself. He had someone he cared about, and she didn't want to get involved in power struggles, so she thought helping him with the poison was a way to repay him. Yi Chutang cleared her throat and looked at the embarrassed Qi Yanzhou. Your Highness. Just as she began to speak, the door to her room was pushed open, and Lur hurried in with an oil lamp. Miss, are you okay? Lun had drunk too much water and heard noises from Yi Chutang's room while getting up at night. Worried something had happened, she barged in and shouted loudly. Qi Yanzhou had intended to hide in the rafters, but he was suddenly struck by internal pain, causing him to black out and miss his chance to jump up. In a critical moment, Yi Chutang pulled him onto the bed. Qi Yanzhou, caught off guard, fell onto Yi Chutang. The soft feeling against his chest made his face turn bright red, and a wave of heat rushed through him. His heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest, leaving him confused. Yi Chutang noticed something was off with Qi Yanzhou but didn't think much of it. She assumed he was just shy because he rarely had close contact with women. She pushed Qi Yanzhou to the corner of the wall and covered him with a blanket. Stay hidden and don't move. After saying that, she lifted the bed curtain. Seeing Lur, who had already reached the bedside, she yawned and asked, Lur, what were you shouting about? Just then, Jun'er and Jinji, who lived in the East Wing, rushed in. They had heard Lur shout and came running without even putting on their shoes. Seeing Yi Chutang unharmed, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Jun'er asked in confusion, Lur, what were you shouting? Lur looked very apologetic. I heard noises from the Mrs. room and worried something had happened, so I shouted. After saying that, she knelt in front of Yi Chutang. Miss, I was half asleep and might have misheard. I didn't mean to disturb your dreams. Yi Chutang said, you have a good heart, get up. It's late, everyone should go rest, I'm fine. The 3 of them responded and left the room. The doors to the east and side rooms closed one after another. Yi Chutang patted the blanket. Prince, come out. The blanket was filled with Yi Chutang's fragrance, and Qi Yanzhou felt like he was being steamed. As he lifted the blanket, heat rushed out. The temperature in the bed instantly rose. Yi Chutang sat cross-legged, looking curiously at the shy, strong man. It seems you are still bothered by what happened that night? Qi Yanzhou wasn't really bothered. He just didn't understand why a girl wouldn't take her reputation seriously. Doesn't it concern Miss Ye's reputation? Aren't you worried? Yi Chutang didn't care at all. But as a woman in ancient times, she had to care a little. Of course I care, but I think life is more important than reputation. That may be true, but most men care about a woman's reputation. How do you plan to marry in the future? Simple, I will marry one of the few men who don't care about a woman's reputation. After saying this, she suspiciously asked, you don't want to make this a real marriage, do you? Upon hearing this, Qi Yanzhou's heart skipped a beat. He did have that thought. But seeing Yi Chutang's resistance, he said, I just think a woman's reputation is very important. If Miss Yi wants to marry, stop right there. I have no desire to marry you. The position of princess should be reserved for the one you truly love. After saying this, she pushed aside the bed curtains. Your injuries need rest, so don't wander around. Please leave. Seeing Yi Chutang's strong refusal to marry him, Qi Yanzhou's expression darkened. He got off the bed and left the minister's residence. After he left, Yi Chutang knew she could relax her guard for the night. She quickly went to the carpenter's shop to collect her goods. When she returned, she decided to wake up early the next day to visit the market and buy some fresh vegetables. However, she ended up sleeping until dawn. Yi Chutang finally noticed something was off with her body. Could it be that despite all my precautions at the palace yesterday, I still got caught? After mumbling this, she immediately checked her pulse. After feeling her pulse, she was struck with shock. A joyful pulse. Impossible. Before the one-night encounter, the original owner had just finished her period a couple of days ago. Due to premature birth, the original owner had been weak since childhood. After going to the countryside, she had been worn down by the servants, leading to a cold body. After she arrived, she had also soaked in a cold pool for a long time. With all these factors combined, the chance of pregnancy was almost zero. Because of this, Yi Chutang did not take the emergency contraceptive pill, as it could harm her body. It must be because I just woke up, my fingers aren't nimble enough, and I miss the pulse. After saying this, she immediately moved her fingers and took a deep breath. Once she felt awake and calm, Yi Chutang checked her pulse again. The pulse was strong and smooth, indicating without a doubt that she was pregnant. After confirming the pregnancy, Yi Chutang was stunned. Should she let it go, or keep it? She sat on the bed for a long time, unable to make a decision. Miss, are you up? Shauner's voice pulled Yi Chutang out of her chaotic thoughts. She replied, I'll be out soon. She got up, dressed, and went to the backyard to wash up. After washing up and returning to her room, Shauner helped her style her hair. Miss, you don't look well today. Did you not rest well last night? Yi Chutang nodded in response. No wonder you woke up late today. After breakfast, you should take a nap. Okay. During breakfast, the residence suddenly became lively. Seeing Yi Chutang's confusion, Shauner explained, the second young lady's wedding is coming soon, so the house is being decorated starting today. Hearing this, Yi Chutang suddenly remembered that she hadn't heard from Yi Anling in a while. What has Yi Anling been up to lately? Shauner replied, the second young lady is embroidering her wedding veil. Women usually have to embroider their own wedding attire. Since Yi Anling's wedding was approaching quickly, she had given the wedding dress to a seamstress and only needed to embroider a lucky veil. With all the trouble at the Yin family, hasn't she gone to see Princess Onthing? No, but the second young lady sent some banknotes to the princess. At this point, Shauner remembered some gossip she had heard in the kitchen that morning. After finishing breakfast, she said to Yi Chutang, Miss, I heard that the two men who disrespected Princess Onthing both died suddenly at home last night. Yi Chutang had already suspected this outcome, but didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Bad people get their comeuppance. They deserve it. After saying this, she yawned from tiredness and went back to her room to rest. Lying in bed, she couldn't fall asleep. Yi Chutang placed her hand on her flat abdomen, feeling the sudden presence of life. The child was too small, about the size of a mung bean, so she couldn't feel anything yet. Let it go? There had been too many recent events. She couldn't afford to relax for a moment. If she let the child go, she would have to go through a difficult recovery, which was not ideal.
Keep it?
If the fact that she was pregnant before marriage was discovered, even if she could avoid a terrible fate, the child would be stigmatized for life. In this dilemma, Yi Chutang chose to keep the child. The child overcame many difficulties to come into this world, which shows a special connection with her. Moreover, now that she has a child linked by blood, she is no longer alone. Yi Chutang decided that once she outsmarted the cruel emperor, she would find an excuse to leave the capital and have her baby safely. A few years later, when she returned with a good reputation, Even if she said the child's father had died, no one would dare to question it. After making this plan, she felt relaxed and closed her eyes to rest. Yi Chutang had a dream. In the dream, Qi Yanzhou found out she was pregnant and wanted to take the child from her. She refused, and he pressured her to marry him, threatening to leave her without support. She successfully turned the tables, and the dream ended with her keeping the child. When she woke up, Yi Chutang was still smiling. She found it amusing and touched her belly. "Are you protesting because I haven't told your father about your existence? Don't worry, he will never know." At that moment, Yi Chutang had no idea how quickly things would change. Yi Chutang knew she needed to take folic acid in the early stages of pregnancy, so she immediately entered her space. During the apocalypse, she had stocked up on many medicines, filling 2 containers with all kinds of supplies. She found a bottle of folic acid, took one, and placed the bottle in the resting area. Then she went to organize the items in the Chun residence. Yi Chutang discovered 2 valuable notebooks. One was an account book with evidence of Chun He's bribery. The other was a secret notebook detailing various scandals and secrets of the royal family. She carefully stored these 2 notebooks and exited the space. She got out of bed and went to the yard. It was almost noon, and Jun'er and Lore were preparing lunch. Jun'er was sitting properly at the stone table, writing. Jinji was practicing a set of basic martial arts that Yi Chutang had taught her before. Although others saw her as crazy, everyone knew she listened to her young lady. When her lady asked her to practice more, she obediently did so, and no one suspected anything. Yi Chutang glanced at the lunch preparations and said, "Stop, I will make lunch." Although this body had improved a lot under her care, it still needed more nourishment. She went to the big kitchen and took a lot of ingredients. While selecting the vegetables, she suddenly remembered something and looked at Jun'er. "Go tell my father that Ning Chuyuan has been robbed by the ghost thief again." Jun'er and Jinji knew this was part of Yi Chutang's deal with the ghost thief. But this couldn't be shared outside. If things went missing, it could only be blamed on theft. "I will go right away." Hearing this, Jun'er said to Yi Chutang, "Elder sister, I want to see father." Yi Chutang thought that Yi Jingchuan was quite good to Jun'er, and since tomorrow was his birthday, she nodded.
"Then take Yuna with you."
After that, she reminded Jun'er, "If you want to come back for lunch, you can only stay with Dad for half an hour. Sis's cooking is the best, so Jun'er will definitely come back." He wasn't really going to see Dad. Jun'er took Jun'er away from Ning Chuyuan and headed to Yi Jingchuan's courtyard. In the back garden, they met Yi Jingchuan, who had just returned from the Ministry of Revenue. Jun'er knelt and greeted, "I pay my respects to you, sir." Yi Jingchuan had been very busy lately due to disaster relief efforts in Jiangnan, even staying overnight at the ministry. After the morning court session today, the relief funds collected by the officials were transported, and he finally had some free time to return home and rest. When Yi Jingchuan saw Jun'er, he quickly stepped forward and picked him up. He rubbed his stubbled chin against Jun'er's delicate face, filled with affection. "You've gained some weight and look better. Chudao has been taking good care of you." This son, whom he had high hopes for, was finally looking healthier. Jun'er dodged Yi Jingchuan's prickly chin and said, "Dad, Sis's courtyard was robbed again."
Ye Jingchuan.
Wasn't the ghost thief supposed to be stealing from Lord Chen's house last night? How could they have also robbed Ning Chuyuan? He asked Jun'er irritably. "Was it the same as last time? Did they take everything?" Replying to you, "Sir, it was a bit better than last time. This time they only took valuable and easy-to-carry items. The bed and wardrobe are still there." Yi Jingchuan felt a pang in his heart. He really knows how to steal. He didn't even think about reporting it. It wouldn't help anyway. "Fortunately, I didn't give Chutao's dowry to her, or it would have been a huge loss." But he still felt quite upset about Kong Ru's 8 boxes of dowry being stolen. Jun'er looked at Yi Jingchuan, who seemed relieved, and said, "Sir, the young lady loves to go out but doesn't dress up properly, which might attract ridicule." This reminded Yi Jingchuan. Yi Chutang had been going to the Crown Prince's residence lately and needed to dress beautifully to win Qi Yanzhou's heart. He cursed inwardly, a money-wasting item. "You go back first. I'll have someone send her 2 outfits later." After saying that, he took Jun'er to his courtyard. Jun'er, now that you're feeling much better, I want to hire a tutor for you to teach you reading and writing. Jun'er didn't want any outsiders in Ningqiuan. Dad, no tutor can compare to sis. Although Yi Jingchuan recognized Yi Chutong's talent, her main task now was to marry the crown prince. You're still young. Having Chutao teach you would be a bit of a waste. Jun'er couldn't argue and could only nod obediently. Father is right. I will listen to you. Yi Jingchuan knew Jun'er was studying, so he checked his schoolwork. Jun'er, I will find a teacher for you. Once you are better, I will send you to school. Okay. Thank you, father. Yi Jingchuan was very tired. After yawning, he called for butler Qin. Take the young master back to Ningqiu courtyard. Jun'er got off Yi Jingchuan and said, Father, tomorrow is my birthday. In the past, Yi Yanzhou's birthdays were always remembered by Kong Ru, who reminded Yi Jingchuan to buy gifts and celebrate. This year, no one reminded him, and he almost forgot. Fortunately, Jun'er mentioned it, otherwise his son would have been disappointed. He patted Jun'er's head and smiled. I remember, tomorrow the kitchen will make you delicious food. Father, that's not necessary. My older sister will take me out to play, but her courtyard was robbed. Jun'er's words were not very clear, but Yi Jingchuan understood. He went back to his room and took out some banknotes and 2 jewelry boxes. He handed the banknotes to Jun'er. Take this to your sister. If you see something you want or want to eat tomorrow, let her buy it for you. Jun'er accepted the banknotes, his big eyes shining like black grapes. Thank you, father. He handed the jewelry boxes to butler Qin. Take these to Chewer. Let her dress up nicely when she goes out, and make sure to keep them safe so they don't get stolen again. These items were valuable and had been collected by Yi Jingchuan for Yi Anling's dowry. After giving them to Yi Chutang, he would have to find 2 more sets for the dowry, which made him feel a bit sad. Yes, sir. Butler Qin took the jewelry boxes and left with Jun'er for Ningqiu courtyard. After leaving Yi Jingchuan's courtyard, Jun'er told butler Qin, I need to go to Liuli courtyard to get something. All right, young master. At the entrance of Liuli courtyard, Jun'er stopped butler Qin. Wait for me outside. I'll be right back. After saying that, he went into the courtyard and headed straight for his room. The room was large, stuffy, and hot, filled with a strong smell of medicine. He took a cloth from the wardrobe and put all the silver and valuable items he had collected over the years into it. The bundle was a bit heavy, and Jun'er struggled to lift it. As he huffed and puffed while carrying the bundle out of the side room, he happened to be seen by the frail Kong Ru. During the day, she was like anyone else, but at night, she felt worse than death. She felt like she was hovering near the gates of death every night, fearing she might not wake up one day. Now, she was so thin that she looked like a skeleton, her haggard face covered in wrinkles, resembling an elderly person nearing the end of life. Seeing that Jun'er was struggling with a heavy bundle, she asked, What's in the bundle? Jun'er felt a natural fear of Kong Ru after 5 years of her pressure. Nothing. He stammered, stepping back and running away. But the bundle was too heavy. He barely took 2 steps before Kong Ru grabbed his shoulder and snatched it away. For the first time, Jun'er shouted at Kong Ru, Give it back. Kong Ru pushed him to the ground and opened the bundle. When she saw the silver and valuables, she slapped Jun'er in anger. You ungrateful brat, I've cared for you all these years for nothing. After scolding him, she tied the bundle back up, ready to take it away. Jun'er got up and hugged the bundle, saying, This is mine, give it back. He wasn't a child of the Yi family and never wanted these material things. He only took them to give to his older sister. His sister was part of the Yi family and deserved them. Kong Ru's pent-up anger erupted, her aged features twisting in fury. You ungrateful wolf. Go die. Since she couldn't raise him well, she decided not to raise him at all. With all her strength, she lifted her right foot to kick Jun'er in the stomach. As Jun'er skillfully dodged, he struck the back of Kong Ru's left leg. This move was taught to him by Yi Chutang. Kong Ru's left leg buckled, and her left knee hit the ground hard. As she cried out in pain, Jun'er's words pierced her ears like ice. Mom, if you bully me again, I'll tell Dad I'm not a child of the Yi family. Kong Ru was stunned by Jun'er's words. Butler Chun heard the scream and rushed into the Lioli courtyard. He saw Kong Ru kneeling on one knee, her eyes blank and lost. Meanwhile, Qi Yanzhou picked up the heavy bundle from the ground and struggled to carry it on a small frame. Young master, let me help you with the bundle. Jun'er tightened his grip on the bundle, saying, I can do it myself, let's go. Hearing this, Kong Ru snapped back to reality. She shouted at Butler Chun, get out. I need to talk to Jun'er. Butler Chun ignored her and looked kindly at Jun'er. Young master, do you want to talk to Madam for a bit? Jun'er felt that since he had the chance, he should resolve everything at once. Yes, you go out first, I'll be there soon. Butler Chun looked puzzled, glancing between Kong Ru and Jun'er before leaving the Lioli courtyard. Kong Ru, ignoring the pain in her knee, raised her hand to cover her pounding heart. When did you find out? Jun'er felt the bundle was a bit heavy and set it down. When I was 3, I had a high fever for 5 days, nearly dying from it. In the middle of the night, I woke up once and happened to hear you and Chun Tao discussing my background. You complained that I came from humble beginnings, but have a delicate body that can't handle much. Kong Ru looked at Jun'er in shock. You have been hiding this secret all along. What are your intentions? She never expected a 5-year-old child to be so cunning. Jun'er suddenly smiled and responded with a question. If I asked you directly, would I still be alive today? The answer was clearly no. Kong Ru was momentarily speechless. Years ago, she had finally become pregnant after a long wait, but she accidentally fell and miscarried. The child was her precious bargaining chip and couldn't be harmed. So, she pretended to be pregnant and had her close maid Chun Tao and Xiao He find a woman who gave birth around the same time, paying a high price to buy the child, who became the young master of the Yi family. She thought this secret would go to her grave. Little did she know that her one complaint was overheard by this fake young master. Yi and Jun looked at the pale-faced Kong Ru and asked, my real parents must have passed away, right? That was indeed the case. In Kong Ru's view, only the dead could keep secrets. But she wouldn't admit it. I only bought the child. I have no idea about your parents' lives or deaths. You were brought back by Chun Tao, but she has already died. Implicitly, she suggested that there was no evidence to contradict her words. Yi and Jun guessed that Kong Ru wouldn't say anything more and didn't press further. Mother, those who have nothing to lose aren't afraid of those who do. Shouldn't you consider telling father the truth? After saying this, he picked up his bundle and left the Lioli courtyard. When he returned to the Ningqiu courtyard, Yi Chutang had already prepared lunch. Seeing Jun'er's pale face, she immediately sent Lo-Er to carry the heavy bundle he was carrying. Jun'er, carrying heavy things is not good for your recovery. You don't need to do this yourself. Let the servants handle it. But the steward Chun felt Yi Chutang's sharp gaze and quickly explained, I wanted to help the young master, but he wouldn't let me. He was a servant and couldn't go against his master. Jun'er grabbed Yi Chutang's hand and playfully shook it. It's not Chen's fault. These things are gifts from Jun'er to my elder sister, and I want to carry them back myself to show my sincerity. Although he was currently borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, he believed he would be able to give his sister nice things in the future. Hearing this, Steward Chun handed a jewelry box to Yi Chutang. Miss, the master knew about the theft in Ningqiu courtyard and worried you wouldn't have proper accessories, so he sent you 2 sets of the finest. Please accept them. Yi Chutang gestured for Dan to take them. It's rare for him to send me accessories willingly. If the young lady has no other matters, I will take my leave. Go ahead. After the steward left, Jun'er immediately said, Elder sister, this headpiece was given by father because sister Dana reminded him. Yi Chutang looked at Dana with approval. Well done. Jun'er took out 1,000 taels of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Yi Chutang. This is a gift from Jun'er to you in honor of your birthday. He then pointed to the bundle. Inside is what Jun'er has saved over the years, all for you. Now, the elder sister's courtyard has valuable items. Yi Chutang opened the bundle, took a look, and smiled. I appreciate your kind gesture, but you should keep this money and these items for yourself. Jun'er's expression dimmed, looking like a sad little child. Elder sister, do you not like what Jun'er gave you? Yi Chutang knew Jun'er was pretending to be pitiful, but did not indulge him. Have all your clever thoughts been used on your elder sister? Fearing his little tricks would annoy Yi Chutang, Jun'er quickly apologized. Jun'er knows he was wrong and won't do it again, but these items are from the heart. Please accept them. Yi Chutang understood Jun'er's sensitive nature and smiled. All right, I will accept it. She wouldn't keep Jun'er's things. She was just helping him save them. Let's eat. The food will get cold. The lunch was mainly nourishing, perfect for the sick in the courtyard. After eating, Yi Chutang went out. She first stayed at the poetry pavilion for an hour, then went to the prince's residence. Qi Yanzhou was lying in bed, recovering from internal injuries worsened by using his energy last night. He looked at Yi Chutang and recalled the vivid dream from last night, his expression slightly awkward. Miss Yi, I apologize for any offense last night. It's nothing. I have matters to discuss with the prince. What is it? Yi Chutang asked. The people the prince sent to Jiangnan should have arrived by now, right? Qi Yanzhou calculated the time and nodded. If there are no delays on the road, they should have arrived in Jiangnan this morning. Why do you ask, Miss Yi? Yi Chutang took out the silver notes Qin Muyun had given her earlier. I saved young Master Qin at the Duke's guest house before. These are his tokens of gratitude. The people of Jiangnan need this money more than I do. Please use it in young Master Qin's name to help the disaster victims. Qi Yanzhou looked at the thick stack of silver notes, feeling an indescribable shock. Such generosity is rare. Miss Yi, helping disaster victims is an easy way to gain fame. Don't you want to make a name for yourself? Why do good deeds in Huai Xian's name? Yi Chutang placed the silver notes on the low table by the bed. This money isn't mine to keep. Since I can't refuse it, I will use it for good deeds. Although the money belonged to Qin Muyun, giving it away could still earn her some merit. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, who smiled gently, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He suddenly remembered what his mother had said. You are my son. Can I see that you have feelings for Miss Yi? At that time, he didn't understand love and thought he only admired Yi Chutang. But through repeated interactions with her, he realized he had fallen for this unique woman. Miss Yi, don't worry. I will contact Shiza and have him withdraw the money from Wanbao Bank in my name to aid the disaster relief under Huai Xian's name, and then I will replenish the silver notes. Seeing Qi Yanzhou agree to help send relief funds to Jiangnan, Yi Chutang took out another 100,000 taels in silver notes. Your Highness, this is my small contribution to the disaster victims. Please send it to Jiangnan in my name for relief. So far, she had become incredibly wealthy, with more silver than she could use, and exchanging it for merit was worthwhile. The more Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, the more he liked her. He forced himself to look away and said, The disaster victims in Jiangnan will surely remember Miss Ye's kind heart. Then he mentioned the assassin's portrait. Huai Xian, and I not only gave the portrait to the Dali Temple, but also spread it around. This was good news, and Yi Chutang's smile grew wider. It seems it won't be long before someone learns about the assassination of the Prince of In and the Emperor's involvement. The Emperor won't let his reputation suffer. He will definitely push the Prince of In out to take the blame. Qi Yanzhou nodded in agreement. Even if the Prince of In finds someone to take the blame, he won't be able to keep his title. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be demoted to a count. The Prince of In is the Emperor's brother, and for the sake of the royal family's reputation, he would only be demoted without any actual punishment. Yi Chutang never thought that just a few portraits could take down the Prince of In. Getting him demoted by 3 ranks would already be the best outcome. She reminded him, Your Highness, don't forget to ask the Prince of In for compensation. Once the portrait is out, the compensation will only increase. Qi Yanzhou looked at Yi Chutang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, and his pale lips curved slightly. All right, I will ask the Prince of In for it during tomorrow's morning court. Then he remembered something. Miss Yi, the Emperor once asked me to lure the ghost thief into a trap. If he hadn't been injured and unable to enter the palace, the plan would have already been set in motion. Yi Chutang looked at Qi Yanzhou with a strange expression. Why is the prince telling me this? Does he want me to send a message to the ghost thief? Is he still doubting that I am the ghost thief and testing me? Qi Yanzhou guessed what Yi Chudang was thinking and quickly explained. The ghost thief saved my life. This message is to repay a favor. He detailed the plan to capture the thief. After listening, Yi Chudang had to admit that Qi Yanzhou was very clever and had devised a perfect plan. Unfortunately, no matter how perfect the plan was, it was only effective against ordinary people and wouldn't catch someone like her, who had special abilities. She asked, if the plan fails, how will the prince explain it to the emperor? As long as the ghost thief appears, my plan will be successful. Whether we can catch the ghost thief is the emperor's concern. The plan would be carried out in the palace, with the capture team made up of the emperor's trusted experts. The Imperial guards, palace guards, shadow guards, and the dragon guards would all be deployed. If they still couldn't catch the ghost thief, the emperor wouldn't be able to blame him. Seeing that Qi Yanzhou wouldn't be implicated, Yi Chudang felt relieved. All right, I will convey your message to the ghost thief, but I can't guarantee if he will agree to participate. Qi Yanzhou nodded in understanding. Miss Yi, although the emperor is foolish, there are still many capable people around him. Tell the ghost thief not to be careless. After acknowledging, Yi Chudang stood up to leave. Once she left the prince's residence, she stopped by a study to buy a set of fine writing materials as a birthday gift for Jun'er. The next day, Yi Chudang woke up early, lit calming incense in the left-ear room and the side room, then returned to her room to enter her space to make a cake for Jun'er. With low-gluten flour, eggs, whole milk, butter, and fine sugar, she used an oven and a generator. Since the time she could stay in the space was limited, she went in and out several times before finishing. She made a sponge cake, and since there was no cream in ancient times, she avoided any suspicious decorations. The oven was large, so she not only made 2 cakes but also baked a tray of cookies. After finishing, she pretended to be busy in the kitchen for a while, sprinkling flour, tossing eggshells, opening the sugar jar, and heating the pot, clanging and clattering for more than a minute. Jun'er was awakened by the noise. She looked out the window and saw that it was getting bright and quickly got up in shock. How did I oversleep? Muttering to herself, she got dressed and went to the kitchen. As soon as she stepped over the threshold, she saw Yi Chudang lifting the pot lid, and a tempting aroma filled the air. Jun'er looked at the 2 golden round cakes in the pot and asked, Miss, what are you making? Yi Chudang took 2 cakes out of the pot and casually tore off a piece, putting it into Jun'er's mouth. Try it and see if it's good. Jun'er hadn't washed up yet, so it was a bit difficult for her to eat. But after finishing, her eyes lit up. Miss, what is this? It's so delicious, fragrant, soft, and sweet. Yi Chudang made up a story. This is something an aunt taught me when I was in the countryside. I thought it tasted good, so I made it for Jun'er's birthday today. Young master will definitely like it. I'll go wake him up. Yi Chudang stopped Jun'er. It's still early. I lit some calming incense in your room, so let him sleep a bit longer. Jun'er suddenly understood. No wonder she had slept in today. Miss, the cakes will cool down soon, right? It's fine, they taste good even when cool. I see. Miss, you should rest a bit. I'll clean up the kitchen. When Yi Chudang returned to her room, Shuang'er opened the courtyard door and hurried towards her. Miss, I have something important to report. P.S. Wishing all the lovely ones a happy Mid-Autumn festival. May you all be beautiful and wealthy. Yi Chudang looked at the anxious Shuang'er and asked, What is it? Miss, the lady knows you plan to take the young master out and has contacted the Kong family. Shuang'er understood now. No matter what happens to Yi Chudang in the future, Kong Ru is completely finished. And her contract is in Yi Chudang's hands, so she needs to show loyalty and get it back. Yi Chudang knew that Kong Ru was finally going to take action against her. Understood, good job. Shuang'er knelt down, Miss. How can I get my contract back? After Yi Amling's wedding, I will tell you. Shuang'er knew Yi Chudang kept her word and happily bowed her head. Thank you, Mississippi. She thought that after repeatedly betraying Yi Chudang, she would never escape her status as a servant, but unexpectedly, things took a turn. Yi Chudang looked at Shuang'er with a teasing glance and yawned. Notify me immediately if there's any news from Kongru. Yes, Mississippi. Go on. Don't come back unless necessary. Shuang'er also didn't want to stay as a servant in Ningqiu Courtyard and happily went to Wenba Courtyard to be with Yi Yanzhou. Yi Chutang took a nap, and when she woke up, it was already late morning. When she came out of her room, she saw Jun'er dressed in new clothes, his hair neatly tied with a jade hairpin, and a bright smile on his face, as if he had been waiting for a long time. Jun'er, have you been waiting long? Why didn't you call for your elder sister? Jun'er stepped forward, took Yi Chutang's hand, and affectionately said, Elder sister has worked hard. I am willing to wait. Then wait a little longer. Yi Chutang went back to her room, took out the stationery she bought yesterday, and handed it to Jun'er. Happy birthday.
Before accepting Yi Ti, Yuna bowed deeply to Yi Chutang.
Elder sister is like a mother. Please accept my bow. Seeing Jun'er being so formal made Yi Chutang feel like she was raising a child. All right, I accept this bow. Once you feel better, I will take you to Huading Academy to study. For many, getting into that academy is very difficult, but when she said it, it sounded as easy as buying a house to get into kindergarten. Thank you, elder sister. Jun'er felt that he had used all his luck in life to meet such a kind and wise elder sister. He was not afraid of being abandoned if his identity was revealed. He was only afraid of losing her. Yi Chutang helped Jun'er up, saying, We are family. No need to be so polite. Then she stuffed the ink, paper, and brush into his hands, placing a red envelope on top. Wishing you peace every year. After Jun'er thanked her again, he asked, Elder sister, if we weren't family, would you still have saved me? I saved you not because we are siblings, but because you haven't done anything wrong, and I happen to be able to help you. They say blood is thicker than water, and family ties are unbreakable. But to her, in a large family with many people, those ties are the least reliable. For example, she felt surrounded by wolves. After hearing Yi Chutang's answer, Jun'er felt relieved. He smiled and said, Elder sister, when we return home from our outing, I have something to tell you. Elder sister said that sincerity is a powerful skill. He wanted to tell her about his background. He would bear the consequences himself. Yi Chutang smiled and patted Jun'er on the head, her lips curving up beautifully. Put away your birthday gift and come out for breakfast. Yes, elder sister. Lure quickly said, I will make longevity noodles. Yi Chutang called everyone to the dining room for breakfast. The breakfast prepared by Jun'er and Lure was very rich, with a complete cake placed in the center. As soon as Jun'er arrived, Jun'er and Jinji presented him with birthday gifts. Jun'er gave him a pair of handmade shoes, while Jinji gifted him a pouch embroidered with gold and silver threads. Though not expensive, they were heartfelt gifts. Young master, the gifts are humble. Please don't dislike them. Jun'er happily accepted them, saying, I really like them. Thank you. After that, he took the gifts back to his room to avoid getting them dirty. When he returned to the dining room, Lunner brought over the longevity noodles. The broth noodles are topped with cabbage and a poached egg, symbolizing wealth and completeness. Young master, make sure to finish your meal. A thin strand of noodles and a small bowl is not much for Jun'er. He didn't eat and looked at Yi Chutang, elder sister. When can we eat the round cake you made? We'll have it after breakfast as dessert. After hearing this, Jun'er began to eat the longevity noodles. Yi Chutang asked Jun'er to remove the sponge cake and focus on breakfast first. Once everyone finished eating, the table was cleared and the cake was placed on it. Jun'er, close your eyes and make a silent wish for yourself. If lighting candles didn't have a ceremonial meaning in ancient times, she would have liked to insert 5 of them. Jun'er didn't understand but followed her instructions. I wish to grow up quickly and protect my elder sister. Yi Chutang had Jun'er cut the cake, giving everyone a piece. Although it was tasty, it lacked a bit of flavor without cream. However, those who had never tasted cake enjoyed it very much. After they finished, Yi Chutang looked at Jun'er. It's getting late. Let's set off. Lure quickly asked, Miss, who do you plan to have serve you closely? It will just be Jun'er and me. You all stay behind. Going out today could be dangerous, and having one more person would add to the burden. Understood, miss. Lure took out a birthday gift from her pocket and handed it to Jun'er. Young master, I wish you a great time. She gifted him a jade guanyin pendant, which wasn't of high quality, but cost her a lot of savings. Guanyin symbolizes protection and good fortune. Jun'er immediately put it around his neck, his eyes shining like crescent moons. It's beautiful. Thank you. After saying this, he left with Yi Chutang. It was a cloudy day, with the sun appearing and disappearing, quite suitable for going out. As the siblings stepped outside, four tall and strong guards approached quickly. Miss, young master, there are many people on the street. The master has asked us to ensure your safety.
Ye Chantang nodded.
If Jun'er and I encounter any trouble, just protect him. I can take care of myself. Understood, miss. Yi Chutang took Jun'er to the carriage and told the driver, take us to the bustling market. It was Jun'er's first outing, and he couldn't hide his excitement. Elder sister, where are we going? Yi Chutang didn't answer directly but asked, is there anything you want to eat or do? I'll follow your lead, elder sister. Then I'll first show you the vibrancy of the market, and then we'll go boating. Jun'er's eyes sparkled like stars. Okay, elder sister. If we have time after boating, can I visit the Huading Academy? Yi Chutang smiled and agreed. Of course, today is your birthday, so you can go wherever you want. She had another purpose for visiting Huading Academy. She wanted to see Song Jinyu and tell him that she was not interested in marrying into the Song family. The Song family valued tradition and etiquette, which did not suit her. The carriage gently left the official residence area in the West District and stopped at the entrance of the main street. The coachman, Chen Zhong, lifted the curtain. Miss, young master, we have arrived. After getting off the carriage, Yi Chutang also picked up Jun'er. She said to Chen Zhong, you don't need to follow us. Just wait at the end of the street. Yes, my lady. After the carriage left, Yi Chutang took Jun'er into the bustling market. As she talked to Jun'er about the lively street, she kept a watchful eye on her surroundings. Before long, she noticed someone following them. Jun'er felt no danger and was curious about everything on the street. Wow, sugar-coated hawthorns are sold on straw. That's interesting. There are so many fragrant pouches. Which one do you like, sister? I'll buy it for you. What are these masks? Why do they all look like faces and animals? Wow, the fire is so long. The theater troupe is amazing. Yi Chutang didn't mind Jun'er's chatter. She occasionally responded and bought everything he showed interest in, letting the guard behind them carry the items. When buying dried fruits, she quietly reminded the unaware guard, it seems someone is following us. Stay alert. Upon hearing this, the guards instinctively looked back, but Yi Chutang stopped them. Don't look back. It will alert them. After paying for the dried fruits, Yi Chutang picked up Jun'er. Though he was 5 years old, he had been sick for a long time and was about the same weight as a 3-year-old. Holding him for a short time wouldn't tire her out. Jun'er, someone is after me. If a fight breaks out, you must listen and not be reckless. Jun'er tightened his grip around Yi Chutang's neck. Okay, I will listen. He felt too weak. The only way he could help his sister was not to be a burden. Don't worry too much. I will be fine, and I won't let anything happen to you. As they spoke, Yi Chutang carried Jun'er to Wanbao Pavilion. The jewelry she had ordered before was ready, and she planned to teach Jun'er how to use the hidden weapons she had, just in case. Although she believed Kong Ru wouldn't be cruel enough to harm Jun'er, it was better to be safe. After Jun'er learned, Yi Chutang coated the hidden weapons with a sleeping potion and then met with the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion. Shopkeeper, in a quarter of an hour, please send someone to report to the authorities. Just say that something big will happen at Yunin Lake. After saying this, she handed the shopkeeper 50 silver notes. The shopkeeper asked no questions and smiled as he accepted them. Miss Yi, don't worry, I will arrange it right away. Seeing Jun'er's small face tense up, Yi Chutang asked, are you scared? She didn't let the bodyguard take Jun'er back to the residence because he would be in more danger away from her. Those people might try to kidnap Jun'er to use him against her. Jun'er shook his head firmly. As long as I'm with my elder sister, I'm not afraid of anything. If it weren't for his elder sister, he would have already died. So, even if he didn't survive to return today, he wouldn't regret it.
Yi Chutang smiled and gently rubbed Jun'er's nose. So brave.
Elder sister will take you to row on Yunnan Lake. After walking for a while from Wanbao Pavilion, they reached the end of the street. The carriage from the Ministry of Rites was waiting there. To Yunnan Lake. The bodyguard, reminded by Yi Chutang, was already aware that someone was following them. They strongly disagreed with Yi Chutang's plan. Miss, since you have sensed danger, you should return to the residence. There were more than 10 people following them, and they were more skilled in martial arts. Going to Yunnan Lake was too dangerous. I must go to Yunnan Lake. You can choose not to follow. After saying this, Yi Chutang turned to Chenzhong and said, let's go. Chenzhong wanted to persuade her upon hearing about the danger, but Yi Chutang's cold glance made him silent, and he drove the carriage toward Yunnan Lake. The bodyguard had no choice but to reluctantly follow. The end of the street wasn't too far from Yunnan Lake. With a fast horse, it would take about 15 minutes. When the carriage stopped by the lake, the people from Wanbao Pavilion had already gone to report. The lakeside was filled with flower boats of various sizes for leisure. There weren't many boats on the lake. The cloudy weather had turned into a gloomy day. The overcast sky made the lake water appear dark and deep, as if it had no bottom. A storm was about to arrive. Yi Chutang rented 2 medium-sized flower boats and ordered 2 simple yet exquisite tables of food and drinks. She and Jun'er took 1 boat, while the 4 bodyguards took the other, each hiring a boatman. The 2 boats were very close together. The 14 people who followed Yi Chutang seemed to see a great opportunity to capture her and immediately rented boats to follow. They were 2 groups, each renting 2 boats and rowing themselves. One group consisted of 8 martial arts experts hired by the Kong family, while the other had 6 people arranged by Zhao Qingshu. Yi Chutang's boat slowly headed toward the center of the lake, moving smoothly and not disturbing their meal at all. 2 boats were quickly approaching, and it seemed they would catch up soon. Yi Chutang noticed but ignored them, leisurely enjoying fresh vinegar fish with Jun'er. The boatman found it strange and murmured while rowing, why are these boats moving so fast? They don't seem to be here for a leisurely trip. Just then, Yi Chutang smiled and said, yes, they are here to harm me. The boatman's expression froze. Miss, please don't joke. You'll find out soon enough.
Can you swim?
Of course, or I wouldn't be a boatman. As soon as he finished speaking, the boatman saw the 2 boats heading straight for him and the neighboring boat.
Bang!
The boat shook violently, nearly capsizing. Fortunately, the boat was sturdy and didn't break. The boatman lost his balance and almost fell into the lake, but Yi Chutang quickly grabbed his arm. He was quite frightened and didn't know what to do. Yi Chutang wanted to keep the boatman as a witness, so she pushed him into the cabin and then leaped onto the roof. She shouted to the guards below, quickly come and protect Jun'er. As soon as she finished speaking, the martial artists hired by the Kong family raised their weapons and charged at her. Meanwhile, Zhao Qingshu's men tried to enter the cabin to grab Jun'er. The guards knew that if anything happened to the young master, they wouldn't survive either. So, despite feeling dizzy, they quickly got up and jumped onto the boat where Jun'er was. The medium-sized boat had good buoyancy. Even with 4 people, it wouldn't sink. They understood that they were no match for Zhao Qingshu's men, so they instinctively grabbed the bow of their boat and shook it side to side to keep Zhao Qingshu's men away. Jun'er was nervous, his palms sweating, but he didn't show fear, sitting steadily in the cabin. He told himself to trust his older sister, but he couldn't help but worry, his lips pressed into a straight line. Yi Chutang watched the martial artists coming at her and took out a long whip soaked in a strong tranquilizer. Just a small cut would make them faint in no time. She swung the whip with force. The sound of the whip cutting through the air alerted the attackers, who sensed danger and were temporarily pushed back. They all landed on the bow of the boat controlled by the guards. The force of their landing pushed the bow into the water. The guards on the other end quickly let go to avoid being thrown off. Taking advantage of this, Zhao Qingshu's men used their toes to push off the ground and leaped towards Yi Chutang's boat. Yi Chutang's whip was perfect for long-range attacks, and she immediately prepared to sweep it across. Zhao Qingshu's people saw Yi Chutang's moves and did not retreat like martial arts experts. Instead, they swung their swords to cut the whip. A group of cowards was actually scared off by a single whip. No matter how powerful the whip is, can it just be cut?
But then, clang.
The harsh sound of metal clashing rang out. The steel-black whip, with its sharp barbs, struck two people hard, splattering blood and flesh. The remaining four changed their expressions but held back their fear and did not back down. Although two of their companions were injured, Yi Chutong's whip was now restrained, making it a perfect time to board the ship. Yi Chutang looked mockingly at the overconfident four. She tossed the already unconscious two onto another boat she had rented. At the same time, she raised her left hand and launched a series of hidden arrows. The arrows, glinting coldly, shot out quickly. One person was hit in the shoulder, while three others managed to dodge in time. The hidden arrows were thin and short, and their poison was not very strong. The injured person only felt a brief pain, and nothing more. This made Zhao Qingshu's people think Yi Chutang was just bluffing, and was not a real threat. The leader shouted to the martial arts experts, "You split into two groups to catch that girl. Okay, she uses poison, so be careful." The 8 people divided into 2 groups. 4 attacked Yi Chutang, while 4 went after Jun'er. The cabin was small and easy to defend but hard to attack. The guards were not just for show. Under favorable conditions, even if they couldn't win, they could buy some time. That was enough for Yi Chutang. However, dealing with the continuous attacks from 8 people was still a bit challenging for her. Fortunately, these people did not take her hidden arrows seriously, and soon 2 more were hit. As the poison spread, they began to weaken. Only then did the injured realize something was wrong. "These arrows are poisoned." Just as he finished speaking, the boatman's panicked voice came from inside the cabin. "The bottom of the boat has been pierced. Water is coming in." The guards then noticed that the number of martial arts experts trying to break into the cabin had decreased from 4 to 3. The water was rising, and the boat was slowly sinking. But if they left the cabin, they would lose their positional advantage and could not ensure the young master's safety. "Miss, the boat is about to sink. What should we do?" Just then, officials from the Jingzhou prefecture appeared by the lake, accompanied by soldiers from the military department. The people from Wanbao Pavilion had reported to the Jingzhou prefecture. On their way, they encountered the patrolling soldiers, so they came together. Seeing the fierce fight on the lake, the 2 groups quickly requisitioned all the small merchant boats. The small boats could hold 4 people, were very light, and rowed quickly. Yi Chutang looked at the approaching small boat and said, "Don't panic. The officials are coming. Scoop the water out of the cabin." The boatman and Jun'er quickly used the bowls they had eaten from to bail out the water. The anxious bodyguards calmed down and focused on dealing with the 3 people trying to break into the cabin. Zhao Qingshu's men and the martial arts experts realized they had fallen into Yi Chutang's trap when they learned the officials were coming. They were in the center of the lake, and escaping was difficult. They could only fight desperately. The bottom of the cabin had been breached by the martial arts expert, and the hole was quite large. Yi Chutang could clearly feel the boat sinking as the water was about to cover the sides. At that moment, dark clouds gathered, strong winds rose, and a heavy rain was about to come. The nearly sinking boat swayed dangerously. The lake water rushed into the cabin, causing it to sink even faster. Bailing out water became futile. Yi Chutang, worried about Jun'er's safety, said to the bodyguards, "I'll cover you. Take Jun'er to another boat." 3 of the bodyguards were injured and could no longer ensure Jun'er's safety. If Jun'er hadn't unexpectedly injured 2 martial arts experts with hidden arrows, the bodyguards would have already been overwhelmed. Hearing Yi Chutang's words, they felt relieved and quickly responded, "Okay." But just as they spoke, Jun'er's scream rang out.
"Ah!"
A piece of the cabin floor was shattered by the martial arts expert's internal power, and Jun'er's leg was grabbed, pulling him toward the water. Yi Chutang's expression changed, and she asked, "What happened to Jun'er?" In that moment of distraction, the 5 attackers launched their on her, cutting off her escape route. Seeing Jun'er being taken, the bodyguards wanted to jump into the lake to save him but were blocked by the martial arts experts. At this point, the officials were getting closer. When they saw that the person being attacked on the roof was Yi Chutang and that the boat was about to sink, their faces changed in fear. Archers, prepare to save Miss Yi. The person reporting to the officials said that something big was about to happen at Jun'er Lake, so the governor had sent some people for long-range and close combat. The archers took their positions and drew their bows. But it was already too late. The attackers surrounding Yi Chudang were all skilled, and their speed was much faster than the officials' response. Yi Chudang looked at the 5 attackers, knowing she could only withstand their combined. After all, she couldn't use her special abilities or firearms when there were so many people around. She struck one with her whip, forced another back with a hidden arrow, and injured one with the rain needle at close range. The remaining 2 were already in front of her. With time running out, Yi Chudang could only choose one to face, knowing she would get hurt. But the danger was manageable. She chose to confront the martial arts expert coming at her and did her best to minimize the harm from behind. As the tip of the sword pierced her body, with a ding, the tip of the sword shifted an inch, grazing Yi Chudang's shoulder before flying out of hand. An arrow infused with inner strength had struck the sword. Immediately after, there was a thud from behind as an arrow hit Zhao Qingshu's man, who fell into the water, injured. Yi Chudang didn't have time to think about who saved her. After wounding the martial artist in front of her, she jumped into the lake to rescue Jun'er. Zhao Qingshu's people and the martial artist wanted to pursue her, but a flurry of arrows from the officials had already arrived. They could only temporarily retreat to the cabin and find a way to escape. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble. Thunder rolled in, strong winds whipped up, and heavy rain began to fall. The lake was tossed by the wind, creating huge waves, and visibility was reduced by the downpour. Yi Chudang couldn't see anything and had to swim forward, guided only by the scent of blood. She didn't sink to the bottom because she used her earth-based ability to turn the mud into tendrils to search for Jun'er. She was worried that the water was too deep and the pressure at the bottom could harm the baby in her belly. Also, she knew that Jun'er was just a use to distract her and wouldn't be in real danger. After swimming a distance, a medium-sized flower boat suddenly appeared in front of her. Qi Yanzhou stood at the bow, holding an umbrella and reaching out his hand to her. "Come up." The rain was heavy and dense, and Yi Chudang couldn't see Qi Yanzhou's face, but she recognized his voice. She grasped his long, fair hand and used it to pull herself onto the deck. Qi Yanzhou immediately moved the umbrella over her head and led her into the cabin. He handed her a dry piece of clothing. "Wipe your face." After that, he poured her a cup of hot tea to warm her up. Inside the cabin were several older men. They exchanged glances when they saw Qi Yanzhou taking the risk to help Yi Chudang. It seemed the young prince had taken a liking to her. Yi Chudang quickly wiped her face with the clothing and took a sip of the hot tea. The summer rain and lake water weren't cold. She drank the tea simply to show her appreciation for Qi Yanzhou's kindness. After finishing, she asked, "Was it the prince who shot the arrow to help me just now?" Just as Qi Yanzhou was about to answer, he coughed up blood. His internal injuries hadn't healed yet, and using his inner strength to shoot the arrow had worsened his condition. Yi Chudang immediately took out a pill for internal injuries from her space and handed it to Qi Yanzhou. He looked at the black pill in her palm, confusion crossing his face. On their first meeting, she had suddenly produced a pill to suppress fire poison. Now, she just happened to have a remedy for his internal injuries with her. What a coincidence! Yi Chudang noticed Qi Yanzhou's suspicion and took out a bottle of medicine from his soaked sleeve pocket. "I originally planned to give this to you after Jun'er's birthday. Here, take it." Qi Yanzhou picked up the pill from Yi Chudang's palm, swallowed it, and then took the medicine bottle. "Thank you." Although Yi Chudang's explanation seemed fine, he still felt something was off. Yi Chudang asked, "When will the prince come to Jun'er Lake? How much has he seen? Does he know where my second brother has been taken?" Qi Yanzhou had arrived much earlier than Yi Chudang. The people in the cabin were all former generals of the Qi family army. After the Qi family's military power was handed over to the late emperor, these generals were reassigned or demoted under various pretenses, even falsely accused of crimes. Some chose to resign rather than endure humiliation. Others just drifted through their official careers. The Qi family had always kept in touch with these generals, not for personal gain, but out of nostalgia. Of course, it was also to be prepared for any situation. For example, now the emperor was incompetent, and the eunuchs were ruining the country, causing great suffering for the people. Given the current situation, a change of dynasty was inevitable. To prevent neighboring countries from taking advantage, and to protect the people and army from becoming victims, Qi Yanzhou had been preparing for a long time. However, after spending 2 years in the southern border, his plans to secretly regain the Qi family army's military power to prevent civil war had to be put on hold. After returning to the capital, he was closely monitored by the emperor, and only today did he have time to meet with the old members of the Qi family. Not long after he arrived at Yunnan Lake, Yi Chutang came and got into trouble. But he couldn't reveal himself. If Yi Chutang hadn't been in danger, he wouldn't have shot those 2 arrows. Fortunately, the heavy rain came just in time, covering all his tracks. Qi Yanzhou knew that among Yi Chutang's 3 questions, she was most concerned about her younger brother's whereabouts. He said, "I have already sent Nanshao to follow. Once he reaches the shore, he will signal." As soon as he finished speaking, a signal flare exploded in the rain. Seeing this, Yi Chutang anxiously grabbed Qi Yanzhou's arm. "Prince, please take me to the shore." Swimming was too slow compared to rowing. Qi Yanzhou glanced at the sky outside the cabin, knowing the rain wouldn't stop anytime soon, and nodded. "All right, but I can't take Miss Yi directly to the signal location. It'll be a bit off. I hope you understand." Yi Chutang realized that Qi Yanzhou, who should have been resting, was here for a reason. "Thank you, Prince. I haven't seen you today." The boat quickly headed toward the shore. Just as the boat was about to dock, Qi Yanzhou, who had been silent, finally spoke. "Miss Yi, nothing in this world is absolute. Using yourself as bait is not a wise choice." He knew very well that with Yi Chutang's abilities, if she had fought with all her strength to eliminate those people, she wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. Yi Chutang understood that Qi Yanzhou meant well and nodded. "I know, but taking the initiative is better than being on the defensive." Qi Yanzhou replied, "When danger approaches, it's more important to stay alive than to leave anyone alive. Your Highness, today's plan to put myself in danger is to capture someone alive to find out who is behind this and eliminate the threat completely." After saying this, Yi Chutang left the cabin, pushing off the deck with her toes and leaping onto the shore. Although she knew who had sent those people, she realized that to destroy the Kong family and the Prince of An's residence, she needed more than just words. She needed evidence. Once on land, she hurried towards the signal location. After the heavy rain began, there were no people left by cloud-hidden lake. The tourists who had come to enjoy the lake had all gone to the inns to rest. Yi Chutang found Jun'er, who was being held by a martial arts master, behind a large scenic rock. With the rock's cover, the strong wind lessened, and her vision cleared significantly. At that moment, Nanshao had blocked the martial arts master. He wore a black mask, revealing only his sharp, eagle-like eyes. Seeing Yi Chutang approach, he quickly retreated. Yi Chutang stood where Nanshao had been, coldly staring at the injured man. He held Jun'er by the top of his head with one hand and a dagger against Jun'er's neck with the other. Any sudden movement could cost Jun'er his life. Yi Chutang wasn't confident she could save him without getting him hurt. "Let Jun'er go and tell me who is behind this, and I will spare your life." The man looked at Yi Chutang, who, even drenched, could not hide her beauty, and revealed an evil smile. He kicked a ceramic bottle to her feet. "If you want to save this brat, Miss Yi, you must take the medicine first and then walk around the inn without your clothes." The first part was the employer's demand, and the second part was his own addition. Such beauty, even if he couldn't have her, it would be nice to enjoy the view. Jun'er trembled with anger upon hearing this. "Big sister, don't worry about me." The sharp dagger grazed his delicate neck, and blood mixed with the rain, turning pink. Seeing Jun'er injured, Yi Chutang's eyes filled with intense killing intent. "I'll give you one last chance. Let Jun'er go." The man sneered. "I'll give Miss Yi one last chance too. I'll count to 3. If you don't take the medicine or remove your clothes, don't blame me for being ruthless." As she spoke, the dagger widened the wound, causing more blood to flow. Yi Chutang sensed something was wrong. She was sure that if she didn't comply, the man in front of her would truly kill Jun'er. Kong Ru was worse than an animal, not even wanting her own son. 3, 2. Hearing the countdown, Yi Chutang quickly said, "Don't hurt Jun'er. I'll eat. I'll take it off." After saying this, she picked up the medicine bottle from the ground and poured out the pills. "How many should I take?" The man was surprised that Yi Chutang was willing to take risks for a half-brother. He didn't understand, but he was pleased. "One is enough."
Jun'er struggled violently, crying hard.
"Big sister, don't worry about me. Please go." "Jun'er, don't be afraid. Big sister won't let anything happen to you, and I won't be harmed either." After saying this, Yi Chutang picked up a pill, pretending to put it in her mouth, but actually hiding it. Seeing the task completed, the man's tense nerves relaxed. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he urged, "Hurry up and take it off. This kid is losing blood fast and can't hold on much longer." Yi Chutang met the man's intense gaze, her lips curling into a captivating smile. "Okay, I'll take it off." Yi Chutang's plan was to distract the man to find a chance to save Jun'er. But Jun'er didn't know her plan. He couldn't bear to see his sister humiliated and willingly put his neck against the sharp dagger. The already large wound instantly widened. The man was startled and instinctively moved the dagger away from Jun'er's neck. "You crazy kid!" Yi Chutang was also shocked by Jun'er's action. But she quickly seized the opportunity when the man loosened his grip on Jun'er and used her earth-based powers. The moist soil transformed into slippery vines that rapidly grew up the man's legs. In an instant, they wrapped around his wrists and tightened quickly. The sound of bones breaking and the man's screams filled the air. The man could no longer hold on to Jun'er or harm him. Jun'er, losing too much blood, became weak and fell. The vines caught him and brought him to Yi Chutang. Yi Chutang plunged a blood-stopping hairpin into the man's heart. Holding the nearly unconscious Jun'er, she teleported to the entrance of the tavern and hurried inside. After placing Jun'er on the nearest empty table, she took out a silver needle to stop the bleeding. The tourists and the waiter were shocked by the sight of blood and immediately called for the manager. The manager recognized Yi Chutang, "Miss Yi." Before he could finish, Yi Chutang interrupted. "Is there a doctor?" "Yes, I will call for help right away." The doctor quickly arrived with a medicine box. Yi Chutang grabbed the medicine box and treated Jun'er's wounds. After finishing, she immediately checked Jun'er's pulse. She sighed in relief, confirming he had only lost some blood. The innkeeper noticed that Yi Chutang and Jun'er were soaked and said, "Miss Yi, there are guest rooms at the back of the inn, and we have spare clothes for guests. Would you like to change?" Yi Chutang handed the innkeeper 10 taels of silver, saying, "Lead the way." When she and Jun'er returned in fresh clothes, some officials had already come back from Yunnan Lake, bringing several unconscious men who had been drugged. Seeing Yi Chutang, the leading official quickly approached and asked, "Miss Yi, are you all right? Why did these men try to harm you?" Yi Chutang shook her head. "I don't know. Please investigate thoroughly." "Don't worry, Miss Yi. The Jingzhou Prefecture and the Dali Temple will work together on this case and provide you with answers." "Thank you, sir. I appreciate your hard work. It's windy and rainy outside, and we can't return to the office for now. Innkeeper, please prepare some fine food and drinks." Just as the official was about to decline, Yi Chutang pulled out a soaked 50-tael banknote and handed it to the innkeeper. "This banknote is still usable, right?" The innkeeper carefully accepted it and nodded. "It's fine if the banknote is wet. It will dry in a day or two with a book press. Please wait a moment. I will inform the kitchen." Seeing Yi Chutang had already paid, the leading official did not refuse further. "Miss Yi, I would like to know some details about the case, if that's all right." "Of course. Please ask, sir." Before the food arrived, Yi Chutang recounted the attack. She also mentioned that she had noticed someone following her and that reporting to the authorities was her decision. "Miss Yi, why would you put yourself in danger knowing there was a threat?" Yi Chutang, holding the sleeping Jun'er, smiled gently. "I can't just stay indoors forever because I know someone wants to harm me. This statement was reasonable, so the official had nothing more to say. Summer rain comes quickly and goes just as fast. By the time Yi Chutang finished dinner with the officials, the wind and rain had stopped. The sky was clear and bright, with a faint rainbow arching across it, drawing attention. All the officials had returned from Yunnan Lake. They had captured 9 living suspects and found 3 bodies. None of them were from the guard of the Ministry of Rights. Yi Chutang found it strange and asked, "Sir, is this all? Why didn't we see any guards from the Ministry of Rights? Surely, they couldn't have all sunk to the bottom of the lake? We have only found this for now. Later, we will search around Cloud-Hidden Lake thoroughly." As soon as the officer finished speaking, the injured guard limped into the tavern. "Miss, I'm fine. When we went to rescue the young master, the storm was too strong, and we got separated. His injuries were quite serious. If he could survive, then others could too." Yi Chutang knew the truth was not as the guard said. They had scattered in a panic, driven by the instinct to escape. She didn't dwell on it. Once they returned to the minister's residence, Yi Jingchuan would handle them. "Let's go. Jun'er is hurt. We should head home." Chun Zhong had been waiting with the carriage at the tavern entrance. But when the storm hit, the horse got frightened and ran off. The tavern had a carriage for guests. The owner, seeing how much Yi Chutang had spent, kindly offered her one for free. While the carriage was on the way, Jun'er woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Yi Chutang leaning against the carriage wall, her face pale. "Elder sister, you too." When he decided to risk his life to save her, he never thought he would survive. So he believed he was already dead. Yi Chutang reached over the small table in the carriage and gently touched Jun'er's head. "Elder sister promised not to let anything happen to you or herself, so we are both alive." After saying this, her gaze fell on Jun'er's injured neck, filled with regret. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you better and let you get hurt so badly." The prince was right. She had been too arrogant. She thought Jun'er was the last hope for Kong-ru and that she wouldn't harm him. But she had miscalculated. Jun'er sat up, enduring the pain in his neck, and slowly shook his head. "Elder sister, don't blame yourself. It's my fault for being foolish and getting hurt." Though he didn't know what happened after he ran into the dagger, he realized that when his sister took off her clothes, it wasn't an insult but a tactic to lure the enemy. He had been too foolish not to understand at the time and didn't trust her. Yi Chutang lightly tapped Jun'er's forehead. "It's all in the past, don't think too much. You were very brave, and I am proud of you." Jun'er smiled weakly. "Elder sister, does this mean we have shared life and death together?" Though it wasn't as serious as he said, Yi Chutang smiled and nodded. "Of course." Jun'er's smile grew brighter. From now on, the bond between him and his elder sister would deepen even more. Then he suddenly remembered something. "Big sister, is Jun'er hurt badly? Can he still go to Huading Academy?" Yi Chutang didn't want to agree. But looking into Jun'er's hopeful eyes, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. "Yes, but you haven't had lunch yet. Eat first, then you can go." Jun'er's eyes turned into crescent moons. "Thank you, big sister." Once he comes out of the academy, he will confess his background to his big sister. Yi Chutang instructed the coachman to turn around and head to a nearby restaurant. She tossed the bundle containing wet clothes to the guard following the carriage. "You go back to the house and tell my father that Jun'er and I are fine. We'll return before dinner." "Yes, Mississippi." Only 2 guards returned with the carriage. The other 2 had hidden away before the storm had stopped. They thought that if something happened to Yi Chutang and Yi Yanzhou, they would not return to the house and would go missing. If the siblings were safe, they would return and act pitiful. Yi Chutang didn't care about the guards and left before the officials finished checking Yunnan Lake. The carriage swayed and soon came to a stop. "Miss Yi, we've arrived at the restaurant." Yi Chutang jumped down from the carriage, picked up Jun'er, and walked into the restaurant. It was just past midnight and the mealtime had passed, so there weren't many customers. From the guests to the shopkeeper to the waiters, everyone had an air of scholarly elegance. It should have clashed with the restaurant's lively atmosphere, but somehow it felt harmonious. "Waiter, my younger brother is injured. Please bring 2 light meat dishes." The waiter, a student from Huading Academy, immediately recognized the famous Yi Chutang. He respectfully recommended a few dishes suitable for someone who is unwell. Yi Chutang selected 2, saying, "Make sure the dishes are cooked soft for easy eating." Jun'er's neck was hurt, and chewing hard food would hinder his recovery. The waiter nodded. "Miss Yi, please wait a moment. The dishes will be ready shortly." After Yi Chutang acknowledged him, she asked, "Is there a clothing store nearby?" "Yes, there's one about 50 steps east, but it mainly sells simple student attire." "Thank you." After finishing lunch with Jun'er, Yi Chutang went to the clothing store. She couldn't visit Huading Academy, looking too shabby. Although the spare clothes from Union Lake Restaurant were decent, they weren't formal enough. After the siblings changed into more scholarly attire, they headed to Huading Academy. The management at Huading Academy was strict, and not everyone could enter. But Yi Chutang was too famous. After explaining her purpose, the gatekeeper didn't dare to refuse her. "Miss Yi, please wait a moment. I will notify the principal right away." After a while, Song Ziyan personally came to the door to greet her. He looked at Yi Chutang's clothes and thought she had come to Huading Academy to become a teacher for the girls' school. "Miss Yi, please come in." After Yi Chutang brought Jun'er into the academy, she followed Song Ziyan to the front hall. Song Ziyan asked a servant to prepare tea. "Miss Yi, I wonder what brings you here today?"
Yi Chutang looked at Jun'er.
"My younger brother has a talent for studying. I want him to attend Huading Academy when he feels better. Would Director Song be willing to accept him?" Regarding student admissions, Song Jian was always fair and did not give special treatment to anyone. "Miss Yi, I'm sorry, but I cannot make decisions about admissions. The academy must first assess your brother's abilities and character. What if I agree to teach a calligraphy class every 2 weeks?" Upon hearing this, Song Jian felt quite challenged. He smiled wryly. "Miss Yi certainly knows how to present a difficult problem." Jun'er got off the chair and bowed to Song Ziyan respectfully. "Director Song, please don't feel pressured. I will pass the assessment and earn my place in the academy through my own efforts." After a moment of silence, Song Ziyan looked at Yi Chutang and stepped back. "Miss Yi, here's the deal. Others only have 1 chance for the entrance assessment, but I will give your brother 3 chances. How does that sound?" Yi Chutang thought this was a good deal and nodded. "That works. Can Director Song send someone to show Jun'er around the academy first?" Song Ziyan sensed that Yi Chutang wanted to speak to him privately. "Of course." He instructed a servant to personally take Jun'er on a tour of the academy. "Zigui, take care of the young master. He is still recovering, so please go slowly and be attentive. Rest assured, young master." After Zigui took Jun'er away, Song Jian sent everyone else away. When the main hall was left with just him and Yi Chutang, he eagerly asked, "Miss Yi, have you decided to come to the girls' division as a teacher?" Yi Chutang tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head. "No, I came to see Director Song for another reason, a personal matter." As soon as she said personal matter, Song Ziyan understood what she wanted to discuss. He asked directly, "Miss Yi, you must have heard at the poetry building that the Song family is interested in proposing to the Yi family, and you want to matchmake me with my 5th brother, right?" Seeing Song Ziyan's straightforwardness, Yi Chutang nodded. "Director Song, I have no intention of marrying into the Song family. May I ask why?" The Song family has been a respected family for hundreds of years, with many rules and many members. I don't like being restricted, nor do I enjoy too much gossip. Hearing this, Song Ziyan smiled. "It seems that Miss Yi has a deep misunderstanding of our Song family. Although the Song family is respected, they are not rigid and are quite reasonable, having fewer rules than most families and showing respect for women. It is true that the Song family is large, but the direct and collateral branches do not interact much, only meeting during the annual ancestor worship. Most importantly, the men in the direct line of the Song family are self-disciplined and respectful of traditions. Except for special circumstances, they will only have 1 wife in their lifetime." Yi Chutang was shocked after hearing Song Jian's words. Was the Song family's ancestor also from a highly developed civilization like hers? She couldn't believe she was hearing about gender equality and monogamy. Song Jian continued, "Miss Yi, My fifth brother went abroad to study when he was very young. He is knowledgeable and open-minded, never bound by any rules. If you marry him, you will have a lot of freedom. After hearing this, Yi Chuding thought that marrying Song Jingning might actually be a good idea. This fifth young master of the Song family seemed like an ideal partner. However, she knew very well that no matter how open-minded the Song family was or how broad-minded Song Jingning might be, he would not accept a woman who had children with another man. And she currently had no plans to find a father for her child. Director Song, the Song family is great and young Master Song is also wonderful, but we are not suitable for each other.
I'm sorry.
Seeing that he couldn't convince Yi Chuding, Song Ziyan felt a bit regretful. He continued to persuade her, Miss Yi, I think it's a bit hasty to say you are not suitable without having met my fifth brother or getting to know him. He will return to the capital tomorrow. Before he could finish, Song Jingning's voice suddenly came from outside. Elder brother, I'm back. Although Yi Chuding had never seen Song Jingning or heard his voice, his cheerful tone made her guess immediately. She was eager to meet the talented Song Jingning, but having just rejected a marriage proposal, it didn't seem appropriate to meet him now. Director Song. Just as she began to speak, Song Jingning was stopped by a servant outside the main hall. Fifth young master. The director is receiving a distinguished guest. Song Jingning immediately took a step back. Tell my elder brother that I will wait for him in his study. After saying this, he left. Song Ziyan had wanted to call Song Jingning in, but seeing that Yi Chuding did not wish to meet, he remained silent. After Song Jingning left, he said, Miss Yi, I understand your feelings. Matters of the heart cannot be forced, but I believe that if you meet Jingning, you will surely become friends. Yi Chuding smiled and replied, I think so too. We will have the chance to meet, just not today. After saying this, she stood up. Director Song and young master will have not seen each other for a long time, so I won't take up your time. Song Jian had not seen Song Jingning for 5 years and missed him quite a bit. I'll have someone take Miss Yi to find young Master Yi. All right, when I leave later, I won't say goodbye to Director Song. Song Jian had no objections. Okay, when do you plan to schedule Miss Ye's calligraphy class? How about the 1st and 15th of each month? It's easy to remember. Then it's settled. After saying this, Song Jian called a student in. Take Miss Yi to find her younger brother. Yes, director. Yi Chuding followed the student out. Hua Ting Academy is the largest academy in the capital. Its size rivals that of a palace, with beautiful scenery and a strong scholarly atmosphere. There are many students, from young children to the elderly. The student did not know where Qi Yanzhou was, so he asked along the way, providing explanations to Yi Chuding. The more she listened, the more Yi Chuding felt that the ancestors of the Song family not only came from another time, but were also educators. Although the teaching content is ancient, the educational model used is modern. They teach according to each student's abilities, develop their strengths, balance work and rest, and promote all-around development in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics, and labor. Before long, Yi Chuding found Jun'er at the archery range. The student said, the founder of the academy said that the body is the foundation of learning. That's why we have a martial arts field for students to strengthen their bodies. It would be best if they could excel in both literature and martial arts. Although there are very few who are truly skilled in both since the academy was established, the martial arts field is still a good place for students to relax. Yi Chuding nodded in agreement. If your health isn't good, it's hard to endure the 3-day examination. That's true. Miss Yi and young Master Yi can take your time. I will take my leave. When Jun'er saw Yi Chuding approaching, he immediately came forward. Elder sister, can you shoot arrows? Seeing Jun'er so interested, Yi Chuding patted his head and asked, Can I give it a try? Miss Yi, please feel free. Some students at the martial arts field recognized Yi Chuding and quickly called their friends over to watch. As Yi Chuding took a bow and arrow from the rack on the corridor, a crowd had already gathered. She stood on the corridor, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the target at the back. The bowstring was pulled to its limit, then released. With a whoosh, the arrow flew out and hit the bullseye.
Wow.
That's impressive. The arrow even pierced through the target. I knew Miss Yi was talented, but I didn't expect her martial skills to be so good. Miss Yi is the second person I've seen shoot through a target since I entered the academy. The first was young Master Hao Yue, right? Yi Chuteng knew that young Master Hao Yue was Song Jingning. After 5 years of study, he was as bright as the moon shining over 1,000 miles. He truly deserved that title. She looked at the students discussing her. Practicing martial arts not only strengthens the body, but also helps in self-defense and saving others. After saying this, she playfully tapped Jun'er on the nose. Jun'er, remember that accidents can happen at any time. Being alive is what matters for the future. And to survive, one must have enough skills for self-defense. Jun'er nodded lightly. Elder sister, I will study both literature and martial arts. Then he took Yi Chuteng's hand and said to Zigui, please take us to the next place. Zigui gestured for them to follow. This way, please. Yi Chuteng thought the Huading Academy was too large, and Jun'er was weak and couldn't walk for too long. She said to Zigui, just show us the places Jun'er will go after enrolling. Zigui nodded. All right, we will go to the kindergarten first. After visiting the kindergarten, they went to the dining hall, and then to the resting quarters. As they left the academy, they passed through gardens, pavilions, and winding corridors. Suddenly, Yi Chuteng heard a familiar voice and paused. Big brother, I still want to study abroad. Marrying would only burden the girl, which isn't fair. It was Song Jingning's voice. Jingning, you're not young anymore. If you keep delaying, it will be hard to find the girl you like. Song Jian was advising him. When the right time comes, the right girl will appear. You are still so carefree. I've sent word home, and our parents are waiting for you. At the end of the corridor, Song Jingning waved to Song Jian behind him. Okay, big brother, I'm heading home now. A branch from outside the corridor perfectly blocked Song Jingning's face. Yi Chuteng only saw his figure in a light blue robe, looking elegant. After Song Jingning left, she and Jun'er walked along the corridor out of the academy. Once outside, the attendant at the gate said, Miss Yi, the principal has arranged a carriage for you. Please thank Principal Song for me. Yi Chuteng said, and she and Jun'er got into the carriage. As the curtain closed, Song Jingning returned. He instinctively glanced over. Yi Chuteng felt something and looked back. The curtain fell, blocking their view of each other. The coachman turned to look inside the carriage and asked, Miss Yi, shall I take you back to the minister's residence? Yes, please. Of course. Please sit tight with young Master Yi. After the coachman finished speaking, he drove away. Song Jingning watched the carriage disappear and felt a bit uneasy, as if he had missed something. He got out of the carriage with a bundle and asked the doorman, why are there still women at the academy? Young master, that was the famous Miss Yi from the capital. Song Jingning already knew about Yi Chuteng. Initially, the Song family wanted him to marry Yi Chuteng. Curious about what made her so appealing that his family wanted to arrange the marriage, he inquired a bit. He learned that the phrases extraordinary talent and beloved by all were perfectly suited for her. He admired such a woman and wanted to get to know her, but not through matchmaking. That would be too unfair to her. Thinking he would have a chance to meet Yi Chuteng someday, he calmed his mind. He handed the bundle to the doorman. After studying abroad for 5 years, he had collected many gifts for his family and almost forgot to give them out. Please take this to my elder brother and remind him to come home early today. Yes, young Master Wu. As Song Jingning left in the carriage, Yi Chuteng's carriage had just reached the street corner. She pressed her hand to her chest, feeling a bit uneasy, and murmured softly, Am I already feeling the effects so soon? Jun'er didn't catch what Yi Chuteng said and looked at her cautiously. Elder sister, I have something very important to tell you. Yi Chuteng looked at the nervous and serious Jun'er and gently patted his head. If it's important, let's talk about it back at Ningqiu courtyard.
Jun'er nodded obediently.
The journey from Huading Academy to the minister's residence was a bit far, and since they were in a busy area, the carriage swayed and took nearly half an hour to stop. Yi Chuteng carried Jun'er out of the carriage. The evening glow in the sky was bright, indicating that tomorrow would be sunny. When Butler Chen saw the siblings return, he immediately approached them. Miss, young master, The master wants you to visit his courtyard after you return. Just as Yi Chu-tang was about to agree, Jun'er tugged at her sleeve. The words she was about to say changed immediately. No rush, Jun'er, and I will head back to Ningqiu courtyard first to change his bandages. Butler Chen glanced at Jun'er's injured neck. Blood was seeping through the bandage, making it look quite serious. He didn't dare to argue with Yi Chu-tang's decision. Yes, I will inform the master right away. Yi Chu-tang ignored Butler Chen and returned to Ningqiu courtyard with Jun'er. As soon as they entered, Shan and the others surrounded them, looking concerned. Miss, young master, are you both okay? Not long ago, Butler Chen delivered the wet clothes of the siblings and the items Yi Chu-tang bought for Jun'er to Ning Chiyuan. Although he said nothing, San'er felt something was off and went to the front yard to inquire. After learning that the siblings had encountered danger, everyone in the courtyard was restless. Yi Chu-tang smiled and said, I'm fine. Jun'er has a minor injury, it's not serious. Don't worry, go have dinner. I'll change Jun'er's bandages. With that, she led Jun'er into her room and took out a wooden box. To be prepared for emergencies, she had turned the wooden box into a first aid kit. Inside were many empty bottles and jars. When needed, she could just grab a bottle for cover and take out medicine from her space. Yi Chu-tang helped Jun'er unwrap the bandage and used hydrogen peroxide to clean his swollen wound. Then she applied a local anesthetic and stitched it up with beauty thread. Finally, she applied medicine, bandaged it, and gave him an anti-inflammatory pill. All done. What do you want to say to your elder sister, Jun'er? Jun'er looked at Yi Chu-tang, his eyes downcast, and said, Elder sister, I am not a child of the Yi family. The medicine bottle in Yi Chu-tang's hand fell, but she caught it just in time. In disbelief, she asked, What did you just say? Jun'er looked up, seriously meeting her gaze, and repeated his earlier words. Seeing Yi Chu-tang silent, he shared his background story. He also spoke of the years he had been treated as a tool by Kong Ru. Elder sister, we have no blood relation. Do you still want to acknowledge me as your brother? Yi Chu-tang never expected that Yi Yanzhou was not the child of Kong Ru and Yi Jingchuan. No wonder he had asked before if he would still be saved if he wasn't her brother. Looking into Jun'er's anxious eyes, she smiled gently. As long as you don't do bad things, you will always be my brother. Hearing this, Jun'er relaxed, his tense nerves easing. His pale face broke into a bright smile. Elder sister, I will never do bad things on purpose. He couldn't guarantee he wouldn't do bad things. If anyone harmed his elder sister, he would protect her, even if it meant doing wrong. Yi Chu-tang was pleased with Jun'er's response. Well said, being passively hurt is not kindness, it's foolishness. Jun'er felt shy from the praise and lowered his head. Elder sister, you really don't mind that I am not a child of the Yi family? There's nothing to mind. Yi Jingchuan is my biological father, but he was ruthless when he plotted against me. Jun'er, remember that blood ties are not the most important. What matters is whether that person's heart is with you.
Yuna remembers.
Yi Chu-tang carefully placed the wooden box and took Jun'er to Yi Jingchuan's courtyard. Yi Jingchuan immediately looked at the injured Jun'er. Seeing that he seemed to be in good spirits, he sighed in relief. He asked with concern, Jun'er, does it hurt a lot? Jun'er gently shook his little head. Father, it's just a small injury. Jun'er isn't in pain. That's good. You're still weak, so rest for a few days. After Linger gets married, I'll find you a tutor. Father, that's not necessary. My elder sister just took me to Huading Academy, and I want to study there. Hearing this, Yi Jingchuan was shocked and looked at Yi Chu-tang. Is what Jun'er said true? Can he really enter Huading Academy? It wasn't that he doubted his son, but the admission requirements for Huading Academy were very strict. Yi Chu-tang replied, even the descendants of the Song family don't qualify for direct admission, so Jun'er can't either, but I managed to secure him 3 chances to take the entrance exam. Yi Jingchuan was very pleased, his eyes crinkling with joy. Having 2 more chances than others is great. Jun'er is smart and kind. He will surely get into Huading Academy. After saying this, he turned to a nearby servant and said, Take the young master to the garden to play. I need to talk to Chu-tang. Yes, sir. After the servant took Jun'er away, Yi Jingchuan looked at Yi Chutang with a frown. Knowing there was danger, why did you still take Jun'er into harm's way? Jun'er is the heir of the Yi family. Nothing can go wrong. Yi Chutang looked at Yi Jingchuan, amused by his questioning. If I had sent Jun'er back home alone to play by the lake, those people would have noticed something was off and given up on their plan. Isn't that better? Yi Chutang sat down across from Yi Jingchuan, smirking.
Better?
If we don't deal with those people, I would have to worry about danger every time I go out, and that's exhausting. It's easy to steal by day, but guarding against thieves at night is hard. Also, Father, have you forgotten that if it weren't for me, Jun'er would have lost his life long ago? Implying that Yi Jingchuan had no right to question her. Yi Jingchuan couldn't find a rebuttal. After all, it was still up to Yi Chutang to help Jun'er regain his health. He advised, before you complete the task assigned by the Emperor, don't take any more risks. Then he asked, how is your progress with Prince Chen? Pretty good. We can be considered friends. Make progress faster. If you can't become Princess Chen, I can't protect you. Yi Chutang raised an eyebrow. How can I speed things up? Should I just climb into Prince Chen's bed? Yi Jingchuan was startled by her blunt words and coughed once. If you can do it, that would be a good plan. Alive, father. Yi Jingchuan didn't understand and misinterpreted it. Of course, I am alive. Yi Chutang rolled her eyes and asked, I heard from Prince Chen that he and young Master Qin not only gave the killer's portrait to the Dali Temple, but also posted it at the street corner with a big reward, vowing to find out their identities. What do Prince N and the Emperor plan to do? At this, Yi Jingchuan's gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared intently at Yi Chutang. Those portraits aren't your work, are they? Are you sick? Prince Chen and Qin Muyun aren't blind. Isn't it normal for them to see what the killer looks like? Yi Jingchuan thought about how Yi Chutang's life was still in the Emperor's hands, and she shouldn't be foolish enough to dig her own grave. So he believed her. He said, someone has already recognized that the Shadow Guard is from the Emperor. Prince N will definitely take all the blame and be severely punished. Yi Chutang got the answer she wanted and headed back to Ningchuyuan.